Chapter 1. The Wicked Woman, Malicious Intent, and the Beginning of the Nine Sons Scripture. Esteemed gentlemen, those who favor pure love and singular female protagonists may wish to take their leave, for the author does not seek to offend you kneeling. In the world of martial arts, the iron-blooded strong song in the city of Luoyang. In a dilapidated temple to the north of the city, a branch of the beggar's sect. Yu Lang has taken his medicine. Chen Yu lay atop a pile of hay, while a young woman knelt beside him, offering soup with a spoon. The woman, though young, possessed a certain beauty, and her face was now etched with concern as she inquired about his well-being. "Thank you, Xiao Hui. You are truly the most wonderful woman in the world." Chen Yu expressed, his face brimming with gratitude. Yet he deliberately avoided the spoon she brought close to his lips, rising with a smile. "I need to relieve myself first." Due to his injuries, even the slightest movement sent waves of excruciating pain through his body. As he turned, the smile on his face instantly vanished. "This wooden structure, if your medicine isn't poisoned, I would consume it directly." Unbeknownst to her, beneath the familiar exterior of Chun Yu lay a completely different individual. 3 days prior, the original owner, sharing the same name, had been gravely injured by a disciple of the sect named Ma Er, who struck him down with a lotus palm, resulting in his untimely demise that very night. Chen Yu had traversed into this realm, retaining the memories of his predecessor, and learned that he was now in a world stitched together from various martial arts novels. The woman named Lu Hui behind him harbored malevolent thoughts and ingratitude. Both were 18 years old. With the original owner being 2 months her senior, they had known each other since childhood, their bond having been established in their rural youth. Last year, bandits ravaged their village, leaving no survivors among their families. The original owner fought valiantly to protect her, ensuring her escape. Subsequently, he joined the beggar's sect and sought connections to secure her a position as a personal attendant to the deputy sect leader's wife, Kong Min. They had planned to marry soon, believing it would be more convenient to be together. Little did he know that Lu Hui, ungrateful and power-hungry, had secretly entangled herself with Ma Er, the foster brother of the deputy leader, Ma De Yuan. To rid herself of the burden of the original owner, Lu Hui had conspired with Ma Er to assault him, leading to his grievous injuries and eventual death filled with resentment. Today, upon learning of Chun Yu's awakening, she feigned concern while delivering medicine, all the while plotting to eliminate him completely. Unbeknownst to her, every move she made had already been seen through by Chen Yu. At this moment, my heir is just outside. If I refuse to take the medicine, he will seize the opportunity to come in and silence me while the other disciples are away begging. Through the broken window, Chen Yu caught sight of my heir, realizing the perilous situation he was in. Before his crossing, Chen Yu had been a bedridden patient, unable to walk. It took him 2 days to merely acclimatize to this new body. The original owner had limited martial skills otherwise. He would not have been so easily subdued by my heir. How could he turn the situation around? After nearly 10 minutes spent relieving himself in the corner, Chen Yu returned. Observing Lu Hui's increasingly impatient demeanor as she urged him, he focused his gaze, having made a decision. This wretched woman possesses no martial prowess. If necessary, I shall silently eliminate her and escape through the broken window. Although the original owner was merely a disciple of the beggar's sect, he had practiced some basic martial arts, such as the Taizu long fist and the copper hammer hands. Though still severely injured, he could easily deal with this defenseless woman. "Come on, Yu Lang, drink your medicine, it's getting cold." Lu Hui's tone was tinged with reproach, her impatience nearly palpable. She thought to herself that if the beggar disciples returned from their foraging, it would be difficult to act openly. "Very well," Chen Yu replied, slightly narrowing his eyes as he began to gather strength in his right hand, hidden behind his back. After 2 days of familiarizing himself with his body, he was well versed in the techniques available to him. Yet just as he was about to strike, he noticed a sudden change above Lu Hui's head. Lines of text slowly materialized. Malicious intent program loaded. Malicious intent manifested. Completing the target's malicious intent will yield rewards. Note: this program only provides female malicious intents. Current target: Lu Hui. Malicious intent 1. Kill this useless Chun Yu. What are childhood sweethearts compared to a night of pleasure with Ma Ge? Basic reward. Malicious intent 2. Desire someone to give me a fortune of 1,000 gold. Basic reward. Malicious intent 3. Want Chinyu to drink his medicine right now. Basic reward. Note: completing the target's malicious intent for the first time grants an additional reward. Chinyu paused briefly, then his heart swelled with joy. I knew I wouldn't cross over alone. However, fulfilling these so-called malicious intents would not be an easy feat. He could not possibly act on the first two intents. Surely, I cannot truly commit suicide. Upon reviewing the options, the third malicious intent seemed feasible. It requests that I drink the medicine, not necessarily that I must swallow it. With this thought, Chinyu no longer hesitated. Under Lu Hu's astonished gaze, he seized the spoon, bringing the medicine to his mouth. He then deliberately spat it out, frowning. It's so bitter. You. Lu Hu's eyes shimmered with cold light, yet she forced a smile. Bitter medicine is good for you. Yulang, listen to me and drink it all. Malicious intent 3. Wanting you to drink his medicine right now. Completed. Basic rewards dispatched. First time completion, additional rewards dispatched. Inner strength growth, rate X 1.15. First time completion of malicious intent rewards dispatched. Critical hit. 100 taels of silver, accumulating, can be withdrawn at any time. 1 year of pure inner strength note. Fully compatible with the individual, requiring no digestion, can be used directly. 9 Sun Scripture Minor Achievement Card Note. Simply using it allows immediate cultivation of the technique to the corresponding realm. Minor achievement, major achievement, perfection. My suspicions were correct. I have succeeded. Chunyu's eyes gleamed. Moreover, these rewards are quite remarkable. The silver is without a doubt valuable. The inner strength and technique are precisely what I urgently require. The 9 Sun Scripture is a top-tier martial arts classic within the realm of fiction, standing alongside the Buddhist easing muscle scripture and the Taoist Nining scripture. This technique embodies the utmost rigidity and vitality once mastered. Even ordinary techniques wield extraordinary power, and at the major achievement stage, it can act as a protective barrier, reflecting attacks without the need for direct engagement. What is more, this technique is a holy scripture for healing once mastered. It renders one impervious to ailments and capable of healing all injuries. That my heir is merely a fifth-bag disciple of the beggar sect, with skills that are only mediocre, far inferior to his foster brother, Ma Yuan, merely preying upon the original owner's novice status in the sect. With the 9 Sun Scripture in hand, even at a minor achievement level, dealing with him would be more than sufficient. With this in mind, Chinyu no longer hesitated. Ignoring Lu Hu's continued urging for him to drink the medicine, he focused his thoughts, directly claiming the inner strength and using the 9 Sun Scripture Minor Achievement card. A surge of warmth flooded into his body. The internal injuries inflicted by Ma Heir's lotus palm were swiftly mended, and it felt as though boundless energy coursed through his meridians, ultimately converging in his dantian before circulating back to his organs. He raised his fist, feeling as though he possessed limitless strength. Yulang? Lu Hui finally sensed something amiss with Chenyu. Her gaze filled with confusion as she stared at his noticeably improved complexion. In the next moment, as Chenyu opened his eyes once more, she felt a fleeting shadow rush towards her, followed by a sharp pain in her cheek, and her entire body was sent flying. Chapter 2. The Beggar Sect. Kong Min Boom. The tremendous sound reverberated like thunder, as the dilapidated wooden door shattered into pieces, scattering blood and splinters across the ground. Through the glimmering light, Chenyu noticed a stout, middle-aged man standing outside the temple door. His appearance grotesque, with a purplish-blue tumor protruding from his jaw. The IT was my heir. Chenyu couldn't help but wonder how someone so hideous could have won Lu Hui's affection. Having regained his composure, he first sent Lu Hui, who resembled Wu Dalong, flying with a slap, then swiftly stepped outside. Lu Hui, now coming to her senses, clutched her bloodied and swollen face, wailing, "Chenyu, how dare you strike me, Ma Ge? You must stand up for me." The sudden turn of events caught Ma Heir off guard. Seeing Chenyu standing there with a mocking expression, he realized the situation had been exposed. Anger surged within him as he unleashed his palm technique and charged forward with a roar. "You little bastard, you're seeking death. You're the one who seeks death," Chenyu retorted, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. armed with the 9 yang true scriptures and the pure internal energy he had just acquired. Ma Er's movements appeared painfully slow, akin to a child in Chen Yu's eyes. With a palm extended, he harnessed his internal energy and effortlessly deflected Ma Er's attack. That it was then that Ma Er finally sensed something amiss. Chen Yu's palm strength was formidable, and despite merely defending himself, the shockwaves reverberated through his entire body, making him feel as though his internal organs were shattering. Ma Er was both astonished and enraged. Unable to comprehend how Chen Yu, whom he had beaten like a dead dog just 3 days prior, had suddenly transformed into a different person, seemingly mastering some peculiar martial arts. Chen Yu had barely utilized the 9 yang divine skill, relying instead on the suppressed Taizu long fist to fend off his opponent. After enduring several punishing blows, Ma Er found himself battered and humiliated. That in a fit of rage, he seized the large knife he had brought and bellowed, "I will kill you, you little bastard!" "Very well, let us see who shall kill whom," Chen Yu sneered. Until now, he had merely been testing the waters, further familiarizing himself with this new body. After all, in his past life, he had been bedridden for over a decade due to illness. Having grown weary of the likes of Ma Er, he bore no psychological burden in ending his life with a swift lateral movement. He easily evaded the downward slash of the knife, channeling his internal force to deliver a powerful kick to the handle, sending the blade flying into his grasp. With a decisive swing, he brought the knife down. Ma Er's anguished scream echoed throughout the temple. Wincing in pain, he opened his eyes just in time to see his left arm, which he had instinctively raised to defend against Chen Yu, severed and blood gushing forth. Chen Yu, knife in hand, advanced menacingly towards him. "My brother is Ma Dun, the vice leader," Ma Er cried, his face contorted with fear as he clutched his wound, retreating in terror. "Chen Yu, have you forgotten? You're severing your ties with the beggar's sect. And what of it?" Chen Yu replied unperturbed. Even if Ma Dun was indeed a skilled fighter adept at throw-grabbing techniques, he stood on the side of righteousness. If Ma Dun truly could not discern right from wrong, then he too would deserve death. In a world of martial arts, adhering to moral principles without seeking vengeance would be foolish. "Help! Murder! Someone save me!" Lu Hui, already pale with fear, screamed as she struggled to escape. However, before she could reach the temple door, she collided with a graceful figure. Exuding elegance, that a melodious voice rang out, drawing the attention of others within the temple. Upon seeing the newcomer, Ma Er's previously terrified expression transformed into one of hope, as though he had spotted a lifeline. "Sister-in-law, save me." The visitor was none other than Ma Duan's wife, Madame Ma. Chen Yu raised his gaze to see a stunningly beautiful woman, surrounded by several disciples in plain clothing, standing protectively in the center. She appeared to be in her late 20s, with striking features and long black hair elegantly pinned up. Her fair and smooth skin, accentuated by a touch of makeup, rendered her almost otherworldly. Though her pink dress was not particularly extravagant, it highlighted her exquisite figure, and for some reason, her eyes glimmered with a hint of springtime allure, hinting at an underlying seduction. Kong Min, this name resonated clearly in Chen Yu's mind that if one were to describe a wicked woman, few could rival her. Known as a venomous femme fatale in martial arts literature, her heart was as cold as a serpent's, bordering on the perverse. In her youth, she had an ambiguous relationship with the king of Dali, Duan Jingchun, and after marrying Ma Diyuan, she had entangled herself with numerous other men. Out of spite for Qiao Feng's indifference towards her, she employed various schemes to ensnare him. When Ma Diyuan refused to expose Qiao Feng's origins, she colluded with Bai Shijing to murder her own husband. Of course, her fate was quite poetic. She was eventually tortured by the little psychopath Az, who carved in her flesh and smeared honey on her wounds for ants to feast upon. The torment she experienced led her to succumb to the horrifying visage she could not bear to accept, resulting in her demise. This fitting end was a consequence of her numerous evil deeds. It was no surprise that as Chen Yu's gaze fell upon Madame Ma, a prompt soon appeared before him. Target: Kongmin, Evil Thought 1. That useless Ma Dun dares not expose Qiao Feng's identity. He deserves to die. I want to kill him. High-level reward. Evil Thought 2. Qiao Feng, how dare you not like me? You deserve to be ruined and die without a burial place. Special reward. Evil Thought 3. Why is this unfamiliar disciple standing not far away, not gazing at me with fervent eyes? All men in the world should adore me. Do you look down on me too? Then you deserve to die, beginner reward. You bastard. Chen Yu couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Kang Min truly lived up to her reputation as a seductress. All three evil thoughts were murderous, with the last one even contemplating his demise. Tio think that merely failing to fall in love at first sight could incite such terror. Such a woman was indeed formidable. However, the rewards offered for her evil thoughts were quite generous. Unlike Lu Hui, Kang Min was far more malicious, with her casual thoughts yielding high-level and even special rewards. Yet it would be unrealistic to attempt to eliminate Ma Diyuan and Xiao Feng at this moment. The remaining task, however, seemed straightforward. With this in mind, Chen Yu resolutely rubbed his eyes and turned his gaze toward Kang Min, his expression suddenly ablaze with fervor, as though he beheld a celestial being. I have met the leader's wife. Seeing his reaction, Kang Min finally smiled with satisfaction, her eyes narrowing as she asked in a soft, syrupy voice, "Oh my, so much blood. What has happened?" Evil Thought 3. The unfamiliar disciple standing not far away should also gaze at me with fervent, longing eyes. Obtaining a beginner reward. The skill card for the lightness skill Lingbo Weibu at a minor level. Chen Yu lowered his head, yet a smile he could not conceal curled at the corners of his lips. What a splendid lightness skill. Lingbo Weibu was a unique technique of the Xiaoyao sect, and although his memory was not particularly sharp, he still recalled that it was the signature skill of Duan Yu, one of the infamous characters in Tian Long Babu. With Lingbo Weibu and the Six Meridians Divine Sword, Duan Yu was akin to a moving machine gun that he could strike others while remaining untouchable. And if faced with close combat, he could activate the Beiming Divine skill to absorb attacks. His fighting style was exceptionally refined. However, given that Chen Yu had already mastered the 9 Yang True Scriptures, this was a world of martial arts. Who could predict what other formidable beings might exist? Mastering a technique for swift escape was always prudent, but his thoughts were interrupted by a voice, and he noticed Kang Min gazing at him, her beautiful eyes fluttering in a tone that was both playful and slightly irate. She exclaimed, "I asked you what happened. Why aren't you speaking?" Chapter 3. Who is whose tool, madam? Allow me to explain. Chen Yu stepped forward, raising his head to meet Kang Min's gaze. Dame Air injured me a few days ago. Upon learning that I had miraculously survived, he returned today with this vile woman, intending to harm me, that I was left with no choice but to retaliate. This wretched woman, Lu Hui, grew up alongside me. Shortly after I joined the beggar sect, I exhausted all my resources to secure her a position to serve you. Yet she has since turned her back, consorting with my heir, and even sought to bring about my demise. The poison is within the temple. If you do not believe me, you may verify for yourself. Chen Yu spoke with conviction, knowing that regardless of where this matter escalated, he held the moral high ground. The beggar sect prided itself on being the largest sect in the realm, emphasizing loyalty and brotherhood, where all members were considered Heirs actions. Usurping another's affection and wielding power to oppress, even inflicting harm upon fellow sect members, were undoubtedly condemned by the beggar's sect. Thus, even as a sworn brother of Ma Diyuan, he would seize the opportunity to silence Chen Yu while the sect's members were out begging. You lie. It is you who has rebelled and harmed your fellow brothers. Feeling the disdainful gazes of other beggars' sect disciples upon him, Ma heir began to panic. However, Chen Yu's assertions were irrefutable, and despite his attempts to argue, he found himself utterly powerless, especially with the evidence in hand. Whether Lu Hui had provided poison could easily be determined by consulting an expert. Moreover, Ma heir's reputation was far from pristine. He had long exploited his relationship with Ma Diyuan, committing numerous misdeeds, and this time, he had even attacked a fellow sect member, an act of grave severity. Madam, shall we inform Elder Bai of this matter? Beside Kang Min, a middle-aged disciple of the 5 Bags cautiously inquired. Despite his disdain, Ma heir was, after all, a subordinate of the vice leader Ma Diyuan. And should matters escalate to the enforcement elder by Shijing, the situation would spiral beyond control. Kang Min held little interest in such trivialities. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of how to eliminate both Ma Diyuan and Xiao Feng. She herself was no paragon of virtue, so she had no intention of championing Chen Yu's cause with righteous indignation. Instead, her curiosity lay elsewhere, as a disciple of the 5 Bags and the beggar's sect. Ma heir's martial skills, while not top tier, were nonetheless respectable. According to her husband Ma Din, Ma heir was quite proficient, having mastered both the mixing heaven technique and the lotus palm. How could he have been so thoroughly defeated by this disciple of the one bag? To the point of losing his hand. My heir, pray tell your sister-in-law, how did you come to be bested by this individual? Kong Min's gaze shifted. Is it true that even the disciples of the one bag have become so formidable? Feeling inexplicably humiliated, my heir could only stammer in frustration that he knew nothing of significance. He had just 3 days prior vanquished Qinyu, leaving him in a pitiful state, when my heir remained silent. Kong Min stifled a laugh behind her hand and sauntered over to Qinyu. The fragrant breeze that accompanied her made Qinyu acutely aware of Kong Min's beguiling presence. Her allure was even more pronounced up close. It was no wonder that in the novels, she could stir up chaos solely based on her beauty. She was indeed captivating, exuding an innate seductiveness. Kong Min, fully aware of Qinyu's gaze, allowed a slight smirk to grace her lips. Never doubting her own charm, even a youth of 17 or 18 years would be easily enchanted. Deliberately positioning herself close to Qinyu, she smiled and inquired, "What is your name, young brother?" "Esteemed madam." "I am Qinyu," he replied, cupping his fists in a gesture of respect, his demeanor neither obsequious nor arrogant. He was acutely aware that his appearance was merely mediocre, far outshone by Kong Min's former lover. Duan Jingchun, and even less imposing than Ma Dun, lacking their robust stature. Though he had youth on his side, such an unremarkable presence would hardly earn Kong Min's attention. Yet, she seemed less interested in his looks than in the prowess he displayed as a disciple of the one bag, capable of defeating a disciple of the 5 bags. Thus, Qinyu explained, I joined the beggar sect under the tutelage of an extraordinary figure, a white-bearded old man named Yao Lao. I am not fond of conflict. Hence I rarely reveal my skills. This time, however, I was left with no choice. Dealing with someone like my heir was within my capabilities. You speak nonsense. I have known you since childhood. How could I have never heard of this before? Lu Hui, with a swollen face, peeked from the temple door, her voice filled with alarm. That if you grew up alongside Qinyu, why have you never mentioned his name in all this time? Before Qinyu could respond, Kong Min turned with a smile that was both mocking and enigmatic, directing her gaze at Lu Hui. Yet you have been exchanging glances with Ma Yi, or do you take me for blind? You, who are so ungrateful and treacherous, think yourself worthy to remain in the most virtuous sect of the beggar's sect. Qinyu found himself at a loss for words at Kong Min's remarks. Yet he understood the context. According to the novel's narrative, before her deeds were unveiled, this Madame Ma had always portrayed herself as a delicate and pure figure, a true thespian. Her words, once spoken, effectively aligned her with Qinyu, causing Lu Hui's complexion to drain of color and leaving Ma Heir's face pallid as well. Is she attempting to win me over? Qinyu pondered, and indeed, in the next moment, he sensed a shift in her intentions. Evil thought one. Ma, a worthless fool, dares to defy me. He must die. High-level reward. Evil thought two. Qiao Feng, how dare you disregard me at the 100 Flowers Conference? You shall suffer ruin and find no place to rest. Special reward. Evil thought 3. This Qinyu possesses some skill. Perhaps he could serve my purpose as a useful tool. Basic reward. Thank you, madam, for advocating on my behalf. I shall forever remember this kindness and am willing to serve you loyally. Qinyu declared without hesitation. Young brother, did I say I would speak on your behalf? Kong Min chuckled, instantly recognizing this slender, tall disciple of the one bag as a clever individual, her satisfaction growing. Evil thought 3. This Qinyu possesses some skill. Perhaps he could serve my purpose as a useful tool. Completion of reward acquired. Internal power increase rate x 1.15. Critical reward. Additionally, obtaining a beauty pill, which can enhance appearance. This time, he did not acquire a new technique. Yet Qinyu felt no disappointment. The increase in internal power was of immense importance to him. With 2 consecutive boosts, his internal energy was automatically rising by the second. With more such enhancements, the results could surpass those of so-called top-tier internal techniques. As for the beauty pill, taking it when he had the chance would be beneficial, given his average looks. After all, Yang Guo had gained countless female admirers due to his handsome visage. Ultimately, whether in the Blue Star or in this martial arts world, appearances mattered. Being slightly more attractive would certainly yield advantages. Let us not escalate this further. My heir is, after all, Diyuan's sworn brother. Your severing of his hand serves as just punishment, and I shall ensure that Diyuan disciplines his brother adequately. Kong Min propped her chin on her hand. her gaze landing on Lu Hui, who trembled not far away. As for her, I leave her fate in your hands. Heh. She was curious to see how this young man would deal with Lu Hui, his treacherous childhood companion. Kong Min had no desire for Chun Yu to display too much mercy, considering that as her subordinate, he would have to partake in many unsavory tasks in the future. But before she could finish her thought, a sudden gust of wind brushed past her. Startled, she turned to find that Chun Yu's figure had vanished. Suddenly, a faint sound of blades slicing through flesh reached her ears from afar. Only then did Kong Min realize what had transpired. She spun around to see Chun Yu standing at the temple entrance, holding a knife in his right hand and a severed head in his left. This was the technique known as the Lingbo Weibiud. In an instant, Lu Hui had been transformed into a headless corpse. Chun Yu raised his head, standing proudly and silent. That moment, those within the temple could not help but gasp in astonishment. What extraordinary skill was this, so sublime and fearsome? Even Kong Min, the cunning femme fatale, was taken aback by Chun Yu's swift and ruthless actions. Admiration flickered in her eyes, though she feigned shock. This young brother is quite young. Why do you harbor such murderous intent? After all, she was your childhood companion. Chun Yu, well aware of this woman's theatricality, replied coolly, I wish only for sincerity in return for sincerity, that I bear no guilt towards her from my past. Yet she betrayed and abandoned me, even conspiring with her lover to end my life. In the world of martial arts, should she truly possess the means, I would concede. However, since I miraculously survived, there can be no room for mercy. She must be eliminated, the original owner. I have avenged you. Rest easy. Chun Yu tossed aside Lu Hui's head, her expression frozen in terror, his heart untouched by turmoil. You young brother, your character will inevitably lead you to calamity. Alas, Kong Min, though ruthless, was quite pleased with Chun Yu's recent display. Yet she sighed dramatically, raising her delicate brows. I have come at the behest of my husband, who in a few days will lead the brothers to assist the authorities in quelling bandits. Concerned for my safety, he has sent me to find several capable brothers to serve as guards. Young brother Chun Yu, later I shall take you to meet the vice leader and the elders of the sect to intercede on your behalf. Chun Yu understood her intentions for courting favor and responded with a respectful bow. Thank you, madam. Chapter 4. All crowned clarity accompanying Kong Min and her entourage. Chun Yu departed from the dilapidated temple in the northern part of the city. Luoyang was the headquarters of the beggars' sect, boasting numerous disciples, while lower-ranked disciples often had to sleep on the streets. Disciples like my heir, belonging to the clean garment faction of the Five Bags, had proper accommodations. Though their living conditions could not compare to those of wealthy merchants or landowners, they were free from worry. Qiao, the leader, was unparalleled in martial arts and upheld a sense of brotherhood. All the brothers respected him. Presently, our Song dynasty found itself in a state of turmoil, besieged by formidable foes, the Jurchens and Mongols in the north, the Qing forces invading annually from the east, and the Xixia's Yipentang frequently raiding from the west. Were it not for Qiao leading the elite members of the sect to extinguish fires across the land, and the hero Gua and his wife steadfastly defending Xiangfan, it would be improbable to maintain even half the territory. Upon reaching the headquarters, Chun Yu was guided by a 30-something disciple of the Four Bags named Chao Ding, a native of Shandong. He bore a scar on his face and had a hearty disposition. Throughout the journey, he chattered incessantly, providing Chun Yu with insight into the current state of affairs in this world. In summary, it was chaotic, yet Chun Yu felt he had gained a clearer understanding. This world differed significantly from the martial arts world he remembered, as it was a Lang of many dynasties. Upon learning of Chun Yu's victory over Ma Er and the severing of his hand, Chao Ding exclaimed in delight, clearly harboring grievances against Ma Er himself, that he regarded Chun Yu with newfound respect. Answering his inquiries candidly, Chao Ding led Chun Yu to his new residence, gesturing towards a waterfall in the back mountains. Brother Chen, you must be a disciple of the dirty garment faction, so go wash up. The vice leader and the leader's wife wish to meet you. Thank you, Brother Chao. Chun Yu nodded slightly. Upon reaching the foot of the back mountain, he cleansed his body in the waterfall's spring water. It was only then that he calmed his mind and contemplated his current situation, that he raised his hands and legs. Feeling an overwhelming sense of ease and in his youth, he had envied the heroes of martial arts novels, who could soar through the skies and traverse the earth with unrestrained valor. Now that he had arrived in this world, he was determined to carve out a new life for himself. Starting with the beggar's sect, Chen Yu's heart surged with excitement as he channeled his internal energy, lifting a portion of the waterfall with sheer force that in an instant, rain fell from the sky. After his bath, Chen Yu pondered for a moment and took out a beauty-enhancing pill. Swallowing it whole, the dirt washed away. He returned to his room and beheld his reflection in the copper mirror, which had transformed remarkably. His original appearance could only be described as ordinary, albeit somewhat tall and lean. A disciple of the dirty clothes sect, he had long been reduced to a pitiful state. Covered in mud from head to toe, with disheveled hair and an unbearable stench, rendering him quite unappealing. However, the situation had changed. With the enhancement of the beauty pill, merely bathing had subtly altered his visage. The figure in the mirror now sported defined features, sharp brows and piercing eyes, presenting the image of a youthful hero. Though he was slightly overshadowed by the esteemed guests, he certainly surpassed those of lesser caliber. Moreover, having roamed the martial world for some time, he exuded an additional aura of gallantry. Having changed into a clean outfit with patch repairs, Chen Yu was led to a side hall of the main headquarters, where several figures awaited him. The vice leader, Ma Ding, sat centrally, a burly man in his 50s with a bushy beard. Kong Min naturally stood beside him at that moment, upon seeing Chen Yu, who seemed almost unrecognizable. Her eyes brightened. She had initially perceived him as a beggar with remarkable martial skills, but who could have anticipated such a dramatic transformation after a simple bath? The youthful figure before her had bright eyes, long hair cascading like a waterfall, and an air of youthful heroism. Chen Yu paid little attention to her somewhat heated gaze. His focus was on Ma Ding and the two seated figures to his right. The individual closest to Ma Ding was dressed in gray cloth, with a belt containing 9 pouches, his hair and beard completely white. His expression was stern, exuding an aura of authority without the need for anger. He was Bai Shijing, the law elder of the Beggars sect. The Beggars sect was the most formidable gang in the land, and according to the memories of his original self, this world's Beggars sect was divided into northern and southern factions. Chen Yu's northern Beggars sect had 1 leader, 1 vice leader, 1 transmission elder, and 1 law elder, along with 4 guardian elders and several 8-pouch masters. The law elder held a position of great power, making Bai Shijing one of the most influential figures in the northern Beggars sect. That a bit farther away sat a man wearing a scholar's hat and patched clothing, with 8 pouches around his waist. He appeared to be in his 40s with a well-proportioned face, yet his gaze was cold and somewhat sinister, hinting at a hidden malice. Chen Yu rummaged through the original owner's memories and did not recognize this individual. But he harbored an inkling of suspicion, since the northern Beggars sect bore similarities to the Tianlong setting. This person must be Quan Guiqing, the leader of the Great Wisdom faction. As for Elder Bai, there was no need for further introduction. Yuan seemed to perceive Chen Yu's confusion and, with a stern expression, began to elucidate. You have quite the audacity, Chen Yu. Why did you sever my heir's arm? Our Beggar sect is the largest gang in the world, and all within are brothers. According to our rules, how should one treat a brother? Ma Duan's voice boomed as he maintained a serious demeanor. Ding, you know your brother's temperament well. Many within the sect have long harbored grievances against him. Elder Bai has often turned a blind eye for your sake, but this time, Kong Min immediately interjected. Speaking softly in Chen Yu's defense, who among us does not know that you are typically magnanimous? Why frighten this young lad? Xiao Min, how can I discipline him under these circumstances? Ma Duan sighed, momentarily dropping his fierce faade, his expression shifting to one of resignation. Indeed, my brother has wronged you. I have been too lenient. Usually when he errs, I tend to overlook it, but who would have thought he would cause such chaos? Young brother, I apologize to T.O. Chen Yu's surprise. This vice leader Main took the initiative to apologize that it seemed that the evaluation of his magnanimity and humility was not unfounded. Yet you possess the skills to subdue him. There are countless ways to do so. Why resort to severing his arm? Regardless, it remains his fault for being rude first that if I were in your position, I might have done the same. Xiao Min is right. This matter should not be made public, that I have ordered someone to send him to the countryside in a few days, where he can spend the rest of his life as a farmer. Ma Dun expressed a hint of regret. Despite my heir's misdeeds, he was, after all, his sworn brother. Thank you, Vice Leader Ma. Chen Yu nodded, reflecting that Ma Dun was quite reasonable. unlike the typical brainless protectors of their kin found in web literature. He then noticed Kong Min's bright almond-shaped eyes scrutinizing him, her smile warm as she whispered to Ma Yuan from time to time. I called you here because Xiao Min mentioned your extraordinary martial skills, claiming to have never seen a disciple of the 8-pouch level with such prowess. Elder Bai and Leader Quan are also quite interested in assessing your abilities, Yun announced. Vice Leader Ma, your words are quite misplaced. I have no interest in this individual, Bai Shijing remarked tersely, his sharp gaze fixed on Qin throughout. That was Leader Quan Guoqing who spoke. He scoffed. At his age, how formidable can his martial prowess be? Quan Guoqing had merely come to the main hall to report and did not buy into Kong Min's claims. In his eyes, Qin Yu's age alone placed limitations on his abilities, defeating Ma Er, the 5-pouch disciple, was merely due to Ma Er's incompetence. He then turned to Ma Kong Min. Madam Ma, what expertise have you ever encountered? Haha, I concur. Xiao Min's words are indeed exaggerated. She has not seen the world and is far too kind. Disliking violence, Duan laughed heartily, showing no inclination to defend his wife. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu keenly noticed a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent cross Kong Min's beautiful face. My, Omade, you shall not die unjustly. Qin Yu could not help but think. Given the venomous nature of his wife, how could he continue to speak up for outsiders if he did not perish? Who would? The murderous intent on Kong Min's face vanished in an instant. Lowering her voice, she sweetly smiled. I indeed have not seen much of the world. Please excuse my ignorance, Leader Quan. Truly, I find you quite pitiable. Qin Yu could not help but applaud her performance. To be fair, Kong Min was indeed striking. Understanding the novel, he was aware that she was both seductive and ruthless, yet her seemingly innocent facade was utterly convincing. As he glanced at Quan and Bai, he noticed their throats move slightly at the sight of Kong Min's charming appearance. Little did they know that this Madame Ma was a genuine femme fatale. Indeed, Qin Yu quickly discerned Kong Min's shifting malevolent thoughts. Evil thought 1. Madun, you deserve to die for aiding outsiders and disparaging me. I shall kill you. Evil thought 2. I truly wish someone would vehemently counter this dog thief. Quan Guoqing. Evil thought 3. Quan Guoqing. How dare you speak to me thus? I want to see you brought down like a dog, begging me for forgiveness. Intermediate reward. Qin Yu's gaze froze. The lower-level rewards included techniques as refined as the Lingbo Weibu, albeit only at a minor level. What, then, could the intermediate rewards entail? He had temporarily lost sight of the evil thought concerning the demise of the Qiao leader. It appeared these malevolent thoughts had a time sensitivity, likely changing with the target's current state. Qin Yu pondered, Tio have received 2 rewards at once, and unlike the initial rewards associated with Lu Hui, Kong Min's evil thoughts easily transcended to intermediate and advanced levels. I misspoke, Madame Ma. You are no mere femme fatale. You are a veritable honeypot. Qin Yu mused, feeling a thrill of excitement. His mind raced as he recalled that Quan Guoqing was not renowned for his singular combat prowess. The novel described him as a masterful martial artist, but most of the time, he resembled more of a schemer than a true member of the Beggar's Sect, as evidenced by his nickname. Scholar of all directions. Judging by appearances, this world-esque Quan Guoqing likely possessed only average martial skills. With the Nine-Yang manual in hand, albeit currently only at a minor level, dealing with Quan Guoqing should pose little challenge. Qin Yu felt confident. Thus, he stepped forward and addressed the seated scholar of all directions, cupping his hands in respect. Leader Quan, I believe your recent remarks about Madame Ma were rather biased. What constitutes a mere housewife lacking experience with masters? I ask you, is the former leader Wang a master? Is the Qiao leader a master? Are Vice Leader Ma, Elder Bai, Elder L, and the other law and transmission elders not masters? The Qiao leader has long roamed the realm, delegating sect affairs to Vice Leader M, as a supportive spouse. The madam diligently manages the sect's affairs with utmost efficiency, and should she be judged by the standards of an ordinary housewife, indeed, she is far from an ordinary woman. Beneath the heavens, few possess a venom as potent as hers that on the surface. Qin Yu appeared to defend Kong Min. Yet inwardly, he quietly added his thoughts. Kong Min's eyes sparkled with surprise. It was unexpected for someone of such humble status to dare to confront the leader and speak on her behalf. Nevertheless, she found great comfort in his words that Qin Yu eloquently expressed himself. Each utterance seemed to strike a chord deep within her. For reasons unknown, her breath became increasingly labored in tandem with his speech. How splendidly he spoke. How she wished that such sentiments could be voiced by her own husband, Ma Dong. Yet, she was acutely aware that Ma Dong, a fool who only understood brotherhood and internal unity, would never advocate for her in such a manner. Chen Yu's voice, though not as thunderous as Ma Dong's, resonated profoundly, each statement piercing her heart, culminating in a crescendo that was almost deafening. That I implore the esteemed leader to retract his earlier remarks concerning Madame Ma. Chen Yu declared with clarity, "Ah, splendid. Absolutely splendid." Quan Qing's countenance darkened, feeling humiliated by a mere disciple. His blood surged with indignation. To him, mocking Kong Min was a trivial affair. Quan Qing had always considered himself a voice of reason and a minority within the gang, unafraid to criticize even the former leader Wang Jiantong and the current leader Qiao Feng. Who do you think you are to demand I retract my words? If I refuse, what will you do? Quan Qing rose, sneering down at the youth before him. Chen Yu clasped his fists and then flexed his wrists. Then I invite you, esteemed leader, to demonstrate your prowess and see how much I am truly worth. Should I prevail, you must apologize to Madam. Kong Min shivered slightly, her heart swelling with joy, yet she was somewhat perplexed. Why would this young man go to such lengths for her, challenging the 8th-generation leader with his modest status? If it were indeed for her sake, then this deal was more than worth it. I await your instruction, Chen Yu proclaimed, assuming the initial stance of the Taizu long fist, his expression resolute. Meanwhile, Quan Qing began to chuckle. Taizu long fist. You intend to use it to vindicate Madame Ma? Quan Qing smirked coldly, leisurely stroking his beard, dismissing Kong Min's claims as mere bluster. What family heritage was this? To resort to the Taizu long fist was utterly ludicrous. While the Taizu long fist, created by the founding emperor of the Song dynasty, was indeed famous, it was also the most rudimentary of external martial arts, favored by fledgling ruffians entering the martial world. Chen Yu, you have been with our gang for some time now. Aside from the Taizu long fist, do you possess any other martial skills? The stern-faced law elder by Shijing appeared visibly displeased. Chen Yu's challenge to the leader was, in any regard, an act of insubordination, that if he were truly capable, it might be excusable, for in this world, one's strength spoke volumes. Should he merely be an impetuous youth, driven by gratitude to Madame Ma, and be defeated by Quan Qing, it would be a minor issue. But if he did not perish, Ba would be compelled to exercise his authority as law elder to punish him severely. If I were to engage with Vice Leader Ma or elders by Song, Shi, or Chun, I would certainly not initiate with the Taizu long fist. However, in a friendly spar with you, esteemed leader, this technique suffices. Chun Yu responded with confidence. That I in the hall, Kong Min, standing beside Ma De, observed Quan Qing's pig-liver complexion and could not help but stifle a laugh. How delightful it was. The feeling of relief was exquisite. To be looked down upon by a mere disciple. If Quan Qing failed to deal with Chen Yu, he would have no hope of maintaining his standing within the gang thereafter. You seek death. Quan Qing hissed through clenched teeth. His earlier elegance vanished, his right hand clawing forth, channeling a torrent of inner energy towards Chen Yu's head. I offer you this opportunity. Ma Diyuan's expression shifted as he recognized the extraordinary nature of Quan Qing's attack. Regardless of the circumstances, Quan Qing was the 8th leader, renowned throughout the beggar's sect, and this initial move was evidently aimed at killing. Kong Min's gaze faltered, her grip tightening on her handkerchief, having only just met Chen Yu today. Her worries were not profound. Regardless, Chen Yu's earlier confrontation with Quan Qing had indeed provided her with a sense of vindication. Should it come to a contest of strength, her allegiance was undoubtedly with Chen Yu. However, the unfolding situation was not as the others anticipated. While Chen Yu appeared to be in peril, Quan Qing's clawing wind was halted midair by a vast surge of true energy before it could reach Chen Yu's head. No matter how much Quan Qing gritted his teeth and exerted his full strength, he could not advance an inch. He gazed at Chen Yu, who remained unperturbed. His forehead gleamed with sweat, eyes wide with shock and fury. Who was this youth? Observing Quan Qing's flushed face, Chen Yu felt remarkably at ease that he had overestimated Quan Qing, that if this strike had been the full extent of Quan Qing's power, then even 10 such leaders could not breach his 9-yang divine skill. This man's martial prowess was utterly ordinary. Compared to his ambition and penchant for chaos, he was insignificant, although his 9-yang scripture was merely at the initial stage. It was more than sufficient to deal with this man. With a slight exertion of energy, Chen Yu sent Quan Qing flying, that he crashed heavily into a row of chairs. Quan Qing struggled to his feet, his arm paralyzed from the shock of the encounter, unable even to lift it. Leader, Ma and Bai Shijing hurried to assist him, turning their astonished gazes toward Qinyu. Xiaomin, what you said is indeed true. This young brother is truly remarkable. As the vice leader of the beggars' sect, Ma Diyuan considered himself somewhat attentive to the disciples within the gang, yet he had been utterly unaware of such a hero among them. How could someone so young possess such profound and vigorous inner strength? Judging by this display, even Xiao, of the same age, could not compare. Bai Shijing, who had maintained a stern demeanor throughout, finally showed signs of astonishment, unable to discern the nature of the inner power Chunyu had employed. Esteemed leader, perhaps we should cease this matter, he suggested, implying that he believed Quan Qing was no match for Chunyu. Stand aside. Quan Qing's face shifted between shades of blue and white in response to their words. When he glanced at Kong Min, that wretched woman wore a mocking smile that he thought to himself that he could not afford to lose. Losing would truly be a disgrace. Thus he bellowed, shoving the two aside, seizing the long sword he had brought with him. Channeling energy as he lunged toward Qinyu Dada, the esteemed leader truly possesses remarkable skills. Kong Min could not resist taunting, her gaze toward Qinyu filled with varying emotions. Even without martial expertise, she could see that Qinyu's abilities far surpassed those of Quan Qing, filling her heart with joy. Was it true that bare hands could not breach defenses, yet a mere sword would suffice? Indeed, Quan Qing's straightforward thrust was effortlessly deflected by Qinyu, who still employed the initial stance of the Taizu long fist. Qinyu exhaled softly, seizing the sword with his left hand while executing the advancing hammer strike of the Taizu long fist with his right, aiming directly at Quan Qing's face. A pained scream escaped Quan Qing's lips as he experienced excruciating agony, his eyes unable to open, tears and sweat mingling. Qinyu followed up with a sweeping leg, leaving Quan Qing unsteady, collapsing heavily to the ground like a dog. Yet Qinyu was not finished. He pressed Quan Qing's head firmly into the ground, proclaiming, "I have won, esteemed leader. Please apologize to Madame Ma. Qinyu, I command you as the law elder to release the esteemed leader at once." Bai Shijing's expression darkened. The humiliation of Quan Qing's defeat was too great, leaving him with almost no chance to retaliate. To be vanquished by a mere disciple was indeed unacceptable, and he regarded Quan Qing with a hint of disdain. Yet, he was secretly alarmed, pondering whether he would have fared any better had he been the one to attack Qinyu just now. Now, wielding his authority, if Qinyu refused to comply, would he truly have to take action? I have made it clear to the esteemed leader that should I win, he must retract his previous statement and apologize to Madame Ma. Qinyu insisted, his grip unwavering. Madame interjected, attempting to mediate. Young brother Chen, we are all members of the same gang. Why must you pursue this matter so relentlessly? I recognize your gratitude toward Xiaomin and know you are a person of honor, but this situation is not worth escalating. He then turned to his wife, saying, Xiaomin, you should also persuade him. Kong Min had initially thought that Chun Yu's confrontation with Quan Qing would be a grueling battle, likely resulting in defeat. She had never imagined that he would truly restore her dignity. Now, witnessing Quan Qing's pallid face, akin to that of a lost dog, her heart soared with delight. She had always been ruthless. Anyone who offended her would be remembered. Yet, due to Ma Yuan's leniency, she had been unable to seek vengeance. Being a woman unversed in martial arts, many grievances had to be silently endured, but never had she experienced such immediate vindication as today. Her heart brimmed with satisfaction, especially toward Qinyu. However, since her husband had spoken, she could not refuse and feigned a tone of persuasion. You should release the esteemed leader. Qinyu, we are all comrades. Let us not harm our camaraderie. However, Qinyu appeared to be oblivious to the surrounding commotion, continuing to press forward with his resolve, stating, a true man stands firm in his words. The beggar clan is the most honorable of all, and the leader of the clan would not renege on his promises. His indifference was palpable, and a cold smile crept into Qinyu's heart. Let him go. What about my own intermediate reward? He declared that he would not release him without an apology. Brother Qinyu, look, even Xiaomin calls you brother now. Thus, you too are my younger brother, Ma De Yuan. Heed your elder's advice. One should be merciful when possible. Ma De Yuan, ever the good-natured man, urged Qinyu to relent, while also encouraging his wife to persuade him to cease his actions. Kang Min cast a disdainful glance at Ma Yuan. Yet her gaze towards Chan Yu grew increasingly appreciative and fervent. Such a young talent, skilled in martial arts and loyal. What a remarkable young man. She approached Chen Yu with graceful strides, feigning anger as she grasped his exerting right arm. Saying, all right, please listen to your sister. Chen Yu couldn't help but scoff internally. First he was a little brother, then Chen Yu's brother, and now she outright acknowledged him as her younger brother. They had merely met that day, and he could hardly fathom what titles this Madame Ma would bestow upon him in the days to come. Leader, perhaps you should lower your head, Bai Shijing, wary of Chen Yu's prowess, begrudgingly conceded. Since Madame Ma and her husband have recognized this brother, we are all family now, and it shall not be spoken of outside. Quan Guanqing, both anxious and furious, understood that he had met his match today. A gentleman avenges himself 10 years later. So he reddened his face and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I apologize, Madame Ma. I, Quan, have failed to recognize your greatness and wish to retract my previous remarks. Only then was he released, struggling to his feet. His face remained a deep crimson, knowing he had lost considerable face today and seething with hatred towards Chen Yu. And as for Kang Min, that wretched woman, he vowed that he would make her kneel before him one day. This grudge would not go unavenged. With that, he stormed out, sweeping his sleeve in dismissal. Bai Shijing, aware of Chen Yu's exceptional martial skills, resolved to investigate Chen Yu's background and, after exchanging a few casual remarks, took his leave that in the blink of an eye. Only Ma Yuan, his wife, and Chen Yu remained in the hall. Ha, little brother Chen, what remarkable skills you possess. I, Ma Yuan, have encountered countless individuals, and among the youth of today, only Qiao Bangzhu rivals your martial prowess at such a tender age. Truly, my heir was blind to your talents. I am grateful you spared his life. Ma Yuan laughed heartily, casting aside any earlier grievances as he warmly embraced Chen Yu's shoulders. Kang Min's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she feigned concern. Brother Chen Yu, are you injured? Her delicate hands roamed over Chen Yu's form without reservation, expressing sympathy. You are still so young. Why must you go to such lengths for someone as insignificant as me? If your parents knew, they would surely despise me. My parents have passed away, Chen Yu replied flatly, and this was indeed true. In his previous life, he had been abandoned to an orphanage due to illness, severing all ties, rendering his existence akin to that of a ghost. Here, Chen Yu's brother had also perished at the hands of bandits. Alone and desolate, he evoked pity from Kang Min, her eyes glistening with tears as she spoke. So tragic. I noticed you were so dirty, like a little mud doll, clearly having endured great hardships, bullied within the clan, and subjected to secret harm. She then turned to Ma Yuan with tearful eyes, saying, Yuan, you remind me of my younger brother who succumbed to illness at the tender age of 4. Chen Yu bears a striking resemblance. Why not let him stay by my side as my protector? This was a scheme Kang Min had long devised that Ma Yuan was set to lead the beggar clan's brothers out of the city to eliminate bandits, leaving the main headquarters vulnerable. And her visit to the dilapidated temple in the north was to find a bodyguard for herself. Her assistance to Chen Yu was not born of benevolence, but rather the knowledge of his formidable skills capable of defeating my heir. A fifth-tier disciple. Little did she anticipate that Chen Yu's martial prowess would not only surpass my heir, but also outmatch Quan Guanqing, the eighth-tier leader, with such a youthful hero by her side. Kang Min was aware that her plans would be much more easily executed. Thus, she endeavored to cultivate a closer bond, incessantly referring to him as her brother. However, Ma Yuan hesitated, as the vice leader of the beggar clan and a renowned hero in the martial world. Famed for his throw-grabbing techniques, he could not overlook Chen Yu's extraordinary talents. The IT seemed a waste for such a remarkable individual to remain merely as his wife's bodyguard, given the current climate of danger surrounding the Song dynasty. With Qiao Bangzhu tirelessly extinguishing fires across the realm, he recognized the necessity of utilizing exceptional talents. Should Chen Yu truly be a prodigy, he would undoubtedly report this to the clan leader and recruit him as an ally to safeguard the dynasty. I am willing to follow your wife, Chen Yu interjected, sensing Ma Yuan's growing unease. Understanding that he needed to align himself with this cunning woman, he knew that being near her would yield abundant rewards. Since he had already entered this martial world, becoming powerful was the only sensible course of action. Very well, Let the young brother accompany my wife for now, that I will inform the elders of your situation. Alas, if only Qiao Bangju were present at the main headquarters. He would surely be thrilled to know that such a young hero resides within our clan. Ma Yuan reluctantly consented. Kong Min was overjoyed, promptly arranging for Chun Yu to have a room closer to her, feigning concern as she advised him to rest well and seek her out the following day. After this flurry of activity, Chun Yu returned to his quarters. It was already evening. Lying in bed, he eagerly opened the rewards. Objective. Kong Min evil thought 2. I wish someone could stand up for me and vehemently rebuke that scoundrel Quan Guanqing. Evil thought 3. Quan Guanqing. How dare you speak of me thus? I want to see you brought low like a dog, begging for my forgiveness. Intermediate rewards granted. 200 taels of silver. Cumulative balance now 300 taels. Withdrawable at any time. Intermediate reward granted. Ice Cold True Qi Completion Card. Upon use, one can directly learn and cultivate this technique to completion. Achieving the intermediate reward for the first time, a critical hit was triggered, granting an additional reward of 100 taels of silver, bringing the total to 400 taels, withdrawable at any time. 1 year of pure inner strength. Acquired Martial Arts Realm Enhancement Card, which can elevate a minor success technique to full mastery. Upon reading this, Chun Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This intermediate reward was indeed bountiful. Chapter 6. Procuring Medicine Ice Cold True Qi, a technique created by Zhuo Lingshan, the leader of the Songzhan sect. It allows one to transform their inner strength into frigid energy, unleashing an exceptionally cold true qi with their palms. Although Zhuo Lingshan publicly employs the Songyan Divine Palm, in truth, ice-cold true qi is his ultimate killing move. It remains uncertain whether this world harbors a figure of Zhuo Lingshan's caliber. Chun Yu endeavored to recall the memories of his former self, though they were somewhat unclear. The original had been young and of lowly status. Joining the beggar clan by mere chance, that he was not even acquainted with all the leaders within the clan and had limited knowledge of the current martial world. Perhaps he could inquire with vice leader Ma Yuan later on. He immediately utilized the ice-cold True Qi completion card, and in a matter of moments, Chun Yu had cultivated this technique to full mastery, remembering he also possessed a card to elevate minor success techniques to full mastery. He contemplated briefly before selecting the 9 Yang Divine Art. The reason being, while the Lingbo Weibu was indeed a top-tier lightness skill, it paled in comparison to the 9 Yang Divine Art. In novels, it was the foundation of Zhang Wuji's prowess as he traversed the martial world. After a session of breath regulation, Chun Yu felt an overwhelming surge of inner strength. Upon raising his hand, it was as if true qi enveloped him. Currently, he had cultivated both ice-cold true qi and 9 Yang Divine Art to full mastery, and his pure inner strength was steadily increasing through the rewards. Although he had only accumulated 2 years' worth of pure inner strength, the validation from his battle with Quan Guanqing suggested that his 2 years of training could rival the lifetime cultivation of those deemed martial geniuses. After all, the quality of inner strength outweighed its quantity. Many martial artists spend their entire lives accumulating only so much inner strength. Looking across the entirety of the beggar clan, only a handful of individuals would be able to contend with him. Bai Shijing, the 9th-tier law enforcement elder, could be considered one of them, but he surely had already dispatched someone to investigate Chun Yu's background. Nonetheless, Chun Yu remained unfazed. No one could fathom that the same exterior concealed a different person. As for his future aspirations, Chun Yu opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and resolute. Naturally, with martial prowess in hand, the world would be his to command. He intended to use that cunning Madame Ma and the countless wicked thoughts as stepping stones. In his previous life, he had been a man without agency, but now that fate had granted him a second chance, he would not squander it. He would start with the beggar clan. He slept soundly until midday the following day. After enjoying a late breakfast, he learned that Madame Ma was seeking him, prompting him to find her. The enchanting woman was adorned in a simple white dress today, her subtle makeup accentuating her ethereal beauty. Standing at the entrance of the headquarters, she waved to him from afar, smiling brightly. "Good brother, you have finally arrived at as she pointed." Chun Yu noticed an old carriage had come to a halt at the entrance of the main hall, where a deaf-mute coachman waited. "Come with me for a moment. We shall venture to the West Market to procure some medicinal herbs. Many of the brothers in our gang have sustained injuries due to the recent bandit extermination efforts, and our supplies have grown scarce that I will gather some on their behalf," Kong Min explained. Bending to enter the carriage, her simple dress tightened slightly. Her alluring curves became evident when she turned around and caught Chen Yu staring at her intently. She assumed that this young hero could not resist her charm. Though she felt a surge of pride, she feigned ignorance and smiled sweetly. "Don't just stand there. Come sit in the carriage." "All right," Chen Yu replied, not one to decline. Upon entering the carriage, he noticed the interior was worn, with the paint peeling off and a tattered cloth covering the window. The carriage was cramped, and the suspension was poor, causing the occupants to sway with every bump as they moved slowly. The coachman sat opposite them, seemingly unperturbed, as he began to count the coins they had brought. When she focused on her task, her profile was strikingly beautiful, illuminated by the light filtering through the window, revealing her snow-white neck that a few strands of hair fell gently, and occasionally she would lift her head in contemplation, murmuring to herself. There was no hint of malice to be seen, compared to the wife of some beggar. She resembled a young lady from a wealthy merchant family. Dai Yuan has been overworked these past few days. My heart aches to see him. They say the deputy leader stands above all in the gang. Honestly, I wish he wouldn't have to bear such a burden. The coachman sighed softly as she counted the coins. Her words were more melodious than any song. Chen Yu was not deceived by her seemingly virtuous demeanor, for he had already discerned her malicious intentions. Current target. Kongmin malicious thought 1. Dai Yuan, you useless wretch, why do you not die? Advanced reward. Malicious thought 2. Qiao Feng, how dare you insult me? There is no man in this world who can refuse Kongmin. I shall kill you. Special reward. Malicious thought 3. What does it matter to me if I buy medicine for the beggar brothers? I seek rupturing tendon powder, and only this shop has it. As long as I possess it, basic reward. Indeed. Chen Yu was no longer surprised. This coachman was the epitome of a venomous woman, though she claimed to be procuring medicine for injuries. Her true intention was to acquire something else entirely. It seemed Kongmin was preparing to take action against her husband, possibly due to Dai Yuan's reluctance to publicly disclose the old leader, Wang's letter, which identified Qiao Feng as a chitin. Whether Dai Yuan lived or died was of little concern to Chen Yu, though this elder brother was known for his loyalty and kindness within the gang. Excessive benevolence naturally breeds scoundrels like my heir. However, Kongmin's actions against him indicated that a conspiracy against Qiao Feng was underway, that he needed to prepare in advance for the ensuing storm of bloodshed. At present, Chen Yu could not ascertain how different this world-s Qiao Feng was from the one in the novels. After all, even the beggar gang was divided into north and south factions in this realm. Yet, based on the evaluations of the gang members, this world-s Qiao Feng was undoubtedly a towering hero. To be honest, Chen Yu had a favorable bias towards his figure, and he had a penchant for collecting. In his previous world, while indulging in various martial arts fan games, he enjoyed incorporating all those heroes and heroines into his estate. Within the game, Qiao Feng was undoubtedly an SSR, the rarest of cards. It would be splendid if he could recruit this esteemed leader of the beggar gang under his banner. After approximately half an hour of jolting travel, they finally arrived at their destination, a modest apothecary situated in a remote area. Run by an elderly man with a head full of white hair, stooped with age, he was not surprised to see Kongmin and her companions. This shop was under the protection of the beggar gang, and the brothers often came here for medicine after sustaining injuries. After hearing Kongmin's instructions, the elderly man nodded and instructed his assistants to halt their tasks and prepare supplies for the beggar gang. Kongmin glanced around before pulling Chen Yu aside and lowering her voice. "Good brother, could you do me a favor? Here it comes." Chen Yu was already well aware of Kongmin's intentions. She wanted him to procure some rupturing tendon powder as a tribute for her husband, to ensure he had a pleasant journey to the afterlife. "That I have been feeling unwell lately and require a special herb. But it is the shopkeeper's prized possession, and he is generally reluctant to part with it." Kongmin's rosy lips were nearly brushing against Chen Yu's ear. Her tone was coy and flirtatious, resembling a child seeking indulgence. "It is in the drawer to the left of the second room in the backyard. With your exceptional skills, could you retrieve it for me using that ghostly technique from yesterday?" So she had already conducted her investigation. How difficult could this be? Chen Yu did not hesitate, and no sooner had he finished speaking than Kongmin blinked, only to realize that the young man before her had vanished. When she came to her senses, she understood that Chen Yu possessed remarkable lightness of foot, and her face brightened with delight. Meanwhile, Yu effortlessly bypassed the bustling assistants and quietly slipped into the room where the rupturing tendon powder was stored. He swiftly retrieved the herb and concealed it within his robes, returning silently to the front of the apothecary. He discreetly positioned himself beside Kong Min, raising his right hand from behind to hand her the powder. Malicious Thought 3. Seeking to obtain rupturing tendon powder completed. Basic reward dispensed. Internal energy increase, rate X 1.15. This task was remarkably simple. Yu had now accumulated 3 instances of internal energy acceleration, with each passing second fortifying his internal strength. That he understood well the significance of internal energy in a martial arts world. A robust internal force would enable the effective use of powerful techniques, yielding maximum results. Kong Min gleefully accepted the herb, stealing a glance at the handsome Yu. Her gaze flickering to as she took the vial, her hand subtly brushed against his palm, and she lowered her voice to a soft coo. Good brother. Kong Min had long since noticed Yu's gaze upon her the previous day, convinced that this young man harbored feelings for her. One must reward affection with affection. Yu surveyed his surroundings. The shop was filled with people. If anyone were to witness Kong Min's actions, her carefully crafted image of purity would be shattered. Not one to merely play defense. Yu quickly reciprocated the gesture, brushing his fingers against Kong Min's palm. She appeared momentarily surprised but swiftly suppressed her astonishment, maintaining an expression of composure. Narrowing her eyes, she queried, Good brother, what are you doing? Yu scratched his head in confusion. I haven't done anything. A fleeting glimmer of danger flickered in Kong Min's eyes, quickly extinguished and replaced with a teasing smile. Oh, I thought you were bitten by a mosquito. Those autumn mosquitoes can be particularly painful. Yu readily agreed, his face betraying no signs of embarrassment or fluster. Who would have thought such a young lad could also be a rogue? Kong Min teased, her clear voice conveying a shared understanding between them. Current target. Kong Min Malicious Thought 1. Dai Yuan Dai. Advanced reward. Malicious Thought 2. Qiao Feng, you shall die too. Special reward. Malicious Thought 3. Seeking to advance further. Basic reward. What the heck? Yu found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, commotion erupted outside. Amidst the sounds of a scuffle and distant shouts, a figure clad in purple came charging toward them. Make way! Make way! Her voice rang out like a lark. Yu deftly shielded Kong Min. But those assistants engrossed in their work were not so fortunate. Dust billowed, and an aura of energy erupted within the shop. Several assistants were struck by the force emanating from the purple figure, their faces turning pale as blood streamed from their orifices. They were dead beyond recovery. Chapter 7. The second top-tier villainess. The cries of despair echoed through the haze as vibrant blood pooled upon the ground. The assistants met a gruesome fate, while those fortunate enough to survive fled in terror. I told you to get out of the way. You deserve to die for obstructing me. As the dust settled, a petite figure in a purple dress stood amidst the chaos, her skin fair, her brows elegantly arched, and her features so exquisitely crafted that she resembled a porcelain doll, stunningly beautiful, yet exuding a playful mischief. Beneath her long, dark hair, her sparkling eyes drew attention, glistening with cleverness and mischief. At that moment, she lowered her eyelids and stuck out her tongue at the corpses on the ground. Turning her head, she caught sight of Yu, who was shielding Kong Min, and curiously asked, Oh, how come you're unharmed? I'm certainly fine. Such petty tricks cannot harm me. Yu replied with a cold smile. His body was protected by the 9-yang divine art, rendering her poison ineffective against him. Bragging, the purple-clad girl rolled her eyes before tilting her head to gaze at Kong Min, who was nestled in Yu's embrace. Auntie, how shameless of you. At such an age, you let a boy hold you in his arms. Aren't you afraid your husband will beat you to death? Kong Min's expression turned icy. She had always held herself in high regard, believing few could surpass her beauty. Yet the girl before her undoubtedly eclipsed her, not to mention the age difference. The girl as calling her Annie was a clear insult to her age. I don't know how you managed this, but I have matters to attend to today, so I won't trouble you. The girl in the purple dress gazed at the approaching figure in the distance, cheerfully greeting Yu and feigning an intent to leave. Yet as she turned, her left hand emerged from her right side, and several delicate needles shot through the air, aimed directly at the faces of Yu and Kong Min. What a venomous woman! An onlooker outside couldn't help but curse. However, Yu had anticipated this move. channeling his cold ice energy with his left hand, freezing all 6 needles, which then fell harmlessly to the ground. He then summoned a powerful gust of wind, dispersing the toxic gas that surrounded them. "Da-da, my phosphorus needles. You will pay for that," the girl pouted angrily, turning to extend her hand towards Chinyu, as if to imply he was in the wrong, despite her failed ambush. Chinyu released Madame Ma, gesturing for her to step behind him, that he then faced the girl and smiled, saying, "I will pay your mother." The girl tilted her head, her slender finger tapping her chin in contemplation, seemingly pondering. "Why would you compensate my mother when the phosphorus needles aren't hers?" With a charming smile, she continued. "Forget it, although you destroyed my phosphorus needles, I did attempt to ambush you as well, so let us call it even. As the saying goes, no fight, no acquaintance. Let us remain friends," as she bent in what seemed to be a farewell. In a swift motion, several more needles shot forth from the smooth nape of her neck, this time aimed directly at Chunyu's vital organs. Cold ice energy. Chinyu nonchalantly struck out with his palm, causing the needles to fall once more. "You seem to have some skill after all," the girl said playfully, lifting her head to make a silly face, "but I really must take my leave. Do you think you can simply walk away?" Chinyu's internal energy surged around him, his right palm gathering power, causing the temperature in the apothecary to drop several degrees, that he was well aware of the identity of the girl before him. Azi, the daughter of Duan Jingchun and Ruan Xingzhu, unexpectedly encountered here. Whether in novels or television dramas, this seemingly exquisite girl was one of his most detested characters, having been raised in the Xingqiu sect. She had become cunning and ruthless, cold-hearted and capricious, her every appearance causing Chunyu's blood pressure to spike. Just moments ago, she had attempted to end his life twice with mere words, the phosphorus needles. Her concealed weapons were laced with deadly poison, and even in such dire circumstances, this enchantress had not forgotten to aim for the vital points. No joke, at this moment, Chinyu genuinely wished to execute her with a cold ice palm strike. Just a trivial reward, others could easily acquire it as well. Current target, Az, malicious thought 1. If only someone could help me eliminate my second senior brother, Shahuzi. After all, he merely stole 2 of my poison insects yet pursued me for 600 miles. What a nuisance. Intermediate reward. Malicious thought 2. I would love to obtain my Master Estivine with King Cauldron. Then I could master unparalleled martial arts. Advanced reward. Malicious thought 3. That tall fellow possesses considerable skill. If he were to eliminate the large lady behind me and kneel before me in submission, even going so far as to kiss my feet to demonstrate his allegiance, I would not be opposed to taking him as a slave. Advanced reward. Chunyu retracted his energy. Hey, what's this? Aren't you going to strike me anymore? Az continued to bounce about, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she had just narrowly escaped death. Playfully, she was about to utter more irritating remarks when her expression abruptly changed. For the Xingqiu sect, disciples pursuing her had finally caught up, blocking the entrance. Leading them was none other than her second senior brother, Shahuzi, mentioned in Aziz's malicious thoughts, both being disciples of the infamous Ding Chuanqiu. Shahuzi, with his wild golden hair and rugged appearance, donned a bizarrely colored robe, his dark eye circles and fierce visage, suggesting he was no benevolent figure. He had chased Aziz relentlessly, now panting with rage. He growled, "Little Az, today I shall see how you escape my grasp. Return my treasures." His expression filled with fury. He added, "Do you have any idea how much effort I expended to acquire those 2 poison insects?" I know nothing of what you speak." Second senior brother Z promptly ducked behind Chunyu, sticking out her tongue. "Brother, when I departed from Xingqiu, I saw your wife enter the tent of third senior brother Tai and Langzi, and they were making some rather peculiar sounds that I wonder what they were up to. And then your wife mentioned something about coming over, as if she were unwell. Perhaps you should check on her? You talking nonsense. Little Az, you think I want to kill you today?" Shahuzi was infuriated, immediately gathering his energy to unleash his poisonous skills, that Az was clearly no match for this second senior brother. Yet her eyes flickered with a clever idea. Clinging tightly to Chinyu's arm, emboldened, she declared, "Come at me. Do you not know who this is?" Looking up. "What was your name again?" "Oh well, it doesn't matter. Let me tell you, foul lion, he is my dear brother, and should you dare harm a single hair on me, he will ensure you meet a gruesome end, scattering your remains to the river to feed the fish." "You think you can play the hero?" Shahuzi retorted angrily, Damn it, just because you're a bit taller and resemble a rabbit, what skills do you possess to challenge the invincible Xingqiu sect? Let me tell you, foul brat, when second senior brother strikes, you shall learn what it means to have realms beyond realms, people beyond people. Hee hee, when second senior brother makes his move, the heavens will change color and the rivers will flow backward. In an instant, everything shall be turned upside down. Before Shahozi could respond, his minions, dressed like demons, began to cheer and beat their drums. Chinyu glanced at the raucous girl beside him, who occasionally cast him admiring glances, and calmly stated, I do not know her. Oh, dear brother, why are you so heartless? Just a moment ago, you told little Aziz that you liked her most of all. Aziz whimpered, rubbing her eyes in feigned innocence. Then provocatively challenged Shahozi. Second, no, foul lion, listen closely that if you have the guts, challenge my dear brother to a few hundred rounds. I assure you, he won't kill you. Here's your chance. Surrender quickly and kneel to call me second sister. If I'm in a good mood, I might let you off. Naturally, Shahozi was seething with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. Fine, let us see if I don't kill you. I told you I do not know her. Chun Yu's gaze turned icy. Since they were so eager to confront him, he would gladly accept this intermediate reward, regardless of whether he was this little harlot's consort, as long as Shahozi made a move. No one in this apothecary would escape alive. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his internal energy, grinning wickedly. This is the absolute skill of the Xingqiu sect. For mere mortals like you to perish beneath my hand is a privilege. The minions behind him erupted in cheers, chanting, He, our second senior brother, is invincible. Before they could finish their boast, a chilling wind swept through. Even in the heart of autumn, it felt as if winter had arrived. Boom! The apothecary's door burst open, sending several unfortunate Xingqiu disciples flying. That Aziz was caught in the whirlwind, unable to open her eyes, completely bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Once she regained her bearings, she swallowed hard. Her second senior brother, Shahozi, appeared as if frozen in time, still poised to strike, his eyes wide and his malevolent grin unwaning. Yet he was no longer present. The boy stood before Shahozi, slowly retracting his palm. The cold ice energy, a secret weapon of the ruthless Lung Lingchan, had proven exceedingly effective. The icy energy swirled around Chen Yu's hand, gradually dissipating. How formidable! Truly a youthful hero! The onlookers gasped in awe. Those knowledgeable recognized Shahozi as the second senior brother of the Xingqiu sect, a sect where strength reigned supreme. To be struck down by another in such a manner. Dear brother, I always knew you were capable. Little Az truly adores you. You are simply extraordinary. The girl in the purple dress's expression shifted drastically. While forcing a smile, her dainty feet began to inch toward the window. She had long recognized that Chun Yu was indeed not to be trifled with. I shall not disturb you. I will take my leave. As she turned, her handsome face suddenly changed, summoning all her energy to make a swift escape. But instantly, she felt a pressure at her collar, her hair standing on end. Turning back, she faced Chen Yu's kind smile. You cannot leave. Chapter 8. Kong Min's reward. In the instant Chen Yu dispatched Shahozi, he had already begun contemplating whether to eliminate Aziz as well. If Kong Min's motives for wrongdoing could be traced to vanity and pride, Aziz's mischief seemed purely for amusement. She appeared innocent and lively, yet deep within lay a venomous scorpion, like a lunatic. She gazed at you with innocent eyes, while simultaneously stinging you. In less than a tea's worth of time, over a dozen lives had been extinguished due to her antics. Chen Yu desired to gain rewards by fulfilling his malicious thoughts to further strengthen his power. Yet he could not overlook the trouble Az brought with her. Unlike Kong Min, who at least attempted to conceal her deeds, Az cared for nothing. Contemplating this, the cold ice energy began to coalesce once more in his hand. Do not kill me, do not kill me. Apologies, but I cannot assist with that. Evil thought 3. Refresh, come on, tell me more. In what ways am I superior to her? In what aspects does she fall short compared to me? The primary reward, if only the advanced and exceptional rewards were this simple. Chen Yu could not help but mutter in disdain. Observing Madame Ma's eager expression, he feigned a serious contemplation. In my opinion, Madame, your beauty and character far surpass that person's. She is cruel and treacherous, while you, Madame, are kind-hearted and considerate. Evil thought 3. Come on, tell me more. In what ways am I superior to her? In what aspects does she fall short compared to me? Completion of the primary reward distribution. Internal strength increase speed x 1.15. That if this venomous woman wishes to listen, Chinyu believes he could weave lies for an entire day, provided, of course, there are rewards involved. Kong Min, glowing with flattery, was in exceptionally high spirits, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Supporting herself on the back seat, her alluring curves on full display, she tilted her head and, with a smile that was both teasing and enigmatic, said, "Good brother, since you were so eloquent, I shall forgive you for your earlier misdeed at the apothecary." Chinyu, thick-skinned as he was, feigned ignorance, appearing utterly clueless about her words. Standing for too long had made his sister's feet ache. It is said that those who practice martial arts possess some understanding of meridians and acupoints. Might you assist me in alleviating my discomfort? Kong Min tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Her crisp voice lowered, her gaze as innocent as could be, as if issuing the most ordinary of invitations. Current objective. Kong Min Evil Thought 1. Modern Die. Advanced Reward. Evil Thought 2. Qiao Feng, die. Exceptional Reward. Evil Thought 3. Desire to possess this youth for primary reward. Chinyu had long since grown accustomed to the peculiarities of his situation. Suddenly, he felt that the other party was rather simplistic. Each day, her thoughts revolved around the murder of her husband, envy of others, or engaging in trivial romantic games. That it was a pity, however, that his interest lay solely in the rewards. Chapter 9. Shahozi, second disciple of the Xingxiu sect. Just a single palm. The carriage leisurely made its way back to the Beggars Clan headquarters. That it paused momentarily at the entrance, and Madame Ma casually pulled aside the curtain to step out. She greeted Ma Yuan, who had come to welcome her, with a smile, her expression betraying none of the prior intimacy from the carriage. Casting a meaningful glance at Chinyu, she then summoned several disciples of the Beggars Clan to assist in transporting the medicinal supplies back to the warehouse. "I heard there were some unsavory characters when you collected the medicine." Ma Yuan had already caught wind of the situation, but was not fully informed. Approaching Chinyu, he clapped a hand on his shoulder and smiled. "Thanks to you, young brother Chen, though it feels a bit beneath you to protect Kong Min, having such a skilled martial artist by her side certainly brings me peace of mind. Well, it's best to keep an eye on such a young wife. You shouldn't be too at ease." Chinyu couldn't help but admire Kong Min's superb acting skills, effortlessly manipulating the vice leader of the Beggars Clan. That he then heard Madame Ma, standing on the steps, teasingly inquire, "Dune, there are many trifles in the clan. You can't have come merely to fetch me, have you? Or does Madame already know?" Ma Dun considered himself quite humorous and laughed heartily at Chinyu. "I came for you. Brother Chen, Elder Song, Shi Chun, and Wu have all arrived and wish to see you." Kong Min's gaze was one of indifference, and she turned to Chinyu. "In that case, dear brother Chen, you should accompany my husband." But her melodious voice paused, her expression playful. "My good brother has protected me once again today. Should anyone else from the clan wish to take him away, I shall not agree, ditto. It's simply that the Elder Song, Shi Chun, and Wu learned of such a youthful hero in our Beggars Clan and wished to meet him, as well as to discuss your promotion." He failed to detect the murderous intent hidden within his wife's words. At that moment, Kong Min was exceedingly pleased with Chinyu. If anyone were to attempt to transfer him from her side, it might very well lead to an early murder of her husband. Even after Kong Min had walked away, Ma Yuan remained scratching his head in confusion, praising Chinyu. "Good brother, don't be deceived by Min's outward demeanor. She is truly warm on the outside but cold within. The fact that she values you so greatly suggests she is indeed quite fond of you. Brother Ma, you flatter me. I have merely fulfilled my duties. It is entirely due to Madame's gentle kindness that our interactions are so pleasant." Chinyu lied without batting an eye, and Ma Dun laughed heartily. "Indeed, Min is kind, but you are certainly capable." In his eyes, his wife was a delicate flower, beautiful and benevolent. Yes, the two walked and chatted. They soon arrived at the Jingxi Hall. Unlike yesterday, today's gathering included even more high-ranking members of the Northern Beggars Clan, aside from the clan leader Qiao Feng and the transmission elder El Zhang. The law enforcement elder by Shi Jing and the four great protective elders Song, Shi Chun, and Wu were all present. Additionally, several bag leaders such as De Run, De Ji, De Xian, and De Yong were also in attendance, amid the crowd. Chinyu immediately noticed the malevolent gaze of the Ji branch leader Quan Qing. His eyes were filled with resentment, undoubtedly stemming from his defeat to Chinyu in the martial arts competition yesterday, which had left him humiliated. Fortunately, Under the control of Ma Diyuan and Bai Shijing, this news had not spread, or else Quan Qing's position as a leader would likely have been jeopardized. Chen Yu understood that Quan Qing must be harboring ill intentions at this moment. He was a cunning individual, one who even plotted against the diligent leader Qiao Feng. It would be surprising if he were to spare Chen Yu. However, Chen Yu felt no fear. Unlike Qiao Feng, he did not possess a strong sense of chivalry or moral standards. He would not be driven away simply due to the scheming of a petty villain. If Quan Qing attempted to employ the same tactics he used against Qiao Feng against him, Chen Yu had 1,000 ways to eliminate this person. Brother Chen, your matters have been discussed with us by Vice Leader Ma and Elder Bai. The first to speak was one of the 4 protective elders, Shi Shanhe, a short and stout old man who stroked his beard and smiled. Your martial prowess is indeed remarkable. The status of a one-bag disciple seems beneath your capabilities. Since Leader Qiao is absent, we elders shall take the liberty of appointing you as a vice leader, elevating your rank to 7 bags. He then shifted his tone. Although we wish to make this decision, the Beggars Clan has rules. Promotions must follow proper procedures, requiring significant contributions to earn the respect of fellow brothers. Can you understand this, Brother Chen? Facing the gazes of the assembly, some skeptical and others hopeful. Chen Yu remained unperturbed, but he clasped his hands and replied, Elder, she speaks true. I shall adhere to the rules. Here came the anticipated trial phase. Chen Yu did not expect these elders to impulsively nominate him as clan leader or vice leader. That was unrealistic. Compared to the employment environment of his previous life, the Beggars Clan was already in a far better state than as long as one possessed capability and could demonstrate their value. Those venerable elders would indeed spare no effort in promoting them to truly establish oneself within the Beggars Clan. Seizing opportunities to showcase one's abilities was paramount. Now, the opportunity had arrived. Excellent, truly valiant. Another protective elder, Wu Changfeng, gave a thumbs up that he had a rugged appearance and continued. Our Northern Beggars Clan's current leader, Qiao Feng, before assuming the position from the late leader Wang, resolved 3 major issues and achieved 7 significant contributions. Thus, on the 7th day of the 5th month, the late leader Wang formally conferred the clan leader's token, the dog-slaying staff, upon him and officially retired. Brother Chen, your promotion to vice leader does not require the same monumental achievements as Leader Qiao. You need only accomplish any one of the following tasks. Eliminate 3 or more martial officers of the Mongols, Jurchens, Liao, or Qing, or 1 martial artist of the 3rd rank or above from the Western Xia First Hall, or 3 ordinary disciples, or 1 elite disciple from the Huanghe Gang, King Kong Gate, Tibetan Secret Sect, Blood Knife Sect, Iron Palm Gang, Ming Cult, Xingqiu Sect, or Divine Dragon Sect. Additionally, any publicly announced bandit extermination missions by local government offices will also suffice. Wu Changfeng continued. As for the time limit, it must not exceed the end of this month. Roughly 20 days remain. Next month, our Northern Beggars Clan will hold a clan assembly at the Apricot Forest in Xiqing. If you complete the task before then, you will be permitted to attend the assembly as the vice leader of the main hall. The Apricot Forest had arrived. Chen Yu did not take the task too seriously. Rather, he was intrigued upon hearing about the Beggars Clan assembly at the Apricot Forest. Finally, a scene akin to the one described in the book was unfolding in this world that I end the story. It was at this assembly that Xiao Feng was ensnared by Quan Qing and Kong Min, revealing his identity as a Khitan and ultimately being forced to leave the Beggars Clan. Time was of the essence. And it remained unclear when Kong Min planned to conspire with Quan Qing and by Shijing to eliminate Ma Diyuan and frame Xiao Feng that I asked Chen Yu ponder this matter. He remained silent long after Wu Changfeng had announced the task. The atmosphere in the hall grew somewhat awkward, prompting Ma Diyuan to pat Chen Yu's shoulder and inquire, Brother Chen, do you face any difficulties? Is it that you are feeling apprehensive at this critical juncture and wish to withdraw? Quan Qing sneered from within the crowd, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He was genuinely concerned that Chen Yu might refuse the task, as such a refusal would thwart his carefully laid plans. The leader of the Ji branch, Quan Qing, now harbored a chilling intent, not merely due to the humiliation he suffered at Shan Yu's hands the previous day, but he had long prepared a grand scheme. One that would be his most impressive plot to date. Extremely covert. Before the implementation of this plan, he must first eliminate certain unstable elements within the gang that in his eyes. Chen Yu is currently the most significant unstable factor. This young man not only possesses formidable martial arts skills, but has also become his nemesis. Therefore, it is imperative to remove him. The beggar sect is comprised of brave individuals. If one truly fears, they should hastily depart. Quan Guiqing continued to provoke, but as fate would have it, the moment he lifted his head, he locked eyes with Chen Yu's piercing gaze. Quan leader, has your injury healed? Chen Yu sneered, directly mocking him, causing the expressions of Ma Diyuan and Bai Shijing to suddenly become peculiar. The two had witnessed Quan Guiqing's disgraceful defeat the previous day. Moreover, it wasn't just them. In this world, there are no secrets that remain hidden, and several other elders and leaders had caught wind of the matter. The moment Chen Yu spoke, Quan Guiqing's complexion instantly darkened, further confirming everyone's suspicions. Had the Ten Direction scholar truly been bested by this mere disciple? Quan Guiqing took a deep breath to maintain his authority as the leader, his face darkening as he stated, "What we are discussing now is whether you will accept the trial." Did I ever say I would not accept the trial? Chen Yu showed no regard for his opponent, and although he could not discern Quan Guiqing's malicious intent as clearly as he could with Kong Min or Z, he had a general sense of the man's scheming. He immediately retorted, "Perhaps Quan leader should focus more on honing his martial arts." It was only when Quan Guiqing's face turned a shade of deep fury that Chen Yu finally shifted his attention to Ma Diyuan and the other elders, offering them a respectful gesture. "Esteemed elders, I accept this task." With that, he strode away without hesitation. The hall fell into a profound silence for some time. These elders and leaders, not particularly young, had never encountered a disciple as formidable as Chen Yu. Heroes emerge from youth. There is no need for concern. Ma Diyuan attempted to ease the tension, having noticed the grim expressions on many faces. Ma Diyuan, swear to the heavens that Chen Yu is indeed capable. Capable of what? If he could slay a few wicked foes, that would be true capability. Quan Guiqing scoffed. Overconfidence leads to downfall. Which year in this world does not have a few youthful heroes? How many of them live past 20? Those demonic sects will not show mercy simply because he is younger. He continued, not to mention the recent rampant activities of the Xingqiu sect, where several disciples of the old Xingqiu have wreaked havoc within our Song dynasty. Zhang Xingzi, Shahuzi, Tian Langzi, Chichenzi. These individuals possess profound internal strength and exceptional martial prowess, coupled with their insidious poison skills. Should our young hero encounter one of them, he may very well meet an untimely demise. Humphed at a voice, laced with mockery, interrupted Quan Guiqing's words, accompanied by a melodious laugh. The crowd turned to see Madame Ma, who had changed into a peach-colored dress and had seemingly arrived some time ago. "What brings you to laughter?" Madame, law enforcement elder by Shijing, who had recently been entranced by Kong Min's exquisite visage, asked with a serious demeanor. "I find it amusing how Quan leader speaks, lacking in martial prowess yet eager to speculate about others." Kong Min replied, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, her face adorned with unmistakable derision. She raised her chin slightly, addressing the now pale-faced Quan Guiqing. "The recent incident at the Western Market Pharmacy, I fear you all may not be fully aware of the specifics. For your information, esteemed elders and leader, Quan leader regards it as a grave threat, boasting of the monstrous Shahuzi, who was just earlier killed by Chen Yu at that very pharmacy." Kong Min raised a finger, a smirk playing on her lips with a single palm strike. Chen Yu killed that Xingqiu disciple. Shahuzi did in an instant. The hall was enveloped in utter silence. "Is this true?" Ma Diyuan exclaimed, his face drained of color as he hurriedly inquired. "I only heard that you, Xiao Min, encountered some villains at the pharmacy, unaware that the villain was a direct disciple of the old Xingqiu. Why did Chen Yu not mention this earlier?" Elder Shi asked, his expression peculiar. "That Shahuzi is the second disciple of the Xingqiu sect, his strength only beneath the old Xingqiu and his elder disciple Zhang Xingzi, far from comparable to the elite disciples in the mission." Chen Yu had already completed the task of being promoted to deputy leader by slaying a direct disciple of the Xingqiu sect. Such a feat would certainly be more than sufficient to serve as a deputy leader, if not the leader himself. This young brother is truly extraordinary. Elder Wu exclaimed, filled with unspoken admiration, chuckling, not arrogant nor despondent, neither disputing nor arguing. Perhaps Madame Ma was right. He simply does not regard this task with much seriousness, completing it with ease. What a fine lad. Just to my liking. What a jest. Having slain a direct disciple, would he then fear dealing with mere ordinary or elite disciples? The crowd began to praise Chen Yu in a chorus of voices, leaving Quan Guiqing seething with embarrassment and indignation. That moment, he could only retreat, glaring at Kong Min with venomous eyes akin to a viper. Clearly, he was venting his ire. Kong Min, however, paid him no mind, stepping forward to gaze at Chen Yu's receding figure. Suddenly, she found it quite amusing. Before this person had appeared, she had seriously contemplated collaborating with either Quan Guoqing or by Shi Jing to eliminate Ma Ding and Xiao Feng. But now, what pleasure would there be in teaming up with such individuals? In comparison to Chen Yu, Quan Guoqing was utterly insignificant. Chapter 10. The wound. Upon returning to his chamber, Chen Yu first sat in meditation to cultivate his inner energy for a while. Today, he had gained considerable benefits from Kong Min and Aziz, necessitating some time to digest them. Through Aziz's malevolent influence, he had slain the Xingqiu sect's second disciple, Shahuzi, and in doing so, acquired a new martial arts technique, the art of mutual striking. This technique was created by the old scoundrel Zhou Badong when he was trapped on Peach Blossom Island by one of the five greats. The Eastern Evil Huang Yaoshi IT emphasizes the division of the mind into two, allowing one to achieve mastery and simultaneously employing different techniques with both hands that if one happens to possess multiple extraordinary skills. The augmentation brought by mutual striking would be nothing short of terrifying, making it feel as though two individuals were battling simultaneously. The combat prowess would effectively double. Chen Yu had already elevated the Jiang True Scripture's ice-cold true qi and the art of mutual striking to the pinnacle. Also relying on the kite-flying technique, Lingbo Weibiu, that I in the original narrative, such a configuration would have sufficed to conquer the challenges ahead. However, this was, after all, a world of varied martial arts, and it remained uncertain whether there were any immensely powerful beings lurking in the shadows. Thus, he still needed to amass further strength that on the following morning, Chen Yu arrived at the Beggar's Sect headquarters and inquired with one of the four elders, Chen Gaian, about relevant information, such as the whereabouts of Liao, Mongol, and Qing generals, and which demonic sects were relatively nearby. Chen Gaian, primarily responsible for the sect's intelligence, readily answered Chen Yu's queries, seeing that he was diligently preparing for his promotion task. However, after speaking, he pondered for a moment and added, "Yesterday, the gang was unaware that you had slain Shahuzi, hence some members harbored grievances. Today, your deeds have spread, and if you were to be directly promoted to deputy leader, I doubt anyone would dare voice dissent." This was the result of the elders' discussions. Given that Chen Yu possessed the strength to defeat a direct disciple of the old Xingqiu, along with a sense of righteousness, becoming a deputy leader of the Beggar's Sect would undoubtedly be more than adequate. However, contrary to Chen Gaian's expectations, Chen Yu declined the proposal for a direct promotion that a man of integrity stands by his word. Once spoken, even a team of horses cannot pursue it, and he sought to leverage this opportunity to firmly establish his standing before these seasoned veterans of the Beggar's Sect. Chen Yu exuded a relaxed demeanor. Since I accepted this task in the presence of all the esteemed elders and brothers, there is no reason for me to abandon it. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Chen Gaian's eyes brightened, his wrinkled face beaming with approving smiles, that if Xiao Feng were to learn of your accomplishments, I wonder how delighted he would be. From the elder's words, Chen Yu could clearly sense that Xiao Feng still held considerable esteem within the Beggar's Sect. As he was frequently mentioned, curiosity piqued, he inquired, "May I ask where Xiao Feng is currently?" Chen Gaian replied, "He is likely in the vicinity of Yinmen Pass. Last month, the Liao and Qing forces jointly invaded our borders. And the leader, alongside Elder L, Deputy Leader Jiang, and several brothers from the gang, cooperated with the Imperial Army to repel them successfully. Next month, the Beggar Sect will hold a grand assembly in Xingzi Forest, and they should be on their way back by now. Thus, if you were to set off from Luoyang and head north, would there be a chance to meet Xiao Feng ahead of time?" Chen Yu pondered, not overly eager to meet the legendary hero that Aduin was still alive. If the subsequent developments mirrored those in the novels, the proper sequence would dictate that Kong Min first murder her husband, framing by Shi Jing for the crime, followed by Xiao Feng's return to the headquarters to investigate, triggering a series of ensuing events that in any case, regardless of how matters unfolded, an encounter with Xiao Feng could not be far off. It remained uncertain when Madame Ma intended to take action or how she would execute her plans. Exiting from Chen Gaian's presence, Chen Yu found himself face-to-face with two disciples of the fourth bag. The news of his slaying of the Xingqiu sect's lion roar had spread, and these beggar disciples naturally regarded him not as an ordinary first bag disciple, but with admiration and respect. Merely stating that Madame Ma was looking for him. Confused, Chen Yu wondered why Kong Min was seeking him out at this hour, when she should have been busy enticing by Shijing and Quan Guoqing. Despite his doubts, he promptly made his way to the residence of Ma Yun and his wife at that moment. Ma Yun was not at home. This was understandable, with Xiao Feng frequently absent from the headquarters. The affairs of the gang fell entirely upon the shoulders of his deputy, who was naturally quite busy. Kang Min was seated inside, mending old garments that bore numerous patches, her expression focused, her delicate hands as translucent as jade. Suddenly, she looked up, seemingly startled by Chan Yu's unexpected arrival, exclaiming softly as the needle pricked her finger. Frowning slightly, she gently sucked on her fingertip with her cherry-red lips, saying, "Chan Yu, you have come." Today, she wore a peach-colored silk blouse, which was considerably cooler than her outdoor attire, her neck as white as snow. Her every gesture was imbued with an innocence laced with an alluring charm, truly a femme fatale. Even a simple act of sucking her finger was enough to provoke one's imagination. She beckoned Chan Yu to sit, her gaze gradually turning melancholic, and after a moment, she sighed, "I know that with your capabilities, it is truly beneath your talents to serve as merely a protector for a woman like me." She must have already learned about Chan Yu's new promotion task, and though she spoke of not wanting to hinder his future, her eyes bore a playful glint, tinged with a hint of bitterness. Current objective. Kang Min malicious thought 1. Mine, do you not understand human language? Did I not explicitly state not to reassign Chan Yu? The old fool is content with mediocrity, yet he continually defies my wishes. If he does not perish, who will? Advanced reward malicious thought 2. Look at this fellow's expression. Why is there not a trace of reluctance? Could it be that the infatuation he displayed towards me was all a fade? Intermediate reward malicious thought 3. I want him to help me tend to my wounds. Intermediate reward here, she comes again. Were it not for his ability to see through the wicked thoughts of these malicious women, Chan Yu might have never contemplated such matters. Kang Min placed her finger by her lips, her apricot-shaped eyes fixed intently on him, though her demeanor remained calm. Truth be told, I do not wish to leave you, madam. However, yesterday's incident was unexpected, and I have already made commitments to several elders. It would not be wise to go back on my word now, Chan Yu explained, expressing his gratitude for her kindness and his deep reluctance to part, assuring her that he would complete his task swiftly and return to see her. Madame Ma felt considerably reassured, laughing playfully. Good brother, you are a young hero. It is only natural to strive for a future through your own efforts. If you were to completely neglect your ambitions, I would indeed look down upon you just like that old fool Ma Diyuan, whom I have advised more than once to publish the letter from the former leader Wang Jiantong and oust Xiao Feng to vie for the leadership position. Yet, that obstinate old fool has always refused, even going so far as to strike me in a fit of anger over this matter. Although he subsequently apologized profusely, the seeds of resentment have already been sown in my heart. To me, Ma Diyuan is as good as dead. If only he bore even a slight resemblance to Chan Yu. Kang Min's eyes glinted with disdain, compared to a young hero like Chan Yu. Her own husband was utterly worthless as her gaze flickered. The realization struck her that it was just the two of them in the room, and a sudden thrill of forbidden excitement coursed through her. The act of sucking her wounded finger took on a more seductive quality as she handled the task, all the while gazing at Chan Yu with a smile. It is merely a slight prick from the needle. Is it truly necessary to react so? Chan Yu thought inwardly, though his face betrayed none of his strange sentiments. Clearing his throat, he earnestly stated, "Madam, is the pain quite severe? I know a method that can hasten the healing of your finger." "Oh, and what might that method be?" Madame Ma's eyes sparkled playfully, her demeanor feigning ignorance. "Allow me to demonstrate, madam." Before she could react, Chan Yu leaned in, grasping her delicate hand and bringing it to his lips. Kang Min's chest rose and fell rapidly, instinctively looking around to ensure no one was watching. She was astonished by Chan Yu's boldness, yet simultaneously thrilled and delighted by his sudden action. That method involves having another suck on it. "I've heard it works wonders," Chan Yu said, his expression unflinching, and after a prolonged moment, he finally released Madame Ma's hand. Although Kang Min was clearly enjoying the sensation, she feigned a modest demeanor, chiding playfully. "You rascal, while I appreciate your concern for me, how could you forget the propriety of male-female interactions? I am still a married woman. What if someone were to witness this? A man of honor conducts himself openly and without shame. I am merely treating your injury, so what is there to fear from being seen?" Chen Yu retorted with righteous indignation, secretly admiring his own shamelessness. Kang Min was amused, her laughter causing her to tremble. Unable to resist teasing, whether you are truly honorable or not, you alone know in your heart. Malicious thought 2. Display an expression of reluctance to complete. Malicious thought 3. Sucking the wound completed. Beginner reward. Internal power increase speed x 1.15 intermediate reward. Martial Arts Realm Enhancement card can elevate minor martial arts to major mastery. Critical hit bonus and an additional year of pure internal energy. Whether or not he was truly honorable, Chen Yu dared not claim, but the rewards were undeniably appealing that he thought to himself, promptly using the Realm Enhancement card to elevate his Lingbo Weibu from minor mastery to major mastery. Thus, all the martial arts he had mastered thus far had reached major mastery, filling his heart with joy. Listening to Kang Min's feigned reproaches, he merely pretended to be grateful, nodding along. After a while, he finally inquired, "Madam, you summoned me for a reason. I presume there are other matters to discuss." This venomous woman certainly had hundreds of ulterior motives. 3 malicious thoughts were hardly sufficient to fully comprehend her intentions. At his question, Kang Min smiled coyly, her tone suggestive. "Is it not for your sake?" As she elaborated, Chen Yu learned that Madame Ma had discovered his task required him to eliminate some outsiders or those practicing unorthodox methods. So she was also discreetly gathering information. She was reluctant to see Chen Yu venture too far. Such a useful tool could not be easily discarded. Coincidentally, she had heard from a disciple that 50 li beyond the western gate of Luoyang lay a ravine inhabited by a band of over 10 ruthless robbers. These brigands were notorious for their cruelty, committing heinous acts and plundering at will. They would kill any men they encountered and, after toying with women, would also slay them. The authorities were not entirely indifferent. But these ruffians were quite cunning. When the eradication efforts intensified, they would flee, only to return once the coast was clear. However, the robbers were said to possess mediocre martial skills, making them ideal targets for Chen Yu's mission. Thus, Kang Min quietly noted this information and shared it with Chen Yu. "You must have received some news from Elder Chen as well. I suspect most of it pertains to distant mountains and roads, which is not as convenient as what I have told you." Madame Ma's watery apricot eyes glimmered, and she spoke in a deliberately wistful tone. "It would be unfortunate if you were to be gone for several days. I would miss you dearly. Moreover, while your martial skills are formidable, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this world. If an unwitting fool were to injure you, it would surely sadden me." As she spoke, she even dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a slightly damp handkerchief. Such pretentious concern, Chen Yu thought, though he paid little heed to her act. However, he did find the information regarding the bandits in the ravine intriguing. The venomous woman spoke a grain of truth. Indeed, Chen Guiyan had not provided any information as close as the ravine. Currently, his primary task was to harness the power of these wicked women, accumulating strength without expending too much time on travel. Thus, he expressed his gratitude. Just as he was about to leave, Madame Ma called him back. The delicate woman sauntered over, raising her slender hands to adjust his collar. Chiding softly, "Why the haste? In the world of martial arts, one must always prioritize safety, that if you do not return, I shall be heartbroken." Lifting her head, she bashfully tapped his shoulder, lowering her voice to a slightly seductive tone. "If you return early, I shall grant you a tremendous reward." Chapter 11. Aziz Trap. After leading a black horse from the stable, Chen Yu exited the gates of the Beggars' Sect headquarters. The news of his departure spread swiftly. Madan was in the main hall discussing gang affairs with the other elders when he heard the news, his expression one of admiration. What a young hero! His decisive and vigorous approach to matters indeed embodies the spirit of a true hero of our Beggars' Sect. Elder Wu Changfeng, known as the Ghost Head Big Knife, possesses a character that is both bold and unrestrained. He has long held a favorable impression of Chen Yu, admiring his modesty and calm demeanor, and now he extols Chen Yu's virtues with unrestrained enthusiasm. After showering praise upon Chen Yu from head to toe, he notices that Quan Guanqing appears significantly quieter than usual. It is well known that Quan Guanqing has always considered himself a minority and a rational thinker within the Beggars' Sect, often engaging in incessant chatter filled with sarcasm. Wu Changfeng, being a person of forthrightness, has never thought highly of this so-called scholar of all directions. Unable to resist, he teases, "Captain Quan, it seems that this Chen Yu is not as timid and shameless as you claim. Rather, he is a person of great wisdom and courage." As soon as he finishes speaking, an awkward atmosphere envelopes the hall. The law elder, by Shijing, furrows his brow, wishing to intervene and ease the tension. However, he is taken aback as the usually sullen Quan Guanqing stands up and bows to the assembly, declaring, "It is I who am blind. I misjudged this young brother Chun that if he returns safely, I shall personally ride out 10 miles to welcome him back to the city." His words, sincere and heartfelt, stand in stark contrast to the previous day's tense standoff that Ahmadine, as usual, steps in to mediate. Laughing heartily, Captain Quan, "What a heroic spirit you possess. We are all brothers here. It is normal to have disputes and disagreements that I believe young brother Chen will not take it to heart." Quan Guanqing manages a strained smile in response. Yet as he sits down again, a flicker of excitement and anticipation glimmers in his otherwise sinister eyes. Indeed, he can reconcile with that young man, but only if the latter returns unscathed. He harbors no ill will towards a corpse. With this thought, he eagerly glances out the window, as if envisioning Chen Yu plunging headlong into the perilous trap he has meticulously woven. Emerging from the city of Luoyang, Chen Yu rides swiftly along the official road. The 60-mile journey has swiftly covered more than half. He pauses momentarily at a village tea stall, requesting a bowl of tea from a middle-aged woman. As he brings the cup to his lips, he notices movement atop the thatched roof of the stall. Remaining composed, he pretends to drink the tea in one gulp. "Ha, you fool, you've fallen for my trap." A lilting, bell-like voice calls down, and a figure clad in purple leaps from the rooftop. It is none other than Aziz, her wicked grin radiating triumph as she exclaims, "Do you know that the tea you just drank was laced with a deadly poison? You are doomed." 2 days prior, she had been forced by Chen Yu to consume a perilous poison pill at the apothecary. Initially planning to flee back to the Xingqiu sect for an antidote, she had overheard some gossip along the way and decided to return for the spectacle. Aziz, inherently malicious, does not see her previous ambush as wrong. Rather, she is resentful of being subdued by Chen Yu. Having ingested the mysterious toxin, she is apprehensive about experiencing the excruciating torment once again. Thus, she awaits Chen Yu on his journey westward, seeking an opportunity to retaliate by poisoning him and forcing him to exchange the antidote that, of course, her malevolent mind knows that she is no match for Chen Yu's martial prowess. So she has tampered with the antidote, which, while capable of counteracting the poison, also contains an even deadlier toxin at this juncture. Convinced that he has consumed the poisoned tea, Aziz is certain of his impending demise. "I thought you would return to the old monster of Xingqiu to weep. How dare you come back? Are you truly unafraid of death?" Chen Yu chuckles, though his gaze remains icy. "There is no need to seek my master for dealing with scum like you." Aziz, confident, places one hand on her hip and extends the other, sneering, "If you wish to live, hand over the antidote for the poison you inflicted upon me last time. Otherwise, in just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, your organs will rot and burst, and you will perish in a pool of pus and blood." Current target, Aziz malicious thought 1. That monster, Zhang Xingzi, has come to the Central Plains. I should seize the opportunity to eliminate him. According to our sex rules, I would then become the senior sister and receive advanced rewards. Malicious thought 2. I want to witness this brat kneel and beg for mercy, which would earn me basic rewards. Malicious thought 3. After killing him, I will seek out that old hag who bullied me alongside him and eliminate her as well. Perhaps a more entertaining death, like slicing her face open and letting ants feast on her. That sounds delightful. Intermediate rewards. Unlike Kong Min, Aziz's malice is intricately detailed, even encompassing the specifics of her misdeeds. Even with prior preparations, Chen Yu cannot help but be astounded by her wickedness. Who could have anticipated that such a young girl harbors such a cruel heart? "Why are you silent? There are only half an incense stick's worth of time left," Aziz exclaims with delight, her bright and lively eyes now gleaming with mischief, her mind rejoicing in her cleverness. In the next instant, she feels a violent gust of wind rushing toward her, accompanied by a sharp pain in her abdomen, causing her petite frame to double over. Chen Yu's fist has bent her waist, and he forcefully presses this malicious girl down onto the table. With a look that signals the tea vendor and other startled travelers to clear the area, he coldly states, "I spared you last time, but you dared to seek death again. It seems your life will end here today." Despite his harsh words, Chen Yu's expression remains stoic, betraying no signs of fear or panic over the poison. Aziz struggles, realizing her inability to escape, tears welling in her eyes from the pain of his blow. Yet she does not plead for mercy as she did before. Instead, she continues to threaten with a bright, albeit shaky voice. Think carefully. I alone possess the antidote to your poison. If you dare to kill me, you will die too, and in a foul manner. Such cruelty at such a young age. One wonders how your parents raised you. Chun Yu scoffs, his grip remaining relentless as if he does not regard her threats. Z, undeterred, retorts with a mocking laugh. My parents pay no mind to me. Do you wish to take on the role of my cheap father? If you do not release me, then it will only be your demise in the next life. Very well, I shall play the part of your parents and educate you today. Chun Yu replies with a chilling smile. Delivering 2 resounding slaps to her face, Z's delicate features swell from the blows, her anger boiling over as she exclaims, I will kill you. Did you not already poison me? Chun Yu replies dismissively, showing no inclination to negotiate. Realizing that her expectations are unmet, Z grows increasingly frantic, struggling but finding herself unable to break free. After enduring a series of stinging slaps, she finally begins to whimper, slowly begging for mercy. Chapter 12. The Innocent Maiden and the Jade Flute Sword Technique. Half an hour later, by a small stream near the official road, a girl in a purple shirt squats by the water's edge, vigorously scrubbing a pair of trousers. She weeps as she washes, occasionally rubbing her swollen face and backside. Those from the Xingqiu sect who know Z would likely find this scene utterly comical. Who could have imagined that the willful, malicious little sister would be reduced to pitifully washing someone else's clothes? Chun Yu, seated nearby with bare legs, states flatly, if I catch even a whiff of that odor later, I will kill you. Please no. Z jumps, her body jolting as she continues to scrub the trousers with tears streaming down her cheeks. After many rounds of washing, she brings the fabric to her nose, confirming that there is no lingering scent. Before she breaks off a twig to prop the trousers up in the sun, to hasten the drying process, she thoughtfully builds a small fire and uses large leaves, acquired from who knows where, to fan the flames vigorously. As she glances over, she notices that Chun Yu, who should have succumbed to the poison by now, is calmly seated nearby, practicing his breathing exercises. Confusion and astonishment wash over her, but recalling the intense pain in her backside, she ultimately refrains from voicing her questions. I didn't drink that cup of tea at all. I spilled it all over my clothes. Chun Yu, aware of Z's thoughts, seizes the opportunity to deliver another blow. Your disguise was pathetic. You revealed yourself long ago. Otherwise, why do you think I chose to dismount and drink tea at that particular spot? Z's lightness and stealth are both rather mediocre, riddled with flaws. Chun Yu's mockery causes her face, which she had hastily treated to reduce swelling, to puff up again in frustration. However, she quickly conceals her indignation, plastering a smile on her face as she flatteringly declares, good brother, I always knew you were formidable. I was merely joking with you before. How could I bear to harm you, having grown up in the den of villains that is the Xingqiu sect? She has absorbed the art of flattery from the disciples of the old monster, Ding Chuanxiu, Z, inherently malevolent yet cunning, now chooses only to speak sweet words, lifting Chun Yu to the heavens with her praises. Noticing that Chun Yu is ignoring her, she rolls her eyes mischievously and asks, Chun Yu, are you still planning to head west? There are several bandits near Duanhua Valley who are quite troublesome. Are you going to eliminate them? How do you know? Chun Yu furrowed her brows slightly, rarely taking a proper look at the person before her. That moment, Z felt invigorated, dropping the leaf she had been holding and rushing to his side, complimenting him. It is said that the disciples of the beggar sect are the most chivalrous, often doing good deeds for the common people. I noticed you heading west, so I guessed you must have received a task from the sect. Am I right? Good brother, I am familiar with the backgrounds of those people. May I guide you? Absolutely not. Chun Yu decisively declined, a smirk playing on his lips as he added, and when did I ever say I would let you go? You have attempted to kill me multiple times. Give me a reason why I should allow you, a calamity, to remain. I in the face of his threat, the young girl no longer appeared as fearful and flustered as before. Instead, she playfully clung to Chun Yu's arm, pouting as she said, Good brother, please don't scare me. If you truly wanted to kill me, why wait until now? You even had little Z washing your pants like a young wife. Upon uttering that last line, her cheeks flushed a deep red, exuding an air of shyness akin to that of an innocent maiden. Current objective. Aziz malicious thought 1. Find an opportunity to ensure Xingzi meets his demise for a high-level reward. Malicious thought 2. Seek another chance to see Qinyu perish for a special reward. Malicious thought 3. The detestable Qinyu, before I eliminate you, I must compel you to wash my clothes. For a mid-level reward. What a pure-hearted girl. One can see your wicked intentions remain unquenched. Upon perceiving the other's malevolent thoughts, Qinyu felt not a trace of surprise. The third malicious thought was somewhat peculiar. But upon reflection, given her whimsical nature, it was hardly outrageous that mid-level reward. Qinyu hesitated for a moment, yet it was not long before he lifted his gaze to the young girl beside him and said nonchalantly, I shall wash for you as well. Huh. Aziz's expression shifted dramatically, hastily crossing her arms over her chest, her eyes wide as she forced a dry laugh. Qinyu, are you jesting with little Az? Internally, she was already plotting her escape, that I do not wish to repeat myself. Qinyu's tone left no room for refusal, that Aziz's face momentarily paled before flushing a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. It was over, it was over, it was over. Aziz felt an urgent panic in her heart. Yet as she caught sight of Qinyu's stern gaze, she was filled with a blend of confusion and indignation. There was no way to fight back. She stood no chance against him. With no other recourse, she turned away, first removing her shoes and socks, revealing her delicate, translucent feet. Give me your pants, contrary to Aziz's expectations. Qinyu did not allow her to continue. Instead, he demanded her trousers. She scratched her head, watching as he approached the stream, mirroring her earlier actions, beginning to wash his pants. However, his washing technique was far less meticulous than hers, merely scrubbing them a few times before tossing them back to her. Malicious thought 3. Desire for the other to wash their pants completed the mid-level reward distributed. Jade Flute Sword Technique Mastery Card. This is indeed a technique from Huang Yaoshi. Qinyu's eyes lit up. Thus far, his skills consisted solely of internal martial arts, palm techniques, and combat skills, leaving him lacking in weaponry. The Jade Flute Sword Technique. Rumored to be created by the East Evil, Huang Yaoshi is known for its graceful and elegant swordplay, transcending the mundane. Huang, fond of playing the flute, comprehended this sword technique through his musical endeavors. Although the technique appears flamboyant, it is far from mere showmanship, possessing extraordinary power, ranking among the elite of sword techniques. You are quite peculiar. Just as Qinyu emerged from his elation over acquiring a new skill, he turned to find Aziz gazing at him with a strange expression. The girl tilted her head in confusion, asking, Do you enjoy washing others' pants? None of your business. Having received his reward, Qinyu could not be bothered to engage with her, instead tending to his still damp trousers by the fire without glancing her way. Aziz, too, lost interest in her fruitless attempts and set about skewering a branch to hang her pants by the fire, then merrily ran off to the stream to catch small fish. With a grin, she produced a handful of colorful pills from her sleeve and tossed them into the water, soon attracting a multitude of tiny fish to the surface, their demise tragic. She took delight in her play. Diligently removing the eyes and entrails from the poisoned fish, her interest piqued. Once she grew bored, she discarded them. Before long, she returned triumphantly with several larger fish, beaming as she exclaimed, I'll treat you to fish. Qinyu's gaze was irresistibly drawn to her delicate feet, glistening with droplets of water from her recent dip, their clarity almost ethereal. In terms of sheer beauty, they certainly surpassed even Madame Ma's. What are you staring at my feet for? Aziz pouted, entirely perplexed, before blinking at him and saying, If you eat my fish, you must forgive me. I promise not to oppose you any longer. Get lost. Qinyu could not be bothered to expose her ulterior motives. Seeing that the time was ripe, he quickly donned his still damp trousers and mounted his horse, turning his back on her as he continued westward. Aziz's plans thwarted, she stomped her foot in frustration, sulking down beside the fire. She stretched out her arms and lifted her legs high, her heart racing. That was close. I thought I was going to be bullied today, she murmured, her eyes glinting with malice. Detestable Qinyu, just wait. I will surely make you regret crossing me. Aziz, whose nature was as venomous as a viper's, could not possibly resign herself to defeat simply because she suffered a beating. Her hatred had only deepened. Even while she was washing pants with a forced smile, she had already been plotting her revenge that as soon as her trousers dried a bit, she would chase after him. Suddenly, she noticed her own petite feet. She wiggled them back and forth until they sparkled under the sun's rays. Confused, she pondered, "What is wrong with my feet?" Chapter 13, A Trap? Rewards. That night, Chinyu finally arrived at the entrance of Duanhua Valley. He dismounted and employed his lightness skill, swiftly navigating through the dense forest of trees. Soon, guided by the light and the smoke of cooking, he located the bandits' camp point 1, 2, 3 for 13 individuals, their number matching what Kong Min had mentioned. However, these bandits moved with a stable and heavy gait, remaining vigilant even while eating and drinking, ever watchful. They were nothing like the rumor suggested, mere incompetent drunks who could only flee. Chinyu observed for a while. When suddenly he sensed movement behind him, that he turned sharply, only to see a beautiful little face emerging from the thicket. Who else could it be but a Z? Yet she had not noticed him. Scanning the area under the tree, evidently searching for him. Current objective, a Z malicious thought 1. Eliminate the senior brother Zhai Xingzi for a high-level reward. Malicious thought 2. I was tracking by scent. So how could the person vanish without a trace? When I catch you, I'll be sure to break your legs for a mid-level reward. Malicious thought 3. I wonder if the senior brother and the others have already laid an ambush. I hope Chinyu falls into their trap for a mid-level reward that it truly is a trap. Chinyu had long harbored suspicions, feeling that this task was exceedingly dubious, that he had to undertake a promotion task so near the main sect. And yet this simple mission had conveniently emerged. He had never believed in coincidences, nor had he ever trusted Kong Min, that venomous woman. Despite her seemingly close and affectionate demeanor, she was capable of murdering her own husband. But what was Kong Min's purpose in setting this trap? Had she colluded with by Shi Jing and Quan Qing to conspire against him? Was she intent on bringing about his demise? Chinyu found himself at a loss. Yet he sensed an inextricable link between this matter and Quan Qing. Meanwhile, in Luoyang City, at the Beggar's Sect headquarters, Kong Min walked beneath the eaves when she noticed a sharp weapon flying through the air, embedding itself into the ground at her feet. Squinting her eyes, she spotted someone standing not far away on the opposite side of the rockery. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Quan Qing, the sect leader. Kong Min inclined her head slightly, glancing back at the Beggar's Sect leaders who were feasting inside, and smiled. Has the leader had enough to drink? This evening, Madian had organized a banquet to send off the various sect leaders who had come to report back to the headquarters. With Quan Qing as the leader of the Wisdom Branch, naturally included in the guest list, that I have never been fond of drinking, Quan Qing replied disdainfully. Yet upon seeing Kong Min's lovely visage, the haughtiness on his face diminished somewhat as he clasped his hands in greeting. Madam, I have business to discuss with you. What urgent matter necessitates secrecy away from everyone else in this dimly lit place? Madame Ma's tone was laced with teasing and mockery, maintaining a distance from Quan Qing. Quan Qing's expression darkened. He recalled that while this beautiful woman had previously treated him with indifference, it was nothing compared to the scorn she exhibited now, where every word dripped with derision. To be frank, madam, a few days ago, I happened to come across a letter left by the late Master Wang for Deputy Master Ma. Do you know the contents of this letter? What letter is the sect leader referring to? It was, of course, the letter detailing the origins of Qiao Feng. Quan Qing, tired of dancing around the subject, coldly stated, Qiao Feng is not of Song descent, but rather a Liao bandit. How could such a person lead our Beggar's Sect? Madam, I know you have long wished for Deputy Master Ma to vie for the position of sect leader. The late Master Wang passed the mantle to Qiao Feng rather than to Deputy Master Ma, which has left many brothers dissatisfied. The other party spoke eloquently and at length, yet Kong Min exhibited none of the expected demeanor, merely remaining silent in contemplation. Quan Guoqing, growing increasingly impatient, clasped his hands and declared, I am willing to act as your pawn, publicly exposing Qiao Feng as a Liao dog. After driving him away, I shall gladly support Deputy Leader De Yuan as the new leader. Thus, you would rightfully become the leader's lady. Is this not precisely what you have always desired? He smiled confidently that a flicker of light danced in Kong Min's eyes as she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her tone feigning innocence. How would Leader Quan know what this inexperienced woman yearns for? Perhaps all I wish is for my De Yuan to live a long and prosperous life. I see that you would be delighted to see him perish tonight, and no need to pretend. Quan Guoqing silently scoffed, his gaze toward Kong Min gradually turning lecherous. Madam, I am willing to fulfill your desires. I harbor no aspirations for the leader's position. I merely require you to perform a small task. What small task? Kong Min feigned surprise, her curiosity piqued. Quan Guoqing felt a rush of heat envelop him as he lowered his voice. I wish for you to accompany me. His gaze was fervent, convinced that such an enticing opportunity would be impossible for her to decline. Dada's fellow schemers. He had long seen through Kong Min's subtle machinations. Kong Min feigned astonishment, seemingly taken aback by Quan Guoqing's brazen proposition. Her lovely visage flushed with a deep crimson, the alluring blush cascading from her cheeks to the nape of her neck. Yet, moments later, this bashful demeanor vanished abruptly. She shed her pretense and laughed outright. Did I refuse? Quan Guoqing could scarcely believe his ears. Once assured that he was not hallucinating, he was immediately consumed by indignation. Growling, why? He had never believed Kong Min to be a paragon of virtue, a paragon of purity. What a jest! He could sense that she reveled in the fervent gazes of those around her. And he was certain that his suspicions were far from baseless. Because I do not wish to share a bed with you. Kong Min's rejection was resolute, tinged with a hint of disdain. She replied with a half-smile, Quan Guoqing, you are not worthy. Not worthy? Quan Guoqing's eyes darkened with malice, a twisted smile emerging from his rage. Then who is worthy? By Shijing, Shishanha, or that old man Su Chongxiao? On the brink of death, certainly not you. Kong Min yawned, finding his words both ludicrous and tedious, her interest waning as she turned to leave. However, she was halted by Quan Guoqing's cold, mocking voice behind her. No need to say it. I already know who you refer to, that little wretch surnamed Chun. You wish for him to eliminate Ma, do you not? Madame Ma's footsteps faltered. Behind her, Quan Guoqing's anger dissipated, his tone now eerily calm as he taunted. Madame Ma, I do not intend to undermine your efforts, but your plans have become untenable. Do you truly believe it a mere coincidence that, not far from the main hall, a small band of robbers just happens to exist? And a beggar's disciple conveniently informed you of this. Kong Min whirled around sharply. Her smile vanished. Her expression was now frigid, a stark contrast to her usual coy demeanor, her eyes glinting with a chilling resolve. In an instant, she abandoned Quan Guoqing, hastening into the house. At the Duanhua Valley, Chenyu remained vigilant, observing the movements of the robbers' encampment while keeping an eye out for the elusive AZ, who was calling out his name in a hushed tone. Frustrated after searching for some time without success, she crossed her arms defiantly. Junior sister, who are you looking for? Aziz suddenly sensed a chill behind her. Turning in alarm to see a young man with distinctly foreign features descending gracefully from the sky. Chenyu was not far from them, and could see clearly that the man, appearing to be in his late 20s, wore a fur hat and had a handsome visage, though his sunken eyes and sallow complexion suggested he had likely practiced toxic arts. Big, senior brother, upon seeing him. Aziz's composure faltered, but she quickly forced a smile. It's been a while. Big senior brother, I heard you were also in the Central Plains, so I came looking for you. This man was none other than Zhang Xingzi, the eldest disciple of the notorious Ding Chuanxiu from the Xingxiu sect. Your ears are quite sharp. Zhang Xingzi scoffed derisively before inquiring with ill intent. What is this? Out here alone at such an hour? You still haven't told me who you're searching for. Junior sister, I'm not looking for anyone. Aziz shook her head vigorously, her wariness toward the man palpable. The relationships among the disciples of the Xingxiu sect were far from harmonious, largely due to their cruel and treacherous master, Ding Chuanxiu, who preferred to manipulate them through fostering rivalry, believing it would produce the strongest disciples. Thus, Aziz found herself in a precarious position. While she had been nurtured by the sinister Xingxiu sect and felt some attachment, she was constantly faced with the specter of death. Having learned that her senior brother was involved in the ambush against Chenyu, she had initially come to observe the chaos, hoping to seize the opportunity to acquire an antidote from him. Little did she expect to find herself ensnared by Zhang Xingzi instead. Several potent herbs are missing from the master's pharmacy. Little Aziz, speak the truth. Did you steal them? Zhang Xingzi narrowed his eyes. You have no idea how furious the master was when you fled Xingxiu. We have all suffered greatly because of you. Big senior brother, your talents are unparalleled. Your martial prowess is legendary. The master has always held you in high regard, so you shouldn't face any severe punishment. Aziz spoke as she subtly shifted toward the edge of the thicket, contemplating escape that if caught by Zhang Xingzi, her fate would be sealed. To her surprise, Zhang Xingzi did not impede her, but instead called out toward the treetops. You must have seen enough by now. Why hide like a coward? Come out, and let us have a chat. With a flourish of his sleeve, 3 green fireballs materialized from thin air. With a piercing howl, Zhang Xingzi sent the fireballs racing forward, causing a nearby tree to explode with a thunderous roar. Chenyu leaped down from the tree. Realizing that Zhang Xingzi's strength far surpassed that of the Xingqiu sect's second disciple, Shihuzi. Chenyu, Aziz's eyes lit up, and she quickly hid behind him, looking up with a pitiful expression. Where have you been? I've been searching for you everywhere. To find me just to betray me. Chenyu dismissed her, his full attention on Zhang Xingzi. That I've heard the news. You are the one who killed my junior brother. Shihuzi, are you not? Zhang Xingzi raised his hands, and in an instant, 8 or 9 green fireballs surged into the air, appearing both eerie and menacing. That do not misunderstand. My relationship with that junior brother was far from cordial. Yet, despite his flaws, he was still a disciple of the Xingqiu sect. Since you have slain him, you shall pay with your life today. His tone was haughty, exuding confidence in his impending victory that there's no other option. Chenyu shook his head, a look of resignation etched on his face. Zhang Xingzi appeared puzzled, but made no inquiries. With a flick of his left hand, the green fireballs swarmed toward Chenyu with the swiftness of fireflies. Truth be told, I do not relish killing. Chenyu concentrated his energy, his aura surging as he condensed icy true energy in his right palm. But the reward was simply too enticing that Aziz's dark thoughts flared. If she could eliminate Zhang Xingzi, she would be well rewarded for the first time. That I believe you remain oblivious to your current predicament. Zhang Xingzi sneered, suddenly emitting a strange low growl, prompting the robbers in the camp to rush forth. There are those who seek your life. The original band of robbers has already been dealt with by me. Zhang Xingzi now felt entirely in control, pointing at the approaching figures, Xingqiu sect, Huanghegang, Tizhamen, Mizong, and the Western Xia Yipentang. Boy, these 10 or so individuals are renowned experts in the martial world, each an elite of their respective factions. You now find yourself trapped with no way out. Aziz, who had been hiding behind Chenyu, swallowed hard upon witnessing the formidable assembly and quickly distanced herself, adopting a stern demeanor. Chenyu, you killed my second senior brother, Shihuzi. Today, we cannot coexist. She looked up defiantly. Big senior brother Aziz will assist you. Seeing Chenyu cast her a disdainful glance, Aziz mischievously winked and then stuck out her tongue. All is fair in war. Prepare yourself. However, before she could take action, the 2 elite warriors from the Western Xia Yipentang charged forward first. One wielded a sword, the other a knife, both roaring as they aimed for Chenyu's vital points. From a distance, Zhang Xingzi's expression turned icy. With a flick of his left hand, a barrage of green fireballs surged toward the vulnerable spots in Chenyu's defense. This man is doomed, Aziz thought, her agile eyes darting about as she plotted her escape. Ideally, she could search him for the antidote amidst the chaos. Yet in the next moment, events unfolded in a manner she could not have anticipated. The 2 elite warriors from the Western Xia Yipentang, who had rushed in first, were instantly struck down by a single palm from Chenyu, killed in an instant. Chenyu wielded his twin blades with remarkable agility, unleashing the full force of the 9-yang divine art. Channeling his icy true energy, he swiftly dispatched the first 2 assailants who dared to approach him, seizing a sword from the hands of one of the attackers. In the next moment, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he infused the sword with his internal power, executing the 3 strikes from the jade flute sword technique. Xiao Shi riding the dragon. Clear sound beyond the mountains, and golden resonance and jade vibrance. With these 3 moves, he eliminated 3 elite members of the Yellow River Gang and the Iron Palm sect. Following the momentum, he deftly evaded a fireball launched by Zhai Xingzi using the wave gliding steps. Aziz stood there, momentarily stunned, her mind grappling with the astonishing display. Suddenly, she clapped her hands in delight and exclaimed, "Good brother, I knew this group of rascals wouldn't stand a chance against you. Little Az truly favors you the most." Chapter 14. First high-level reward, Jiu-Moji's Flame Blade current target. Az malicious thought 1. Oh ho, Zhai Xingzi, it seems you are in trouble. Hurry and meet your end. High-level reward malicious thought 2. If only Chenyu and Zhai Xingzi could engage in a mutually destructive battle and be rendered incapable of moving. How convenient it would be for me. Special reward malicious thought 3. I shall seize the opportunity to ambush Chun Yu. Mid-level reward on Chun Yu's side, with his right hand channeling icy true energy and his left executing the jade flute sword technique. He adeptly employed the technique of mutual combat to simultaneously deploy different skills, causing the dozen or so attackers to fall like chaff before the scythe. Moreover, he remained vigilant, keeping an eye on his Z to prevent any sudden changes in her malicious intentions and to thwart any potential ambush. Z attempted to launch her green phosphor needle several times to take advantage of the situation, but each time she was met with Chun Yu's slightly mocking gaze, compelling her to abandon her plans. Utilizing the wave gliding steps, Chun Yu moved like a specter, his left hand wielding the sword with a cold brilliance that in an instant, multiple beams of sword light erupted, and the assassins fell as if they were mere stalks of wheat. Before long, only Zhai Xingzi remained. The esteemed disciple of the Starry Sky sect was bewildered, realizing that in the blink of an eye, he was left all alone. Fear etched on his face, he contemplated fleeing. From Chun Yu's display of prowess, it was evident that the death of Shahozi was no injustice. He was no match for this formidable opponent. Observing Chun Yu's age only deepened his astonishment, leading him to think that the martial world of the Central Plains was indeed teeming with hidden talents. Fortunately, his lightness skill was his forte. His master, Ding Chuanxiu, once remarked that his agility could rival that of Yun Zhonghe among the 4 great evildoers. If he were to flee with determination, even this ghostly figure could not hinder his escape. With that thought, he let out a roar, and in an instant, he unleashed a dozen green flames from his sleeves, attempting to obscure Chun Yu's line of sight. Just as he prepared to leap away, he felt a chilling light descend from above. Following that was a palm strike. He raised his hands to defend, but was already too late. Chun Yu's icy true energy burst forth from his right palm, sending Zhai Xingzi crashing to the ground. Coughing up blood, Zhai Xingzi tried to lift his arms to throw more of those green fireballs. But a sharp pain shot through his hands, rendering him unable to raise them in the brief flash of combat. Chun Yu had severed the tendons in his hands with the jade flute sword technique. Phosphor fireball? Chun Yu approached and searched Zhai Xingzi thoroughly, confirming he was not a cultivator, and that his so-called fire control was nothing more than the use of some phosphor bombs to create an illusion. Disappointment washed over him. Spare me, young hero. Zhai Xingzi trembled, his lack of pretension as a disciple of the Starry Sky sect evident as he quickly surrendered. Chun Yu pressed his sword against Zhai Xingzi's throat, narrowing his eyes as he inquired, I ask you but one thing. Who sent you to kill me? I don't know, Zhai Xingzi replied, shaking his head. Noticing the coldness in Chun Yu's expression, he hastily added, I truly don't know. I just arrived in the Central Plains, and the task was issued by the Western Xia's Yipin Hall. Master Xingshu Laoxian instructed us disciples to collaborate with the Yipin Hall when traveling, just like those 2 who came after you. However, I did hear from the Yipin Hall that the person who commissioned them to kill you was masked, but he seemed to have a deep understanding of the beggar's sect. So he must be one of your own, likely of considerable standing. Before he could finish his words, Chun Yu pierced his throat with his sword, silencing him forever. It was clear that the one pulling the strings was Quan Qing. The information Zhai Xingzi provided matched Chun Yu's suspicions perfectly, prompting him to sheath his sword. Malicious thought 1. Killing Zhai Xingzi completed high-level reward granted. 2 years of pure internal energy, first achievement of high-level reward. Critical hit flame blade completion card. High-level martial arts realm enhancement card X1 can elevate a perfected martial art to completion. Beauty nourishing pill X1 with the previous accumulation. Chun Yu had amassed a full 7 years of pure internal energy. Just like when he first achieved the intermediate reward, completing a high-level task for the first time also granted him an additional array of rewards. The Flame Blade was a unique skill of the Tibetan Lama Jiao Emoji. Renowned for its immense power. In the novels, Jiao Emoji single-handedly battled 6 high monks from the Dali Tianlong Temple, and had it not been for Duan Yu's accidental use of the 6 veins Excalibur, the Tianlong Temple might have fallen to him alone. Chun Yu promptly utilized the completion card, instantly mastering Jiao Emoji's ultimate technique, that he then took out the beauty-nourishing pill and tossed it into his mouth. Recalling its flavor reminiscent of mint chocolate from the last time he had it, that he also possessed a card that could elevate a perfected martial art to its ultimate state. He chose to enhance the 9 Yang manual. In an instant, he felt all the acupoints in his body open up, his true energy swelling and surging, as a faint ripple of internal energy emanated from him. A protective true energy that at last. He could cultivate the 9 yang divine art on his own. Ignoring the corpses strewn about, Chenyu sat cross-legged to assimilate his recent gains. Time passed, and when he opened his eyes again, he immediately sensed small hands exploring his body. Turning his head, he found Aziz intently searching for the antidote to the ice-fire poison pill she had taken last time. Suddenly noticing Chun Yu's awakening, she jumped in surprise and hastily pretended to rest her hands on his shoulders, whistling, "Good brother, you must be tired after slaying so many people. Allow Aziz to massage your shoulders." This little vixen lied without a hint of embarrassment. Aziz had certainly noticed the changes in Chenyu. While he was digesting his internal energy, she had stealthily tested him with her green phosphor needle, only to find that all her poison needles were repelled by a layer of protective true energy. They couldn't breach his defenses. "Chenyu, has your martial arts improved again? Somehow, you seem even more handsome than before. What technique are you practicing? Would you mind teaching it to little Az?" Her envy was palpable. "Stay as far away from me as possible." Chenyu shot a glance at the vixen's malicious thoughts. With Zhai Xingzi dead, her 3 malicious thoughts had morphed. Malicious thought 1. Chenyu is so strong. How can I kill him? Frustrated, special reward malicious thought 2. I want to steal the antidote. Mid-level reward malicious thought 3. I want to be the senior sister. Mid-level reward good brother. Could you help me dispose of Zhai Xingzi's corpse? Little Aziz was just out there providing backup for you. She clung tightly to Chun Yu's left arm, shamelessly seeking credit, as if she had forgotten her earlier intent to betray him. Seeing that Chen Yu remained silent, she took it as agreement, puffing her cheeks and humming a tune as she began scavenging Zhai Xingzi's body for poisonous insects, toxins, and martial arts manuals. Her haul was quite substantial. But then she turned, looking somewhat distressed, murmuring to herself, "With Zhai Xingzi dead, how can I convince those fools that I was the one who killed him? I really want to be the senior sister." With a cold snort, Chen Yu unsheathed his sword and, in a flash, severed Zhai Xingzi's hands, tossing them towards her. "Take these back. If anyone doubts you, show them these hands." That Aziz's eyes lit up, and looking at Chen Yu, her lively gaze brimmed with joy and admiration. "You are truly clever." This time, there was no task completion notification. Chen Yu pondered, wondering if perhaps the reward would only be issued once she truly became the senior sister. Aziz was overjoyed, and turning around, she bounced back to Chen Yu's side, her beautiful face flushed, staring at him without uttering a word. Silence did not prevent Chen Yu from discerning her thoughts. Current target, Aziz malicious thought 1. I want to obtain Ding Laiguai's divine wood king Ding. High-level reward malicious thought 2. I want Chen Yu to play with me and then seize the opportunity to ambush him. Initial reward malicious thought 3. This person is quite interesting. I want him to be my slave. High-level reward Chen Yu. Before he could speak, Aziz moved even closer, grinning. "Chen Yu, how about we play a game? I have 3 poisonous insects here. Being bitten by each one will either hurt, numb, or itch. Can you guess which one will hurt and which one will itch?" She spread her palm, revealing a white hand with a black silkworm, a red centipede, and a green long worm. That if you guess wrong, you have to give me the antidote for the poison you made me eat last time. But if you guess right, Aziz pondered, contemplating what Chen Yu might desire. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she exclaimed, "If you guess right, I'll let you see little Aziz's feet, so you can admire them to your heart's content." Chapter 15. Formidable Foe. Li Chushe, why do you all assume that I enjoy watching jailers? Chen Yu harbored malice in his heart. Yet, the game must go on, primarily for the sake of rewards. The primary reward is enticing indeed. One must seize at this moment. Aziz's sly smile hinted at the complexity of this riddle game. However, it posed no challenge to the ruthless Chen Yu. With a cold chuckle, he effortlessly subdued the girl who was still scheming. Just as he had done earlier at the tea stall during the day, he pinned her down onto his knee. Aziz's expression shifted, fearing she was about to be punished again, and she frantically struggled to protect her behind. Yet, Chen Yu denied her this chance. One hand firmly restrained her while the other retrieved the black silkworm from the ground. In the midst of Aziz's terrified gaze, Chen Yu brought the creature's mouth to her wrist and squeezed it to bite her. "Ouch! That hurts. It really hurts." The intense pain compelled Aziz to cry out. Chen Yu scoffed. "Now you understand. This one bites, and it hurts. He then picked up a long green worm, targeting the same spot that Aziz's delicate figure began to squirm uncomfortably, her lips tightly pressed together as tears quickly welled up in her eyes. It itches so much, it itches so much. I was wrong. Please let me go, that there's still one last one to deal with. Chinyu nonchalantly tossed aside the long worm and brought the red centipede close to her lips. Let us try a different spot for a bite. I concede. I concede. Aziz cried out in desperation, lifting her head with a pitiful expression. Good brother, I admit defeat. I'll show you my feet. Finally escaping Chunyu's clutches, she hastily pulled out 2 oddly colored pills from her pocket and swallowed them in one go, patting her chest before lamenting, You wicked person, it was merely a riddle game. Why must you torment me so? However, I truly did not expect you to play like this. It's rather amusing. As she spoke, a flicker of joy crossed her face. Chinyu found himself utterly perplexed by her thought process and was disinclined to understand it. As he contemplated the late hour and prepared to head back, he heard a rustling sound behind him. It turned out Aziz was removing her shoes and socks. Her movements were swift, and soon she extended her fair feet, pouting. Here, take a look. Boring. Chinyu shot a quick glance, dismissing her with disdain. When did I say I wanted to see? Aziz was taken aback, then defiantly replied. Didn't you stare for quite a while during the day? Now you're denying it. Keep slandering me, and I'll kill you, then strip you bare and display you alongside these corpses. Chunyu retorted coldly, a malevolent smile on his face. Aziz, feeling somewhat wronged, shut her mouth, convinced that her earlier judgment had not been mistaken. He had indeed been stealing glances at her feet. However, she was resilient and quickly brushed off the feeling, placing her delicate feet beneath her and swaying her body. Good brother, how about I sing you a song? No, Chinyu was busy moving the corpses aside, dismissing her idle chatter with indifference. You're so domineering. Then let me tell you a joke. All right. Chinyu replied. No, Aziz persisted. Then you tell me a joke? Okay. She continued to ask him a series of questions. But Chinyu only provided vague rejections. Then how about you don't give me the antidote to the poison? Okay. Chinyu, without a moment's hesitation, turned with a cold smile. Fine. You said it. Aziz initially thought she had outsmarted him, her cunning smile fading as she exclaimed, Didn't you always say that was a bad idea? Good or bad, I can say whatever I want. It's none of your business. Chinyu was too apathetic to engage with her further. Aziz continued chattering beside him until, after a long while, she realized he truly had no intention of responding. With a huff, she donned her shoes and socks. I'm leaving now. Before departing, she sighed. Though you've always bullied me, I don't actually dislike you. However, I doubt you'll believe me. The next moment, a glint of mischief flashed in her eyes as her right hand surged with a chilling gleam, several azure needles darting towards Chunyu's eyes. Yet, as soon as the poison needles were launched, they were met with a fiery blade of true energy that cleaved them down mid-flight, continuing its momentum as it whistled past Aziz's ear. With a thunderous crash, several trees in a vertical line were severed. Aziz widened her lively eyes, taking a long moment to realize she had just been a step away from death. In the next instant, she bolted. Good brother, I'll come find you again in a few days. Chinyu silently retracted his true energy, bending down to stack the last few corpses together. Once he completed his task, he returned to the fire, addressing the profound darkness surrounding him. How long do you intend to watch? His voice echoed through the valley, startling a flock of birds. Suddenly, the sound of bells chimed. He looked up to see a white figure perched on a protruding rock face high above the valley. When did you discover me? The voice was soft and melodious. The figure gracefully descended, her white, translucent gauze dress shimmering like thin paper in the moonlight. She was tall and slender, her legs rounded and her delicate ankles adorned with silver bells. A matching white veil obscured the lower half of her face, her eyes bright as the moon. The gentle breeze stirred her garment, giving her an ethereal presence. Yet facing such a celestial-like woman, Chinyu felt an imminent threat. The 9-Yan divine skill was already operating at full capacity. While Aziz had been prattling on, this woman had silently approached, her agility far surpassing that of the previous star pluckers. Coupled with the strange aura she exuded, Chinyu was certain that among all those he had encountered since arriving in this world, this woman possessed the strongest martial prowess. Current target, Li Qiushui. Malicious Thought 1. Kill that old hag Wu Xingyan for a special reward. Malicious Thought 2. Did he kill all these corpses? When did such a character appear in the Central Plains martial world? He cannot be left alive for a special reward. Malicious Thought 3. Returning from Dali, I heard that the Yippentang had movements, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect to encounter such a young man with such a handsome face. If only I could. Her bare feet touched the ground as if walking on a beach, causing ripples to spread across the ground. Which master from the Tibetan secret sect taught you that flame blade? The Western Xia princess smiled, looking at Chen Yu with genuine admiration, her eyes shimmering. Such splendid skill, such a handsome young man. Chen Yu activated the 9-yang divine skill, his gaze resolute, fully aware that a great battle was inevitable. An hour later, the members of the Beggars sect rushed to the broken chasm valley in a flurry. Armed with torches, they encountered a pile of stacked corpses. This is the second-tier warrior of the Yippentang. Duan Fengdao Huang Chun and the Death Sword Zhou Ding. These two beasts have killed at least dozens of our brothers over the past 3 years. This is Jiang Tianba of the Yellow River Gang, a man notorious for his heinous deeds. Last year, over 20 masters from the Darren branch united to eliminate him, yet he managed to escape. Who would have thought he would die here today? Zhai Xingzi, the eldest disciple of the star-soaring old monster, the second strongest of the star-soaring sect. He is also dead. The corpses were all familiar faces, notorious figures from the martial world. But where was Chen Yu? Why was he nowhere to be seen? Wu Changfeng, who had hurried over, wore a grim expression. Ma Deng and Quan Qing, who accompanied him, were similarly silent. The atmosphere was tense, as everyone felt that Chen Yu's fate was grim. Kong Min weaved through the crowd, glancing at the bloodstains and corpses on the ground. Her usually cheerful face bore no trace of a smile. Quan Qing stood among the crowd, arms crossed, wearing a smug smirk. If Chen Yu had indeed perished, where was his body? One of the 4 elders, Shi Shanhe, stroked his beard and voiced the question that weighed on his mind. After searching around, they found no trace of Chen Yu's corpse. Quan Qing sneered. With so many wild beasts in the mountains, perhaps he was taken away. Then who killed these evil beings? Who piled them together? Bai Shijing shared the same confusion. If Chen Yu had truly battled these individuals to a stalemate, how could he have had the strength to stack these corpses? Once he spoke, the members of the Beggars sect began to realize that the situation might not be so simple. Elder, over here by the campfire. There are signs of a struggle. Suddenly, a few disciples of the Beggars sect discovered something new. Following the valley westward, they noticed many trees had been broken, and to their astonishment, deep, slender handprints were left on several boulders along the way. Those were feminine hands. Upon closer inspection, the boulders still bore small ice beads that had yet to melt completely. Kongmin observed for a while, and suddenly her eyes lit up. She had witnessed Chen Yu's battle with the lion-roaring child from the star-soaring sect in the pharmacy that day. This cold, true energy was precisely Chen Yu's technique. Chen Yu was not dead. Upon sharing her discovery with the Beggars sect members, Quan Qing's previously smug expression darkened. Even if he was alive, Chen Yu must have encountered a formidable foe, and his expression remained notably grim that he had examined the imprint left by this woman. Her profound internal strength was nothing short of terrifying in the realm of the Central Plains martial arts. Individuals of such formidable prowess were indeed rare, but we must pursue her at once. Wu Changfeng urged anxiously. Judging by the traces left on the road, Chen Yu must have encountered a fierce battle. One can only wonder what his current condition might be. Meanwhile, in a cave deep within the mountains, several dozen miles west of Duanhua Valley, the two were poised for combat, their internal energies clashing. Chapter 16. Zhongling, Mu Wanqing. Since acquiring the 9-yang true scripture, Chen Yu had never exerted himself with such fervor as he did today. Li Chioshui, one of the 3 elders of the Carefree sect, was the junior sister of the Tianshan child, Yengo Wuyazi, and a consort of the Western Xia Kingdom. Both she and her senior sister, the Tianshan child, coveted Wuyazi, harboring malicious intentions. An ambush against Wu Xingyin left him disabled, unable to mature. Having fulfilled her desires by marrying Wuyazi, she grew resentful of his indifference towards her after their union, deliberately seeking the company of numerous handsome men before his very eyes. Even attempting to seduce Wuyazi's disciple, Ding Chuanxiu, and launching surreptitious attacks on Wuyazi. Beneath her breathtakingly exquisite visage lay a heart twisted to its utmost. The 3 elders of Carefree sect, renowned for their unparalleled martial prowess. had unexpectedly found themselves facing a formidable opponent so early that Li Qiuxue was indeed a worthy adversary. Fortunately, after mastering the nine-yang divine skill, Qinyu had acquired an invincible physique, allowing him to fight without fatigue. Ultimately, Qinyu emerged victorious. Evil Thought 3. Yearning for a grand battle to fulfill. Advanced reward granted. High-tier martial arts realm enhancement card X1. Critical hit reward, and an additional year of pure internal energy. Sitting on a stone bed, Qinyu claimed the rewards for his recently completed evil thoughts. What is your name? Li Qiushui's countenance resembled autumn waters, disbelief lingering on her stunning face that we are mere acquaintances, each seeking our own ends. There is no need for such explicit inquiry. Qinyu replied with calmness, a smile gracing his lips as he countered. If I were to ask your name, would you be forthright with your answer? Li Qiushui pouted, her expression momentarily reminiscent of a bashful young girl. Who would have thought that this seemingly youthful beauty could very well be old enough to be Qinyu's grandmother? One could only marvel at the remarkable beauty-enhancing techniques of the carefree sect. Heh, your tongue is indeed sharp, Li Qiushui remarked, her cheeks devoid of blush, her voice softening. In truth, I had initially intended to kill you. It is not too late even now. Chunyu jested. If you are capable of such a feat, to his surprise. Li Qiushui shook her head, chuckling lightly. Oh, you rascal, how could I bear to harm you now? The decades past do not compare to these mere 2 hours spent with you. Do you truly refuse to reveal your name? Noting Chun Yu's steadfast demeanor, she ceased her inquiries, instead declaring with a smile. Then I shall call you Ming Lang, and you may call me Minggu. Let us consider this night as merely a dream. Chun Yu's expression shifted to one of peculiarity. Why did this scene feel oddly familiar? So this appellation is a familial legacy of the Li clan, is it? Your internal strength may not rival mine in depth, yet it is undeniably pure. Those who perished by your hand met their fate justly. It is surprising that at such a tender age you possess such celestial skills that Li Qiushui rose, momentarily resuming her ethereal demeanor, draped in a veil of white silk that concealed her face. She moved with elegance and grace, smiling lightly. Your attire suggests you are a disciple of the beggar sect. Perhaps we shall meet again. Take care, Ming Lang. With that, she transformed into a waft of fragrant wind. Drifting away, ditto, and to express my gratitude for the joy you have brought me, the 2 young ladies in the cave shall be left in your care. You may slay them or play with them as you wish. She called back, her soft and melodious voice resonating through the cave. Qinyu was momentarily taken aback, only then noticing 2 burlap sacks at the other end of the stone bed, but he crouched down to untie them, and was instantly astonished. Inside, he found 2 beautiful young maidens. The girl on the left was delicately charming, with a round face resembling the dawn, eyes like autumn waters, and skin as fair as snow. Dressed in a green shirt and small shoes, exuding an undeniable innocence and cuteness, though her eyes were now filled with fear and panic. The girl on the right was slightly older, yet not exceeding 18. Her beauty was ethereal and transcendent, like the soft glow of a crescent moon or a flowering tree dusted with snow. Her chin was pointed, her complexion as flawless as jade, without a hint of blemish. Yet she appeared somewhat pale, her thin lips almost devoid of color. Clad in black, she was tall and graceful, and unlike the girl on the left, her eyes reflected not only fear but also tension and resentment. Of course, both girls bore an undeniable blush, having listened to the explicit sounds of passion for a full 2 hours. Current objective: Zhongling, Evil Thought 1. Woe is me, I must tell father. To slay that wicked woman who abducted me. Special reward: Evil Thought 2. These 2 are utterly shameless, especially that wicked woman, who must have employed some sorcery, for Linger feels so hot. Beginner reward: Current objective: Mu Wanqing, Evil Thought 1. Once I escape, I shall kill this lecherous rogue at the first opportunity. Special reward: Evil Thought 2. Oh no, that scoundrel has seen my face. He is the first man in the world to have laid eyes upon my visage. I must kill him, lest I be. Special reward: Evil Thought 3. These 2 are truly shameless. If I were to intermediate reward, it is you too. Upon seeing the information regarding the 2 maidens, Qinyu felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. Zhongling and Mu Wanqing, both daughters of Duan Jingshun, the southern king of Dali. Though they had different mothers, Zhongling's mother was the enchanting night demon, Gan Baobao. Mu Wanqing's mother was the Shira Blade. Qin Hongyan, both were lovers of Duan Jingshan. Why had Li Qiushui abducted these two? This plot was absent from the original narrative. Qin Yu propped his chin in contemplation, pacing in place at this moment. Mu Wanqing and Zhongling were both immobilized by Li Qiushui, perceiving Chun Yu's deliberation on how to deal with them. Recalling Li Qiushui's parting words about playing first before killing, the faces of the two ladies turned ashen. Noticing Mu Wanqing's piercing gaze and her cheeks flushed with anger, Qin Yu discerned she had something to say. He channeled his true energy to release her from her restraint. However, the moment Mu Wanqing could speak, she coldly admonished, "You lecher, if you have the courage, come at me. Do not lay a hand on Ling. All right, you stay put." Before she could say more, Qin Yu swiftly tapped her pressure point again, turning his attention to the terrified Zhongling. He deliberately wore a sinister expression, releasing her pressure point, and inquired, "What do you have to say?" "Ah, do not bully me. My father is Zhong Wanxiu, who kills indiscriminately. My mother is the enchanting night demon. Gan Baobao, if you dare to harm me or Sister Mu, they will not spare you." Zhongling clutched her head, cowering in fear. Yet her heart trembled. She had listened intently for 2 hours, and this man had not rested at all with that wicked woman. If he were to do the same to her, she felt she would perish. Regrettably, her lightning ferret was not by her side. Otherwise, she could have had it bite this man and used the opportunity to escape with Sister Mu. Finding her innocent and adorable, Qin Yu lost interest in playing the villain. Growing bored, he extended his hand to release Mu Wanqing's pressure point, saying, "You may leave now." The two girls exchanged incredulous glances. "What are you staring at? Do you wish for me to do something to you?" Qin Yu's expression grew fierce, causing Zhongling to immediately hide behind Mu Wanqing, whispering, "Sister Mu, let us flee quickly." To his surprise, Mu Wanqing remained motionless, her icy gaze fixed upon Qin Yu. "He has seen my face." Zhongling, realizing the gravity of the situation, widened her lively eyes. Her sister had indeed sworn a deadly oath that no one was to see her appearance. Should anyone do so, if he were not killed, she would have to marry him to know. "Are you serious?" Qin Yu furrowed his brow, increasingly perplexed. Was it not Duan Yu who first beheld Mu Wanqing's visage? He then mockingly probed, "What of seeing one's face? With such beauty, who among the men in the world could resist casting a glance? Surely, I am not the only one who has seen your face." Upon hearing this, although Mu Wanqing remained frosty, her exquisite face flushed a deep crimson. Zhongling, still hidden behind Mu Wanqing, whispered, "Sister Mu usually wears a veil. She even sleeps with it on. How could any man have seen her? This time, she was captured by that wicked woman, losing her veil, which is why you saw her. So what? What of it? Must I take responsibility?" Qin Yu retorted bluntly. Zhongling, startled, was about to speak when Mu Wanqing interjected, scolding, "Who needs you, you lecher, to take responsibility?" Her countenance was frigid as she summoned her internal energy to unleash a palm strike. Yet before it could reach Qin Yu, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Blood erupted from her mouth. "Sister Mu!" Zhongling panicked, rushing to support Mu Wanqing. Suddenly recalling that the wicked woman had struck Mu Wanqing once during their abduction, and her desperation, she tore open Mu Wanqing's clothing to reveal a slender palm print clearly visible on her back. "Sister Mu! Sister Mu!" Zhongling desperately channeled her energy to heal Mu Wanqing while urgently calling out her name. Yet her internal strength was meager. She could not save the deeply injured maiden in her flustered state. She turned her pleading gaze toward Qin Yu. "That wicked woman mentioned you are very powerful. Could you save Sister Mu?" Mu Wanqing spat out a mouthful of blood, her voice weak as she exclaimed, "I do not want him to save me." This was prompted by Zhongling's audacity in tearing open her garments, leaving her fair, jade-like back exposed for all to see, flooding her with a sense of humiliation and anger. She held no hope that Qin Yu could rescue her, nor did she believe he was capable of doing so. She was acutely aware of her own injuries. That vile woman's palm strength had been devastating, leaving her organs grievously harmed. As her vision grew, increasingly blurred, the hatred in Mu Wanqing's eyes diminished, replaced by sorrow and melancholy. She could no longer kill that person. Thus, if she were to die, it would still be a fulfillment of her vow. Darkness enveloped her. When she opened her eyes again, It was already morning. Sunlight streamed into the cave, and Mu Wanqing, perplexed, glanced around. Lowering her gaze, she discovered that her wounds had been tended to, and the once excruciating pain in her organs had miraculously subsided. Suddenly, she spotted Zhong Ling entering with a steaming, fragrant chicken leg in hand, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing Mu Wanqing awake. "You reawake, Sister Mu," she exclaimed, then pouted, wiping her eyes as she added, "I thought you were going to die. What is this?" Mu Wanqing, still in a daze, then noticed Chenyu entering with another chicken leg, her expression shifting dramatically as she assumed a combat stance. Zhong Ling quickly intervened, waving her hands. "Sister Mu, you misunderstand. Brother Chun is a good person. Last night, when your internal injuries flared up and you almost died, it was he who saved you." Mu Wanqing's lips parted in surprise, yet her striking face remained cold. "Who asked him to save me?" "I did." Zhong Ling jumped up, her face filled with concern. "I was afraid you would die. So I pleaded with Brother Chen to save you. You have no idea, Brother Chen is truly remarkable. Just by transferring some of his energy to you, your complexion has improved significantly." As she spoke, she recounted the details of Chun Yu's techniques, while he remained indifferent, munching on the chicken leg nearby, his gaze detached. With every word Zhong Ling spoke, Mu Wanqing's cheeks flushed deeper with embarrassment and indignation, until she could no longer contain herself, interrupting Zhong Ling. "Are you saying he removed my clothing and pressed his hand against my back?" Zhong Ling nodded. "There was no other way. Brother Chen said that his Nine Yang divine skill requires women to be unclothed for healing." "What about the men?" Mu Wanqing inquired. "Men do not need to," came the reply. The next moment, the slender silhouette on the stone bed sprang to life, rushing towards Chun Yu in a fit of rage. "I will kill you." Chapter 17. The main hall. The true leader killing was out of the question. There was no possibility of it, that if Li Qiushui could instill some sense of intimidation in Chun Yu. The combined pressure from the two women, Zhong and Mu, was far less than that of a mere finger from him. Moreover, with Mu Wanqing and Zhong Ling lacking weapons, one wielding concealed arrows and the other a lightning ferret, they posed no threat at all. Thus, Chun Yu easily subdued Mu Wanqing again, promptly sealing her acupoints to keep her calm for a while. Taking advantage of Mu Wanqing's unconsciousness, Chun Yu had already engaged in lengthy conversation with Zhong Ling. This young lady was innocent and vivacious, truly endearing. She was neither as cruel as Kong Min or as Zi, nor as icy as Mu Wanqing, and they conversed quite well. Chun Yu gleaned a wealth of information about this world from her. Of course, the most pressing questions would have to wait until Mu Wanqing awoke. "Do you know Duanjing Chun?" he asked, and as soon as the words left his lips, Zhong Ling excitedly nodded. "Of course. He is my father. He is also Sister Mu's father, but you just said your father was Zhong Wanxiu." Chun Yu tilted his head in inquiry. Zhong Ling appeared somewhat embarrassed, casting a furtive glance at Mu Wanqing. "Well, about that I can't say much. Anyway, Prince Duan is the common father of both Sister Mu and me, but the leader of the Endless Valley, Zhong Wanxiu, is also my father." Chun Yu understood the underlying intricacies. Zhong Ling's mother, Gan Bao Bao, and Mu Wanqing's mother, Xiu Luo Daoqin Hongyan, were both mistresses of Duan Zhengchun. Thus, both Zhong and Mu were his daughters, while Zhong Wanxiu, the notorious old dog who killed indiscriminately, was merely Zhong Ling's adoptive father. His inquiry aimed to ascertain whether the realities of this world differed significantly from those in the book. Upon his initial arrival, Chun Yu had surmised that the character trajectories in this world might not align perfectly with the narrative he was familiar with. After all, in a world of martial arts, numerous storylines intertwined, absolute congruence would be highly improbable. After a brief pause, he suddenly posed another question. "What is your relationship with Duan Yu?" You know my brother too?" Zhong Ling exclaimed, surprised and curious. "Brother doesn't like practicing martial arts. He prefers calligraphy and Buddhist scriptures that he hasn't left the Southern Territory in years." "How do you know him?" Mu Wanqing, too, wore a perplexed expression, pondering how this individual was so intriguing. Chun Yu released her acupoints, thought for a moment, and asked, "Do you harbor any feelings for Duan Yu that transcend mere sibling affection?" "I will kill you." The blood pressure that had just begun to lower in Mu Wanqing surged back up. Her delicate face flushed crimson as she charged at Chun Yu. As expected, she was once again restrained. Zhong Ling seemed a bit displeased as well, but recalling that Chun Yu had saved her sister, she shook her head, saying a brother is a brother. although Sister Mu and I share different mothers. We both carry Duan Wangye's blood. What you said is inappropriate, that I was reckless. Yu rarely offered an apology, deleting from his memory any details about the plot involving the two sisters and Duan Yu, explaining instead that a man named Kai Shukuan from Kunmin had informed him. The two women instantly turned red with anger, and even the good-natured Zhong Ling retorted, that scoundrel Kai Shukuan dares to fabricate such lies about us. If I catch him, I will have my ferret gnaw on him for 3 days and nights. Afterward, her expression softened somewhat as she added, Brother Chen, please don't listen to others' gossip. Our family relationships are very pure. You should release Sister Mu. She can explain things more clearly. As soon as Mu Wanqing regained her freedom, she clenched her teeth and declared, I must kill that Kai Shukuan. Turning to Chen Yu, she added, and you are not a good person to be involved with that vile woman. You are utterly shameless. Indeed. Yet do not forget, it is precisely this shameless villain who saved you. Chen Yu retorted with a cold smirk. Having acquired the information he sought, Chen Yu lost interest in conversing further with Mu Wanqing. Pointing towards the cave entrance, he stated, Let us part ways here. You should go where you need to. And I must return. Mu Wanqing stood silently, filled with resentment, while Zhong Ling's eyes sparkled with a thought. Brother Chen, why don't we accompany you? Chen Yu tilted his head. What would you follow me for? Are you not afraid that this shameless villain might do something inappropriate to you? Recalling the events of the previous night in the cave, both women's faces flushed with embarrassment. That it was Zhong Ling who spoke up first. That wicked woman captured us at Wuliang Mountain, and perhaps knowing our identities, she intended to use us to coerce Duan Wangye into doing something that in the blink of an eye, she brought us to the Central Plains, which is leagues away from the Southern Territory. Neither Sister Mu nor I have any funds on us. So before she could finish, Mu Wanqing's face had already turned beet red, and she huffed. If I must go, I will go. I will return on my own. With that, she stormed off in a huff. Zhong Ling had no choice but to follow her out, not forgetting to express her gratitude. Brother Chen, I think you might not be a bad person, just a little lecherous. You should keep your distance from that wicked woman. Apologies, but I am surrounded by bad women, Chen Yu thought to himself, calling out to the departing duo as he produced some silver from his sleeve. Here, take this for your journey, but remember to return it to me, or I shall go to Dali to collect from your two fathers. Zhong Ling's eyes lit up and she let out a laugh. Brother Chen, you are truly amusing. She cheerfully accepted the silver, grinning widely. I will certainly return it. Thank you. Having spoken, he pursued the trail of Mu Wanqing. Chen Yu exited the cave, and from a distance, Zhong Ling turned back to wave him farewell. How remarkably normal her character is. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion since his arrival in this world. He had been surrounded by malicious women like Kong Min and Azi, and encountering someone as innocent and carefree as Zhong Ling was a stark contrast. It is a pity that such a virtuous girl harbored so few dark thoughts. From what he observed, Zhong Ling's malevolent inclinations hardly qualified as such. How wonderful it is. Chen Yu wished for nothing more than to be surrounded by normal individuals. Yet he still needed to accumulate strength, leaving him no choice but to continue associating with venomous women like Kong Min and Azi. He noticed that Zhong and Mu were heading east, likely towards Luoyang. Perhaps they would meet again. Descending the mountain, he followed the path eastward. After half an hour of walking, he encountered a group from the beggars' sect that had come to search for him. Upon seeing him, everyone erupted in joy. Ma Diyuan quickly inquired if he had sustained any injuries. Chen Yu shook his head and recounted the events of the previous night in detail. Naturally, he omitted the matters concerning Azi and Li Qiushui, merely stating that after slaying the men from the one-star hall, he had encountered a formidable woman, and they had fought fiercely westward from the broken ravine until dawn, with neither side able to claim victory. The crowd praised his bravery, but only Quan Guqing looked at Chen Yu with disbelief, unable to reconcile the fact that he was still alive. As Chen Yu's gaze fell upon him, his heart raced with anxiety. Yet, upon reflection, there was no evidence to prove that he had set the trap, so he straightened his back with difficulty. Ah, Brother Chen, you have vanquished numerous masters from the One-Star Hall, Yellow River Gang, and other factions, achieving great renown. Truly, a young hero. Wu Changfeng exclaimed loudly, adding with a chuckle, the head of the sect has stated that should you return victorious, he is willing to ride 10 miles out of the city to hold your horse and reins. As a gesture of reconciliation between you two, Daquan Guqing's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Yet he was already caught in the situation and could not back out. So he forced himself to say, "It is only right. Then I must thank the head of the sect," Chen Yu replied without hesitation, which only deepened Quan Guqing's shame and anger. Mounting his horse, the group returned to Luoyang. From a distance, they saw Kong Min leading a throng of beggars' sect disciples waiting at the entrance of the main hall. Upon seeing Chen Yu return safely, a radiant smile instantly graced her lovely face. "Little Min was worried about you, dear brother. Last night, she insisted on accompanying us to search for you, but I managed to persuade her to stay behind," and laughed heartily, showing no concern for his wife's attentiveness towards Chen Yu. Judging by the expression on Madame Ma's face and her current dark thoughts, it was clear that she had been unaware of Quan Guqing's scheming against him. Chen Yu pondered silently, temporarily dismissing any ideas of confronting her, and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your concern, madam." Kong Min smiled sweetly, her gaze shifting to the gathered crowd as she addressed them. "Uncles and brothers, my brother has heroically defeated the masters of the One-Star Hall, Yellow River Gang, and Iron Palm Gang, even slaying the notorious disciple of the One-Star sect, Zhang Xingzi. Such remarkable feats are surely worthy of a position as deputy leader at the entrance of the main hall." Dozens of beggars' sect disciples held their breath, their eyes fixed on the four elders, Madun, Bai Shijing, and Song Shi. "What deputy leader?" Wu Chongfeng's expression turned serious as he declared, "In my opinion, given Brother Chen's accomplishments over these past few days, he is more than qualified to serve as the rightful leader." "Agreed. That's reasonable." The surrounding disciples of the beggars' sect chimed in, their cheers resounding. Amidst the jubilant uproar, Madun led Chen Yu to the highest step, raising Chen Yu's arm and proclaiming loudly, "Brothers, the elders and I have unanimously decided that Brother Chen Yu shall assume the position of the new leader of the main hall." Chapter 18. Kong Min. A new method of revenge. Chen Yu officially took over as the leader of the beggars' sect. The position of leader is of great significance, second only to the chief and deputy leaders, as well as the two elders responsible for passing down teachings and enforcing laws, along with the four great protectors. Particularly, the leader of the main hall holds a status even above the 6 sub-leaders of Ren, Li Ji, Xian, and Yong. Throughout the history of the beggars' sect, there has never been a leader or deputy leader as young as Chen Yu. Yet his extraordinary achievements, having slain numerous masters from the One-Star sect, Shahozi, and others within just a few days, left no room for dissent among the disciples, except for one person. After returning from the Broken Ravine, Quan Guqing had found an excuse related to a sub-hall and left first. Having failed in his scheme against Chen Yu, he now found himself overshadowed by Chen Yu's ascension to leader, feeling both fearful and humiliated. Realizing he could no longer remain in Luoyang, he decided to retreat to his stronghold to plot his next move. Chen Yu, however, was not in a hurry to eliminate Quan Guqing. The incident at the Broken Ravine lacked concrete evidence to implicate him, and should he publicly accuse him, the latter would undoubtedly deny it. Moreover, keeping Quan Guqing around could prove useful. During the upcoming Xingzi Lin conference, he was bound to attempt a comeback, at which point his crimes would be evident, allowing Chen Yu to dispose of him and garner even greater prestige. At present, Chen Yu found his most pressing concern not to be the antics of the clown Quan Guqing, but rather Kong Min. This venomous woman seemed to have caught a chill since returning from the Broken Ravine, lying in bed for many days, leaving Chen Yu with no opportunity to extract any substantial dark thoughts for rewards. Upon exiting the main hall, Ma Dun patted Chen Yu on the shoulder and spoke in a lowered voice. "Brother Chen Yu, if you have the time, could you please accompany my wife for a while?" "Chen Yu?" Ma Dun glanced around cautiously, as if afraid of being overheard. "You may find it amusing, but I, Ma Dun, am 62 years old, while little Min is not yet 30, but there are those in the sect who gossip, saying I have an old husband and a young wife," but he maintained a stern expression. "Little Min is pure and beautiful, gentle and kind. I cannot always be by her side due to my duties, and I worry that some rogue might take advantage of her vulnerability. She is defenseless. How could she escape if confronted by a strong adversary? Indeed, your wife may lack the strength to bind a chicken, yet she could cause rivers of blood to flow within the beggars' sect." Chen Yu silently scoffed. "Oh, Ma Din, you say that if you die, who will live? You don't even know what kind of ruthless character your wife truly is." With a sly smile, Ma Diyuan continued. Thus, I wish to ask you a favor, to spend more time with my wife, that if you notice any suspicious individuals like Elderby coming and going from our home, please keep an eye out. You know, little Min regards you as a brother and feels close to you, which makes you my brother as well, that do you still think you are clever. Chinyu found it somewhat absurd that a simple-minded man would concoct schemes. Brother Ma, what if I were to steal from you? He retorted bluntly. Dunmagin chuckled, patting Chun Yu's shoulder with pride. That won't happen. My wife prefers older men, that if not, why would she have married me? You are younger than her, so she only sees you as a brother. Could it be possible that she married you not out of affection, but rather for your status as the deputy leader of the beggars' sect? After years of marriage, you still haven't noticed your partner's vanity. Observing the somewhat proud expression on Ma Deyuan's face, Chinyu was left wondering whether to pity or ridicule the man. Following Ma Deyuan's request, Chinyu finished his lunch and made his way to Kong Min's residence. After several days, Kong Min appeared to be in poor health. She had not even applied makeup. Although still beautiful, her pale face and the frailty evident in her movements indicated that she was indeed unwell. An elderly physician was taking her pulse and, after a long examination, concluded that Kong Min's vital energy was depleted and that she needed to take care of herself, prescribing a tonic for her health. Madame Ma expressed her gratitude profusely, and once the physician had departed, she turned to Chinyu with a sorrowful gaze. You heartless man, if I had not asked him to invite you, would you have never come to see me? Or is it that now you are the leader, you no longer wish to associate with a useless woman like me? As she spoke, her eyes reddened, and she leaned against the bed, weeping softly. Current objective, Kong Min Dark Thought 1. What is this? Now that you are deputy leader, you can't even bend down to sit beside me. Why are you just standing there? Beginner reward Dark Thought 2. If you were to hold me now, it would surely be exhilarating. Beginner reward Dark Thought 3. Mudin, you old fool, just die already. Advanced reward Kong Min's acting skills surpassed Aziz's by at least 3 levels. Although Aziz also enjoyed putting on a show of feigned vulnerability. The mischief in her expression and the cunning in her eyes always betrayed her true intentions. However, this Madame Ma was different. Her performance rivaled that of a seasoned artist. Were it not for Chinyu's understanding of her general character and his ability to perceive her dark thoughts, he too might have been deceived. While Aziz would occasionally steal glances at him when she cried, Madame Ma's tears were genuine, presenting a delicate, timid, and utterly sorrowful visage that evoked pity. That it was no wonder that so many heroes and stories have been manipulated by such a seemingly defenseless woman. Please do not think too much, madam. It is simply that I have just assumed the position of leader and have been unable to break away. You see, as soon as I have a moment of leisure, I come to visit you immediately. Upon realizing that the recent ambush was indeed not a scheme devised by Kong Min, Chinyu temporarily shelved his thoughts of confronting her. After all, Kong Min, with her malevolent intentions, could continually provide him with substantial benefits. Thus, he began to speak sweetly while taking a seat beside the bed. Madam, is it comfortable to lie there and speak? Perhaps you might prefer to sit up a bit. How can you be so? Kong Min, clearly satisfied, gently bit her lip. What if someone sees us? What should we do? I am merely concerned for your well-being, madam. There is no harm in that. Chen Yu's composure was as resilient as the profound inner strength he had cultivated over the past 8 years. Malicious thought 1. He hoped to sit beside her and complete his intentions. Malicious thought 2. He wished for her to embrace him and fulfill his desires. That a minor reward was granted. 200 taels of silver. Bringing the total to 600 taels, after giving 100 taels to Zhongling, which could be withdrawn at any time, with an increase in inner strength by a factor of 1.15. The mention of this. Kong Min's heart soared with joy as she looked up at Chin Yu and remarked, I thought you were blaming me, believing that my call for you to slay the bandits was a deliberate attempt to harm you. She sighed. In truth, I too fell victim to the machinations of others. And to be candid with you, the one who sought your demise is Quan Guqing. He has been humiliated by you several times and harbors a deep-seated hatred for you. Kong Min's voice was soft as she recounted the events of that fateful night, her words punctuated by tears as she cursed Quan Guqing, declaring him to be a vile individual who dared to lay hands on her. Indeed, it was a sight that stirred sympathy within Chin Yu. His expression gradually shifted to one of intrigue. From her words, he deduced that this madam had not been lying. Was it possible that this venomous woman had truly decided against collaborating with Quan Guqing? Madam, it is you who saved my life. Had you not intervened that day, I would not be standing here, let alone attaining the position of the leader of the gang. Chinyu pondered, his expression feigning earnestness. Of course. I believe what you say. For if you truly wish for my demise, you need only to speak the word. Why would you conspire with Quan Guqing? Just a word, and I would not believe that a single strike could not bring you down. He supplemented in his mind, as long as you do not doubt me. That is sufficient. Kong Min sighed softly. Madam, to think that you might suspect me of doubting you would imply that I am ungrateful and devoid of loyalty. Chun Yu lamented passionately. His words brought great delight to Kong Min's heart, and seeing Chun Yu's expression darken due to her presence only made her heart race even more. She could not help but find this young man beside her exquisitely charming. Unable to restrain herself, she suddenly embraced Chun Yu from behind, giggling. All right, it is all my fault. You are the young hero who has valiantly defeated numerous masters of the demonic sect, the illustrious leader of the beggars' sect. How could you be troubled by someone as lowly as I? Madam, your health is frail. Allow me to transmit some of my vital energy to you. Yet, Chen Yu had no intention of letting her off so easily. Without waiting for Kong Min's reaction, he infused her with his inner energy. However, Kong Min, being astute, initiated the conversation. Good brother, now that you have become the leader, what do you plan to do next? Current objective. Kong Min malicious thought 1. Not yet enough for a mid-level reward. Malicious thought 2. Further advancement would yield a mid-level reward. Malicious thought 3. This lad cannot possibly be content with merely being a leader. If so, I have truly overestimated him. Mid-level reward at your tender age. You have already ascended to the role of leader, which is commendable. However, now that you occupy this position, countless eyes will be watching you. Do you not realize this? Kong Min intended to caution Chen Yu against becoming complacent, akin to her husband, Ma Ding. Yet, as her words escaped her lips, she noticed a fleeting expression of disdain cross Chan Yu's handsome face. Her eyes brightened instantly. Thank you for the reminder, madam. Chen Yu bowed slightly, rising to his feet. However, there is no need to worry that I will become content with mere pleasures, that I end my view. While the beggars' sect may be the largest gang in the world, it is still somewhat limited that as he spoke, an aura of heroic ambition radiated from him, leaving Kong Min momentarily speechless. Malicious thought 3. I wish to witness this person's ambitions fulfilled. Mid-level reward granted. A card for the mastery of the Grand Sonyang Palm, with a bonus of 6 months' worth of pure inner strength. Chen Yu was elated, having now accumulated 9.5 years of pure inner strength. It was indeed thanks to you, Madam Ma. Moreover, he had acquired a remarkable martial art, the famed Grand Sonyang Palm of the Songzan sect. Though it may not surpass the Ice True Chi, it was still an exceptionally superior technique. He still possessed a card for enhancing his martial arts level, which could directly elevate the Grand Sonyang Palm to perfection. Kong Min was indeed a venomous woman, but her rewards were genuine. At that moment, upon hearing Chen Yu express his ambitions, Kong Min's eyes sparkled with delight, realizing she had underestimated him. She smiled, Good brother. I knew you were not like ordinary folk, after a moment's thought. She continued, I have heard that one of the 4 notorious villains, the nefarious Yun Zhonghe, has arrived in Luoyang. This individual is despicable and has harmed countless women, rivaling the infamous lecher Tian Boguang. If you could capture him, it would be a great achievement. Once you accomplish a few more significant deeds, not only the position of leader, but even that of an elder or the chief, would be within your grasp. At this moment, Kong Min was even more excited than Chen Yu, suddenly adopting a cold expression, sneering. When the time comes, even Xiao Feng would not compare to you. Chapter 19. The versatile Zhiyang divine skill Yun Zhonghe, also known as Yun Laosi, ranks 4th among the 4 notorious villains. They are the atrocious Duan Yanqing, the ruthless Yi Ernyang, the fearsome Yu Laosan, and the vile Yun Zhonghe. The eldest Duan Yanqing was originally the Prince of Dali. Due to the treachery of the minister Yang Yizhen, he was severely injured, leaving him crippled and unable to speak, which twisted his psyche, resulting in a bloodthirsty killer who spared none. That Yi Ernyang is the only woman among the 4 who, after her son was abducted, began abducting children for her amusement, disposing of them at her whim once she was done. The third, the Nanhai crocodile god, Yu Laosan, is often portrayed in dramas as a dim-witted fool, yet in reality, he is an indiscriminate murderer. Each of these 4 men is, as their names suggest, each engaged in heinous deeds. Previously, they joined the Yixingtang of the Western Xia and became top-tier experts within. The Beggar sect has had numerous conflicts with them, with many members falling victim to the four notorious villains. Even among these four, Yun Zhanghe's notoriety is particularly vile, that he is a lecherous rogue, wreaking havoc, harming innocent maidens, and employing despicable methods, leaving his victims in a state of despair, often enduring torment before being brutally slain. Upon hearing that he had arrived near Luoyang, the leaders of the Beggar sect were eager to take him down, to avenge the countless victims whose spirits lingered in the afterlife. However, Yun Zhanghe possesses remarkable lightness of foot and is elusive. The Beggar sect, alongside several nearby sects, has attempted to capture him on multiple occasions, but has returned empty-handed, even suffering casualties from his surprise attacks. To make matters worse, he lives up to his fearsome reputation. Nearly every day, innocent women suffer at his hands, leaving the populace surrounding Luoyang in a state of panic. Wealthy families refrain from venturing outside, fearing for the safety of their wives and daughters. Alas, those from poorer households have fared even worse. Just this morning, 3 corpses were brought to the Luoyang magistrate's office, 1 man and 2 women. They belonged to the Zhang family from the northern part of the city, where the husband had been bludgeoned to death with a steel rod, and both wife and daughter had been violated before their demise. Chen stood among several elders of the Beggar's sect. The collective emotions of anger and sorrow palpable in the crowd, that it was unclear who spoke first. But soon the crowd was united in righteous indignation, demanding justice for the slain family. Once the furious crowd dispersed, Chen Yu focused his gaze and was startled to discover 2 familiar figures beneath the official's reward notice. One was innocent and charming, while the other exuded an icy demeanor. None other than Zhong Ling and Mu Wanqing. Zhong Ling approached with her usual cheerfulness, while Mu Wanqing concealed her face with a piece of black cloth, maintaining her frosty composure. "Brother Chen, I never expected to see you again so soon." Zhong Ling exclaimed with delight. Mu Wanqing, however, let out a cold snort, her words dripping with sarcasm. "Leader Chen, you are actually one of the Beggar's sect." Previously, when Chen Yu was speaking with the officials of the Luoyang magistracy alongside Elders Song, she, Chen, and Wu, the 2, overheard their conversation. She had intended to remark on how a lecher, such as he, could be affiliated with the Beggar's sect, and moreover, be its leader, suggesting that the Beggar's sect was hardly a respectable establishment. Yet, recalling how Chen Yu had saved her life, her words morphed into an icy jibe. Upon closer inspection, Chen Yu had changed into a clean outfit today, appearing much more presentable compared to his disheveled state after the battle in the cave. She inwardly conceded that his appearance could indeed be described as that of a dragon among men, albeit with questionable morals. Chen Yu did not indulge her jibes, focusing solely on Zhong Ling as he frowned. "Did you not return to Dali?" This statement touches upon the heartache experienced by Zhong Ling. The young girl, with tears welling in her eyes, recounted the events of the past few days. It turned out that on that day, the 2 young women had emerged from the mountains and had been traveling east along the official road, intending to reach Luoyang first, then proceed directly to Xiangfan, and finally take a boat back from Jiangling. Unexpectedly, they encountered several beggar children along the way. Seeing their pitiful state, Zhong Ling wished to spare some small change for them. Chen Yu generously provided her with 100 taels of silver, assuring her that there would undoubtedly be some surplus from their travel funds. However, no sooner had the children gratefully accepted the silver than a group of fierce-looking strongmen snatched it away. Although Mu Wanqing's demeanor was typically cold, she was the first to act when she saw the money being stolen. She delivered a thorough beating to the ruffians, reclaiming the money, and, worried that the children might be further victimized, escorted them back to Luoyang. Mu Wanqing had initially intended to chastise the parents of these children for allowing such young ones to beg on the streets. However, upon arriving at the family's home, they found only a limping young man and a sickly woman lying in bed, husband and wife. After inquiring further, they learned that the man was originally a soldier in the Song Dynasty's Shunan army, named Jiang Shun, that he had lost a leg during a battle with the Liao people last year and was now reduced to doing carpentry work at home, while his wife had long suffered from an illness and remained bedridden. The children were not their biological offspring, but rather the children of fellow soldiers who had perished in battle. The Shunan army had been besieged in Hebei by the Jin, Liao, and Qing forces, resulting in nearly total annihilation. Countless children, abandoned following the deaths of their fathers, were left to fend for themselves. Jiang Shun did his utmost to care for the 7 or 8 orphan children of his fallen comrades. Yet, due to the government's failure to disburse pensions, their living conditions grew increasingly dire. Coupled with his disability and his wife's illness, they could barely afford to eat, forcing him to allow the children to beg in order to stave off hunger. Having grown up in the Wanjie Valley, Zhong Ling was the apple of her mother Gan Bao's eye, and her adoptive father Zhong Wancho also doted on her, though she lived in a remote place. She had never witnessed such human suffering, and her heart ached for them. With a pang of sympathy, she gave the rest of her travel funds to Jiang Shun's family. However, this posed a new problem for their journey to Dali. The two women had heard that the Song government's officials frequently issued bounty notices, similar to tasks for catching thieves or helping to eliminate bandits, so they sought such opportunities to earn some money for their travels. To their surprise, they encountered Qin Yu once more. "I'm sorry, Brother Qin. You kindly lent us silver, and I ended up giving it to someone else," Zhong Ling said, somewhat embarrassed. Yet Qin Yu was not angered. He understood the character of this spirited young girl and did not regard the money as significant. "Would you like me to lend you some more?" he offered. "Really?" Zhong Ling's face lit up with joy, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "Brother Qin, you are truly wonderful." Mu Wanqing's icy expression softened slightly, yet she maintained her sharp tongue, retorting coldly, "Who wants his money?" Zhong Ling quickly jumped up to cover Mu Wanqing's mouth, fearing that Qin Yu might change his mind. With a hint of hesitation flashing across her radiant face, she continued, "Brother Qin, could you assist me with one more favor? Isn't that a bit greedy?" Qin Yu replied, his tone disapproving in response. Zhong Ling released Mu Wanqing and approached him, clinging to his arm and shaking it. "I beg you, Brother Qin, only you can help with this matter." Her natural charm and innocence were accentuated by her pleading demeanor, making it difficult for him to refuse. They arrived at a dilapidated street on the west side of the city, where several children were playing in a run-down courtyard made of uneven, yellow earth. It was lunchtime, and a young man in his 20s with a wooden leg was using a crutch to hobble into the courtyard, calling the children for their meal. After the children had taken the meat and vegetables away, he carried a bowl filled with rice topped with meat and vegetables into the house. Through the window, they could see him feeding his wife, who lay in bed with a gentle smile on his face. Only after she was satisfied did he eat the leftovers hastily. Upon noticing visitors in the courtyard, he quickly set down his bowl and hobbled out. Recognizing the two young women who had given him silver the previous day, he immediately knelt in gratitude, calling them benefactors. The children, who had previously surrounded Zhong Ling in gleeful excitement, now imitated him and knelt as well. "Please, no need for such formalities," Zhong Ling insisted, waving her hands. Her lively and innocent nature could not bear such a humble display, and she turned to Qin Yu with a beseeching look. Qin Yu had originally only intended to check on the situation. Throughout his 2 lifetimes, he had mostly witnessed the darker sides of human nature, from the negative news before his rebirth to the betrayal he faced from Lu Hui. He had come to believe that doing good deeds did not necessarily lead to good outcomes. When Zhong Ling requested to heal the lady of the house, Qin Yu had sarcastically remarked that perhaps the family had already absconded with her money. However, judging by the current situation, it was clear that this family was not deceitful. When Qin Yu nodded, Zhong Ling's eyes sparkled, and even the perpetually stoic Mu Wanqing displayed a flicker of complex emotions. "Brother Jiang Shun," Zhong Ling announced, "this is Chun, the leader of the beggars' gang. He is very skilled and can save your wife. Is that true?" Jiang Shun's eyes reddened at her words, and he bowed deeply to Qin Yu, choking out, "If Master Qin can save my wife, I would repay this kindness even at the cost of my life. Save your breath. You're a pauper. The silver you received yesterday was all mine." Qin Yu retorted with a hint of irritation. Behind him, Zhong Ling and Mu Wanqing exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter, and a rare smile appeared on Mu Wanqing's face beneath her veil. Upon entering the house, Zhang's wife looked at the benefactor who had given her money the previous day, now accompanied by a handsome young man, feeling puzzled. Jiang Shun quickly explained to his wife that they had come to treat her illness. She expressed her immense gratitude, tears streaming down her face. "You have given my family a new lease on life. How can I ever repay you?" "Oh, please don't take it too seriously. This Brother Qin, Master Qin, is a member of the beggars' gang, known for his chivalry, that he wouldn't take care for anything you could offer in return." Zhong Ling cheerfully replied, "So, he's a hero from the beggars' gang." Zhang's wife was even more grateful. The couple had always had a good impression of the beggars' gang. Knowing that the nearby beggars often shared their spare coins and food with them. So, what now? Zhongling inquired, looking to Qinyu. Brother Chen, does Zhang's wife need to remove her clothing? Qinyu. Noticing Chun Yu's bewilderment, Zhongling quickly added, last time, when you treated Sister Mu, you had to remove her clothing. You said your 9-yang divine art required women to be unclothed for treatment. Mu Wanqing's chest heaved violently, her eyes blazing with indignation. I could kill you, she exclaimed, her face flushed crimson as she finally exploded. Chapter 20. I'm sorry, I prefer to burn things. That Zhang's wife's injuries were not severe. Chun Yu carefully examined her condition using his true energy and discovered that her issue stemmed largely from insufficient blood production and weakened heart and lung function. This was why she had been perpetually weak and unable to rise from her bed. He employed the 9-yang divine art, slowly channeling his true energy into her, providing a form of warmth and nourishment. Within half an hour, Zhang's wife's complexion improved significantly. With the support of her husband, Jiang Shun, she was even able to stand and walk around the yard, where the family embraced joyfully, tears of happiness flowing for a long time. Jiang Shun bowed deeply numerous times, and had Qinyu not forcibly pulled him up, he might have knocked his head bloody on the ground. They even sent the children to buy wine and dishes to properly entertain their benefactors. Qinyu had initially planned to leave after treating her, but Zhong Ling insisted on keeping him there. The dinner, though not extravagant, was heartfelt. The Jiang couple cooked together for the first time in a long while, serving rough but lovingly prepared dishes in the courtyard, accompanied by 2 jars of wine. This is all my money, Qinyu thought, holding a chipped bowl filled with murky wine, unable to help but voice his thoughts. Zhongling sat beside him, cradling her face in her hands, shaking her delicate green shoes, and let out a burp, saying, Brother Chen, why do you always sound so harsh when you've done a good deed? This spirited young girl, charming and naturally intelligent, understood that some of Qinyu's remarks were intentionally provocative. Yet she could not fathom why. Every young hero in the martial world yearned to cultivate a positive, benevolent image, striving for a reputation unblemished by even the slightest flaw. But Qinyu was different. Having become the leader of the beggars' gang at such a young age and possessing enigmatic skills, shouldn't a hero like him readily extend a helping hand upon learning of others' troubles? Because there are too many ungrateful wolves, Qinyu said, deliberately glancing at Mu Wanqing, who was sitting under a tree, and sneering. One who does good deeds often goes unrewarded and may even be bitten in return. Mu Wanqing let out a light huff, remarking, I have never heard of a hero from the beggar sect who insists on receiving recompense for their good deeds. The beggar sect is the largest and most esteemed sect in the world, placing immense value on benevolence and righteousness, sometimes suggesting that members of the beggar sect perform acts of kindness for personal gain is considered a disgrace among them. Qinyu disregarded the sarcasm and began recounting a tale. According to the laws of the state of Lu, a Lu person may redeem their servants from the lords, all while receiving gold from the treasury. Zigung redeemed a person, but did not accept any gold. Confucius heard of this and disapproved, saying, This is a loss of virtue that a sage, when undertaking events, should be able to change the customs of the people and impart teachings that can be applied to the populace, not merely for their own convenience. Now, in the state of Lu, the wealthy are few while the poor are many. Accepting gold would be unprincipled. How then can one redeem others from this day forth? No one shall redeem people from the lords. Zilu rescued a person from drowning, who expressed gratitude with a cow, which Zilu accepted. Confucius was pleased, saying, From now on, many in Lu will rescue others from drowning. Zhong Ling pondered for a moment. Does this mean that doing good deeds can yield rewards, thus encouraging more individuals to act benevolently? Am I correct? She had always been astute and grasped the concept immediately that Mu Wanqing fell silent as well. Zhongling blinked and suddenly inquired, Then, Brother Chun, since you saved me and Sister Mu, and even provided us with fare for our return, shouldn't we also repay you? Qinyu replied curtly, No, just remember to pay back the money, and keep a safe distance from me, you dangerous lecher. Zhongling couldn't help but laugh, while Mu Wanqing, filled with indignation, retorted, You and that seductress are indeed in the wrong together. Qinyu defended himself boldly, furthermore, since you two have been in the bag all along. You must have heard everything, that my encounter with her was merely a chance meeting. We were strangers to one another, and we even fought for a while before entering the cave, unable to determine a victor. We merely continued the contest in a different manner, that a man must have a spirit of competition. How can that be lacking? His convoluted reasoning, when spoken, strangely carried a semblance of truth. Zhong Ling and Mu Wanqing recalled the events of that night in the cave, and their faces flushed crimson. At least one thing was true. Chenyu had indeed triumphed in that second battle with the seductress. Whenever they recalled Li Qiushui's sultry voice and shameless words, they felt a wave of heat wash over them. However, Zhong Ling reminded, "But did you see Sister Mu's expression?" Instantly, Mu Wanqing's gaze turned icy, prompting Zhong Ling to cover her mouth. According to the custom that one must marry the person who sees their face, Chun Yu remained dismissive. What if the one who saw her face were Yun Zhonghe? What then? Humph. I would kill him, Mu Wanqing declared coldly, her eyes glinting like blades. She had sworn an oath that if a man were to behold her face and she could not kill him, she would have to marry him. And if you cannot kill him, as far as I know, this person possesses extraordinary lightness of foot. Even with so many experts dispatched, they could not apprehend him. Do you really think you can kill him? Chen Yu could not resist mocking. Since you cannot kill him, you must marry him, marrying such a lecherous scoundrel. You speak nonsense. Mu Wanqing's face turned a deep shade of red as she retorted. If I truly cannot kill him, I would rather die than marry such a scoundrel. Once she finished her words, a sudden silence enveloped her, and a crimson hue spread across her cheeks, reaching all the way to the nape of her neck. Zhong Ling blinked her bright eyes, and as clever as she was, she noticed the flaw in Mu Wanqing's recent statements, since Sister Mu claimed that the one who sees her face must either kill, marry, or commit suicide. Now that Chen Yu had seen her face, and she had neither killed him nor committed suicide, it could only mean, her eyes widened in shock, that I'm sorry, I prefer the bold. We are not suited for one another, Chen Yu stated earnestly. You lecher. I'll kill you. Mu Wanqing exploded with fury. She herself found it curious why he could infuriate her so effortlessly with just a few words. Her punches and kicks, like those of previous encounters, were easily evaded. Feeling powerless at this moment, she bit her lip, unable to prevent the tears from welling up that a sense of panic and unease surged within her. What was happening to her? During her training with her mother in the valley, she had endured countless hardships, yet none compared to this discomfort. Chen Yu also sensed something was amiss with her and, not wishing to provoke her further, turned to approach Jiang Shun's family, inquiring about their future plans. Jiang Shun was indeed a simple man, expressing a desire to open a small shop with his wife. 100 taels were neither too little nor too much. It was essential to sustain the children of their comrades, as living off their savings was not feasible. Your wife's illness requires a few more treatments. I will return tomorrow, bringing some nourishing herbs. Chen Yu began. Jiang Shun and his wife were naturally profusely grateful, their eyes brimming with tears, though they attempted to kneel once more. This time Chen Yu swiftly pulled them up. As he turned to leave, the children who had been playing after their meal stood in a row, looking at one another, before simultaneously addressing Chen Yu's retreating figure. Thank you, brother. No, you should call him Hero. Jiang Shun and his wife hurriedly reminded. Thank you, Hero. Chen Yu did not look back. Zhong Ling consoled Mu Wanqing, yet a charming smile crept onto her face. Brother Chen, he is not sincere upon hearing Chen Yu's name. Mu Wanqing became irate, rubbing her eyes furiously and retorting. He is a shameless lecher. What does it matter if he is insincere? After a moment of reflection, she fell silent. Zhong Ling quietly remarked, though he often speaks of money and repayment. He has never once asked this family for anything in return. He saved us but did not demand repayment. Instead, he reminded me to return the money and, upon learning I had given my fare to someone else. He was not angry, but instead provided me with more silver. Mu Wanqing remained silent until she noticed Zhong Ling's cheeks flush a bright red, resembling blooming clouds. That I'm sorry to say this, but even though he claims to prefer that sort of thing, he often steals glances at you, Sister Mu. Stop talking. Mu Wanqing screamed, feeling a scorching heat radiate from her face. For reasons unknown, her mind involuntarily drifted back to that night in the cave. Zhong Ling stuck out her tongue, her bright, lovely face growing more flushed, not due to her silence, but rather as memories began to resurface. These two became lost in their thoughts. Chen Yu had not pondered much. returning to the main hall and sleeping soundly until the next day. However, he was awakened at dawn by a knock at the door, where a disciple of the beggar's sect informed him that a girl named Zhong Ling was waiting outside the main hall with urgent matters. Chen Yu grabbed the medicine he had prepared the previous night and made his way to the door. There stood a girl in a green robe, her eyes red-rimmed. Upon seeing Chen Yu, she burst into tears. "Brother Chen, please, quickly save Sister Mu." Chen Yu's expression darkened, an unsettling feeling rising within him. As they made their way, Zhong Ling cried and recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out that after parting ways last night, the two girls had rested at an inn, intending to bid farewell to Jiang Shun's family in the morning. However, upon arriving at the dilapidated courtyard, they were immediately met with a stench of blood. Chen Yu employed his lightness of foot technique, arriving at Jiang Shun's home before Zhong Ling could finish her tale that a crowd had already gathered at the entrance. That he pushed through the throng and swiftly entered the earthen-walled cottage. What met his eyes were the bodies of children sprawled in disarray. These were the very children who had surrounded him during dinner the previous night, calling him brother and hero as they bid him farewell. Jiang Shun's lifeless body lay beneath the earthen bed, his hands nailed to the ground with his own cane, the nails of his 10 fingers torn back and smeared with dirt and blood. His face was a ghastly shade of blue, veins bulging as if they might burst, his eyes and mouth stained with blood. In his anger and despair, 2 streams of blood tears had long since dried upon his face. His head was raised high, eyes fixed upon the bed nearby. His hands, pinned down, forced him to arch his back with such intensity that it had fractured at an unnatural angle. Jiang Shun's wife lay on the bed, completely unclothed, her body covered in bruises and countless small scratches and bite marks, her expression one of hollow despair. Chen Yu stood frozen for a moment, the medicine wrapped in oilcloth slipping silently from his grasp. It was Yun Zhonghe. Zhong Ling sobbed. "When Mu's sister and I arrived this morning, he had just committed the crime, and Mu's sister had already pursued him. Captain, unbeknownst to him, a large group of beggars' sect disciples had gathered at the entrance." Having caught wind of the events, Chen Yu emerged from the cottage in silence. They all surrounded him. "Everyone stay here. Do not move." Chen Yu's voice was cold and clear as he reiterated, "No one is to move." He turned to Zhong Ling and inquired, "Which direction did they go?" "Brother Chen, I will come with you. I can guide you." Zhong Ling wiped away her tears and resolutely declared. Chen Yu fell silent, enveloping the petite maiden in his embrace. In an instant, the 2 figures vanished from sight. Chapter 21. The crane in the clouds. At this moment, Yun Zhonghe was in a foul mood. Half a month prior, he had heeded the orders of the notorious leader of the 4 great evildoers, Duan Yanqing, and ventured into the Central Plains to prepare for forthcoming actions. It was imperative for him to ascertain the movements of the masters at the headquarters of the beggar sect. The leader had explicitly instructed him not to indulge his nature, lest he alert the enemy. That he had initially complied, for Luoyang was the stronghold of the northern beggaress sect, and he could not afford to act recklessly as he might in remote, impoverished locales. Yet, after stifling his urges for nearly half a month, he could no longer contain himself and infiltrated the residence of a wealthy merchant in Luoyang. Upon encountering such a handsome youth reminiscent of Song Yu, the merchant became exceedingly agitated, hollering and shouting, attracting numerous onlookers. However, these individuals possessed little martial prowess, and he dispatched them with ease. The woman, upon witnessing her family's demise, chose to take her own life with a pair of scissors. Regrettably, he had not wished to kill her. Her beauty deserved to be savored a while longer. The uproar escalated to such a degree that by the following day, the entire city was aware of Yun Zhonghe's presence. The so-called reputable sects within the city began their pursuit, but what could that accomplish? My lightness of foot is unparalleled. As long as I desire to leave, the path is beneath my feet. Realizing these pursuers posed no threat, he decided to indulge himself completely. Night fell for 6 hours, and he visited one establishment after another with great satisfaction, especially the previous night, when he encountered a sickly woman who, despite her condition, became overly excited. When he played with her, she could not help but scream, waking her entire family, which left him no choice but to eliminate them all. Those children were particularly noisy. Now, the beggars were hot on his heels, leaving him no room for error. Heaven have mercy. I do not take pleasure in killing. I, Yin Laosan, am merely a man of indulgence, not a demon of slaughter. If you were to cooperate, why would I need to kill you? In truth, that woman was quite lovely, albeit frail. A pity she had married a cripple. How could a cripple protect her? Alas, her frail body ultimately led to her demise. What a shame! What a shame! Yun Zhonghe let out a long sigh, weaving through the thicket with remarkable agility. Glancing back at the slowly pursuing dark figure, a wicked smile crept upon his lips. Little beauty, even though you wear a mask, I can discern from your figure that your looks must be exquisite. Allow me to entertain you for a while. That he hummed a few notes, swaying his body, and swiftly vanished into the woods. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing's chest heaved as she breathed lightly. The sight of the Jiang family's tragic end ignited a fury within her, causing her to lose her senses momentarily as she recklessly pursued him. Yun Zhonghe moved erratically, as if intentionally leaving traces for her to follow. At times, he would pause, allowing her to catch up. That Mu Wanqing, being exceptionally astute, recognized the imminent danger and regained her composure. She understood that her martial skills were no match for Yun Zhonghe's, let alone his lightness of foot. His erratic pace indicated his intentions were lecherous, seeking to take advantage of her. Zhong Ling must have gone to seek Chen Yu's assistance. She merely needed to keep Yun Zhonghe engaged for a short while. Once Chen Yu and the beggar's sex experts arrived, this scoundrel would undoubtedly find no escape today. With this thought, Mu Wanqing halted her steps as expected. Upon noticing her stop, Yun Zhonghe ceased his flight as well. He leapt onto a large locust tree directly in front of her, leering, "Little beauty, why have you stopped pursuing? Are you tired?" Mu Wanqing snorted coldly, her right hand gripping a dagger concealed behind her back. "Yun Zhonghe, a villain like you truly deserves death." She had always harbored disdain for lecherous scoundrels. Trained in the valley with her mother, the ruthless Qin Hongyan, who despised treacherous men after being wronged by Duan Jingshan. Mu Wanqing had inherited a cold demeanor laced with venom. Witnessing the gruesome fate of the Jiang family only intensified her hatred, leading her to long for Yun Zhonghe's dismemberment. Yun Zhonghe, unfazed by her murderous glare, could not resist teasing her further. "Little beauty, how about you remove that black veil, so I can have a proper look at you?" "You are not worthy," Mu Wanqing replied with a frigid smile. "I vowed that the first man to see my face must be my husband. Any others wishing to gaze upon it must first seek his permission." Upon hearing this, Yun Zhonghe felt an insatiable heat rise within him. "Who is your husband? Tell me, and I shall seek him out. That he will have no choice but to agree. He is—" Mu Wanqing found herself at a loss for words, her icy visage turning slightly crimson beneath the veil. She truly did not know how to respond. That day in the cave, Chen Yu had indeed seen her face clearly, and according to her vow before her mother, if he refused to marry her, she would have to kill him. That he is the leader of the beggar's sect, highly skilled in martial arts. You boast here, but I fear you will cower and plead for mercy upon meeting him. Mu Wanqing felt her face grow hot. This was the utmost she could reveal. The leader of the beggar's sect? Which one? Yun Zhonghe rested his chin on his hand, seemingly unconcerned. Not only had he seduced many wives and concubines of various sect leaders, but he was also filled with jealousy and envy. What luck did that dog of a leader have to ensnare such a stunning beauty? But then he suddenly realized something was amiss, smirking wickedly. "You claim to have a husband? Is that so? What of it?" Mu Wanqing frowned. Merely 17 or 18 years of age, she was naive regarding matters of the heart, unaware of Yun Zhonghe's predatory nature. He needed only a glance to discern whether a woman was a maiden. Now, Yun Zhonghe had realized that this young lady was lying, and his gaze grew increasingly heated as he summoned his internal energy. Intending to claim her for himself, that Mu Wanqing sensed the shift in the air and tightened her grip on the dagger, ready to strike should he draw near. She thought that if she could not kill this scoundrel, she would rather take her own life than face humiliation. Little did she know that her intentions had already been seen through by Yun Zhonghe. He chuckled inwardly, finding her innocence amusing. That if he were to act, she would have no opportunity to take her own life. With a hearty laugh, he darted forward like a swallow, reaching the top of Mu Wanqing in an instant. Her expression shifted, panic momentarily flooding her heart. Yet she gritted her teeth, swiftly swinging her dagger towards him. "Save your strength for later, beauty. You'll need it for our time together," Yun Zhonghe mocked, his finger poised to seal her acupoint, convinced of his impending victory. However, in the next moment he felt a sudden chill from behind. Startled, he instinctively dodged, yet the icy wind still tore through the sleeve of his left arm. shattering a nearby tree in the process. Mu Jie, Zhongling's voice rang out. Mu Wanqing turned to see a girl in a green dress standing just a few steps away, accompanied by a tall youth, none other than Qinyu. A sense of relief washed over her, and she gritted her teeth, warning Qinyu, "Be careful. His martial prowess is formidable." Mu Wanqing had to admit that Yun Zhanghe's abilities far surpassed her own. Had it not been for Chen Yu's timely intervention, her fate would have likely been grim. Yet, in response to her good-hearted warning, Qinyu seemed oblivious, moving to Zhongling's side at that moment. Mu Wanqing noticed a distinct change in Qinyu. His expression was cold, yet there was a palpable sense of murderous intent. Realizing he must have witnessed the brutal fate of the Jiang family, her heart sank, and her voice softened as she urged, "I understand your anger, but do not let it cloud your judgment, that if you perish, could you refrain from being a harbinger of doom?" Qinyu shot her a glance, and Yu Wanqing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her face burning with shame and rage. She had only intended to help, yet he was behaving insensitively. With a huff, she turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Zhongling quickly approached, offering words of comfort that brought Mu Wanqing back to her senses. "Kid, impressive palm technique. Where did you learn it?" Yun Zhanghe had already created some distance between himself and them, narrowing his eyes but not appearing overly concerned that he had not yet encountered Qinyu, considering that the latter had only recently assumed the role of the beggar's sect leader. Regardless, with his unparalleled lightness of foot, he was confident that should he face a formidable opponent, escape would be a certainty. Leaning forward, he asked, "Are you the husband of that girl wearing the black veil?" Mu Wanqing's face flushed crimson. "He is not." Her indignant tone only served to inflame Yun Zhanghe's jealousy. How could someone as handsome as he be reduced to using drugs and force to win a woman's heart? While these younglings effortlessly pursued such exquisite beauties, it was utterly unfair. With a cold smirk, he declared, "Kid, do not blame me for bullying you. Today you must die here. Both of these enchanting beauties shall be mine." Zhongling's eyes were filled with panic as she hurriedly pulled Mu Wanqing to hide behind Qinyu. However, Qinyu spoke calmly, "I will count to 3. After 3, I shall sever your left thumb." Yun Zhanghe was taken aback, then burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. "Kid, are you joking with me?" Even Zhongling and Mu Wanqing were filled with confusion, uncertain of Chen Yu's intentions. Yet, without further ado, Chen Yu continued, 3.2.1, that as soon as the last word escaped his lips, the two women felt a fierce wind surge before them. Meanwhile, the smile on Yun Zhanghe's face faded as he suddenly felt the rush of wind and the chilling glint of steel to his left. In the next moment, pain pierced through him. Upon glancing down, he saw a spray of crimson. His left thumb had been cleanly severed by a single strike that a few paces away. Qinyu stood tall, sword in hand, exuding an icy and bone-chilling aura that I count to 3. This time, I will sever your index and middle fingers. Chapter 22. The cave. Yun Zhanghe's martial prowess was hardly remarkable from the moment they met. Qinyu had already formed a judgment that I end this world of martial arts. Yun Zhanghe's skills were not necessarily superior to those depicted in novels. He could not even compare to Li Qiushui, let alone by Shijing. The only commendable aspect was his lightness of foot. Although it could not be considered the best in the world, it was sufficient to toy with the elders of the beggar's sect, whose skills were mediocre at best. Alas, he had encountered Qinyu. With his mastery of the Lingbo Weibu, Qinyu was unparalleled. Lingbo Weibu, a supreme lightness technique of the Xiaoyao sect, was among the finest in the world. Few could rival its excellence. While Yun Zhanghe might evade others, he found himself ensnared in a predicament where he could neither fight nor flee against Qinyu. That I will count to 3. This time, I shall sever your index and middle fingers. Qinyu's voice remained devoid of emotion, exhibiting both calmness and restraint. Yet, anyone could sense the icy coldness and murderous intent lurking within his words. Indeed, Qinyu was furious. Since his arrival in this world, he had never felt such rage. Had he not accompanied Zhongling and Mu Wanqing to Jiang Shun's residence yesterday, had he not treated Jiang Shun's wife, and had he not promised to bring medicine today, he would not be so enraged. His anger stemmed not solely from the innocent victims of this family. There were countless villains in this world, and Qinyu could not possibly eliminate them all, that he was no righteous avenger. In fact, he was a man of ambitions and dark intentions. Otherwise, he would not have allied with venomous women like Kong Min and Li Qiushui. What Chen Yu could not tolerate was the trampling of his own efforts that I saved her. I saved the entire Jiang family. How dare you exterminate them without my consent? Apologies, but even the king of hell cannot save you today. Mu Wanqing and Zhongling had only heard Li Qiushui mention Chen Yu's extraordinary martial skills in the cave, and they had yet to witness his true prowess in a mere instant. Chen Yu had effortlessly severed Yun Zhonghe's left thumb, and the ethereal lightness of his movements, combined with his graceful swordplay, left the two women in awe. They could not help but compare him to their own father, Duan Zhengchun, thinking that even he would not have executed such a feat with such ease. Little did they know, the Lingbo Weibu and the Yuxiao sword technique they had just witnessed were merely Chen Yu's ordinary maneuvers. Yun Zhonghe clutched his bleeding left hand, the terror in his eyes unmistakable that I in truth. His shock far exceeded that of Zhongling and Mu Wanqing, that is one of the four great villains. He considered his strength comparable to that of the elders and leaders of ordinary sections. With a little effort, he could even wipe out the minor sections yet. The power Chen Yu had just displayed in severing his finger was something he had never encountered in all his years. Even his elder brother, the notorious Duan Yanqing, would not have found it so easy to sever his finger, let alone the fact that his opponent had announced his intentions beforehand, allowing him time to prepare. This confidence, this aura of invincibility. Who on earth are you? Yun Zhonghe's voice was laced with anger and fear, his eyes darting around as he contemplated escape. However, Chen Yu paid him no mind, continuing to count, and upon reaching 3, he swiftly advanced using the Lingbo Weibu. Yun Zhonghe shouted, wielding his iron-clawed staff with all his might in a desperate attempt to defend himself. But Chen Yu's movements were beyond his comprehension. In the moment he was about to be struck, he evaded the staff with an uncanny grace, resembling a gust of wind. Another scream echoed as Yun Zhonghe's left index and middle fingers were severed. Then came the emotionless declaration, I will count to 3. This time, I will sever your ring and little fingers. Curse you! Yun Zhonghe exclaimed in frustration, realizing he could not linger any longer. He gathered his strength in his thighs and prepared to flee using his lightness technique. Yet Chen Yu would not grant him that opportunity. As he counted to 3, he leapt into the air, his left hand gathering power, the Zhangjiang palm. A heavy palm descended from above, striking Yun Zhonghe's chest and sending him crashing to the ground. With a swift motion, Chen Yu's sword fell, severing the last 2 fingers of Yun Zhonghe's left hand. Ah! Yun Zhonghe cried out in agony, rolling on the ground in pain. This was merely Chen Yu's Zhangjiang palm with restrained force. Had he used more than 50% of his power or employed a more lethal technique like the cold ice true qi, Yun Zhonghe would have likely perished on the spot. Chen Yu was determined not to let him die easily. He aimed to methodically sever each of his fingers, allowing him to truly experience the torment. Next, it was time for the right hand. I will count to 3. This time, I will sever your right thumb and index finger dead on the ground. Yun Zhonghe was already in a state of despair, tears streaming down his face at this moment. He fully comprehended that he was no match for this ruthless youth, and he knew he could not escape, but he cast aside his dignity, kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head, and cried out, I was wrong, young hero. Please spare me. Do not let him go. Zhongling and Mu Wanqing rushed to Chen Yu's side, the young girl's face filled with indignation as she looked up. Chen Gij, you must not let him go. He has harmed so many innocent women. It was he who caused the deaths of the entire Jiang family. If you let him go this time, who knows what evil deeds he will commit in the future. Hero. Oh no. Great hero. If you spare me, I will never commit any wrongdoing again. The 4 great villains will be reduced to 3. I will retire from the martial world and only do good deeds to atone. Yun Zhonghe repeatedly bowed his head, yet his remaining right arm was hidden beneath his belly, his cries growing louder, but his gaze increasingly sinister. When did I ever say I would spare you? Chen Yu frowned, and just as his words fell, Mu Wanqing let out a soft cry. Be careful. From the beginning, Mu Wanqing had never lowered her guard against Yun Zhonghe. Taking advantage of Zhongling's distraction, he hurled several round steel projectiles towards their heads. Upon seeing this, she immediately shouted a warning. Chen Yu swiftly shielded Zhongling and Mu Wanqing behind him, channeling his internal energy into his sword, executing a move from the Yuxiao sword technique, Phoenix's Cry, which effortlessly sliced through the 3 steel projectiles. With a bang, although the projectiles were cut in half, They erupted into clouds of white smoke. Chun Yu's gaze shifted, and with a surge of cold ice, true chi from his left hand, he dispersed the smoke to AT that moment. Yun Zhanghe had already activated his lightness technique. Retreating 10 paces away, he snorted coldly and employed the Lingbo Weibu to soar into the air, reaching Yun Zhanghe's side in an instant, his sword flashing like lightning. Once more, a heart-wrenching scream rang out as Yun Zhanghe's feet were severed in an instant. "Did I allow you to leave?" Chun Yu furrowed his brow, pondering the remarkable foolishness of Yun Zhanghe. The disparity in their martial prowess was akin to that between heaven and earth. To hope for a reversal, using concealed weapons was nothing short of a delusion. Just then, however, he heard a series of peculiar sounds emanating from behind him. "You must be kidding. Did you even lace the concealed weapons with poison?" Chun Yu cast a disdainful glance at the moaning Yun Zhanghe on the ground, his sword flashing with a swift motion as he severed the last remaining hand from the opponent's limbs and promptly applied pressure to stop the bleeding. As always, he could not allow his adversary to perish so easily. Yet, there were more pressing matters at hand. With a swift kick, Chun Yu knocked Yun Zhanghe unconscious, then hurried to check on the two women's condition. One glance at Zhong Ling and Mu Wanqing's strange expressions revealed much. Zhong Ling was utterly drained of strength. Her face flushed as she repeatedly called Chun Yu's name upon his arrival. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing was still holding on, but when Chun Yu approached to assess her state, she unexpectedly broke into tears. "You neither cherish me nor wish to marry me, so why save me?" Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Since their acquaintance, Chun Yu had mostly encountered her cold, unapproachable demeanor, starkly contrasting with the delicate vulnerability she displayed now. "That I know I cannot defeat you, nor could I ever kill you. If you refuse to wed me, I shall have to face death. I long to return to Dali, to see my mother. Once I do, I will die, thus fulfilling my promise." Mu Wanqing choked on her sobs, finally voicing the sentiment she had suppressed for days. She had long contemplated this, but had it not been for her current state of intoxication, she would never have revealed such frailty. "Sister Mu, Linger feels so strange. I am burning up." Zhong Ling appeared possessed. Mu Wanqing herself was also ablaze with heat, yet due to her greater age and internal strength, she had not succumbed entirely. Current target: Zhong Ling, Evil Thought 1. "I feel so hot." Intermediate reward: Evil Thought 2. "I like Brother Chen." Advanced reward: Current target: Mu Wanqing, Evil Thought 1. "Does he truly feel nothing for me? I feel a pang of disappointment." Intermediate reward: Evil Thought 2. "Does he already have a wife? I don't need to be the only one." Why? Intermediate reward: Evil Thought 3. "Ugh, I feel so uncomfortable, it feels as though my body is burning alive." Advanced reward: Observing the sudden malevolence from the two, Chun Yu was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he reached out to remove the black veil from Mu Wanqing's face. "Don't touch me." Mu Wanqing turned her head, attempting to speak harshly, but her tears flowed uncontrollably. Suddenly, she heard Chun Yu sigh and say, "I never said I was unwilling to marry you." She shot her head up, her watery eyes gleaming with the last remnants of clarity, and coldly demanded, "Say that again. That I said I never said I was unwilling to marry you. And furthermore, I currently have no wife." Chun Yu spoke earnestly, then added with a hint of irritation, "Moreover, I'm not averse to having a proper conversation with you. It's just that each time I try to speak, you always with that icy demeanor and threaten to kill me, that I'm timid and afraid of you." Mu Wanqing couldn't help but stifle a laugh, though she struggled to maintain her serious expression, insisting, "Where are you timid? If you were timid, you wouldn't have dared to confront that witch on our first meeting." No, mentioning the cave was out of the question. In their current state, just thinking about it made her feel as though she might dissolve into nothingness. Mu Wanqing feigned a fierce demeanor, scolding, "Don't think I don't know what you're plotting. Let me tell you. If you dare to do anything, I will never forgive you. Actually, I think you two can manage to detoxify yourselves. That go to hell. Should I take care of it instead? Say that you like me. ISNT, this moving a bit too fast. Don't look at me as if I'm dead. Fine, I like you. Say that in this lifetime, you will only love me and marry me alone. That is a bit excessive. Perhaps I should just let you two handle it. Say it again. First, use your Jiang divine skill to detoxify Zhong Ling. This poison cannot be cured. Chen Xiaoxia, your divine skill is truly versatile and exceedingly convenient. Faced with Chun Yu's audacity, which rivaled the thickness of city walls, Mu Wanqing found herself both infuriated and amused. Brother Chen. Wu. Linger feels so unwell, the still nurturing Zhong Ling murmured, her expression now one of pain. Mu Wanqing was left with only a shred of rationality. After a moment's hesitation, she removed her veil, revealing a stunning visage akin to a crescent moon, delicate as snow atop blossoming trees. You. Honestly, do you think I am beautiful? Her cheeks flushed, typically enchanting. She now radiated an alluring charm. Chinyu nodded. You are as beautiful as the serene waters and graceful willows, a rare beauty in this world. There was not a hint of exaggeration in his words. Even in the original narrative, Mu Wanqing's beauty was of the highest caliber. It was unfortunate that Duan Yu was infatuated with Wang Yuyan, oblivious to the fact that Mu Wanqing was not inferior to her at all. Unlike Zhong Ling's charming liveliness, Mu Wanqing possessed a captivating beauty laced with a hint of heroism. You. If you had been willing to converse with me like this from the start, I would not have had to treat you so harshly. Mu Wanqing's heart raced, her eyes brimming with joy, finally revealing the girlish demeanor hidden beneath her frosty exterior. Biting her lip, she asked, "Can't you use your divine skill to detoxify me? Even if it could, it would require. I feel no difference. After all, aside from me, you could never marry anyone else." Chinyu replied with a smile. "Humph. You are always scheming. You will be beaten to death one day," that Mu Wanqing huffed lightly, claiming this, yet felt a flicker of happiness at Chun Yu's candidness that he intended to marry her. This was Mu Wanqing's greatest fear. Her mother, the Azura blade Qin Hongmian, had once harbored deep affections for Duan Jingchun, yet had not even attained the status of a concubine. Hence, she had sworn a toxic oath, demanding that the first man who beheld her face must marry her. So, is it to be here? Mu Wanqing lowered her head, feeling somewhat bashful. Truthfully, she did not wish to stay here, especially with the dismembered Yin Zhonghe lying not far away. Perhaps we should find a cave instead, Chun Yu playfully teased. As Mu Wanqing and Zhong Ling heard the mention of the cave, memories of that long, 2-hour night a few days prior flooded their minds. Brother Chen Linger actually likes you. Suit yourself, just consider it a dog bite. Chapter 23, Hearts in Accord Current Objective. Zhong Ling Malicious Intentions 1 and 2 completed current objective. Mu Wanqing Malicious Intentions 1, 2, and 3 completed rewards granted. Mastery card for Falling Petal Sword Technique. High-level martial arts realm enhancement card. 1 year of pure inner strength. Body refinement pill. Can enhance physical strength. Perfected Golden Crow Blade Technique card critical reward. Additional 1 year of pure inner strength favorability rewards granted. Heartfelt Jade Pendant X2, a token of love. Can be used for transmission of skills, allowing the transfer of specific advanced techniques to the holder of the pendant, directly reaching the maximum value based on the target's aptitude. Note: as an individual, please refrain from indiscriminate distribution. Chinyu sat cross-legged, converting the newly acquired inner strength and techniques that he then used 2 high-level martial arts realm enhancement cards to elevate both the Ice True Chi and the Jade Flute Sword technique to perfection. As of now, Chinyu had mastered the following internal techniques. 9 Yang True Scripture, perfected. Ice True Chi, perfected. His sword techniques included Jade Flute Sword technique, perfected. Falling Petal Sword technique, major accomplishment. His blade techniques were Golden Crow Blade technique, perfected. His fist and foot techniques comprised Great Songyang Divine Palm, major accomplishment. Left-right mutual combat technique, major accomplishment. Fire Blade, perfected. Additionally, Chinyu's pure inner strength had accumulated to 10 years. And with previous enhancements, the density of his inner strength had reached a terrifying level. Chinyu opened his eyes and let out a long breath, feeling a profound sense of relaxation. Raising a hand, he saw 2 pure white jade pendants intricately carved with mandarin duck patterns appear in his palm, his expression gradually growing complex. This was the favorability reward. To obtain this reward, one must raise the other party's favorability towards oneself to a certain degree. Receiving 2 at once meant that both Zhong Ling and Mu Wanqing. Due to the lengthy detoxification process, both women were currently resting from exhaustion, with Zhong Ling nestled in Mu Wanqing's embrace. He leaned in closer and suddenly noticed Mu Wanqing's tightly shut eyelids flutter, realizing she was pretending to sleep. Intentionally, he reached out to gently caress her delicate, fair face. The tender touch made Mu Wanqing, who was already shy, tremble slightly. Yet she was determined not to let Chinyu discover her wakefulness, biting her lip and enduring it. The effects of the medicine had worn off, and she was uncertain how to confront Chinyu. She harbored a similar panic. What if Chinyu discarded her after taking what he wanted, just as her mother had been abandoned by that Lord Duan years ago? What would she do then? Current objective: Mu Wanqing malicious intention 1. If he truly dares to abandon me, I shall not rest until I make him suffer 1,000 cuts, even if I must become a vengeful spirit. Special reward malicious intention 2. If only he were a girl and I were a boy. Special reward malicious intention 3. Between Zhongling and me, which does he prefer? If he favors Zhongling more, I shall ignore him for a month. Basic reward: Chinyu observed her adorable malicious thoughts and suddenly realized that Mu Wanqing was a woman of striking contrasts, cold on the surface. Yet her inner world was vividly captivating. His heart warmed, but Mu Wanqing could not help but open her eyes, only to find Chinyu gazing at her with a half-smile. She instantly blushed, her eyes glistening, and hoarsely said, "You're bullying me again." Current objective: Zhongling malicious intention 1. What should I do? Perhaps I should continue pretending to be asleep. I hope they haven't noticed I'm awake. Basic reward malicious intention 2. This feels strange, yet it also brings me joy. Basic reward malicious intention 3. Will Brother Chen also marry me? If he only marries Sister Mu and not me, I would be utterly heartbroken. Intermediate reward: oh dear, another one has awakened. Chinyu could not help but chuckle, saying later, "I will escort you both back to Luoyang, and in a few days, you will return to Dali." As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions on Mu Wanqing and Zhongling's faces turned pale to TO them. Chinyu's words undoubtedly implied that he did not wish to take responsibility, sending them back from whence they came. However, Chinyu quickly added, "Go back and tell your families that a man named Chinyu from the Central Plains will soon come bearing rich gifts to propose." That Mu Wanqing, who had been tense, realized that this mischievous man was at it again and angrily sat up, saying, "I want to marry." "Linger, you aren't allowed to marry either." Zhongling, no longer pretending to be asleep, blinked her watery eyes and shyly said, "But if I don't marry Brother Chen, then who will want me?" She had always held feelings for Chinyu, who had not only rescued her from that wicked woman, but also provided her with the means to return home. When faced with her request, though she spoke incessantly, she did not refuse. Their conversations were endless, and many of Chinyu's viewpoints struck her as both intriguing and reasonable. Zhongling, with her innocent demeanor and a hint of shyness, teasingly remarked, "Sister Mu, if you don't marry Brother Chen, are you going to live alone on the mountain for the rest of your life?" Mu Wanqing immediately grew anxious, pinching Zhongling's round, adorable cheek, feeling as if they were teaming up against her, her heart aching even more. Irritated, she declared, "Then you go ahead and marry him. I'll find a secluded place to die." As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. "If you find a secluded place to die, how will I find you?" "Wan Mei." Chinyu took her hand and asked with a smile. That Mu Wanqing's fair face flushed, yet she did not pull her hand away. Turning her head, she said, "You just said you would die in a secluded place. Why would you search for me? Also, I should be a bit older than you. How can you address me so casually?" Her expression was adorable, her tone icy yet tinged with an undeniable softness, utterly charming. With a gentle pull, he effortlessly embraced her again. Chinyu had thoroughly understood Mu Wanqing's temperament. After softly coaxing her a few times, her frown disappeared without a trace, leaving only a faint blush. "That if you dare betray me, I will haunt you even as a ghost." Mu Wanqing whispered ominously, "That oh dear, I'm afraid of ghosts, Sister Mu, if you become a ghost." "Please don't find me," Zhongling said with a playful smile. The two women continued their playful banter until Chinyu interrupted, holding one of them in each arm. "Ling Mei, Wan Mei, I have something to give you both." Seeing their puzzled expressions, Chinyu revealed the two heartfelt jade pendants. "Thank you, Brother Chen. I will cherish it dearly." Though Zhongling was slightly younger than Mu Wanqing, she understood the significance of Chinyu's gift and felt both shy and delighted as she carefully accepted the pendant. Remembering something, she bent down and pulled a red pouch from her green skirt. Her face flushed as she handed it to Chinyu. "Brother Chen, I made this for you, and I will give you this as well." Mu Wanqing, equally blushing and avoiding Chinyu's gaze, took out a yellow wood comb from her clothing. "Just so you won't say I'm stingy, it's just that I didn't bring anything of value in that which captured me. So if you find it lacking, feel free to discard it." Yet she no longer resisted the title of Wan Mei. Seeing how adorable the two were, Chen Yu's heart fluttered that it was only by noon that he remembered the dismembered Yun Zhanghe still lay in the forest. When Chen Yu arrived, he found the man being torn apart by several wild wolves, that he chased the wolves away and confirmed that the man was still alive. Both Mu Wanqing and Zhong Ling had seen their fair share of the world and were not like sheltered young ladies who would shy away from such bloody scenes. They felt disgusted by the lecherous man and harbored resentment for killing the Jiang family, thus inquiring about Chen Yu's plans for him. That I have said it before. Death would be too merciful for him. Chen Yu let out a cold laugh as he lifted Yun Zhanghe. The latter had just regained consciousness from his fainting spell, but the excruciating pain in his limbs caused him to emit a wretched scream. Chen Yu paid him no heed, holding him aloft as he led Zhong Ling and Mu Wanqing back to Luoyang City. Chapter 24. Transmitting skills. The news of Yun Zhanghe's capture quickly spread. His notorious reputation and the countless families he had harmed had incited a collective fury among the populace. Many sought vengeance, and those he had wronged from various places were hastening towards Luoyang. Therefore, before deciding on his fate, they temporarily confined him in the dungeons of the Beggars Guild. The guards mentioned that they had applied healing ointment provided by the leader of the Funyo sect, Ke Zhongmin, to prevent Yun Zhanghe from dying prematurely. However, after the application, he writhed in agony, his wails echoing day and night. That it was later recalled that the venerable Ke harbored a grudge against Yun Zhanghe, as his youngest daughter had fallen victim to him years ago and had hanged herself as a result. That as her father, he had longed for revenge. He had traveled overnight from Xinqing, deliberately adding several potent and stimulating herbs to the ointment, harmless to the body but excruciatingly painful when applied. Many members of the Beggars Guild loathed Yun Zhanghe, and as long as he remained alive, they were content to let things unfold as they would. With Yun Zhanghe captured, Chen Yu was naturally thrust into the spotlight as the hero of the hour. Officials of all ranks in Luoyang even organized a grand commendation ceremony to honor his achievement in apprehending Yun Zhanghe. However, Chen Yu did not attend. Instead, he sent Ma Diyuan in his stead, claiming he had sustained injuries while capturing Yun Zhanghe. In truth, he found it tiresome to deal with those sanctimonious officials. The Song dynasty of this world was far worse than the historical accounts of the Song dynasty from Chen Yu's previous life. The emperor was dim-witted, and the officials lacked virtue, leading to repeated defeats, with foreign tribes pressing them down mercilessly. The current emperor even had the audacity to call himself the son of several nations simultaneously. An unheard-of situation. Were it not for a few formidable sects in the country, such as Qiao Feng in the north and Guijing and his wife in the south, the nation might have long since fallen. The tragedy of the Jiang family was fundamentally linked to the incompetence of the Song court. The ineptitude of the court and its repeated failures on the battlefield led to the death of 30,000 soldiers from the Shunan army in Hebei, leaving their children without anyone to care for them. Chen Yu tried to avoid dwelling on such matters. He was more concerned about the impending separation from Zhong Ling and Mu Wanqing. After capturing Yun Zhanghe, he had spent 4 or 5 days accompanying Mu Wanqing and Zhong Ling in and around Luoyang, during which time it felt somewhat like a honeymoon. However, they indeed needed to return, as those who had been captured by Li Qiushui had not seen them and were likely in a state of panic. Chen Yu had promised them that once his affairs were concluded, he would travel to Dali to find them. Wan Mei Ling Mei, tomorrow you shall depart to prevent any unforeseen mishaps during your journey. I will impart 2 sets of martial arts skills to you today, Chen Yu stated solemnly in an inn in the southern part of Luoyang. Mu Wanqing and Zhong Ling exchanged surprised glances. The skill imparted to Ling Mei was a sword technique named falling petal swordplay. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chen Yu paced as he elucidated the intricate details of the swordplay. This technique was derived from the falling petal divine sword of the Eastern Evil, Huang Yaoshi. Although it was not as exquisite as the Yuxiao swordplay, it was nonetheless a rare and superior sword technique in the world. When executed, it resembled a flurry of falling petals, truly formidable. Zhong Ling could not help but applaud, then produced a bag of seeds she had just purchased from the market, asking Chen Yu and Mu Wanqing if they would like some. Chun Lang is discussing important matters. Can you behave properly? Mu Wanqing chided lightly. Chen Lang, Zhong Ling mimicked in a playful tone, puffing out her cheeks and teasing. I wonder who was giving Chindagu a sour face just a few days ago. Mu Wanqing's cheeks flushed, and she reached out to pinch Zhong Ling's cheek. Zhong Ling immediately dashed behind Chen Yu, nibbling on her seeds while sticking her tongue out at Mu Wanqing. Seeing Chen Yu sigh, She hastily helped him sit down, then cheerfully plopped onto his lap, saying shyly, "Chindigo, my mother says my talent for martial arts is average, and this falling petal swordplay you just spoke of sounds incredibly profound. I doubt I could ever master it." Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing fell silent as Zhongling's words rang true. Moreover, Mu Wanqing was quite clear about her own abilities. She felt that her martial arts talent was only slightly superior to Zhongling's. If she were to practice the falling petal swordplay, it would likely take her a decade or more to achieve any proficiency. For Wanmei, Qinyu imparted a knife technique named Golden Crow Blade Technique. He gestured for the two to remain patient and beckoned Mu Wanqing to sit on his lap as well. Initially annoyed at Zhongling's carefree demeanor, Mu Wanqing's expression softened with a touch of delight despite her still frosty demeanor. The Golden Crow Blade Technique was created by Shipo Pe, the wife of the leader of the Snow Mountain sect, by Zazai, specifically to counter his Snow Mountain swordplay. The IT comprised 73 moves, each fierce and swift, akin to raging flames and the blazing sun, making the technique astonishing. Mu Wanqing pondered for a moment, her expression less cold than when discussing Zhongling, and shook her head, saying, "Qinlang, I too cannot practice this blade technique." While her mother was renowned as the Azura blade Qin Hongyan, and thus more familiar with the use of blades than Zhongling was with swords, she understood even better the intricate complexity of the Golden Crow blade technique that Qinyu described. Not only her, but even her mother Qin Hongyan would likely need decades to master this technique. With soft jade and fragrant allure enveloping him, Qinyu found it difficult to resist the distinct scents of the two girls. Mu Wanqing and Zhongling exchanged glances and simultaneously spat. When discussing skills, why resort to mischief? Mu Wanqing chided playfully. Despite their frequent discussions over the past few days, her youthful nature remained intact. Zhongling, on the other hand, had developed a rather amusing habit of covering her eyes when discussing matters of martial arts. Qinyu was at a loss for how to explain that the jade pendants gifted to him by the two girls, imbued with the connection of the heart, possessed the ability to transmit skills, allowing him to teach the martial arts he had cultivated to a certain level. Due to their innate talents, the only techniques he could impart were the falling petals swordplay and the Golden Crow Blade Technique. And the method was quite simple. Qinyu whispered a few words into the ears of both girls. Mu Wanqing was initially taken aback, then blushed and exclaimed indignantly, "You keep circling around the point. Why concoct such a strange method to tease us? I feel wronged." Qinyu pressed his forehead, suddenly losing the desire to explain that in any case, it is as I said. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. Zhongling opened her hands, forming a small gap between her middle fingers, and softly declared, "I believe you, Chindigo. I have always believed in you." Mu Wanqing, seeing this, grew even more exasperated and coldly scoffed. "Clever little thing. No wonder your name has the character for spirit in it." Feeling Chunyu's intense gaze, she blushed slightly and turned her head in defiance, saying, "She believes you. You can teach her. Wanmei." Mu Wanqing finally sighed, her voice softening considerably. "How could I not trust you? If I didn't, I wouldn't." She hesitated, casting a glance at Zhongling, who was stifling giggles, but this time she must go first. Zhongling's face immediately flashed with panic. Shaking her head vigorously, Zhongling and Mu Wanqing sat cross-legged on the bed, their eyes gently closed as their internal energy surged. Watching the two as they absorbed the martial arts, Qinyu let out a long breath. The process was proceeding smoothly. When they opened their eyes again, Zhongling felt an exquisite sword technique manifest in her mind. She gestured with her hands, effortlessly executing the moves of the technique with remarkable finesse. As for Mu Wanqing, she absorbed the technique even faster than Zhongling. At that moment, she was in the room demonstrating the Golden Crow Blade Technique with the short blade she had previously purchased, showcasing its formidable and intricate nature. "Qinlang, what is this?" she exclaimed with delight, her usually icy demeanor melting away into an indescribably beautiful and enchanting smile. Zhongling was equally thrilled, looking at Qinyu with admiration. "Chindigo, I really learned it. Of course, I wouldn't deceive you. I certainly did not lie." Qinyu managed a wry smile before suddenly coughing heavily. "As long as you've learned it, my 10 years of life expenditure are not in vain." Zhongling and Mu Wanqing, they had only heard of internal energy transmission leading to death upon dispersing the energy. They had never heard of martial arts techniques being transmitted, hence their skepticism towards Chan Yu's method. So it turns out that imparting such martial arts techniques requires the consumption of lifespan. No wonder no one was willing to use it before. Chun De Go, Zhongling, ever the innocent and lively one, was now on the verge of tears as she rushed forward to tightly embrace Qin Yu, crying, "Why didn't you tell us beforehand? If I had known transmitting skills would cost your life, I would rather die myself than accept it." Mu Wanqing's eyes also reddened as she stepped forward to pinch Qin Yu, her voice choked with emotion. "You bad person, do you think if you die first, I would live on alone? Fool, foolishness." Though the two ladies possess starkly contrasting personalities, at their core, they are both innocent young girls, deeply affected by Qin Yu's words in this moment, clinging to him, unwilling to let go. It is only when they suddenly notice an oddity in Qin Yu's smile that they pause, that Mu Wanqing glances down and exclaims, "You dead man, I shall never believe your words again." Zhongling also raises her tiny fist, turning her face away in indignation. "Ladies, you shall be returning to Dali tomorrow. May I present you with a gift?" Qin Yu, having exerted little effort, quickly pacifies the two, one in each arm, smiling broadly as he speaks. "What is it?" Zhongling blinks her watery eyes in curiosity. Even Mu Wanqing looks at him with intrigue, though she feigns reluctance, saying, "There is no need for gifts. The jade pendant you previously bestowed is already quite precious." Qin Yu ponders. It seems there are no local specialties in Luoyang. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration strikes him, and he raises a finger, declaring, "Then perhaps I shall not present a gift after all." "Humph, you and your antics." Mu Wanqing chuckles softly. Zhongling also bursts into laughter, teasing, "Brother Qin, you should not be called Qin Yu. According to Sister Mu, you ought to be addressed as Qin Guai." Chapter 25. The Loyal and Righteous Madame Ma. 2 days later. Having seen off the two ladies, Qin Yu returns to the beggar sect's headquarters. From Wu Changfeng, he learns of the plan devised by the others regarding Yun Zhanghe's fate. Due to the multitude of victims Yun Zhanghe has harmed, those seeking personal retribution have nearly filled the headquarters. One life is simply insufficient to appease them all. It is uncertain who among the bereaved kin of Yun Zhanghe conceived a particularly ruthless scheme to first castrate Yun Zhanghe, then deliver him to a brothel offering special services as a male prostitute. This way, he too can experience the taste of being violated and humiliated, and he must not be allowed to die easily. All those he has wronged must be given a chance for vengeance. Even Qin Yu, upon hearing such a method, felt a chill run down his spine. It seems that merely severing his limbs would be too lenient. Given Yun Zhanghe's appearance, who could possibly endure the aversion to carry it out? Wu Changfeng, as he spoke, involuntarily retched a couple of times at his words. The others darkened in countenance. Indeed, anyone conjuring images of Yun Zhanghe in such a predicament would instinctively feel sickened. "That is not how it should be said," interjected the eldest among the four guardian elders. Elder Song, he stroked his graying beard and spoke in a calm tone. "If your wife and daughter were to be ravaged to death by a scoundrel like Yun Zhanghe, you would certainly explore any means possible to make him suffer even more. Moreover, Yun Zhanghe has been one of the four notorious villains, infamous throughout the land. There will always be those with peculiar tastes or a morbid curiosity wishing to witness this famed lecher's downfall. In short, Miss Yun's business shall surely thrive. Master Chun, you have once again achieved great merit, ridding the Western capital, no, the entire world, of a significant menace. You have once more demonstrated the benevolent reputation of our sect before the public. Truly a model among the disciples of our beggar sect." Wu Changfeng, who has always held Qin Yu in high esteem, laughed heartily, slapping Qin Yu's shoulder with vigor, his eyes brimming with admiration. The other elders nodded in agreement, stroking their beards in approval. With each successive accomplishment, not only Qin Yu, but also the brothers of the headquarters have come to wholeheartedly respect this young master. The short and stout elder, Shishanha, chuckled. "In truth, your achievements warrant promotion to elder. However, the sect has its rules, allowing us old fellows to cling to our positions for a few more years. When the time comes, should you wish to take over any of our positions, feel free to speak." Laughter erupted among the crowd. "I must apologize. My ambitions have never been limited to just the four of you." Qin Yu mused inwardly, though he outwardly declined with a few modest words before inquiring, "Where are Vice Master Ma and Elder Bai? Have they departed with the government to hunt down bandits?" Ma Dayuan belongs to the Clean Garment sect and had already established a reputation in the martial world prior to joining the Beggars sect. Maintaining good relations with the Song dynasty's officials. Not long ago, he had mentioned his intentions to assist the government in eradicating the bandits around Luoyang. Wu Changfeng nodded. Indeed, they left yesterday. However, as he spoke, he suddenly sensed something amiss and exclaimed, "Strange, the bandits' camp is not far from here. Logically, they should have returned by now." Just then, several bloody disciples of the Beggar sect rushed in, and upon seeing the elders, they immediately knelt and wept bitterly. "What on earth is happening? Where are Elder Bai and Vice Master Ma?" Elder Song's voice turned stern. One of the disciples sobbed. "Vice Master Ma and Elder Bai led our brothers to the eastern Shuangfeng Mountain to eliminate bandits. Initially, all went smoothly, but as they attacked the bandit stronghold, a few masked figures in black suddenly emerged. These individuals excel in hidden weapons and possess formidable martial skills. Our brothers were caught off guard, suffering heavy casualties, and Vice Master Ma and Elder Bai were both severely injured. They managed to protect some brothers and retreat to a cliff on the left peak, covering our escape as we came to seek help. We implore the elders to depart at once and save Vice Master Ma." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Beggars sect's elders and master turned ashen. "What nonsense is this? This is Luoyang, the headquarters of the Northern Beggars sect. How dare such vile scoundrels attack our Vice Master and Law Elder in the vicinity of our headquarters? This is a blatant affront to the might of the greatest sect in the world. Go! We must leave immediately." Wu Changfeng, unable to contain his fury, grasped his ghost-headed broadsword. Though his demeanor is typically rugged, he is deeply concerned for his brothers. Hearing that Ma Ding and Bai Shijing are in peril, he cannot afford to delay. The other elders, though silent, display their anger through their grim expressions and tightly gripped weapons. Turning to Qin Yu, they declared, "Brother Qin, you shall accompany us, of course." Qin Yu, seeking to further solidify his standing among the upper echelons of the Beggars sect, seized this as an opportune moment. The group quickly readied their weapons and hastened to the headquarters entrance, only to find Kong Min already waiting there. Having learned of Ma Duan's predicament from returning disciples, she stood there, solitary and weeping uncontrollably. "Uncles and brothers, mighty Yuan is in danger this time, that I implore you all to lend your strength. If to Yuan, if he were to perish like this, I fear I shall not survive either." Kong Min, already a striking beauty, appeared even more so with tears streaming down her face, evoking a sense of pity in those who beheld her. The elders sighed, realizing she is indeed a woman of deep loyalty and righteousness. Earlier, they had thought her shallow for marrying an older man like Ma Duan, but now they recognized their misjudgment. They sought to comfort her, assuring her that they would bring back the Yuan safe and sound. Only Qin Yu, with an unusual expression, perceived the malevolence lurking within Madame Ma. Current objective. Kong Min malicious thought 1. Ma Duan must die. But not now, not in this manner. No, he must be rescued, or my plans will. High-level reward malicious thought 2. Is this yet another scheme by Quan Guoqing? This man deserves death. He will be killed sooner or later. Mid-level reward malicious thought 3. Should Qin Yu manage to bring that old fool back, he will undoubtedly gain more prominence among these elders. And Ma Dayuan, that useless fellow, will surely place greater trust in Qin Yu, thus facilitating. Mid-level reward how kind of you, considering my interests. Qin Yu scoffed inwardly, fully aware that Kong Min was likely concocting a more insidious scheme. He, much like Ma Dayuan, was merely a pawn in her game. Yet this venomous woman fails to understand that some pieces are not within her control. Seeing Kong Min's tear-filled eyes and earnest gaze upon him, Qin Yu stepped forward with confidence, proclaiming, "Rest assured, Madam, even if it costs me my life, I will bring Vice Master Ma back." There's no need for such exaggeration. Noticing that Elders Song, Shi, Chun, and Wu, along with the other brothers, had already moved on, Kong Min lowered her voice, choking back tears. "Good brother, just do your best. Please do not suffer any harm. That the Yuan's fate is determined by heaven, that if you are injured because of this, my heart will ache just the same." As she spoke, she rose on her toes to adjust Chun Yu's collar, tears streaming down her face as she urged, "Go." Chapter 26. The Murong of Suzhou. Upon exiting Luoyang, the group headed eastward. Leading the charge were the 4 great guardian elders. Along with Qin Yu, Daong, and Dali, The two masters, accompanied by over a dozen skilled individuals, the entourage moved forth with great momentum toward Shuangfeng Mountain. Located several dozen miles away, Elder Song, Shi, Chun, and Wu, all of whom possess formidable martial arts and profound internal energy, employed their lightness skills, moving at a speed far surpassing that of swift horses. Chen Yu, maintaining a leisurely pace behind them, managed to run a considerable distance without breaking a sweat, earning the admiration of the four elders. Brother Chun, your lightness skill is truly remarkable. May I inquire to which sect it belongs? Wu Changfeng exclaimed in astonishment as they ran, unable to contain his curiosity. This is the Lingbo Weibu of the Xiaoyao sect. Chen Yu did not deliberately conceal himself. He casually took a few steps to keep pace with the others, appearing remarkably at ease compared to the tense Wu Changfeng and Shishana. The three elders, Shi, Chun, and Wu, displayed expressions of astonishment, as they were unfamiliar with the Xianyao sect. They heard Elder Song inquire, "Leader Chun, can you go any faster?" With Ma Duan and Bai Shijing in dire peril, every second counted for their rescue. Elder Song, being the eldest among the four protectors and possessing profound internal strength, had a particularly keen eye that he sensed something amiss and surmised that Chen Yu was not exerting his full power. "You need not concern yourself with our old faces. If you can reach Shuangfeng Mountain first and save our brothers, we will be eternally grateful," he urged. "What? Brother Chen hasn't even used his full strength." Wu Changfeng was taken aback, his heart racing. After all, he was already exerting himself to keep up with the others. Chen Yu did not deny this. He nodded and infused his legs with internal energy, instantly doubling his speed that in the blink of an eye, he vanished from the sight of the four, that Wu Changfeng stood dumbfounded, shouting to Elder Song on his right, "Old Song, you are impressive. How did you discern that this lad wasn't using his full strength?" Beside him, Chen Gaian and Shishana also widened their eyes in astonishment. Elder Song replied, "I knew he was fast, but not this fast. He is practically the fastest man in Xijing. No wonder he could capture that Yunzhong." Unbeknownst to them, Chen Yu had long left them far behind. Within half an hour, he arrived at the foot of Shuangfeng Mountain. True to its name, the mountain boasted twin peaks, and from afar, one could still hear the cries of battle and screams of agony emanating from the cliff on the left. It seemed he had not arrived too late. Chen Yu immediately summoned his internal energy and ascended the mountain. Reaching the cliff's edge in no time, he discovered the ground littered with the bodies of the beggar clan disciples. Their forms sprawled in grotesque positions, most of them victims of hidden weapons, blood streaming from their orifices, their deaths harrowing. Beneath a few maple trees, the remaining 4 or 5 beggar clan disciples were engaged in a fierce battle with 5 masked figures clad in black. All of them wounded, Danameda, and his complexion alternating between shades of blue and purple, sat cross-legged beneath a tree, while the law elder Bai Shijing pressed his palm against Ma's back, channeling vital energy into him. Despite being covered in blood and bearing several knife wounds, upon seeing Chen Yu, the previously despondent beggar clan disciples suddenly brightened, shouting, "Leader Chen, hurry and save us!" Bai Shijing, whose usually tense face softened for a rare moment, attempted to utter a warning, but his complexion turned pale as he exclaimed, "Be careful. These people are indeed formidable. They are from the Murong clan of Gu." Murong? Chen Yu's brows furrowed at the mention of these 4 characters. Murong Fu? Was one of these 5 Murong Fu? He pondered deeply. If one excluded Murong Bo, the infamous 6th, the well-known figures in the Gusa Murong clan should be Murong Fu and his subordinates: Deng Baichuan, Gongye Qian, Bao Butong, and Feng Boi. Could these masked figures be among them? Yet something felt off. This world also held the saying of Beiqiao Peak, Nan Murong, suggesting that although Murong Fu's martial arts might not rival Qiao Feng's, could he and his 4 esteemed subordinates not subdue Bai Shijing and Ma Diyun, along with a few lesser beggar clan disciples? How could they have held out for such a duration? Upon deeper reflection, numerous doubts surfaced. Thus, he approached the 5 and inquired, "Which of you is Murong Fu?" The 5 exchanged glances, and the tallest man on the far right sneered, "Who told you we are from the Gusamurong clan?" Chen Yu glanced back at Bai Shijing. Bai Shijing, while delivering energy to the severely injured Mayan, darkened his expression and coldly stated, "The tall one on the right injured Yuan with a throat-holding technique, then engaged me using my own entangling technique against me. That it is unmistakably the style of Gusamurong." The masked figures remained silent, merely sneering. Was it truly Morong Fu? Qin Yu felt a surge of interest. He flexed his wrist, eager to witness the legendary technique of using the opponent's own methods against them. The tall figure stepped forward, smirking. Kid, don't say I'm bullying you. Go ahead and make your move first. Very well. Qin Yu nodded, genuinely wishing to test his strength against Morong Fu, but he summoned his energy and unleashed a powerful Dasanjang palm. Puff! The moment Morong Fu had been sneering, he suddenly felt a colossal wave of internal energy rushing toward him, and his expression changed dramatically. Before he could react, Qin Yu's Dasanjiang palm struck heavily against his chest, causing him to spit blood. The onlookers watched in disbelief as his towering figure was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, tracing a parabolic arc before tumbling down the cliff. Qin Yu? Other onlookers? Bai Shijing's eyes widened, suspecting he had just imagined the scene. When he saw Qin Yu turn and ask Elder Bai, was that man truly Morong Fu? He could hardly believe it. He certainly couldn't withstand a single blow. Qin Yu had initially anticipated witnessing the Morong clan's signature techniques, only to discover that the opponent could not even endure one of his strikes. Goodness! The remaining four, belatedly realizing the situation, cried out toward the cliff's edge. Cough, cough. Bai Shijing cleared his throat and solemnly said, Brother Qin, do not doubt. That man is indeed from the Morong family. Perhaps he was fatigued from our prolonged battle and caught off guard by your sudden attack. But there was no question. They were all undoubtedly Morong. Bang. Qin Yu delivered another palm strike, sending another masked figure flying into the air. He turned back, puzzled. Is this person also from the Morong family? The remaining three were momentarily stunned, crying out, Second brother! Bai Shijing. Facing the last three black-clad figures, Qin Yu tilted his head and asked, Which of you knows the techniques of Dozhuan Xingyi or Tsanaji? Step forward. The trio exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. The two on the sides exchanged looks, and while the shorter, chubby man was caught off guard, he took a step back. Oh, you can? Then allow me to experience your esteemed skills. Qin Yu sneered. The chubby man looked around in panic, cursing, Damn, you two bastards. Puff! Before he could finish, he was struck by Qin Yu's fire blade technique, spurting blood and once again becoming a projectile. Third brother. The remaining two masked figures wailed. Down at the foot of the mountain, the four elders Song, Shi, Chun, and Wu arrived breathless, only to witness corpses tumbling down from the mountain, scratching their heads in confusion as to what had transpired. On the cliff, Qin Yu regarded the last two, asking, Now, which of you is Morong Fu? Fourth brother, we share a bond akin to brothers. Even if I must die, I will not betray you. Fifth brother, with fourth brother standing in front. Anyone who wishes to harm you must first pass through fourth brother. The two masked men, tears welling in their eyes, embraced one another before swiftly jumping back, pointing at each other. He is Morong Fu. Bai Shijing, clutching his forehead in anguish, watched as Qin Yu unleashed a blast of icy energy upon the fourth brother's head. The man's face instantly froze, transforming into a rigid corpse that was then sent tumbling over the cliff. Fourth brother. The fifth brother feigned sorrowful wails, only to see Qin Yu approaching and hastily kneel and surrender, waving his hands. Hero, spare my life. We are indeed not Gusumurong. Having killed so many of my beggar clan brothers, and even injuring brother to such treachery must be punished. Before he could finish, Bai Shijing, swift as a hunting leopard, was upon him in an instant, his right hand wielding a piercing spear, and with a decisive sweep, he ended the man's life. Qin Yu frowned slightly. He was no fool. Bai Shijing's sudden action was clearly an attempt to silence him. It was evident that the events atop Shuangfeng Mountain were far from simple, that I find it hard to believe that these individuals, while possessing only average martial skills, could have inflicted such severe injuries on Vice Leader Ma and the others. Qin Yu questioned. Bai Shijing maintained a stoic expression, sighing, We fell into an ambush. These individuals first employed hidden weapons, then emerged to launch a surprise attack while we were injured. That raises further questions. Qin Yu was startled by the sounds behind him. It was the four elders Song, Shi, Chun, and Wu, along with other beggar clan masters who had just arrived. He then spoke, How does Elder Bai compare to Vice Leader Ma in terms of strength against Xiao Gang Leader? If one of these individuals is truly equal to Xiao Gang Leader, why resort to such despicable means? Yet that individual indeed employed Mai and Vice Leader Ma's techniques. Our brothers witnessed it firsthand. Bai Shijing maintained his stern demeanor, asserting, Even if he is not Morong Fu, He is undoubtedly one of the Murong clan. He turned away from Chunyu and recounted the events that had transpired atop the mountain to the arriving elders. Whether they are from Gusamurong or not could be discussed later. How is Vice Leader Ma, Wu Changfeng, looking anxious, strode forward to Ma Dun, checking his pulse, his face transforming in horror. This is not good. He has been poisoned. In the next moment, Ma Duyuan's complexion turned extremely poor, and he collapsed to the ground. Earlier, Brother Dun was wounded by the thief's dart in order to protect me. The dart must have been poisoned. Bai Shijing's face darkened, sighing, though I have lent him some of my vital energy. It merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Our utmost priority now is to ascertain the nature of the poison he has been afflicted with. The other party was clearly intent on changing the subject. Chen Yu, seeing through the ruse but choosing to remain silent, approached to assess Ma Duyuan's condition. When faced with inquiries from the other elders, he shook his head, genuinely unaware of the poison afflicting Ma Du. Just then, as everyone was at a loss, a girl in a purple robe suddenly appeared from behind a rock on the right side of the cliff. Her voice was melodious and sweet. And with a grin, she said, "I know what poison this old man has been afflicted with, Brother Chinyu. Would you like me to tell you?" Chapter 27. The mandragora flower. The newcomer was none other than Aziz. In fact, she had been lingering around Luoyang City for the past few days, as she still needed to obtain the antidote for the ice-fire poison pill from Chinyu and dared not stray far. Upon seeing Chinyu accompanied by a large group from the beggars' sect heading east out of the city, she sensed that something significant had occurred. Driven by her playful nature and a desire to witness the unfolding drama, she decided to follow, contemplating an opportune moment to sneak up on Chinyu and reclaim her pride. However, her internal energy was rather weak, causing her to lag behind the others, and she had only just arrived. Having eavesdropped for a while and realizing that the others had little understanding of poisons, she could no longer contain herself and dashed out, eager to mock them. The young girl, with her mischievous and lively eyes, strutted up to Chinyu, feigning innocence as she said, "Good brother, I didn't expect there to be things in this world that you do not know. If you beg little AZ, I might just tell you." Such a beautiful girl caught the attention of the beggars' sect members, but Song, Shi, Chun, and Wu furrowed their brows, sensing a hint of malice in her demeanor. Get lost. Chinyu had never been particularly warm towards Aziz. Chinyu, if you don't want to save this old man, just say so that I'll leave right now, and you can watch him die here. That Aziz crossed her arms, carelessly whistling while stealing glances at Chinyu's expression. To her disappointment, Chinyu appeared unfazed by her threats. That of course. Chinyu thought to himself, smirking coldly, "Do you think that by withholding information I would remain ignorant?" Current target. Aziz malicious thought one. Chinyu, if you do not kneel and beg me today, I will absolutely not tell you that this old man has been poisoned by the mandragora flower, and you can just watch him die. Waha, intermediate reward. Malicious thought two. I want you to play with me, then take the chance to ambush him. Intermediate reward. Malicious thought three. I want to poison the old man on the far right with the white hair, who is holding a spike and has been wearing a grim expression. I can't shake the feeling that his gaze is reminiscent of the old monster Ding. Intermediate reward. Chinyu, I'm giving you one last chance. If you kneel and beg me, while also handing over the antidote for the ice fire poison, I will tell you what poison that old man has. That Aziz declared, hands on her hips, humming softly that you've really pushed your luck. Chinyu's gaze turned icy, causing Aziz to shudder involuntarily, realizing the gravity of the situation. Attempting to flee, she was effortlessly seized by Chinyu, who delivered 2 resounding slaps, leaving her in tears, yet she stubbornly retorted, "Fine, hit me all you want, just watch him die. Do you think you are the only clever one in the world?" Chinyu mocked, then turned to the others. Upon further inspection, it seems that Vice Leader Ma has indeed been poisoned by the mandragora flower. Aziz's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, How did you know? It's the mandragora flower." The expressions of the elders from the beggars' sect shifted drastically. The eldest elder, Song, looked particularly grim, stating coldly, "It appears that the Murong family from Suzhou has truly targeted our beggars' sect." The other elders were equally outraged. Noticing Chunyu's puzzled look, Shishanha elaborated, "The Murong family has a close relationship with the mandragora manor. The current head of the Murong family, Murong Fu, is the nephew of the manor's matriarch. Given that they employ such poison, along with their skills in returning harm, it seems Elder Bai was not mistaken. I almost forgot about the connection between Murong Fu and the matriarch," Chinyu realized. Yet he still felt something was amiss. Both the skills of those individuals and Bai Shijing's final act of silencing were suspicious. "Humph, so what if you know? Can you save him?" Aziz scoffed. Prideful. "This poison is ever-changing and often combined with other toxins. Only the poisoner can concoct the antidote that don't look at me. I can't resolve it either, so just watch him die." She rubbed her cheeks. She approached Qin Yu and pouted. "Good brother, forget about this dying man and play with me." "Okay." Truly, she had the temperament of a spoiled child, her demeanor flipping faster than the pages of a book. "Whose child is this? How can she speak so rudely?" Wu Changfeng exclaimed angrily. Aziz quickly feigned fear, hiding behind Qin Yu, sticking out her tongue. "What is it to you?" "I'm talking to brother Qin Yu." Then, raising her head with a pitiful expression, she added, "Good brother, you hurt me. Given how pitiful little Az is, will you give me the antidote? I can do anything." Though young, she bore the demeanor of a mischievous spirit. Chen Guiyan quietly approached Qin Yu's side, lowering her voice to offer a kind reminder. "Brother Chen, using poison to control others is not the behavior expected of our beggars sect." Qin Yu replied nonchalantly. "She is a disciple of the starry old monster." Chen Guiyan's expression darkened. "Increase the dosage." Oh, she was indeed a disciple of Ding the old monster. No wonder her methods were so vicious. "I say, brother Chen, you should just strike her dead." Wu Changfeng cursed her a few more times, then grew weary of Aziz's provocations and left with the other elders, taking the poison modivin with them. Chen Yu gazed contemplatively at Bai Shijing's limping figure, deep in thought that if he remembered correctly, the true culprit behind Ma Deyuan's demise was this. Hey, if you ignore me any longer, I will spank you." Looking down, he saw Aziz bouncing in front of him. Upon noticing Qin Yu's gaze, she immediately pouted. "What? Am I not as pretty as those old men?" Qin Yu, too apathetic to engage, brushed her aside and turned to leave. Yet Aziz persisted, clinging to his arm and shaking it incessantly. Her cheeks flushed as she said, "Good brother, you haven't seen little Az in several days. That don't you miss me at all?" "I've missed you terribly." Qin Yu certainly did not miss her. The past few days had been quite pleasant in the company of Mu Wanqing and Zhong Ling had this little poison vixen not suddenly appeared. He might have forgotten all about her. "Brother Qin Yu, don't rush off." Aziz followed him all the way, and when they reached halfway up the mountain, he noticed a stream cascading down the mountainside. Suddenly, Aziz released her grip and declared angrily, "If you ignore me again, I will jump down and die." Seeing that Qin Yu remained silent, she genuinely leaped into the stream below, with a splash. Her purple figure disappeared beneath the water, and moments later, bubbles surfaced before her lifeless body was swept downstream. Qin Yu's expression darkened as he rubbed his forehead, momentarily at a loss for words. He retrieved her from the stream, which barely reached his knees, and after a few sharp slaps, her face turned pale, and she remained motionless. Listening for her heartbeat, he found no sign of life from the girl. As if she had truly drowned in the shallow waters. "I will count to 3. If you do not open your eyes, I will strip you bare and feed you to the wolves on the mountain." Aziz remained unresponsive. Even after Qin Yu counted to 3 and loosened her belt, revealing her light purple undergarments and an expanse of flawless skin, she did not budge to Tob fair. Aziz's skin was as white as snow, incredibly delicate and smooth. Her petite figure was perfectly proportioned. That was only when Qin Yu's finger pressed against her Jingmen acupoint, channeling his internal energy into her, that the girl finally trembled. Leaping from his arms with a giggle, "Ouch, where did you poke me?" Good brother, how did you know little Az was just pretending?" Her lively eyes sparkled like a galaxy of stars. She feigned weakness. Her right hand delicately sought support on Qin Yu's shoulder. Qin Yu sneered, effortlessly seizing her alabaster wrist and flipping her over. "Spare me the act." To his surprise, Aziz's right hand revealed 2 gleaming green needles hidden between her fingers. Aziz had expected an easy victory, but upon being discovered by Qin Yu, she pouted and burst into tears, wailing, "You're bullying me. You're bullying me. You ignored me when I jumped into the water. And now you're stripping me and threatening to feed me to wolves." Malicious thought too. "I want you to play with me, then take the chance to ambush him." Completed. Intermediate reward granted. 1 year of pure internal energy to sow. In her eyes, this was also a form of play. Qin Yu was left speechless, having unwittingly fulfilled the malicious intent of this little poison vixen. He walked ahead, while Aziz trailed closely behind, her clothing askew, sobbing as they walked that if anyone unaware of the situation were to witness this, they might genuinely believe he had done something to her. However, Chen Yu was as cold-hearted as ever and would not be swayed into offering her any comfort. Just as he prepared to employ his light-footed technique to leave, he suddenly heard her cries cease abruptly. Turning back, he saw two conflicting energies swirling chaotically from Aziz's dantian. Her small face turned ashen, and having lost her playful demeanor, she cried out, "Good brother, please save me." It turned out to be the ice-fire poison. Chen Yu furrowed her brows and had no choice but to turn back once more, inserting a soothing pill into her mouth. The previously distressed Aziz, who had been writhing on the ground, began to feel somewhat better. Her cheeks flushed as she tidied her disheveled clothes and trailed closely behind Chen Yu like a devoted shadow. With a cheeky grin, she inquired, "Chen Yu Gij, is Xiao Aziz's skin smooth? How does it compare to your two little lovers?" Upon noticing the sudden danger in Chen Yu's gaze, she hurriedly took a few steps back, explaining, "I wasn't following you all the time. I merely saw them when you escorted them out of Luoyang a couple of days ago. You certainly lack the ability to follow me undetected," Chen Yu retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Aziz, however, seemed unfazed, fully aware that she was no match for Chen Yu and incessantly pressed on about the identities of those two beautiful girls, questioning who was more attractive compared to herself. Chen Yu remained silent, merely sneering that in terms of appearance, among Duan Jingxuan's daughters, the most beautiful was undoubtedly Mu Wanqing. She resembled the gentle glow of a new moon and the delicate beauty of flowers adorned with snow. Although her personality was somewhat twisted, a few sweet words could effortlessly elicit her innate charm. Zhongling, while somewhat less striking than Mu Wanqing, was innocent and playful, with a lively spirit that made her endearing. Aziz, being another daughter of Duan Jingxuan, was actually more beautiful than Zhongling, yet her heart was filled with malice and ugliness. Her stunning looks were the only reason she had survived in the martial world. Otherwise, given her deeds, she would have long been killed. Many victims mistook her for a mischievous young girl, unaware that her beautiful facade was merely a guise, leading to their own misfortune. Noticing Chen Yu's disdainful expression, Aziz understood everything, her heart brimming with resentment, contemplating whether to seize an opportunity to eliminate those two girls. Yet, just as this thought crossed her mind, she caught sight of Chen Yu's icy, penetrating gaze, sharp enough to see through all her intentions that a chill ran down her spine, and she trembled slightly, forcing a dry laugh. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Just curb your little thoughts. Do not forget, your life remains in my hands." Chen Yu coldly reminded her that it was indeed a prudent decision to feed her the ice-fire poison pill. Not only could he continuously reap rewards from her, but he could also keep her close to prevent her from harming others. Faced with her malicious intent towards Zhongling and Mu Wanqing, he felt no concern. Currently, Aziz stood no chance against either Zhongling, who had mastered the falling petal sword technique, or Mu Wanqing, who had perfected the golden crow blade technique. Chapter 28. Bai Shijing turns out to be myself upon returning to Luoyang. Feeling slightly shaken by Chen Yu's insight into her thoughts, Aziz found an excuse to slip away. As Chen Yu entered the main hall, he observed disciples of the beggars' sect bustling about, escorting a physician. Clearly, in the face of the mandragora flower poison afflicting Madun, everyone was at a loss. Aziz was indeed a little devil, but being a disciple of the Starry Sky sect, she was well versed in most poisons in the world. She mentioned needing to locate the poison maker, likely to eradicate the toxin from Ma Diyuan's body entirely. Upon entering Ma Diyuan's room, he found the space filled with elders and leaders of the beggars' sect. Seeing Chen Yu arrive, Kong Min's eyes brimmed with tears as she lamented her misfortune, then inquired with concern whether Chen Yu had sustained any injuries. The leader of the beggars' sect is unparalleled in martial arts. He dispatched the scoundrels who harmed Brother Diyuan with a single blow, killing them all. Bai Shijing remarked coolly, "Daji Yusu Murong, our beggar sect has a vendetta against you." Wu Changfeng gritted his teeth, eager to lead his brothers to Yanzi Dock and behead Murong Fu on the spot. "Brother Dun, rest assured, your brothers will avenge you," Bai Shijing declared, sitting at the bedside, his expression stern as he gripped the now purplish face of Ma Diyu, who was on the brink of death. Kong Min wept uncontrollably, her sorrow mixed with regret. She did not blame Chen Yu for his ineffectiveness, but rather despised her husband for his uselessness. If only he had died when he should have. She could have. Who says Vice Leader Ma is destined to die? Chen Yu suddenly interjected. All eyes turned to him, and Wu Changfeng exclaimed, "Could it be that Brother Chen has a solution?" Kang Min, trembling with anticipation, fixed her gaze eagerly upon Chen Yu. Chen Yu stepped forward, signaling by Shi Jing to move aside, and then helped Ma Duan sit up, resting his hand against the latter's back, channeling the 9-yang divine skill. He gradually infused his true energy into Ma Duan's body. Observers noted with astonishment that Ma Duan's previously purplish complexion began to visibly improve. Within half an hour, Ma Duan's eyelids fluttered. And eventually, he truly opened his eyes. Duan, Kang Min gasped, tears streaming down her face. Malicious thought one. Ma Duan cannot die yet. He must wait until Qiao Feng returns before he can perish. Completed. Malicious thought two. I hope Chen Yu can once again shine in this incident. So that I can complete it. Superior reward issued. Complete card for Tiger grasping the throat. Reward includes critical hit and an additional year of pure internal energy. Intermediate reward issued. Martial Arts Realm Enhancement Card X1. Chen Yu glanced at the tear-streaked Kang Min, fully aware that this venomous woman had long wished for Ma Duan's demise. Yet now, she genuinely wanted him to survive, at least until Qiao Feng returned. Implying that she was concocting some nefarious scheme that it wasn't difficult to deduce her motives. Kang Min's fundamental desire to eliminate Ma Duan stemmed from her grievance against Qiao Feng, following the 100 Flowers Conference, where Qiao Feng had disregarded her. An Aiden possessed a letter from Wang Jiantong that could prove Qiao Feng's true identity as a Liao person, yet he was unwilling to disclose it, thus inviting his own death. Although the present world diverged greatly from the narrative, Kang Min's malicious intent revealed that she still sought Qiao Feng's life. She intended to wait until Qiao Feng returned, then seize the opportunity to eliminate Ma Duan, ultimately aiming to frame him. Yet, would she still choose by Shi Jing as the assassin this time? Suddenly, he recalled by Shi Jing's peculiar behavior atop the Twin Peaks during the day. Looking back at Kang Min, who was now kneeling by the bedside, repeatedly calling out Ma Duan's name, he sensed something amiss that no, the two had not colluded this time, at least not at present. Chen Yu could see through Kang Min's wicked thoughts. If she intended to conspire with Bai Shijing to murder her husband, he would have discovered it long ago that I was poisoned. That man's throat-grabbing technique, though not as proficient as mine, was still formidable. Although Ma Duan had awakened, he was extremely weak, intermittently recounting his encounter with the masked assailants on the mountain, echoing Bai Shijing's account. The beggar's sect members were enraged, clamoring to march on Yinzi Dock and pierce the heart of the Gu Su Murong clan. The immediate priority was to find the antidote for the mandragora flower poison. Although the leader had temporarily safeguarded Vice Leader Ma with his internal energy, this was not a long-term solution. And someone needed to venture to the Mandragora Mountain Manor to investigate the situation. Among the 4 great protectors of the elders, the eldest, Elder Song, wore a grim expression. Moreover, we must seek revenge on Gu Su Murong. Regardless of whether Murong Fu was among the 5 people killed by Brother Chen, we must visit Yinzi Dock. Otherwise, the world will mock our beggar sect for being powerless, allowing others to trample upon us without retaliation. Everyone nodded in agreement. The question remained, who should be sent? With the Beggars Sect Conference in Xingzi Forest approaching, and both Qiao Feng and another elder, Lu Zhang, absent, Gu Su Murong's deep-rooted connections posed a risk. If they were ambushed, what then? Someone needed to scout the situation first. Bai Shijing finally spoke, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Yu before continuing. This person must possess formidable martial arts, especially in lightness skill. As both the Mandragora Mountain Manor and Yinzi Dock are not easily infiltrated. No sooner had he spoken than all eyes turned once more to Chen Yu, that if one were to speak of martial prowess, who in the current headquarters could rival Chen Yu? And when it came to lightness skill, Chen Yu had recently taken down Yun Zhonghe, one of the notorious 10 evildoers, whose lightness skill was renowned as the best in the world. Even Chen Yu himself had to admit that he was indeed the most suitable candidate for this mission. This, Chen Guiyin frowned. Brother Chen has been in continuous battle these past few days. Having already slain Shahozi, defeated Zhang Xingzi, and taken down those masters from the Xixia Yipentang. Just a few days ago, he captured Yun Zhonghe, and now he's rushing to Twin Peaks to rescue Vice Leader Ma, an elder, by along with the brothers. His implication was clear. One could not simply command someone without allowing them a moment of respite. However, today's events have shown that, looking across the beggar sect, or even the entire Central Plains martial world, who possesses lightness skill that can compare to Brother Chen's? When Chun Yu went to rescue Ma Dayuan by Shijing, the title of the foremost runner in the Shijing prefecture had already firmly taken root in the hearts of the four elders. No need to say more. For Vice Leader Ma, I shall go without hesitation. Before the crowd could begin their discussions, Chun Yu decisively accepted the task. He could distinctly sense the brewing conspiracies within the headquarters of the Beggars sect. In today's events were likely intertwined with by Shijing. It was evident that someone wished to divert his attention for their own convenience. Given the circumstances, he found himself in a position where he could neither refuse nor back down. Instead, it presented an opportunity to draw out the hidden motives of this old rogue. Excellent. Bai Shijing's eyes sparkled with delight as he laughed heartily. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Brother Chen, your deep bond with your comrades and your fearless spirit truly make you a paragon among the disciples of our Beggars sect. Wu Changfeng also burst into laughter, stepping forward to clap Chen Yu on the shoulder, declaring, "Good brother, I knew I hadn't misjudged you." The elders present showered him with praise for his boldness. However, the eldest among them, Elder Song, raised his hand to signal for silence, his demeanor turning grave as he cautioned, "The Mandala Manor is unlike any other. It belongs to the powerful Wang family of Suzhou. Deeply entrenched with local influence and governmental ties, as for the Swallow's Nest, the Kang Manor 30 miles from Suzhou is the stronghold of the Murong clan. It is said that while Xiao Feng reigns in the north, the Murong clan holds sway in the south, and their strength should never be underestimated. Both of these places are akin to dragon dens and tiger lairs. Sending Brother Chen to probe their depths could be perilous. If all goes well, it is one thing, but should misfortune befall him, Kong Min, who had been reluctant for Chun Yu to leave the headquarters, immediately interjected, her voice trembling with emotion. Elder Song speaks wisely. Although my brother possesses formidable skills, his youth belies a lack of experience in the martial world. Given the current situation with the Yuan, if he were to endanger himself further, I fear I would not survive. As she spoke, she cast a pitiful glance at Chun Yu, hoping he would reconsider. That a sinister thought crossed her mind. If you leave, what will become of my plans? Who will assist me in dealing with Ma Dayuan upon Xiao Feng's return? Chun Yu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he had unwittingly become a pawn in by Shijing's schemes. Chapter 29. Flattening the Swallow's Nest. No more Murong of Suzhou ever since Kong Min had taken him under her wing. Chun Yu had anticipated that she would eventually ask him to undertake some unsavory tasks. For her, benevolence was always motivated by self-interest. Kong Min, driven by vanity and aspirations for a better life, had been thoroughly corrupted by Duan Jingshun's abandonment. Resigned to marrying Ma Dayuan, a man of limited ambition who didn't even aspire to the position of leader. Chun Yu had considered that had he not appeared, Kong Min might have followed the narrative in the books, seducing Bai Shijing to eliminate Ma Dayuan, then ensnaring Quan Qing to jointly expose Xiao Feng's identity as a chitin. However, his arrival had toppled the first domino in her scheme. With a martial prowess that far surpassed Bai and Quan, she would no longer entertain thoughts of them. At her core, Kong Min was a ruthless creature of ambition, not a beast enamored with the stench of a beggar. Though she lived a life of debauchery, her liaisons were merely means to an end, not her ultimate goal. Now, this venomous woman desired him to remain. She awaited Xiao Feng's return to eliminate Ma Dayuan, intending to pin the blame on him. Furthermore, she planned to leverage Ma Dayuan's demise as a means of control over Chun Yu. One could not deny that this MRS.MA was indeed talented. She was ill-suited to the life of a beggar and belonged in the realm of governance. Chun Yu mused. Even in the original narrative, those who viewed Kong Min merely as a pitiable woman had paid dearly for their underestimation of her. Yet he would not make that mistake. Even without the ability to discern her darkest intentions, he would never belittle this woman. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze remained resolute as he shook his head, stating, "Elder Bai mentioned that this matter requires my involvement. Moreover, I have only just ascended to the position of leader. To falter in the face of adversity would only invite derision from my brothers Kong Min." Tears streaming down her face, knelt by Ma Dayuan's bedside, crying out, "Speak to me. You should advise Chun Yu. Can you bear to see him venture into that den of danger? He just saved your life." Ma Dayuan's eyes glistened with moisture, his lips trembling as he gazed at Chun Yu, struggling to articulate, "Good brother. Xiaomin speaks the truth. You've already saved my life twice. We cannot allow you to." His gratitude for Chun Yu's earlier rescue weighed heavily on him. especially since Chun Yu had expended his internal energy to preserve his life, that he felt an overwhelming debt to Chun Yu Das, the deputy leader of the Beggars sect. He understood the perilous nature of Mandala Manor and the Swallow's Nest. Even if he were to sacrifice his own life, he could not let Chen Yu bear such a risk to know this was not merely for Brother Maya's sake. Chen Yu shook his head, his tone softening considerably as he addressed the assembly of beggars. If this attack indeed originated from the Murong clan of Suzhou, it would signify a significant upheaval within the martial world of the Central Plains. All of you present are esteemed elders who are acutely aware of the dire state of the Song dynasty, surrounded by formidable foes. Were it not for the mutual support among the various sects, we might have already faced national annihilation and personal demise. Xiao Feng tirelessly extinguishes fires, and the Wu couple steadfastly defends Xiangyang. Countless martial heroes have shed blood for the continuation of our Han lineage. If the truth remains obscured, allowing our Beggars sect, the preeminent sect of the realm, to engage in mutual slaughter with the Murong clan, one of the pillars of our martial world, what benefit would that serve our nation or its citizens? Thus, I must embark on this journey, not only to find the antidote for Brother Ma against the mandala flower poison, but also to ascertain whether the Murong clan truly intends to betray the Central Plains. If it turns out they are innocent, that would be one thing. However, if the assassins from Shuangfeng Mountain indeed belong to the Murong clan, Chen Yu paused, his eyes sharp and filled with unyielding power surging through him. A cold smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Then I shall level the Swallow's Nest, ensuring that the Murong clan of Suzhou no longer exists." His words rendered the room silent. Kong Min's eyes widened in disbelief, perceiving Chun Yu's figure growing increasingly formidable, towering to a height that compelled her to look up in awe. Her heart raced violently, warmth flooding her body, igniting a fervent heat within her. What overwhelming charisma! She could hardly believe that this young man, who appeared so youthful, boldly proclaimed his intent to obliterate the Swallow's Nest. The Murong clan was a force to be reckoned with. The phrase North Xiao Feng, South Murong, was not a mere embellishment. Yet, he dared to utter such words, daring to do so in front of so many elders of the Beggars sect, and none would dismiss Chen Yu's words as youthful bravado. For he had already established a formidable reputation. He had slain the Lion Roar and the Star Plucker, along with a dozen other nefarious martial artists, rescued Yun Zhanghe, and saved Ma Bai. Everyone knew this young hero of the Beggars sect possessed extraordinary strength. Kong Min had initially wished for Chen Yu to stay, but after hearing his declaration, she understood that when he spoke of the Beggars sect being beneath him, he was not merely jesting. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Kong Min clenched her fists in secret, lamenting why her husband had to be Ma Den and not this man, that if only she could see a fraction of Chun Yu's ambition and spirit in Ma Deyuan, she would not be in such despair. Current objective. Kong Min's sinister thought one. Indeed, Ma Den, it would be better for you to perish. Die. High-level reward. Sinister thought two. I want you to be enthralled by me, to love me deeply, to kneel at my feet. Special reward. Sinister thought three. I want him now, immediately, to share my bed. Intermediate reward. Chen Yu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He merely sought a reason to extricate himself temporarily, yet Kong Min appeared akin to a lovesick fool. Looking around, he noticed the reactions to his recent proclamation. Some faces gleamed with hope, others sparkled with excitement. Some rubbed their hands in anticipation, while a few remained silent. Yet at that moment, every face among the Beggars sect was painted with astonishment and admiration. Brother Chen Yu, Wu Changfeng, strode forth, his expression grave. It was only just now that I truly comprehended, regardless of how I, Wu Changfeng, may have previously praised you, I ultimately underestimated you. Your remarks on loyalty and patriotism are nothing short of humbling. Your broad-mindedness, placing the world and its people in your heart, fills us with profound respect. Here I am, Wu Changfeng, having traversed the martial world for years, yet I find my understanding pales in comparison to that of a mere youth like you. How shameful! The Beggars sect had always prided itself on being the foremost sect of righteousness. Chen Yu's recent speech undoubtedly resonated with every individual present. Did I end that moment? Shi Shanhe and Chen Gaian felt their eyes moisten with emotion. With such a young hero among them, the Beggars sect had a promising future ahead. Elder Song stepped forward, a kind smile gracing his features as he patted Chen Yu on the shoulder, saying, Good child, that he firmly grasped Chen Yu's wrist, addressing the assembly with solemnity. I, Song Yongchong, hereby vow before heaven, if Brother Chen Yu can return with the antidote and uncover the true instigator behind the attack on our fellow brothers, I shall pass my position as protector elder to him, with heaven and earth as witnesses. Chen Yu was taken aback. Just this morning, Wu Changfeng had suggested he wait several years. Yet Elder Song faced him once more with a serious demeanor, stating, "You must remember the patriotic fervor you displayed today. Never forget in the future. You must stand tall like the Gua couple, bearing the weight of the Song dynasty upon your shoulders." Understood, Chen Yu replied respectfully, though inwardly he scoffed. Bear the weight of the Song dynasty. I bear with you. Yet what merit is there in enduring a court so rife with corruption, where the emperor lacks virtue, bowing to foreign powers and serving as a hound to barbaric invaders? They profess to preserve the bloodline of the Han, yet fail to mention the continuation of the Zhao lineage. Once I unify the martial world of the Central Plains, the first to face the blade shall be your Zhao emperor. Chapter 30. Brother, whatever I possess shall be shared with you. That night deepened. Witnessing that Ma Dun had temporarily evaded death, the members of the beggars' sect took their leave. Bai Shijing wore an odd expression, hesitating to speak as they departed. In truth, ever since Chen Yu delivered that impassioned speech, his demeanor had been peculiar. Chen Yu continued to infuse Ma Dun with Jiang true energy to fortify his body. Seated cross-legged on the bed, with his hands pressed against Ma Dun's back, Chen Yu conveyed his inner strength while remarking, "Vice Leader Ma, Suzhou is quite distant from Luoyang, and traveling back and forth will consume considerable time. I shall impart more true energy to you, and you must diligently cultivate each day until my return." Ma, overwhelmed with gratitude, wept openly, sighing, "What Vice Leader? Just call me elder brother. My good brother, you have saved me time and again, and I truly do not know how to repay your kindness." Today, he had faced death multiple times. Had it not been for Chen Yu expending his true energy to suppress the poison, he would have surely perished. Feeling increasingly guilty, he shook his head repeatedly, saying, "Your cultivation is not easy. Why must you go to such lengths for me?" Yet Chen Yu replied calmly, "Brother Ma, you must not speak in such a manner. If you were to perish, how heartbroken would your wife be?" Kong Min, standing nearby, wiped her tears and approached the bed, choking out, "What Chen Yu says is true. Then, you must recover." Imogen chuckled softly, albeit with a hint of weakness. "All right, good brother, good wife. For your sakes, I shall persevere. Do not concern yourself for our sake." Chen Yu, still channeling inner strength into Ma Dun's back, remained unfazed by the surroundings. He observed Kong Min's subtle movements as she drew closer. She casually remarked, "Chen Yu is risking everything to venture into danger for you. When he returns, how will you repay him? This venomous woman." Chen Yu inhaled deeply. Had any disciple of the beggar's sect returned at that moment, they would likely be left in utter disbelief. Aiden, oblivious, replied, "I shall certainly do my utmost. However, Chen Yu, your abilities are exceptional. You need not rely on me for support. You are destined to soar to great heights. And with your grand aspirations to unite the world, I hold great admiration for you, not just Elder Song." But Kong Min pressed on, adamantly stating, "No, what do you mean by doing your utmost? If you do not offer something concrete today, I shall not accept it." "Xiaomin, you are making this difficult for me." Ma Dun pondered briefly before declaring with great spirit, "In any case, whatever I, Ma Dun, possess, if Chen brother desires, he may take half." That he hailed from the Ma family in Xinqing, the leader of the clean garment faction of the beggar's sect, and was quite affluent. Little did he know that his wife's words pertained to an entirely different matter. Upon hearing this, Kong Min's eyes brightened as she smiled gently. "Diyun, you have said this. When have I, mine, ever gone back on my word?" He wished to thump his chest in assurance, but could manage nothing due to his injuries. After a while, Chen Yu withdrew his inner strength, assuring that he would guarantee Ma Diyun's survival until his return. Man expressed his boundless gratitude, then turned to Kong Min, questioning, "Xiaomin, what troubles you?" There were many people in the room earlier. It was a bit warm." Kong Min's response was flawless, yet her peripheral gaze remained fixed on Chen Yu. Suddenly she said, "Diyun, tomorrow our good brother will set off for Suzhou to procure medicine for you. He is not accustomed to traveling far. I would like to assist him in organizing his travel bag. What do you think?" "That is only fitting." Without waiting for Chen Yu to decline, Ma Dun nodded and instructed his wife, Xiaoman, please fetch 50 taels of silver from the chest for Brother Chen. Very well. Kong Min readily acquiesced, swaying her slender waist as she approached the window, retrieving a bag of silver from a large chest. Then, she smiled at Chen Yu, saying, "Let us go." One could not help but admire this lady Ma. On the way back, Chen Yu observed Kong Min, who seemed to interact nonchalantly with the other disciples of the beggar's sect, his emotions complex. She was indeed a born actress, seamlessly transitioning between roles. Upon arriving in Chen Yu's room, Kong Min lit a single candle on the table and closed the door, the room dimly lit. She appeared to have forgotten her earlier actions beside her husband, now merely advising Chen Yu to be cautious on his journey. Her movements light as she bent down to tidy his disordered clothing. Current objectives. Kong Min Evil Thought 1. Why only look at the primary rewards? Evil Thought 2. Although I must not return too late, that old fool still keeps a watchful eye on me. Intermediate reward. Evil Thought 3. Perhaps one day, I can flaunt my achievements before that old fool. Impressive that on the surface, she appeared composed, yet in reality, she was intentionally turning her back to him. Chen Yu inhaled deeply, suppressing the restlessness within, but he understood that this was a transaction. Kong Min sought to exchange his loyalty for some semblance of control, while he aimed to acquire readily accessible rewards, amassing strength for the future. There was no need for further contemplation. Kong Min turned around, giggling playfully. "Good brother, my husband has said that whatever he possesses, if you desire, you shall have half." Her eyes sparkled enticingly, a sight hard to resist. "Are you also included in this, my lady?" Chen Yu's gaze burned with intensity as he smirked. Kong Min tapped her chin thoughtfully. Feigning contemplation, "How shall I put it? Good brother, would you be jealous?" Chen Yu laughed, shaking his head. "I believe you belong to no one, my lady. This venomous woman believes she can manipulate every man at her whim. How could she possess the thoughts of a delicate woman?" Kong Min's eyes shone with admiration as she slowly rose, gazing up at Chen Yu with a smile. "You always say things that please me. For some reason, I feel you can see right through me, that I in truth." It was not that he perceived her too clearly. He merely wished she would be of assistance. Tomorrow you shall depart. With your looks, I fear you will return with a harem of dozens, and you may no longer look upon your elder sister. The moon in the sky was exceptionally bright. "Ah, you little rascal, do not jest. I must return now." Chen Yu's expression turned serious. "My lady, do you truly intend to leave?" Kong Min lowered her head, feigning shyness. "Why, are you suggesting I stay the night?" After a long pause for this journey, with mountains high and roads long, I shall gift you something that may prove useful along the way. Kong Min smiled as she spoke, then turned back, winking at Chen Yu playfully. Chapter 31. Xinqing. Funyo Sect Primary Reward Granted. 200 taels of silver, current total 700 taels. Previously gave Zhong Mu 200 taels, can be withdrawn at any time. Intermediate Reward Granted. Golden Goose Skill Completion Card. Unleashing Critical Strikes, additionally receiving 1 year of pure inner strength. Current accumulated inner strength is 13 years. The next morning, Chen Yu rode the finest steed from the main hall of the beggar's sect and departed. In just a few days, he had experienced tremendous growth. Compared to when he parted from Zhong Ling and Mu Wanqing, he had learned 2 new martial arts. One was the Tiger Claw finishing hand, perfected, and the other was the Golden Goose skill, mastered. The Tiger Claw finishing hand was devised by the Wudong's second hero, Yu Lianqiu, based on the Wudong's capturing techniques that comprised 12 unique moves, each targeting the waist of the opponent, capable of rendering one incapable of procreation, thus extraordinarily lethal. The Golden Goose skill, on the other hand, belonged to the Chuanjin sect's lightness skill, while it may not rival the profound elegance of the Lingbo Weibu. When cultivated to the highest realm, it could still prove exceedingly useful. Those who mastered it could traverse 37 steps in midair, soaring to heights of 3 zhang, a sight to behold. Moreover, his inner strength had also seen enhancement. During these days, Chen Yu diligently examined his pure inner strength, discovering its profound intricacies. Many martial arts, such as the Flame Blade, Ice True Qi, and even the Jiyang Divine Skill, required the inner energy within the body to be transformed into corresponding states for utilization. For instance, to wield the Jiyang Divine Skill, one must first convert all inner energy into Jiyang True Qi. Similarly, the legendary Shaolin's 72 ultimate techniques and the beggar's sect's Biming Divine Skill could not unleash their full power without the requisite transformation of inner energy. However, this pure inner strength did not necessitate such transformation. Regardless of whether he employed ice, true qi, or jiang divine skill, this inner strength was at his command, without any delay, after exiting Luoyang City on horseback. Qinyu noticed someone trailing behind him after a brief interval. That it was a Z. She had actually remained near the beggar's sect headquarters, for having been poisoned by Qinyu, she dared not stray too far. Upon seeing Qinyu leaving, she feared he would venture far, and should the poison flare up, it would undoubtedly be unbearable for her. Thus, she stealthily followed him. "Qinyu, where are you headed?" A Z gasped for breath. Her lightness skill was lacking, and Qinyu's steed was exceptional, making it a challenge just to keep up. Qinyu finally recalled having overlooked this little venomous woman, and he tossed a few soothing pills her way, saying nonchalantly, "This is none of your concern, that if you wish to live, stay put in Luoyang." Azi's face turned pale, and she vigorously shook her head, pleading, "Good brother, I do not wish to remain here. It is far too lonely to be alone. May I accompany you?" "No." Qinyu shot her a glance. Azi sniffled, forcing out a couple of tears. "As a young girl, I am left alone in the world, vulnerable and pitiful. Many in Luoyang bully me. And you ignore me. Who could possibly bully you? Your words are nothing but fabrications." Qinyu retorted dismissively, tugging on the reins and preparing to depart. Yet, Azi refused to relent, panting as she trailed behind him, exclaiming, "Good brother, allow little Azi to accompany you. I am quite useful." "What use do you have?" Qinyu countered at Azi's small feet raced to keep up, breathless yet persistent. "I can keep you company and alleviate your boredom. When you drink, I can pour for you, and I can wash your dirty clothes when you change. Besides, you possess formidable skills, and since I have ingested your poison, you can control me. Good brother, my parents abandoned me when I was young, leaving me without guidance, utterly ignorant of the world." As she spoke, her eyes reddened, genuinely portraying a sense of sorrow. Current objective. Azi malicious thought 1. Follow Qinyu and seek an opportunity to ambush him for a mid-level reward. Malicious thought 2. Desire Qinyu's companionship for play, then find an opportunity to ambush him for a mid-level reward. Malicious thought 3. Wish for Qinyu to become her servant for a high-level reward. Curse you! Qinyu glared fiercely at her, delivering a powerful strike with the grand Songyang palm that reverberated through the air. The forceful wind of his palm struck the ground before Azi. With the neigh of the blood-sweating steed, he turned to leave. Startled, Azi shivered, glancing at the deep imprint left on the ground, and thought to herself that if it had struck her, it would have been disastrous. She steadied herself, gasping heavily. With a chuckle, she refused to give up, gritting her teeth and following him once more. Qinyu rode a horse named Wuju, named after the steed of the Western Chu Hegemon. It was a genuine blood-sweating horse, unmatched even within the beggar's sect. This journey to Suzhou was a significant investment from several elders of the sect, who had urged him repeatedly not to act impulsively. If he encountered an insurmountable issue, he could call upon the nearby brothers of the beggar's sect. He must not tackle it alone for fear of danger. While Bai Shijing seemed to be scheming something. The trio of Song, Shi, and Chun were actually quite decent. After Qinyu had achieved some merit, they regarded him as the future of the beggar's sect. Riding Wuju, Qinyu reached Xinxing in no time. This place was also the territory of Ma Deyuan and the location of the Funyo sect, led by Ko Baicue, who had once sought revenge in Luoyang. Grateful for Chun Yu's capture of Yun Zhanghe, he had previously told him that should he pass through Xinxing, he must visit the Funyo sect. Coincidentally, before departing, Elder Shishana had asked him to deliver an item to the Funyo sect, prompting Qinyu to come here first. K. Baicue, the sect leader of Funyo, had graying hair and appeared quite different from their last meeting. Perhaps it was due to his torment of Yun Zhanghe, avenging his beloved daughter, for he now looked much more spirited than when in Luoyang. Upon learning of Chun Yu's visit, he immediately led the disciples of his sect down the mountain to welcome him. Funyo sect was not particularly large, with few disciples. The notable figures were Ko Baicue himself, his disciple Jin Suanpan Chui Baiquan, and the apprentice Zuhin Bien Guiyin. Among them, Jin Suanpan had gone missing after offending Murong in Suzhou during his youth. Thus, Ko Baicue did not introduce Qinyu to all of his disciples, only mentioning Guiyin and another disciple, Sun Baixing. Due to Qinyu's sudden arrival, Ko Baicue had no time to prepare and invited him to talk at the Songsong Tower in Xinxing. "No rush. This is a gift from Elder Shishana," Qinyu said, handing over a wooden box made of sandalwood. The box was not heavy, so he was unaware of its contents upon seeing the box. Kobaitsue's tears flowed freely, and he exclaimed, "Wonderful." His eyes then gleamed with a mix of ferocity and delight as he laughed heartily. "Warner, father has avenged you. Rest easy now." As his words fell, his disciple son Baixing and apprentice Guiyin could not help but weep. Kobaitsue once again grasped Chen Yu's hand, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Master Chen, your great kindness is unforgettable. From this day forth, Funyo sect shall look to the beggar's sect for guidance." He chuckled. "It is thanks to you that we obtained this item." Chen Yu, unable to suppress his curiosity, inquired, "What exactly is contained within this box?" Kobaitsue's eyes reddened as he shook his head. "Such vile objects cannot be displayed here. Please follow me." As he spoke, he wept and led Chen Yu to the other side of the mountain gate, traversing a narrow stone path, where two graves stood beneath several pine trees. The grave markers were inscribed with the names of his beloved wife, Ko Wang, and his cherished daughter. Warner. Kobaitsue raised the lacquered box high, sobbing, "Warner, my lady, can you see? I have brought the weapon of the one who wronged you." This was the grave of his wife and younger disciple. 10 years prior, Yun Zhonghe had harmed his younger disciple, who, in her fiery spirit, took her own life after being humiliated. His wife, overcome with grief, followed her daughter in death. De Guyin's eyes brimmed with tears, his expression still filled with hatred as he ground his teeth. The master only had 2 daughters. The elder married into Yin Yun and passed away over a decade ago. The younger disciple was his heart's delight, yet she was cruelly taken by that dog. "Yun Zhonghe, our family has been shattered." Son Baixing sighed. "Funyo sect has few members. Cui Baikuan has no heirs, and I once had a son, but he too, and the sect master's 2 daughters. Is it possible that Funyo sect has truly committed some heinous act?" Chen Yu deduced that the box contained fragments of Yun Zhonghe's iron claws and steel staff. However, the moment Kobaitsue opened the lacquered box, Chen Yu's pupils widened in horror as a chill gripped his heart. "Damn it. That bastard she. You had me carry around Yun Zhonghe's." He felt utterly revolted, while Kobaitsue, almost driven mad, began to swing the dried, shriveled object in a wild dance, weeping and laughing simultaneously. After half an hour of this, utterly exhausted, Kobaitsue spat viciously, then drew his sword and sliced the object into dozens of pieces before setting it ablaze. But he then wiped his tears and approached Chen Yu, saying, "Come, Master Chen, let us go drink and dine." Chen Yu shook his head. "I cannot eat decay." Kobaitsue placed a hand on Chen Yu's shoulder. "Come now, Master Chen, do not speak of such formalities from now on. When you come to Funyo sect, it shall be like visiting your own home. To say otherwise is to look down upon me, Ku. By the way, I have a distant cousin nicknamed Feiqian Bianfu. His name is Kuji. I shall introduce you when the opportunity arises. K. Izhini? Is this Kobaitsue truly related to him?" Chen Yu furrowed his brow, for he was well acquainted with the name, being one of the 7 oddities of Jiangnan and the master of the famed Guijuxia. It seemed that this world of martial arts diverged significantly from the novels. As Chen Yu ventured into Suzhou, being in Jiangnan, he might encounter him and possibly others as well. Skillfully evading Kobaitsue's outstretched hand, Chen Yu moved like a specter, standing several paces away before the 3 could react. "What remarkable lightness of foot!" Sun Baixing and Guiyin exclaimed in unison, unable to contain their admiration. Such a strange and elusive movement. No wonder he was able to capture Yun Zhonghe. Kobaitsue stood momentarily stunned, for he had employed the techniques of the 100 Victories whip to test the strength of the beggar's sect's new leader. He sought to ascertain if Chen Yu truly captured Yun Zhonghe, or if the beggar's sect was merely trying to elevate a young hero. Now, it was clear that although this new leader appeared youthful, his strength was indeed profound and unfathomable. "There is no rush for the introduction." Chen Yu smiled, "but I must ask Master Ke to wash his hands first." Chapter 32. The Gathering at the Hero's Inn. Yu Tanji Songsong Tower. Xinqiang could not compare to the bustling grandeur of Luoyang. The only respectable tavern in the city was this one that Chen Yu entered with the members of the Funyo sect. He found the tavern rather desolate, with only a table in the far corner occupied by a few well-dressed young men. The head of the table, sat a youth of around 16 or 17. Clad in a blue-green long gown, enjoying drinks and games of chance with his companions, seemingly at ease. Since the northern tour of Emperors Huizong and Qinzong, and the new Song Emperor's subjugation of the northern states. The lives of the common people had deteriorated day by day. Previously, Xinqing still retained some semblance of vitality, but now it had drastically diminished. While dining and drinking, Sun Baixing spoke of the current state of Xinqing. As he recounted the loss of 30,000 soldiers from the Shunan army in Hebei last year, tears welled in his eyes. It was revealed that Sun Baixing's only son, Sun Qianli, had also been among those soldiers. Explaining his profound sorrow, what is the Shunan army compared to? Even a remarkable figure like Yu Pingju was slain at the whim of that tyrant. At this moment, Kabaishui had indulged a bit too much in drink. Given his advanced age, his words flowed freely, and he shamelessly pointed at the current officials of the Song state, launching into a tirade. What self-destruction of the Great Wall? What baseless accusations? The tavern keeper's face turned pale with fright, and he hurriedly ran away. Chen Yu remained silent. The Song state of this world was even more deplorable than his memories of the northern and southern Song dynasties from his previous life. Whether through the memories of his original self or the words of Ko Baishui, this truth was undeniable. By the way, I recently returned from the southern Jushin Manor, where I overheard the Yu brothers discussing that the eastern Qing state Bataloo had swept through the southern territories, slaying numerous martial heroes. The leader of the Tiandi Association, Chen Jinan, had issued a call to arms, inviting heroes from across the land to join him in vanquishing this foe. The Yu brothers, Yu Ji and Yu Ju, seemed inclined to participate and even inquired if our Funyo sect would join. Sun Baixing said while sipping his drink, Jushin Manor, that name sounds incredibly familiar. Chen Yu's ears perked up, only to hear Ko Baishui sneer. The Yu brothers, Yu Ji and Yu Ju, possess mediocre skills that if they traverse 1,000 miles for a mere call to arms, their minds must be addled. His voice was loud, and as soon as he finished speaking, several young gentlemen drinking at the far end of the table stood up. The foremost among them was still the blue-clad youth who, though tipsy, staggered toward Chen Yu's table. He slammed his hand on the table and slurred. "Who are you to slander my father and uncle? Oh, you must be the son of the second master of Jushin Manor, you." "What was it again?" Sun Baixing remarked, trying to recall the name of the familiar figure before him. "Yu Tanji," the youth shouted angrily. As soon as those 3 words left his mouth, Chen Yu's pupils dilated in surprise. "Oh, it was you." No wonder the name Jushin Manor sounded so familiar. Yu Tanji, the ultimate sycophant for a Z in the book, a true masochist. This individual was the son of Yu Ju from the Yu brothers that I end the battle at Jushin Manor described in the book. Qiao Feng, in a berserk state, slaughtered the martial heroes who had plotted against him, leaving rivers of blood in his wake. Countless perished, including the Yu brothers, after witnessing the deaths of his father and uncle, which were, in reality, suicides. Yu Tanji developed a hatred for Qiao Feng, eventually attempting to assassinate him, but to no avail. Consequently, he became a ZS plaything, forced to wear an iron mask, subjected to the bites of lions, and tormented by various poisonous creatures. One would think that anyone with a shred of dignity would find such treatment intolerable, yet he was maddeningly infatuated with the Z, viewing her as a deity despite her treatment of him. Rather terrifying, indeed. "You, how dare you slander my father and uncle? Do you have the gall to repeat that?" Yu Tanji, thoroughly intoxicated, was now exhibiting drunken bravado. Spotting Chen Yu staring intently at him, he slammed the table again, exclaiming, "Who are you to keep staring at me? I must remember your face. I may not see it again in the future." Chen Yu thought to himself, "Actually, Yu Tanji isn't bad-looking. He is quite handsome." However, after donning that scalding hot mask, his appearance was utterly ruined. "Young man, this is not a place for your insolence. Depart at once. That I am Sun Baixing of the Funyo sect, an old friend of your uncle. This is my senior, Ko Baishui, the sect leader of Funyo, that we were merely discussing matters concerning the East and have said nothing about the Yu brothers." Sun Baixing gently advised that he had just recalled that Yu Tanji was indeed such a character, though he didn't know much about him, only that Yu Ju had a son named Yu Tanji who was lazy and unambitious. Nonsense. I clearly heard that old man say my father and uncle were mediocre in martial arts. Yu Tanji remained defiant, refusing to be placated by his companions. Baishui's expression was already quite grim that he had come to invite Chen Yu for a drink and a meal. Not to argue with a brat like this. Seeing the young man's relentless insistence, his temper flared, and he retorted, "So what if I said the Yu brothers are mediocre in martial arts? I am of a generation higher than your father and uncle's master. The Yu brothers may be lacking in skill, but are generous and hospitable, akin to Meng Chang's spirit. How did you end up as such a good-for-nothing? At this rate, Jushin Manor will soon fall into decline. Very well. I shall experience your prowess. Yu Tanji, emboldened by drink, shouted and swung his fist toward Kabaishui. Yet, Kabaishui did not even budge. His disciple, the swift whip-wielder, Yu Yanji, effortlessly countered with a punch. With a cry of pain, Yu Tanji was struck in the right eye and fell to the ground, writhing in agony. Chun Yu shook his head, casting a sidelong glance at the commotion before returning to his drink, contemplating finding an inn to rest soon, as he still had to continue his journey in the morning. Suddenly, a petite girl clad in purple burst through the tavern door, gasping for breath and looking around anxiously. Upon spotting Chin Yu, her eyes brightened. Then she pouted and cried, You really didn't wait for me. It was none other than a Z. Chin Yu's steed had run too swiftly, and she had chased after it all day, now utterly exhausted. Why should I wait for you? Didn't I tell you not to follow me? Chin Yu replied impatiently. That a Z, still sobbing, climbed onto the chair next to him, snatched the rice wine from Sun Baixing's hands, and began to gulp it down while weeping. Who is this? Sun Baixing scratched his head in astonishment, but he did not probe further, knowing she was likely a friend of Chin Yu's. He mused quietly. After all, as the leader of the beggar sect, the girl he casually followed was indeed quite beautiful. Humph. Why should I tell you? Z finished the wine in one go, still unsatisfied, and shouted for the waiter to bring 2 more bowls of wine. Turning to Yu Yanji beside her, she insisted, Move aside. I want to sit closer to Brother Chin Yu. Looking up, her big, expressive eyes pitifully gazed at Chin Yu as she said, Good brother, Z is so tired. Let us find a place to rest, shall we? She stretched out her legs red-eyed, claiming her feet were sore and insisting that Chin Yu take a look at them. Chin Yu, overwhelmed with annoyance, exchanged a glance with a knowing Kobaishui before attempting to leave. However, in the next moment, someone he never expected but found utterly reasonable blocked his path. Yu Tanji, gritting his teeth, declared, I heard that. Your name is Chin Yu, isn't it? Apologize to this young lady, AZ at once. One of his eyes looked normal, while the other was swollen and bruised, making him appear particularly comical. Seeing Z looking at him with confusion, Yu Tanji felt his heart flutter. Struggling to muster what he thought was a charming smile, he turned to Chin Yu, his expression turning cold. You will apologize to Mrs. Z right now. Are you out of your mind? Chin Yu replied, his eyes wide with confusion. Who are you anyway? Chapter 33. The intertwined fingers truly. One thing topples another. Could it be that a Z, this little vixen, is indeed the destined nemesis of Yu Tanji, this great sycophant? Despite their meeting occurring at a completely different time than described in the book, Yu Tanji seemed to fall for a Z at first sight. Chin Yu could no longer contain his laughter. It was all too absurd. After a moment's thought, he pointed at a Z, asking, Why should I apologize to her? If she said something about you, then you must have done something wrong, that if it's wrong, you should apologize. Yu Tanji had completely forgotten about the earlier insults directed at his father and uncle. At this moment, all his attention was fixated on Chin Yu and a Z, glaring daggers at Chun Yu while stealing glances at a Z, who was effortlessly beautiful. Yu Tanji was nearly driven mad with joy. The feeling of a heart fluttering was something he had never experienced in his over a decade of life. He was certain this was the girl destined for him. Yet, reality was cruel. Despite his desperate attempts to attract her attention, Z didn't even spare him a glance, preoccupied with lamenting her sore feet as she feigned innocence. Chin Yu, disinterested in the antics of these 2 peculiar individuals, bid farewell to Kobaishui and the others before exiting the tavern. Z, having snatched 2 jars of wine from the waiter, trotted eagerly behind him, exclaiming, Good brother, wait for me. Yu Tanji, suddenly invigorated by the scent of perfume wafting past, shook off his drunken stupor and found himself chasing after her. Baishui exchanged a knowing glance with his disciple Sun Baixing, both shaking their heads in resignation. This second master of Jushin Manor truly had a remarkable son. A Z. Yu Tanji called out, trailing closely behind her, but she, growing increasingly annoyed, turned and snapped, Stop following me. His face turned pale with panic as he hurriedly replied, Okay, and came to a halt. Once Z had finished scolding Yu Tanji, she hurriedly skipped to Chin Yu's side, lifting the wine with a cheerful grin as she asked, "Chinyu, where are we staying tonight? Have you had too much to drink? Do you want little Z to keep you company for a few more drinks?" It wasn't until their figures faded into the distance that Yu Tan Ji summoned his courage and called out loudly, "Miss, my name is Yu Tan Ji." With that, he hung his head low, lost in thought as he returned to Sangsong Tower. Kei Baishui shot him a cold glance and couldn't he help but mock. "With someone like you, how dare you vie for the affections of Chen Xiaoxia's woman? You old fool, how dare you speak such nonsense?" Yu Tan's face flushed a deep crimson, his lips stumbling over the words. "On what grounds? On what grounds do you claim that Miss AZ is that Shan Yu's woman? Miss AZ is as pure as ice and jade. I will not permit you to slander her." Sun Baisheng, being an old acquaintance of Yu Ji, could not help but interject. "Did you not overhear their conversation? It is clear that young hero Chun is indifferent to your pure and virtuous AZ. Yet she still seeks his company. Give it up, lad. You have no chance. What does it matter to you?" Miss AZ must have been deceived. Yes, it must be so. She is so kind, so beautiful, like a fairy. Yu Tan clutched his head, growing increasingly agitated as he shouted, "I will not allow you to speak of her in such a manner. This child is beyond saving. The gathering of Heroes Lodge is beyond saving as well." To be so smitten after a mere encounter, Sun Baisheng was at a loss for words. Regardless, the conversation had reached its conclusion. The wine was consumed, and thus he ignored the frenzied Yu Tan, darkly frowning as he departed with Kabai Sui and the others. Meanwhile, Chinyu ultimately chose to stay at an inn in the eastern part of the city, that he was disinclined to concern himself with the little poison maiden AZ, so he reserved a room for himself and, after a yawn, ascended upstairs to sleep. To AZ, having exhausted all her pleas, could only request the innkeeper to arrange a room adjacent to Chinyu's. However, the innkeeper informed her that it was already occupied. Leaving her quite displeased, with a cold laugh, she declared, "Oh, you say the adjacent room is taken, do you? I shall insist on staying there." With that, she hoisted 2 jars of wine and ascended the stairs without a backward glance. Not long after Chinyu lay down in his room, he was startled by a heart-wrenching scream from next door. The screams soon ceased, replaced by a rhythmic tapping against the wall. Cuckoo, cuckoo, meow, meow, along with the sounds of birds and cats. Chinyu, dark-faced, sprang from his bed, kicked open the door, and dragged the girl in the purple shirt into his room, coldly stating, "How much longer will you continue this?" AZ was taken aback, struggling vigorously as she hung from Chun Yu's grip. Defiantly, she protested, "I merely wanted to drink with you. This morning I told you to let me accompany you. When you drink, I can serve you. Why did you drink from the cup poured by that gray-bearded old man instead of mine? Because you poisoned it. Are you deranged, or do you think I am blind?" Chun Yu merely sneered. This little poison maiden not only sought to poison him, but also wished to do the same to the members of the Funyo sect. Had he not been quick enough to switch the wine, that Sangsong Tower would have seen a massacre that night, and he would rather have Kong Min accompany him than this troublesome girl, for her very nature brought chaos wherever she went. AZ was startled. Realizing that her stealthy actions had been entirely observed, that a hint of embarrassment flickered across her charming face, her glistening eyes betraying a glimmer of cunning. She playfully cooed, "Dear brother, I knew you would notice. AZ is just teasing you." If it were not for that reward, Chinyu reminded himself repeatedly that he released AZ, who cheerfully stretched her body, retrieving 2 ceramic cups from her bosom. She then opened the wine she had brought and filled both cups to the brim. Standing on tiptoe, she placed her hands behind her back and exclaimed with sparkling eyes, "Shall we play a game? Little AZ has 2 cups of wine. One contains poison, and the other does not. You choose first, that if you drink the poison cup, we will exchange the antidote. Current objective: AZ malicious intent 1. To make Chinyu her slave. Special reward malicious intent 2. To have Chinyu play with her. Then ambush him. Intermediate reward malicious intent 3. Regardless of which cup you drink, you will be poisoned, for the poison is not in the wine, but on my fingers. Hurry, choose a cup. And I can. Intermediate reward indeed." Chinyu was already unperturbed by such antics. He took a seat at the table and stated, "If I win, I do not require anything from you. You must immediately go to sleep and not disturb me." "Deal. A gentleman's word is his bond," AZ replied with great enthusiasm. She then sat down on the opposite side of the table, clenching her small fist and fixing her gaze on Chinyu. "I want this cup." Chinyu pointed to the left cup. "All right, Az's eyes brightened as she cheerfully pushed the left cup toward Chinyu, sighing, "Alas, you were quite lucky. This cup was originally the one I intended to choose." Chinyu suddenly paused and shook his head, saying, "Forget it. I will choose the right cup instead." Az's mouth twitched slightly, but she remained composed, responding, "Very well." Saying this, she retrieved the original cup and handed the other cup to Chinyu instead. This time, in stark contrast to their previous encounter at the tea stall, she watched intently as Chinyu drank the contents of the cup in one go. That a sly smile spread across her face, causing her to double over in laughter. However, as she laughed, she noticed something amiss. Chinyu remained seated, utterly unfazed. She could not fathom that he possessed the 9-yang divine skill, rendering him immune to all poisons. Disbelieving, she approached Chinyu, inspecting him closely from left to right. Yet, no matter how she looked, there were no signs of poisoning. This shouldn't be. Az was utterly perplexed. Not only did she fail to grasp what was happening, but she also observed Chinyu standing up with a kind smile. "Since I have drunk the untainted wine, it indicates that the remaining cup is poisoned. Now, according to our agreement, you must drink it." Az's eyes widened, shaking her head like a rattledrum, but she had no choice. As usual, Chinyu swiftly restrained her, prying open her cherry-red lips and forcing the poisoned wine down her throat. "Help!" Az mumbled incoherently, desperately trying to clear her throat, and hastily pulled out some colorful pills from her pocket, swallowing them all at once. Gradually, her pallid complexion returned to normal. Malicious intent, too, to have Chinyu play with her. Then ambush him. Accomplished. Malicious intent 3. To hope that Chinyu drinks the poison wine. Accomplished. Intermediate reward dispensed. Martial Arts Realm Enhancement Card X1. Intermediate reward dispensed. Mastery of the Merging Finger card. What is this? The Merging Finger? Chinyu was taken aback. Was this not the ancestral secret skill of the Murong family of Gusu? The ancestors of the Murong clan, Murong Bao, Murong Nong, and Murong Lin, had once led an army of 80,000 against Northern Wei, only to suffer a catastrophic defeat at the Merging Cliff. Half of the 80,000 soldiers perished, while the other half were slaughtered by Northern Wei. From that point onward, the later Yin dynasty began to decline. Perhaps to commemorate this excruciating defeat, the descendants of the Murong clan named their family martial arts after the term merging. Chinyu's destination this time was indeed the merging villa at Swallow's Hollow. He couldn't help but ponder that the Murong family prided themselves on their ability to return the favor in kind, claiming to be well-versed in the martial arts of the world. If he were to encounter Murong Fu or Murong Bo in the future and suddenly unleash the merging finger, what expressions would they wear? Murong Fu and Murong Bo. Damn. So you're the Murong of Gusu. As he opened his eyes, Az had already recovered. She looked at Chinyu and said, "Why do you enjoy daydreaming so much?" Having spent some time with Chinyu, this was the only flaw she had discerned in him. He occasionally lost his focus. Though this flaw had nothing to do with her. "What business is it of yours?" Chinyu retorted, pointing toward the door. "You lost. Now go back to sleep." As he merely sighed repeatedly. "Look at you. If I weren't here guarding you. What would have happened if a thief had attacked while you were daydreaming?" Alas, alas. Chinyu shot her a disdainful glance, thinking to himself that she had done the same, merely unable to breach his 9-yang divine skill as defense. As Az shook her head, she wandered deeper into the room, spotting a wooden bed, and lay down without a care. Feeling Chinyu's gaze grow increasingly icy behind her, she turned around, slightly blushing as she said, "What are you looking at? I'm going to sleep." Then, with a cheerful grin, she added, "I promised you I'd go back to rest, but I never said I would rest in my room, that I think your bed is more comfortable than mine. So I shall sleep here tonight." Meanwhile, Yutan returned to the gathering of Heroes Lodge, his heart brimming with joy. Just the thought of Az's playful and adorable face caused warmth to surge within him. Ignoring his father Yuju's continuous reprimands, he dashed back to his room. The candlelight flickered dimly as he gazed into the dark corner of the room, unable to suppress a murmur. Miss Az. Miss Az, you must be the most beautiful, the kindest, the purest girl in the world." Yu Tanji found himself increasingly enraptured by sweet thoughts, when suddenly a sharp pain surged through his abdomen. Alarmed, he opened his eyes wide and hastily lifted his garment, only to discover that his belly had inexplicably swollen, resembling that of a woman in the throes of pregnancy. Chapter 34. The dog liquor is truly impressive. The following morning, Chinyu emerged from the inn, mounting his steed, a fine black horse, and departed without uttering a word. but by the time Z awoke, the sun had already risen high in the sky. Her internal energy was already feeble, and after a day spent trailing behind Chinyu, she was utterly exhausted and fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening and finding Chinyu absent, Z realized she had once again been left behind. Surprisingly, she felt no anger. Instead, a thrill coursed through her, in her eyes. This game of chase was rather delightful. After all, she understood that Chunyu's ultimate destination was Yan Ziwu, so she would leisurely pursue him. Standing before the mirror, she gazed at her disheveled hair with displeasure and resolved to take a bath before setting off. That rascal insisted she return to rest last night, probably disliking her scent. A good wash would suffice before she caught up with him. While bathing, Z hummed a tune, reflecting on how bothersome that long-haired youth had been. Seizing the opportunity, while Chinyu had exited the inn, she had stealthily pricked that man with a needle, uncertain whether he was still alive now. The mere thought of him returning home, writhing in agony, brought a smile to her face. Meanwhile, Chinyu had just exited Exan City and traveled south for several miles when he was suddenly encircled by more than 20 burly men clad in dark cloth. At the forefront stood 2 middle-aged men wielding steel shields, their features strikingly similar. Unmistakably brothers, as Chinyu approached on horseback, they seized a youth of about 10 years from their ranks and, with fury in their eyes, demanded, "Is it him? It is he. It is he. The one who drank with those 2 old men at Song Lu last night." Chinyu squinted and recognized these men as companions of Yu Tianji from the previous day. After a moment's contemplation, he discerned their identities. He clasped his hands together and said, "You must be the Yu brothers." Indeed, the elder of the 2 stepped forward, his demeanor still unfriendly. "I am Yu Ji, the master of Zhu Xianzhuang. May I inquire if you had a conflict with my nephew, Yu Tianji, last night?" Chinyu frowned. "A conflict is perhaps too strong a term. I did not engage in any combat with him." "If there was no combat, why would you resort to using a hidden weapon against him? Your heart must be exceedingly cruel." Yu Ju's eyes reddened. Despite his son's lackadaisical nature, he was nonetheless his child. Overcome with grief and rage, he declared, "My son now suffers from abdominal distension akin to a woman in labor, racked with pain. With every cough, he spits blood. What wrong has he committed to merit such treatment from you?" Yu Tianji injured by a hidden weapon? Yu's face darkened. It could only be that little beast, Azid. He had no chance to act while in the inn, and she must have taken her chance while he was away. How infuriating! His expression was grim, exuding an air of menace that deterred the Zhu Xianzhuang crowd from making any rash moves. After a brief moment, Chinyu shook his head. "I did not injure Yu Tianji with a hidden weapon. I never employ such methods at least, not yet, if it was not you. Then who could it be?" Yu Tianji was brought forth by several of the estate's men, his face pale and on the brink of death. Yet he rasped, "It must be you. It could only be you. The Funyo sect and our Zhu Xianzhuang coexist near Exine City and have maintained amiable relations, especially with Sun Baisheng, who is an old acquaintance of mine. They would never harm my nephew," Yu Ji asserted with conviction. "Well said. Then, Master Yu, I kindly ask you to reflect. Last night, aside from myself and Master Ku, who else was present?" Chinyu inquired, gazing at Yu Tianji. "Also, Miss A.Z. How could Mrs. Z possibly harm me? You villain! To ambush me in the shadows is one thing, but to place the blame on such a lovely and kind-hearted lady is utterly shameless." Yu Tianji exclaimed, his eyes aflame with indignation. "The dog liquor is truly impressive," Chinyu conceded, ceasing his arguments and instead giving Yu Tianji a thumbs up, that he then turned his attention back to the Yu brothers, stating, "You have blocked my path here solely to demand an antidote. But truth be told, I do not possess one. If you truly wish to save him, go find a malicious girl clad in purple in Exan City. I have no part in this matter." "Malicious? How dare you label such a beautiful girl as malicious?" Yu Tianji felt a surge of frustration within him. His forehead veins bulged as he shouted, "Father, uncle, there is no need to listen to him. It was he who did this. How could such a kind-hearted girl be associated with malice?" The Yu brothers exchanged glances, each channeling their internal energy, rotating their tempered steel shields, and simultaneously shouted as they charged at Chen Yu. In the end, it all boiled down to a fight. Chinyu, eager to test the might of his Zhen finger technique, gathered his energy in his right hand, that he leapt from his horse and, in mere moments, had exchanged several blows with the Yu brothers. His Zhen finger struck against their tempered steel shields, resonating with a clang. The Yu brothers retreated a distance of 10 paces, feeling as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, their hearts chilled with terror. The young man's finger strength was sufficient to penetrate their steel shields, requiring them to expend tremendous energy even in defense. Despite this, the vast flow of his internal energy still left their arms numb. The Yu brothers wield tempered steel shields, adept at both offense and defense. Together, our combined strength is unmatched. Who exactly are you? Such a young man possesses such remarkable martial skills and internal energy. Why do you trouble my nephew? Yuji exclaimed, astonished. You are the ones who trouble me. I had no intention of battling you, yet you insist on accusing me of injuring your son with a hidden weapon. Chinyu flicked his fingers. Realizing the power of his Jun, his finger exceeded his expectations. He had only used 30% of his strength, yet it nearly pierced the Yu brothers' shield, that he gazed intently at them. I have heard that the Yu brothers' shields fall alongside their owners. Today, I do not wish to create a massacre, so I have held back that if you two do not heed my warning, I will not show mercy any longer. The Yu brothers remained silent, but Yu Tanji grew anxious. In a hoarse voice, he shouted, "Do not feign bravado. My father's and uncle's shields are forged from tempered steel, impervious even to mystical iron. You have struck for so long, yet have you not been able to touch them? Do you know what your behavior is called?" Chinyu glanced at the bewildered Yu Tanji and slowly uttered 2 words. Pitiful. Yu Tanji's face flushed with embarrassment and indignation. Father, uncle, he has insulted me so. I will not let this go. At this point, Yuji and Yuju found it difficult to say anything further. They could only brace themselves and again raise their shields. Chun Yu's gaze turned icy, a cold smile gracing his lips. Well then, do not blame me. He had initially thought that although the 2 masters of Zhu Xianzhuang were somewhat lacking in martial prowess, they were kind-hearted and reputable, and he wished to grant them an opportunity. One could only say that characters in a story who were struck down by Qiao Feng must reflect on their own reasons. This time, Chinyu no longer held back, that he unleashed his full capabilities, employing the left and right fighting technique, his left hand wielding a flame blade, and his right hand executing the Desong Yang Divine Palm. His momentum having increased tenfold. The Yu brothers felt a tremendous murderous aura approaching them, their hands trembling even as they raised their shields. When Chinyu finally struck, they were too terrified to even open their eyes. Move aside. Just as Chun Yu's flame blade and Desong Yang Palm descended like an avalanche, a gray figure suddenly darted out, pushing the Yu brothers aside. That it was none other than Kobai Sui, the master of the Funyo sect. With a thunderous crash, he arrived just in time to save the lives of the Yu brothers. You were the one from last night. Yu Tanji, enduring the excruciating pain in his abdomen, recognized Kobai Sui. However, Kobai Sui paid him no mind and strode directly to the Yu brothers, delivering a slap to each of them, exclaiming in fury, "Do you know who this person is?" The Yu brothers were momentarily stunned, perhaps even frightened, and could only shake their heads in unison. Kobai Sui slapped them again, fuming, "Open your eyes and see clearly. This is Chun Yu, the esteemed young hero from the North Beggar sect. He single-handedly slew Shi Haozi and Zhai Xingzi, the disciples of the Star-Soaring sect, as well as top-notch masters from the Western Xia's Pintang, and captured one of the 4 great villains, Yun Zhonghe. He is also my benefactor, Kobai Sui of the Funyo sect. Take a good look at the knife marks and palm prints on the ground. If he truly wished to harm your son, would your son still be lying here, puffing out his belly?" The Yu brothers stared vacantly at the direction pointed out by Kobai Sui, their bodies trembling involuntarily. They dared not imagine what the outcome would have been had that previous strike of energy or palm force collided with their shields. Only destruction and death could have followed. The internal power of this Chun helmsman was divine. There was no way to withstand it. Chun Yu said little more, remounting his horse. Leisurely, he passed by the trembling Yu brothers. Yu Tanji's face flushed crimson. He wanted to say something but faltered, shaking his head repeatedly, insisting, "It's not you. Who else could it possibly be? She would never harm me. She could never harm me. She is so beautiful, so kind, so pure." Silence. At that moment, Yuju wished he could deliver a few heavy blows to his foolish son, hoping to silence him. Unfortunately, Chinyu's black steed had halted right in front of Yu Tanji. "Please spare my son, Chin helmsman." Both Yuji and Yuju knelt on the ground, praying that Chinyu would not harm Yu Tanji and would spare his life. Faced with such a delusional individual, Chunyu naturally had no intention of killing him. He understood what could inflict the most damage on a sycophant. Leaning slightly, Chunyu lowered his voice and spoke with a semblance of a smile. Yu Tanji's complexion shifted from pale to red and back to a ghastly white. He trembled all over. Even his teeth chattered. Impossible, Miss Az, she is so pure. How could she? Yet Chunyu paid him no further mind, leisurely riding away. Behind him, Yu Tanji's desperate and furious roar echoed. No. Snowflakes danced, and the north wind howled. Chunyu hummed a tune. Contemplating where his next destination should be, he retrieved a map from his satchel and took a glance. It appeared to be Mount Wudong. Chapter 35. Amaze Zhozhua, Wudong Songqing Shu, at the foot of Mount Wudong. Chunyu arrived at an inopportune time. The Wudong sect had sealed its gates. Only disciples of the Wudong sect were allowed entry, with the official reason being that Master Zhang was unwell. Alas, ever since the tragic double suicide of the Wudong couple, Zhang Wuxia and his wife, in front of the Zhixiao Palace 4 years ago, Master Zhang's health had deteriorated significantly, but he used to frequently bring In Lu Xia and Mo Chi Xia to this humble tea stall for tea, but ever since that day, at the foot of the mountain, the round-faced, portly shopkeeper sighed. Chunyu listened as the man recounted tales of the Wudong sect's past. Although it served to glorify his own establishment, he still gleaned some valuable information. Even in this world, the couple Zhang Chuishan and In Su Su had indeed perished. The incident occurred 4 years ago. According to the original narrative, during this period, young Zhang should be learning medicine from the healer, Hu Qingniu, in the Butterfly Valley. However, this world diverges significantly from the original tale, making it difficult to ascertain the existence of the character Zhang Wuji. Hey, young hero, would you like to take a bag of authentic Wudong mountain tea back home for your elders to taste? While Chunyu was lost in thought, the shopkeeper, with an ingratiating tone, began to promote his products, even claiming that Master Zhang himself had praised them. The exaggerated flattery added a cheerful atmosphere to the tea stall. Chunyu, however, was not inclined to expose the shopkeeper's deceit, nor did he wish to be a gullible fool. He shook his head, indicating that it was unnecessary. After days of travel, he merely wished to see what Zhang Sanfeng looked like and was pausing here for a moment. His next destinations were Sioux City, then Yanzi Wu and Mandala Villa. Seeing that Chunyu was not easily swayed, the shopkeeper reluctantly sought out his next customer. Another round of exaggerated boasts ensued. But this time, it was apparent that someone was displeased. You deceitful scoundrel. If you continue to fabricate lies about my master and various uncles, do you believe I will overturn your stall? Chunyu turned to see 3 individuals dressed as Wudong disciples. Led by a young scholar, whose features were delicate and handsome, exuding a certain nobility, that he was none other than Song Qing Shu, son of Song Yuan Xiao, the leader of the Wudong 7 heroes. Recognizing the newcomers, whispers rippled through the crowd. Song Qing Shu sternly reprimanded the shopkeeper, but did not press too hard, as he had pressing matters at hand, and turned to leave. Yet he noticed an exceptionally handsome youth staring at him. His displeasure grew, but remembering his status as the son of the great Wudong hero, he deemed it beneath him to quarrel with mere country bumpkins. With a huff, he departed with the other 2 Wudong disciples. Unexpectedly, the young man followed them out, 3 in front and 1 on horseback behind, heading east for some distance. Unable to contain himself, Song Qing Shu finally halted and turned to Chunyu, asking, "Who are you? Why have you been following us?" Initially intending to speak more harshly, his tone softened considerably upon noticing Chan Yu's imposing black steed. He was discerning enough to realize that anyone capable of riding such a magnificent horse could not be the simple rustic he had initially assumed. "Just passing by," Chunyu replied casually, but Song Qing Shu seemed irritated, snorting as he quickened his pace with the other 2 disciples. That it must be said that Song Qing Shu's martial skills were commendable. He displayed impressive agility and lightness in his movements. Unfortunately for him, Chunyu was riding the finest steed from the beggar clan. After traveling eastward for over 10 miles, they reached a small town called Baiha. Throughout the journey, Song Qing Shu's mood soured further, but all his displeasure vanished upon spotting several young women standing at the town's entrance, especially the one on the far left, clad in a light green dress, her skirt trailing the ground. Instantly, his expression brightened, transforming into a radiant smile. "Zhu," he exclaimed. The young woman returned a polite smile. "Song Shi Xiao." Truly, it was as if flowers had blossomed. She then turned respectfully to speak to a young woman beside her, who was dressed in a gray Taoist robe. Current target. Zhou, malicious thought 1. I'm hungry and want to eat Yanshan noodles. Basic reward. Malicious thought 2. The returning wind and sweeping willow sword my master taught me a few days ago is still not perfected. Practicing for another day or two shouldn't matter. Basic reward. Chinyu merely glanced and discerned that Zhou was still blissfully innocent at this moment. Zhou, one of the heroines of Heavenly Sword and Dragon Saber, had known the male lead, Zhang Wuji, since childhood. She was the daughter of a Han River ferryman, whose father, Zhou, was slain by the Mongol invaders. Having received kindness from the young Zhang, she was introduced to the Amei sect under the tutelage of the ruthless Mistress of Extinction and became a disciple of Amei. Later, upon reuniting with Zhang Wuji, she fell deeply in love but was compelled by Mistress of Extinction to sever ties due to Zhang Wuji's ascension as the leader of the Ming sect. Ultimately, when Zhang Wuji abandoned her at their wedding, she succumbed to darkness, transforming into a ruthless new leader of Amei. Of course, that was the Zhou Zhuo of the story. What her fate would be in this world remained uncertain. However, Zhou Zhuo was undeniably stunning, with a tall and graceful figure that embodied the beauty of the Jiangnan waters. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall, her skin rivaled snow, and she appeared ethereal like a celestial being. It was no wonder that the handsome Song Qing-shu was utterly captivated by her. In addition to Zhou Zhuo, there were 3 other Amei disciples. The leader was Jing Hui, a disciple of the Mistress of Extinction. Unlike Zhou Zhuo, Jing Hui was a true practitioner of asceticism, older than Zhou and her senior. Upon Song Qing-shu's arrival, Jing Hui displayed a cold demeanor, even to the point of refusing to acknowledge him. She merely stated, "Jean, we must go," before turning to leave. Zhou Zhuo glanced at the horse-riding Chinyu. Puzzled, Song Shixiao, is this person also a brother of the Wudong sect? Song Qing-shu shot a glare at Chinyu, his irritation boiling over, and in a lowered voice, recounted the events since descending the mountain, merely mentioning that this person had been following him the entire way. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhuo did not exhibit any impatience or hostility. Instead, she stepped forward and inquired, "Where are you headed, sir? Do you require assistance?" Chinyu replied, "To Sioux City. There is no need for concern, young lady." Zhou Zhuo nodded, saying nothing more, and turned to follow Jing Hui and the others. Song Qing-shu cast a cold glance at Chinyu before hastily following suit. Malicious thought 3. This person is truly handsome. Basic reward. Chinyu noted Zhou Zhuo's newly refreshed third malicious thought and couldn't help but scoff, wondering if merely finding someone attractive and wanting to gaze upon them could be considered a malicious thought. Would simply looking twice lead to an explosion? Upon reflection, he realized that his 2 beauty-enhancing pills had indeed not been taken in vain. In the world of martial arts, a pleasing visage always garnered immediate favor. Continuing eastward for a stretch, the next to approach Chinyu was not Zhou Zhuo, but rather the stern Jing Hui. Dressed in a gray Taoist robe and wielding a whisk, she coldly inquired, "Who exactly are you? Why have you been following us?" Malicious thought 1. Is this a case of stalking? If so, I shall have to eliminate him. But with his appearance, I find myself somewhat reluctant. Special reward. Malicious thought 2. Had I encountered this person before becoming a practitioner, I fear my resolve to remain steadfast would falter. Basic reward. Malicious thought 3. I wish to find a ditch to shove Song Qing-shu into. To follow Zhuo so shamelessly is truly brazen. Basic reward. Jing Hui Shiji. He is headed to Sioux City. There is only one main road to Sioux City from here. Zhou Zhuo quickly interjected, gently persuading her sister disciple. Before turning to Chinyu, "Please, sir, go ahead." The horse, having not grazed, could no longer proceed. Chinyu chuckled and spoke with an air of casualness. Song Qing-shu immediately retorted with a frosty demeanor. "This horse is a magnificent steed, clearly brimming with vitality. How could it possibly be unable to move?" "If I say it cannot move, then it simply cannot," replied Chinyu with a light-hearted tone, even stretching lazily, utterly dismissive of the threat evident on Song Qing-shu's face. Truly, he was a scoundrel. Jing Hui muttered under her breath, pondering the waste of such an attractive facade. However, being a disciple of the Amei sect, a prestigious and righteous faction, she would not resort to extreme measures simply because Chinyu lingered behind. With a huff, she merely instructed her fellow Amei disciples to stay close. "Song Shixiao, where are you headed?" Chen Yu casually placed his hands behind his head, reclining on his horse that A.S. Song Qingshu moved. The black steed beneath him began to stir as well. Not only this, but Chen Yu also took the opportunity to tease. Song Qingshu, being the son of the renowned Wudong hero Song Yuanxiao, possessed a certain refinement, though he chose to remain silent. His face still cold, that it was Zhou Zhuo who spoke next, contemplating for a moment before saying, "Ahead lies a village, home to a gang of scoundrels calling themselves the Crocodile Gang. They recently plundered several villages and abducted numerous people. Master has sent us down the mountain to thwart these villains, and Song Shixiang is here to assist us." Noticing Chen Yu nodding, she inquired, "Might you possess martial skills?" Song Qingshu scoffed but remained silent. Known as the jade-faced Mengchong, he would not overtly slander anyone, yet he was internally convinced of Chen Yu's lack of prowess, given his age. Zhou Zhuo continued, "If you lack martial skills, it would be wise to depart swiftly, that I have heard that the Crocodile Gang has recently acquired a formidable character. Should a confrontation arise, it may be perilous for you." To the surprise of those present, Chen Yu ceased his insistence. Sitting upright on his horse, he swiftly vanished from sight atop the black steed point. One of the Wudong disciples accompanying Song Qingshu scoffed. "What a coward! The moment you mentioned danger, he fled." Zhou Zhuo shook her head and replied with a smile, "Who among us is unafraid of death? If everyone avoided danger, perhaps there would be fewer conflicts." "What you say is true, Zhuo," Song Qingshu agreed with a grin, then suddenly shifted his gaze, softly adding, "Yet there are exceptions. For your sake, I would fearlessly face death." Coughing twice, Jingwei turned and shot a fierce glare at Song Qingshu, saying, "Zhuo, come here. I have something to discuss with you, Dado." Zhou Zhuo nodded obediently and jogged to her senior's side. Jingwei continued, "Master has made it abundantly clear. As Amei disciples, we must never bring shame upon our sect while traversing the world. When we confront those thieves, we Amei disciples must lead the charge." "Yes," the Amei disciples echoed in unison. Chapter 36. The Crocodile God of the South Sea. The group swiftly arrived at the bandit stronghold, situated on a small hillside beside a dense forest. With Jingwei's command, Zhou Zhuo and the other Amei disciples unsheathed their swords and charged towards the Crocodile Gang. In an instant, the air was filled with the splatter of blood. Though Zhou Zhuo was merely in her teens, her mastery of Amei's swordplay flowed like water, easily besting those burly men within mere exchanges. Song Qingshu exhibited extraordinary valor as well. Being from Wudong, and knowing this was a rare opportunity to showcase himself before the woman he cherished. He braved the challenge despite the mountain's closure, skillfully wielding Wudong's sword techniques and soft palm strikes. He darted about, swiftly dispatching 4 or 5 foes. Even Jingwei had to concede that Song Qingshu's martial prowess was indeed commendable. Befitting the son of Song Yuanxiao, the commotion below resonated. Several members of the Crocodile Gang emerged from a cave atop the hill, alarmed by the ferocity of the attack. Shortly after, a man of average stature appeared. He had a robust upper body, yet spindly legs, adorned in a luxurious golden robe while sporting filthy, coarse trousers. His appearance was grotesque, age indiscernible, with fingers long and thin like chicken claws. His beard bristled ominously, indicating he was not one to be trifled with. The Crocodile God of the South Sea. Jingwei's expression shifted as she dispatched a Crocodile Gang member before raising her voice, summoning the Amei disciples to her side. This was none other than the notorious third of the 4 great villains, the South Sea Crocodile God, Yu Lao San. Song Qingshu's countenance also changed dramatically, that he quickly rallied the other 2 Wudong disciples, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhou Zhuo. The South Sea Crocodile God regarded the carnage with a mixture of astonishment and disdain, tossing aside the 2 captives, a man and a woman, while berating, "Who dares to kill my Yu Lao heir's people? Only I have the right to vanquish my own." The woman, cast aside, wept as she called out to the ragged young man, "Tiangu, are you all right?" The beggar, unceremoniously thrown against a boulder, felt as if his bones might shatter. His face smeared with dirt and blood, he coughed and replied, "I'm fine. Even if it means suffering, I would endure it to know you care." Jinghui and the other Amei and Wudong disciples exchanged glances, frowning at the apparent romantic exchange amidst such dire circumstances. However, with a formidable enemy at hand, none dared to lose focus. Song Qingshu had not anticipated that the formidable figure who had recently joined the Crocodile Gang was none other than the South Sea crocodile god. This was dire news. A man of such renown and exceptional martial skills could not be handled by mere juniors. Wudong needed the 7 heroes, and a Mei would require the likes of Master Jingxian to confront him. Master Jinghui, I believe a temporary retreat would be prudent, Song Qingshu suggested, his mind sharp. He had not only trained in martial arts but also studied military strategy, discerning when to fight and when to flee. Jinghui had her own thoughts of retreat. Yet the incessant and increasingly vile curses from Yu Lao San ignited her fury that we cannot retreat without saving the captives. This scoundrel dares to insult a Mei. He must die today. With that, she charged forward, sword in hand. The South Sea crocodile god sneered, declaring, I merely had these fools capture some individuals to see if they were worthy to become my disciples. And now I've stirred your rabble. Very well. Today I shall show you my might. With a thunderous shout, he darted forward, his slender legs moving with astonishing speed. He did not employ his famed crocodile jaws, but came at Jinghui with bare fists, sending her flying with a single blow. Shiji! Zhou Zhuo's face paled, her previously fair complexion now ghostly as she rushed to catch Jinghui. Witnessing her senior spitting blood, tears welled in her eyes. You're quite the interesting girl. Come here, let me feel the back of your head and see if you're destined for my South Sea sect. The South Sea crocodile god, noticing Zhou Zhuo's exceptional beauty and grace, called out excitedly. Seeing his beloved in peril, Song Qingshu could no longer adhere to strategy. He bellowed, Don't touch her! With all his might, he employed the cloud ladder technique, charging at the crocodile god. His icy sword aimed at the villain's throat. The South Sea crocodile god, however, did not flinch. With a malicious grin, he swiftly deflected Song Qingshu's sword with a flick of his wrist, then struck at his chest with a punch. Realizing the danger, Song Qingshu channeled all his energy into a defensive technique. Yet he was still sent flying that you're nothing special. You bear no resemblance to me at all, that I'll take pleasure in killing you. The South Sea crocodile god laughed heartily as he approached the incapacitated Song Qingshu. The remaining Amei and Wudong disciples were filled with dread, shrinking back in fear of this living demon. Zhou Zhuo, tears brimming as she gazed at the gravely injured Jinghui, steeled herself and rose to face the crocodile god. Upon closer inspection, you indeed bear a striking resemblance to me. The South Sea crocodile god's eyes lit up, disregarding the sword-wielding Zhou Zhuo completely. With an air of arrogance, he proclaimed, You shall stay with me for a while. Should I fail to find a better disciple, you shall be chosen. Zhou Zhuo shook her head, replying softly, I am an Amei disciple. How could I serve your South Sea sect? Moreover, you have harmed Shiji Jinghui and Song Shixiao. I must seek justice for them. Though Song Qingshu felt intense pain coursing through him. Hearing Zhou Zhuo mention his name filled him with sweetness, that he coughed blood and urged, Zhu, flee quickly. Do not worry about me. However, contrary to his expectations, when Zhou Zhuo engaged the South Sea crocodile god, the tide of battle did not sway overwhelmingly in his favor. Utilizing Amei's sword techniques and inner strength, she managed to exchange several moves with Yu Lao San. Of course, this was predicated on the fact that Yu Lao San was holding back, contemplating her as a potential disciple. The remaining Amei and Wudong disciples seized the opportunity to rescue Jinghui and Song Qingshu, their expressions filled with concern for Zhou Zhuo. Yet, the South Sea crocodile god, being one of the 4 great villains, possessed fierce and oppressive martial arts. After several exchanges with Zhou Zhuo, his countenance grew increasingly grim. Finally, he turned red with rage, cursing, Damn it, I nearly forgot. Yun Laosi has a particular fondness for delicate beauties like you. If you were to become my disciple, your encounters with him would undoubtedly increase. Given his notorious temperament, he would surely bring you misfortune. With your inadequate martial skills, you would be unable to resist him. And then he would mock me, saying that my disciple is merely a pawn in his hands. How could I face the world then? No, you cannot be my disciple. Upon hearing such lewd remarks, Zhou Zhuo felt an overwhelming mix of shame and indignation, and sensed that the force of Nanhai crocodile goddess fists had intensified. Gritting her teeth, she had no choice but to continue parrying with the Amei swordplay. The more Yu Lao San pondered, the angrier he became, to the point of shouting, I see it clearly now. You are nothing like me. Song Qingshu struggled to suppress his internal injuries and shouted, If we are indeed different, why not let her go? Ah, you are quite right. Young man, that I did consider letting her go just now, but my greatest aversion is to be instructed by others. Since you have said so, I shall make it a point to kill her. Nanhai Crocodile God's expression turned ferocious as he kicked Zhou Zhuo away, striding back to retrieve his crocodile jaws that its over. Song Qingshu's face turned ashen as he witnessed Zhou Zhuo spitting blood. Desperately struggling to rise, Yu Laosan, my father is Song Yuanxiao from Wudong, and my grandmaster is the renowned Zhang Jinren. If you kill her, I shall ensure that not a single creature from the Nanhai sect remains. Nanhai Crocodile God halted, tilting his head to gaze at Song Qingshu. What did you just call me? Song Qingshu hesitated, his face paling its over. I misspoke. I will have your entire body torn to shreds. Nanhai Crocodile God went mad, letting out a skyward howl, the veins on his forehead bulging like coiled snakes ready to strike. He detested being called Yu Laosan. Whoever uttered that name would face death. Zhou Zhu braced herself with her sword. Having been kicked in the shoulder by Nanhai Crocodile God, her entire body racked with pain. Yet she still held her sword in front of the Amei disciples. Taking a deep breath, her gaze grew resolute that if anyone wishes to harm senior sister Jingwei, they must step over my dead body. Nanhai Crocodile God had entered a frenzied state, deaf to all reason, and charged forward, the crocodile jaws in his hand emanating an ominous chill. Just Song Qingshu cried out in despair, helplessly watching as the jaws aimed for Zhou Zhuo's delicate neck. Resigned, Zhou Zhuo closed her eyes, only to open them again to find a tall figure standing before her. The individual raised a finger, halting Nanhai Crocodile Goddess jaws in midair. This scene was so bizarre that everyone on the hillside fell into a profound silence. It was Chunyu. With merely a finger, he blocked Yu Laosan, yet his gaze was scanning left and right that as he looked around, he saw familiar faces everywhere. Finally unable to contain his amusement, he remarked, "What a lively gathering." Chapter 37. Conquering Yu Laosan, subduing the Nanhai sect goodness, Song Qingshu, Zhou Zhuo, Jinghui, Nanhai Crocodile God, Ding Dang, Shizhonyu, all familiar characters from the book. Chinyu had not left but merely circled around on horseback nearby. Now, witnessing so many characters from the story gathered here, he couldn't help but exclaim how lively it was that as his words faded, the surroundings fell silent, the only sound being the whisper of the wind. Zhou Zhuo's bright eyes sparkled, her heart racing with astonishment. Having just faced Nanhai Crocodile God, she was acutely aware of his formidable strength. Just a punch from him had left her feeling as though her bones were dislocated. With a weapon, the outcome would be even more dire. Yet this person stood there empty-handed, to block the jaws of one of the four great villains with just a finger. Song Qingshu's eyes widened in disbelief. Having followed Chinyu, he had assumed him to be just some wealthy young master. Given his youth, his martial skills couldn't possibly surpass that of the son of a Wudong hero. But what was unfolding before him was beyond belief. Yu Laosan, like Song Qingshu, widened his eyes, but unlike him, he was filled with unrestrained joy. Nanhai Crocodile God thrust his jaws into the ground, exclaiming, "Let me touch you." He clearly had his sights set on Chinyu, wanting him as his disciple. Chinyu, of course, would not allow that, employing his lightness skill to vanish like a wraith, appearing several steps away in an instant. "Yu Laosan, no, I am Yu Laodi, damn it. All right, I got it, Yu Laosan, I've told you it's Yu Laodi. I am truly angry now. You may be Yu Laodi, but you cannot be," Chinyu teased, lightly kicking his chest, his tone playful. This was his second encounter with one of the four great villains. The last time had been in Luoyang. Back then, Yun Zhonghe had been reduced to a mere human stick by him. Yet evidently, Yu Laosan was still oblivious to that incident. What to do? Should I just kill this person? Chinyu pondered, resting his chin on his hand. The reality was not far from his imagination. The foolish yet endearing Yu Laosan was indeed a capricious and indiscriminate killer that he lacked the patience of Duan Yu. Nanhai Crocodile God continued to prattle on from across the way, extolling the virtues of the Nanhai sect, claiming that everyone addressed him as their ancestor or grandfather, and that Chinyu bore a striking resemblance to him, destined to be his disciple. "You say the Nanhai sect has many members?" Chinyu, upon hearing this, finally became interested. "Indeed, it is plenty. Not fewer than the absurd Wudong and Amei." Upon seeing his enthusiasm, Yu Laosan immediately perked up that if you bow to me and become my disciple now, you will be the father of those people, and they will listen to you just as they do to me. He had forgotten that this person held a certain influence in the Nanhai. After a moment's thought, Chinyu replied, "All right, but it shall be you who bows to me." The surroundings fell silent once more. Zhou had been watching Chinyu, and suddenly stifled a laugh. Nanhai Crocodile God, momentarily taken aback and confirming he hadn't misheard, exploded in rage. "You little brat, you seek death." Chinyu glanced at Zhou, who quickly covered her mouth, a hint of crimson appearing on her fair cheeks. He then continued addressing Yu Laosan. "If I do not defeat you within 3 moves, I will kneel and bow to you as my master. Conversely, you must become my disciple. 3 moves." Song Qingshu thought he was hearing nonsense. Defeating such a ferocious villain in 3 moves was something even his father, Song Yuanxiao, or his uncles could not achieve. Yet he no longer dared to make rash judgments. The appearance of Chun Yu was too astonishing, too dominating. With just a finger, he had halted the jaws of the Nanhai Crocodile God, a feat beyond belief. Yu Laosan felt deeply humiliated, his rage boiling over. Before he could respond, he heard a woman among the pair he had previously discarded on the hillside let out a melodious laugh. Ding Dang giggled, "What Nanhai evil god? I think we should call him Nanhai Turtle. He even dares not accept the challenge of 3 moves, truly resembling a turtle." She then fixed her gaze on Chinyu, finding the youth exceedingly handsome, and exclaimed, "I don't know where this gallant young hero emerged from, but please save us." The other beggar with her was now groaning on the ground, unable to even speak. Current objective: Ding Dang Evil Thought 1. I hope that Nanhai Crocodile God gets a thorough beating for daring to capture me. Intermediate reward: Evil Thought 2. This person is truly handsome. Several times more so than before I disguised myself as a beggar. That no, I cannot look any longer. I cannot betray Tunga. Basic reward: Evil Thought 3. Yuga smells terrible. I wish you would go take a bath. Basic reward: What a lively scene. Chinyu felt that this outing was well worth it. Not only had he encountered Jojo, a potential dark villainess, but he had also met the legendary Ding Dang. Thus, the beggar lying nearby must be Shi Zhongyu. Chinyu immediately dismissed the thought of the beggar being Go-Gu. Firstly, Go-Gu could not possibly be beaten so badly by Nanhai Crocodile God. While Chinyu was lost in his musings, Nanhai Crocodile God could no longer restrain himself, pulling his jaws from the ground and roaring, "You little brat, I will have a go at you now. Come, be careful." Zhou's heart tightened, unable to refrain from warning. Yet in an instant, Chinyu executed the Golden Goose technique, soaring into the air, effortlessly evading Yu Laosan's scissor attack, channeling his energy into the great Songyang palm. He forcefully pressed the villain's grotesque head into the ground. With a thunderous crash, dust flew everywhere. When the dust settled, the previously loud Yu Laosan lay motionless, his head buried in the earth, devoid of fighting capability. "Is that it?" Chinyu chuckled, lifting the unconscious Nanhai Crocodile God and delivering a few slaps to awaken him, asking, "Disciple, do you yield?" Everyone stood in stunned silence. Ding Dang on the hillside was particularly bright-eyed, unable to restrain her applause. What a marvelous palm technique! Such an impressive technique that even her grandfather Ding Busan would likely find it difficult to contend with. Moreover, this individual is so remarkably handsome, so captivating. Ding Dang felt her heart racing uncontrollably. She shook her head, too afraid to look again, fearing she might betray Tiangu. Yet, upon reflection, she thought, wait a moment, isn't Tiangu quite the charming one himself? She was merely stealing glances, while he often took direct action. With this thought, Ding Dang couldn't help but lift her head once more just to gaze. Malicious thought 1. Hoping the Nanhai Crocodile God learns a lesson. Accomplished. Malicious thought 2. Wishing to behold this person a few more times. Accomplished. Reward granted. Pure internal energy for 1 year. Current accumulation: 14 years. Internal power growth rate x 1.15. Chinyu, with a face flushed crimson, looked at the Nanhai Crocodile God with a teasing glint in his eyes. "If you're dissatisfied, I can give you another chance to challenge me. But you must admit that you are a turtle son. A bastard that you're the one who is." Yu Laosan started but stopped abruptly, partially due to the rules of the Nanhai sect, and partially because he truly could not defeat this young man. With a scowl, he grudgingly accepted defeat, respectfully bowing thrice on the ground. "Damn it, master. Your disciple bows to you." Chinyu nodded and said, "From now on, the Nanhai sect shall be renamed the Hainan sect. Previously, you specialized in mischief. Now, I want you to focus on good deeds." You will withdraw from the four great villains, and I shall grant you a new title, the four great good people. You will now be the foremost among them, bestowed with the code name be a good person. You lauda, Pua. Ding Dang was already laughing so hard she could barely breathe, her handsome face filled with joy. Thinking how amusing this person was, what a transformation from villain to hero, and such a whimsical nickname. Zhou also bore a smile, yet upon remembering how the Nanhai crocodile god had injured her senior sister Jingwei. Her smile faded. Softly she spoke. Young hero. Chenyu, he replied. Zhou's delicate face flushed as she continued. Young hero Chen. He has injured my senior sister, as well as brother Song from Wudong, that we cannot let him off so easily. At the very least, he must be made to vow never to commit evil again. Initially dissatisfied with Chun Yu's suggestion to remove him from the four great villains, the Nanhai crocodile god felt a surge of delight upon being named the leader of the four great good people. He quickly waved his hand. Rest assured, you Lauda, shall henceforth guarantee to only engage in good deeds. What constitutes a good deed? He had his own interpretation. Qin Yu, well aware of the Nanhai crocodile god's ulterior motives, chose to ignore them. The man was merely a tool for him to control the Nanhai region. He would use him for now and replace him later when a more suitable candidate arose. Disregarding the Nanhai crocodile god, Qin Yu strode over to the group of Amei disciples. Observing the pallid and nearly lifeless Jingwei, he bent down, grasping her wrist and gently channeling his Jiang true energy into her body. The Amei disciples were astonished to see Jingwei's color rapidly improving, visibly regaining her vitality. Thank you, young hero Chinda. In less than a moment, Jingwei recovered, and as she gazed at the handsome Qin Yu, her hand trembled slightly, a hint of shyness flashing in her eyes. How regrettable, she thought. Perhaps I should have left the convent earlier. The Amei sect scarcely had an unattractive disciple. Qin Yu mused. Even the notorious Master Mieju, as described in texts, was exceptionally beautiful. Yet perhaps the sect's deep-rooted grievances made everyone appear stern, thus diminishing their allure and own need for pleasantries. Qin Yu waved his hand, channeling some true energy into the other injured Amei disciples. When he reached Zhou, Song Qingshu was on the brink of death, half due to injury, half due to anger that he had intended to impress Zhou today, but instead, he cursed the Nanhai crocodile god. Chun Yu was no better. Although his martial skills had improved, he lingered beside Zhou, clearly a lecherous man. Young hero Chen, could you perhaps heal brother Song first? He seems to be in dire condition. Zhou lowered her head, unable to meet Qin Yu's gaze, sighing inwardly at how striking he was. Malicious thought 3. Hoping to gaze a few more times. Accomplished. Basic reward granted. Internal power growth rate x1. 15. Qin Yu did not refuse and approached Song Qingshu that he spoke. Brother Song, my healing technique requires men to remove their clothing, but women do not need to. So, please take off your clothes. Chapter 38. Zhou. If you turn dark, come find me, that I don't need your help. Song Qingshu nearly spat blood in disbelief. He had never heard of such a double standard in healing methods. Moreover, he felt utterly humiliated. Even when Zhou urged him to accept Qin Yu's aid, he refused, instructing the other two Wudong disciples to carry him away, that he cast a lingering glance at Zhou as he departed. Finally, it was Zhou's turn. She hesitated, standing in place, her hair dancing in the wind, her skin like snow. Summoning her courage, she shyly extended her hand, yet averted her gaze, unable to look closely at Qin Yu. As their hands clasped, a warm current flowed into her body. The pain from her shoulder, previously injured by the Nanhai crocodile god, quickly subsided. Thank you, young hero Chen. Zhou's voice was soft, tinged with shyness. Seeing the atmosphere shift, Jingwei promptly stepped in to separate them, asking, a great kindness deserves acknowledgement. May I inquire, young hero Chen, to which sect do you belong? Your martial prowess is astonishing, and you can even heal others. The beggar's sect, Qin Yu replied. Loyalty headquarters so he is a young hero from the northern beggar's sect. Jingwei's eyes sparkled, her lingering doubts dissipating. Her master, Master Mieju, harbored a deep hatred for the demon cult. If Qin Yu had been an enemy of the Ming or the Sun Moon Holy Cult, she would have rather perished than allow him to heal her. To her surprise, the already illustrious northern beggar's sect had birthed such a young hero. It was truly remarkable. The grace bestowed today shall surely be repaid in the future. Zhozhou smiled slightly and said, "Thank you, young hero Chun, for saving my senior sister." "Anytime," Chinyu replied nonchalantly. It wasn't until Jinghui and the Amei disciples prepared to leave that he spoke up. "Miss Zhou, please wait." Zhou Zhuo exchanged a glance with Jinghui, confirming that her sister was not displeased before she shyly approached. Lowering her head, "Is there something else, young hero Chun?" Chun Yu sighed inwardly. It was merely a chance encounter, and he had saved her life with little thought, yet here she was so timid, such kindness and gratitude. No wonder it was difficult for her to sever ties with Master Mieju's teachings. Zhou Zhuo's tragedy was indeed intertwined with her character. "I have something to tell you." Chen Yu's voice rang clear. Disregarding the presence of Jinghui and the others, Zhou Zhuo kept her head down, the blush on her face creeping to her ears. Her heart raced. She truly had no idea what Chen Yu wished to convey. Chen Yu paused briefly, then slowly continued. "If one day you find yourself in a dire predicament, feel free to seek me out, that I will surely help you through your troubles." What he truly meant was, should you ever turn dark, remember to come find me, that I am mindful of your malicious thoughts. However, at that moment, Zhou Zhuo perceived his words as rather flirtatious. Her lovely face flushed deeply, and she stammered for a while, unable to utter a single word. Anxiously glancing at Jinghui and the other Amei disciples, she only saw a hint of envy. Even Jinghui, a nun, could not escape the allure, forcing herself to look away. She feigned indifference, yet her heart raced at the thought that had she not entered the convent, and had such a young hero offered her his support, she might have chosen differently. I don't understand. Zhozhou shook her head vigorously, her face burning intensely that it was merely a chance encounter, and she genuinely did not grasp why he would say such things. Chinyu had no intention of elaborating further, smiling as he said, "Then next time we meet, I shall treat you to some Yanchun noodles. Unfortunately, today I cannot. I will miss out on that basic reward." Zhou Zhuo trembled with embarrassment, biting her lip, timidly nodding before she hurried away. Chinyu did not think much of it and turned to see Yu Lao-san. "Oh no, now Yu Lao-da," shaking his head repeatedly, finally clicking his tongue. "I feel that this Miss Zhou is likely to become one of my many future wives." Chinyu shot him a puzzled glance. "What makes you say that?" "Isn't that just stating the obvious?" The Nanhai crocodile god cursed inwardly, realizing this young man was even more foolish than he. "You meet a woman for the first time and want to be her support, and now you're offering to treat her. Damn, you're even more of a lecher than Yun Laosi." However, he dared not voice his thoughts, knowing Chun Yu's martial prowess was formidable, that he made some casual remarks before slipping away. Chin Yu had intended to leave, but suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. He slapped his forehead, realizing he had been so focused on Zhou Zhuo, the potential treasure of the future, that he had forgotten about Ding Dang, the current source of wealth. Ding Dang was not upset. Upon seeing Chin Yu approach, her delicate face lit up with uncontainable joy, and she smiled. "Young hero Yu, you've come." Truly, she was a vibrant spirit, her address uniquely endearing. "Shall I treat you first or him?" Chin Yu pointed toward Shi Zhongyu and inquired. Ding Dang, still preoccupied with thoughts of Shi Zhongyu, hastily requested Chin Yu to check on her brother Tian. Chin Yu bent down, refraining from teasing Shi Zhongyu as he had done with Song Qingshu earlier, and instead silently channeled his vital energy. Ding Dang, not seriously injured, sat nearby observing the two. First, she scrutinized the filthy, disheveled Shi Zhongyu, whose foul odor filled the air. Then she turned her gaze to Chin Yu, whose striking eyebrows and starry eyes exuded charisma, his handsome face displaying a complex array of emotions. Chin Yu cast a sidelong glance at the heroine of the Wandering Knights saga beside him, and immediately her malevolent thoughts became apparent. Current target. Ding Dang. Malicious thought 1. This Chen Xiaoxiao is truly handsome, surpassing even brother Tian. Sigh. Ding Dang. Didn't you once tell grandfather that no matter how dashing a young man may be, he could never compare to brother Tian? Why are you now lost in such fanciful thoughts? Beginner reward. Malicious thought 2. Will he treat my wounds just as he did those Amei nuns earlier? Will he also hold my hand? How exciting! Beginner reward. Malicious thought 3. Brother Tian speaks so sweetly, but that fool who resembles him pales in comparison. Yet the sweet nothings this man whispered to Miss Zhou surpassed 1,000 words brother Tian has ever said to me. Oh, How I wish someone would speak to me in such a manner. Intermediate reward. Chinyu was well aware of Ding Dang's thoughts, recognizing that the person who bore a striking resemblance to Shi Zhongyu was none other than Go Ge. In the narrative. Both Shi Zhongyu and Shi Patian wield black and white twin swords, the sons of Xian Su Zhuang's master Shi Qing and Min Rou. Mei Fenggu, infatuated with Shi Qing, abducted the infant Shi Patian, calling him a dog bastard, subjecting him to constant beatings. Meanwhile, Shi Qing's wife Min Rou, believing her younger son dead, doted on Shi Zhongyu and raised him in luxury. The starkly contrasting environments shaped two individuals who, while resembling each other, exhibited vastly different personalities. Shi Zhongyu, despicable and shameless, cunning and sly, was a lecherous fiend who even preyed upon young Byaxiu, leading her to the brink of despair and ultimately to leap from a cliff. In contrast, Go Ge, Shi Patian, possessed a pure and simple heart, kind-hearted yet lacking worldly experience, often finding himself in seemingly foolish predicaments that as for the vivacious Ding Dang. She favored the smooth-talking, roguish Shi Zhongyu over the innocent and straightforward Shi Patian. As the saying goes, a match made in heaven. Chinyu's own moral compass was rather questionable, so he harbored no particular disdain for anyone as long as Ding Dang could be of benefit to him. He would not hesitate to claim that her beauty far surpassed that of Zhou Zhuo. After healing Shi Zhongyu's internal injuries, Chinyu approached Ding Dang, taking her delicate wrist in his hand. Her skin was soft and smooth. Upon closer inspection, Ding Dang indeed embodied the standards of beauty. Malicious thought too. I hope Chinyu will also heal my wounds. Completion of beginner reward. Minor achievement card for Wei to Palm. Not bad. At least I have acquired another martial art, albeit merely the basics of Shaolin. As Chinyu released Ding Dang's hand, she, having just closely observed his handsome features, found herself momentarily at a loss for words. It was only when Shi Zhongyu called out repeatedly that she snapped back to reality. Ding Dang, she exclaimed, her gaze shifting from the striking Chinyu to the disheveled Shi Zhongyu, and a sudden sense of disparity washed over her. It felt akin to witnessing a clever and charming lover transform into a dull-witted fool, reminiscent of her earlier encounter with the false brother Tian. Malicious thought one. Refreshed, if only I had married this man instead of that fool. Intermediate reward. Ding Dang was momentarily stunned, quickly shaking her head as she internally reminded herself not to be frivolous. She loved Brother Tian. Yes, only Brother Tian. Malicious thought too. Refreshed, why shouldn't I think this way? Isn't Brother Tian also out seeking pleasure? Why is it that when men indulge, it's acceptable, yet women cannot? Intermediate reward. Meanwhile, Ding Dang, having lost her internal energy from holding Chinyu's hand, indulged in her own thoughts. Believing no one was aware of her musings, Chinyu silently observed everything, smirking inwardly that he had sensed something amiss from the start. Since Ding Dang possessed low moral standards, preferring sweet-talking and clever individuals who could flatter her. It was only a matter of time before a man far more charming and intelligent than Shi Zhongyu appeared. Would she remain a virtuous woman? The outcome was evident without needing to experiment. She had married Go Ge, effectively becoming his wife. Yet the moment Shi Zhongyu appeared, she chose to return to his embrace. Once again, Chinyu did not wish to cast judgment from a moral high ground. He had no such authority. However, since Ding Dang, this little villainess, had shown the potential to provide more substantial rewards for her darker thoughts, he would not let the opportunity slip. Chinyu addressed the two. Where are you headed? If it's in the same direction, perhaps we could travel together for a while. No sooner had he spoken than Ding Dang's radiant face lit up with delight as she replied. We're going to Sioux City. It's on the way. Isn't it? Indeed. It is wonderful. Brother Tian hasn't fully recovered yet. With you, Brother Yu, accompanying us, the journey will be much safer. In just a few sentences. Ding Dang had altered her address for Chinyu. Then I thank you, Brother Chen. Shi Zhongyu, feeling significantly better, finally engaged in the conversation. Having narrowly escaped from Xie Yank, Ding Dang intended to take him to find her grandfather. Ding Busan, given his tarnished reputation, he needed a powerful figure to shield him. Speaking of powerful figures, Shi Zhongyu's eyes suddenly glimmered. Wasn't this man before him a formidable presence, with a hand that could fend off the jaws of an alligator and topple the Nanhai crocodile god? He was cunning enough not to pass up a free bodyguard. Chapter 39. The benevolence manner. The trio continued their journey eastward on horseback, Shi Zhongyu and Ding Dang aimed for Sioux City, where Ding Dang's grandfather, Ding Busan, was said to reside. After traveling for 2 days, they passed through a small town named Fima, where they needed to replenish their supplies of food and water, so they entered the town to shop. Upon reaching the inn, they were informed that it was fully booked, realizing that although the town was not large, it attracted numerous martial artists. Chinyu casually scanned the entrance and noticed several armed heroes from various sections. He overheard a young innkeeper complaining, "How many batches have come? One after another, and there's only this inn in the whole town. It's exhausting." Chinyu detected the undertone in his words and was about to inquire further when a burly middle-aged man dressed in gray fabric and with long hair walked towards him. He glanced at Chinyu and asked, "Little brother, have you lost any fellow disciples?" Chinyu shook his head, replying, "No, I'm just passing through. My supplies have run low, so I came to replenish." He then inquired about the matter of the lost disciples. The man, revealing no hesitance, introduced himself as Wan Hong of Fengyan Manor. He explained that 3 months prior, his junior disciples had not returned from their outing, and upon inquiring, he learned that several of his companions had vanished near Fima Town. To his surprise, it wasn't just as Fengyan Manor. Other sects like Taijiman, Wujiman, Yongxing Escort, Dinsong Sect, and Baiyao Sect had also lost members in the vicinity. Wan Hong had searched around Beima Town for a long time and heard that there used to be a bandit hideout called Hailong Zai, led by the formidable 8-armed Black Dragon. However, the hideout had been eradicated by several high monks from Shaolin Temple last month. At this moment, Ding Dang and Shi Zhongyu emerged from the inn. And upon hearing the latter half of Wan Hong's account, they understood the influx of martial artists in Fima Town. "Since we can't stay, let us leave," Ding Dang remarked nonchalantly, assuming that the missing individuals had likely succumbed to the bandits. She glanced at Chinyu, aware that he was a young hero from the Beggars sect. Concerned that the sect, which valued righteousness, might cause Chinyu to linger and separate from them, she spoke up. To her surprise, as soon as she finished, Chinyu nodded, smiling, "Indeed, we've already gathered our supplies." Ding Dang's charming face brightened a few degrees. She had always detested overly serious and dull individuals, and Chinyu's lack of a rigid moral stance brought her joy. She turned to Shi Zhongyu, saying, "Brother Tian, you can't change your outfit just yet. Once we reach Sioux City and see my grandfather, it will be safe." Yes, Shi Zhongyu responded nonchalantly, following his gaze to a graceful and stunning woman standing at the other end of the street. She possessed a slender figure, fair skin, and her every smile and frown exuded a unique charm as she conversed with the heroes on the street, her voice soft and melodious. "Brother Tian," Ding Dang huffed, reaching out to tug at Shi Zhongyu's ear, knowing he had succumbed to his old habits. "Do you not remember you were still being pursued by that Xie Yank?" Shi Zhongyu quickly withdrew his gaze, donning a flattering smile as he exclaimed, "Ding Dang, my eyes are only for you. No other woman, no matter how beautiful, can capture my attention." Unexpectedly, as her words fell, the captivating lady sauntered over, appearing even more enchanting up close. Just a glance from Shi Zhongyu rendered him utterly entranced. "Greetings, esteemed guest. I am Lu Lishir. My husband is the master of the nearby Rini Manor. Upon hearing that you gallant heroes have nowhere to stay, he has kindly sent me to invite you to our manor for a gathering. That my husband was once a man of the martial world and holds great respect for heroes. Please do not decline." She spoke with a melodious voice, demonstrating impeccable etiquette. All those invited, warriors of the martial realm, readily accepted her invitation, though a few with less than virtuous intentions displayed a glimmer of lust in their eyes. Chinyu glanced at the entranced Shi Zhongyu, and their eyes met as Lu Lishir flashed a charming smile, revealing her ulterior motives. The implications were substantial. It was evident that Lu Lishir's demeanor did not reflect the true nature of her intentions. However, having become accustomed to the malevolent thoughts of individuals like Kong Min, Chinyu paid it little mind. Casting a glance at Ding Dang, Chinyu feigned hesitation and inquired, "Shall we proceed, Miss Ding Dang?" Naturally, Ding Dang wished to avoid Shi Zhongyu becoming too entangled with the alluring lady, and she nodded eagerly. Yet Shi Zhongyu interjected with a smile, "Since the lady has graciously invited us, how could we possibly refuse? We shall accept your kind offer." Noticing Ding Dang's displeasure, Shi Zhongyu leaned closer and whispered, "Ding Dang, it is not that I am swayed by beauty, but rather that our funds are rather tight. Just now, you borrowed money from Chinyu for provisions and water, that I cannot bear to see you seek assistance from others again. Let us visit Rini Manor." Her husband must be a benevolent man, and we could procure some funds, making our journey much easier. Ding Dang, both amused and exasperated, recognized that her brother Tian was attempting to deceive her yet again, but she was unable to resist Shizhangyu's flowery words. Reluctantly, she turned to Chinyu and said, "Brother Yu, if that is the case, my brother Tian and I will have to visit Rini Manor. If you, current objective, Ding Dang, evil thought one, if only you could accompany us. I would have the pleasure of seeing you more often, beginner reward. Evil thought two, I truly do not wish to lose such a formidable companion. Intermediate reward, it seemed that in the eyes of others, he was merely a pleasing tool. Chinyu could not help but chuckle coldly, but dismissed it, focusing on the potential rewards that he then heard Shizhangyu suggest. Brother Chen, if your matter is not urgent, why not join us at Rini Manor for the night? We can depart together tomorrow. His cunning nature aligned perfectly with Ding Dang's thoughts, for he was also unwilling to lose a companion as formidable as Chinyu. The issue was that Shizhangyu was genuinely enamored with the mistress of Rini Manor, and sending him away now would be utterly impossible. Feigning indecision, Chinyu looked at the expectant Ding Dang and smiled, saying, I shall make an exception this time. Ding Dang's face immediately brightened with joy as she exclaimed, Wonderful. Thank you, Brother Yu. Under the guidance of Lu Lishur and her retainers, the trio, along with over 40 other martial artists, swiftly arrived at Rini Manor, situated outside the western edge of Bema Town. The master, Lu Shenlong, a middle-aged man in his 50s with a prosperous appearance, donned the typical hat of a landowner and was dressed in exquisite finery. Unmistakably a wealthy individual. Upon seeing the hero's visit, he greeted them with a warm smile, bowing repeatedly and saying, The presence of so many heroic figures graces Rini Manor that my humble abode is honored, and my wife has prepared a feast for you all. Please enter swiftly. The crowd exchanged glances, each praising Lu Shenlong's generosity. Only Shizhangyu, with a gleam in his eye, remarked, Master Lu, your words are misguided. How could we claim your wife has not been hospitable? Were it not for her beauty and amiable nature, we would not have dared to come to as soon as he finished speaking. A blush adorned Lu Lishur's cheeks. Lu Shenlong, seeing his wife praised for her beauty by a beggar, merely chuckled and said to her, This young hero speaks wisely. Aimed that we owe you much. Afterward, he invited everyone into the manor, leading them to the main hall, where an array of delectable food and drink awaited, accompanied by a dozen exquisite young maidens in attendance, causing the guests' eyes to widen in astonishment. All food and drink have been prepared. Please help yourselves, Lu Shenlong declared with a smile, faced with such a spectacle. The crowd sensed something amiss. Just as Chinyu settled into his seat, he noticed Wan Hong from Fingyam Manor, who had previously conversed with him on the road, inquiring with curiosity, Master, we are strangers to you. Why such warm hospitality? In the realm of martial arts, one must always remain vigilant, especially since many had gone missing near Bema Town, leading to suspicions regarding the seemingly benevolent Lu Shenlong. However, before Wan Hong could finish his thought, Lu Shenlong's eyes reddened, and he choked out, This brave hero poses an excellent question. I am truly at fault. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically as Lu Shenlong recounted his sorrowful past. He revealed that in his youth, while escorting goods in the Eastern Qing dynasty, he amassed considerable wealth. However, weary of the cycle of vendetta in the martial world, he returned to his hometown of Bema Town and established Rini Manor. He had hoped to live a peaceful life in his later years, only to find that the nearby Highling Zai, led by a notorious bandit known as the Eight-Armed Black Dragon, frequently descended from the mountain to rob and pillage. The mere mention of his name provoked the bandit's ire, leading to assaults and repeated humiliations of his wife. Lu Shenlong was powerless against the Mountain King's threats and resorted to secretly hiring passing martial experts, hoping they would eliminate the Black Dragon. Last month, he gathered over 20 skilled fighters from various sects, only to be met with overwhelming defeat at the hands of the unstoppable Black Dragon. Lu Shenlong and his allies were ruthlessly pursued back to the manor, and in a moment of desperation, he pleaded for help from a few passing Shaolin monks, who ultimately saved his life. Though many of his companions perished, as he recounted his tale, tears streamed down his face, but he unfastened his clothing to reveal a torso riddled with scars, while his wife Lu Lishur wept profusely beside him. All of you are benefactors of Rini Manor. Not only this meal, but I would gladly relinquish this estate to you if it would honor those brave souls who perished for my sake. Lu Shenlong cried, bowing deeply, his forehead bleeding from the force of his gestures. The crowd rushed forward to stop him, but some remained unmoved. A tall, thin figure from the Dansang sect sneered, "If Master Lu claims we have a debt of gratitude, then merely providing food and drink is insufficient to repay the life of my disciple. That if you wish to atone, you must offer something of substance. Indeed, 2 of my disciples from the Wujiman died for you. This matter cannot simply be overlooked." Another burly Wujiman disciple bellowed. "And I from Fai Yunmen. My disciple was favored by our master. How can I return home and explain this?" Lu Shenlong, choked with emotion, raised a hand. And several retainers brought forth a large chest, and as the lid was opened, a glimmer of gold dazzled the eyes of the onlookers. "This gold represents the majority of my life's savings. I willingly offer it all to you today," Lu Shenlong declared, his eyes misty, bowing profusely in apology. Feeling that Lu Shenlong was an easily swayed and sincere man, the martial artist became increasingly brazen, greedily claiming the gold while still insisting it was insufficient. "Let us first enjoy the food and drink. We can discuss how to deal with Master Lu while we eat," the thin figure from Dansang's sect remarked. Grasping a nearby maiden and pulling her into his embrace, his actions brazen and unrestrained. The maiden, terrified, dared not resist, allowing the man to take liberties. Chinyu observed closely, realizing that few genuinely cared for their fallen comrades. Most were merely following orders from their respective sections. Only Wan Hong from Fengye Manor appeared genuinely distraught, tears in his eyes as he repeatedly inquired about the fate of his fellow disciples. Upon receiving confirmation and learning that the 2 heroes from Fengye Manor were buried just outside the estate, he let out a cry and dashed out. The others, like the Dansang sect members, continued to indulge in food and drink while humiliating their maidens. Shizhongyu, initially tempted to take advantage, was deterred by Ding Dang's presence beside him, suppressing his desires while fixating on the beautiful Lu Lisher. Already plotting his next move. "Brother Yu, let us share a drink." Ding Dang, annoyed by Shizhongyu's blatant admiration for another woman and indifferent to the events unfolding at Rennie Manor, turned to Chinyu. He did not refuse, glancing at the infatuated Shizhongyu and smiling at Ding Dang. "You seem quite untroubled." Ding Dang, fully aware of Chun Yu's implications, sighed and resignedly replied, "Brother Tian is simply like this. If he sees a beautiful woman and does not entertain some improper thoughts, he would not be himself." Ultimately, she harbored a fondness for Shizhongyu, appreciating the nimble and cunning charm that he possessed. Realizing she had perhaps spoken too much, she hastily shook her head and said, "Brother Yu, neither Tiangu nor I are bad people. Please do not overthink it." She genuinely feared that Chinyu, the young hero of the beggar sect, might be overly principled and simply leave in disdain. However, to her surprise, Chinyu shook his head and jested, "Everyone has an appreciation for beauty. For instance, when I see such a lovely lady as yourself, I cannot help but steal a few glances." Ding Dang was momentarily taken aback, a faint blush appearing on her handsome face, as she stammered, "Brother Yu, what are you saying?" Instinctively glancing at Shizhongyu, she noted that he was still fixated on Madame Lu, which stirred a twinge of displeasure within her. Evil thought 1. "Look at him, Tiangu. Gaze as much as you please. Humph. It's not like I drink with just anyone." Evil thought 2. "I wonder in Brother Yu's eyes. Who is more beautiful, myself or that Amei girl? Alas, I likely cannot compare to her." Chinyu observed all of this keenly and, raising his hand, gently restrained the wine Ding Dang had offered that he remarked coolly, "In my view, if we were to discuss liveliness and brilliance, you surpass Miss Zhou by a considerable margin." Evil thought 2. "I hope to receive praise. Intermediate reward granted. 1 year of pure internal energy, currently accumulated 15 years. Is that truly so, Brother Yu? Do you genuinely feel that way?" Ding Dang was immensely pleased, disregarding Shizhongyu's presence as she joyfully poured wine for Chinyu, exclaiming, "Come, let us drink a few more cups together." Chapter 40. Tiangu, this is all for you. While they indulged in feasting and merriment, Wan Hong returned from visiting the graves of his disciples. His eyes were red-rimmed, and he sat dazedly beside Chinyu, drowning his sorrows in drink. When the Chief Lu approached to apologize, he merely shook his head and said, "You inscribed benevolence and righteousness on the tombstone. What more could I blame you for?" Enough, enough. They were all kind-hearted children. Having died for a noble cause, it can be said they died with honor. After speaking, he ignored her further, weeping as he drank, while a gallant youth of 16 or 17 beside him, moved by his words, raised his cup in solidarity. Chenyu couldn't help but chuckle. Others, emboldened by the wine, began to act foolishly. Even the serving maids could not appease them. Some lecherous individuals even set their sights on the enchanting Madame Lu. Seizing the moment while Lu Li was serving wine, one could not resist making lewd remarks, while a thin man from the Dianzong sect, his eyes gleaming with lust, even attempted to embrace her. Had it not been for Shizhongyi's timely intervention, that man might have succeeded. "Thank you, young hero." Lu Li slightly bowed, suddenly red-eyed, covering her face as she fled in tears. The thin man from the Dianzong sect glared and shouted at the obsequious Lu Shenlong. "Lu Zhuangzhu, is this how your wife treats your saviors? My junior brother died for your benevolence." Hearing his outcry, others chimed in agreement. Lu Shenlong nodded, his expression darkening as he stormed out, and soon the sound of 2 resounding slaps echoed from outside. "Wretched woman, you can't even properly host these heroes. What use are you? Touch you. What of it? These heroes are the saviors of our kind. If they desire, it is only right that I offer you to them." His words were harsh, and Chenyu found them utterly ridiculous, feeling that the entire Lu family was merely a troupe of actors, unable to hold back a laugh. The gallant youth sitting beside Wan Hong, curious at Chen Yu's demeanor, asked, "Brother, what is it that amuses you?" Chenyu did not respond verbally, merely glanced at him and retorted, "Do you also have brothers who perished for this benevolence estate?" The youth shook his head, candidly admitting he was merely passing through Bama Town and had no comrades who died here. This was indeed the truth. Chen Yu's observational skills were astute. Of the 40-odd individuals in the hall, only Wan Hong and this youth possessed any semblance of decency. The latter had not even laid hands on the serving maids nor consumed any wine. After exchanging a few casual words, they saw Lu Li return, having dried her tears. Despite her apologies, the ruffians showed no mercy. Emboldened by Lu Shenlong's earlier words, their behavior grew even bolder. Stone Zhongyu discreetly glanced at Chenyu, and upon realizing he had no intention of intervening, felt a surge of delight, believing it to be a fortuitous opportunity. At last, it was his turn to shine. With a loud declaration, he once more positioned himself in front of Madame Lu, sneering, "All present here are benefactors of this benevolence estate. It would be laughable to speak of such bullying towards a woman. That I ask this what it means to be a hero. What kind of beggar are you? Dare to ruin my fun?" 2 burly men from the woodgemen glared fiercely. Taking the first step, Shizhongyu merely smirked, easily dispatching them with a few moves, sending them sprawling to the ground. The hall fell into a profound silence, that no one expected that this beggar would possess such remarkable martial prowess. A group of lowly men, unable to contend with Xie Yank or by Wan Jian, thought they could handle him. Shizhongyu muttered to himself, then turned to Madame Lu, saying, "Madam, allow me to escort you back to rest." Having said that, he disregarded the crowd and led the madam away. Noticing the shy expression on her face, he felt a surge of satisfaction, believing he had achieved something significant. It seems the skills of the Shueshan sect. Once Shizhongyu had departed, someone murmured softly. Others gasped, "I hear the leader of the Shueshan sect, by Zizai, possesses extraordinary martial skills, with his disciples Fenghua Shenlong and Shihan Shibei by Wan Jian being top-notch experts. Who is this beggar, and why does he possess the martial arts of the Shueshan sect?" Chenyu found it amusing. Shizhongyu was indeed correct in one regard. The people in this hall were truly unworthy of the stage. Those who could be subdued by Shizhongyu's strength could only be considered minor villains. "Everyone, feast and drink to your heart's content. Later we shall rest at this humble abode." Lu Shenlong continued to wear a smile, signaling the serving maids to be more attentive, personally pouring wine for the guests while inquiring about their origins and martial prowess. Facing jeers and insults, he remained unfazed, merely stating that in his early years of wandering the Jianghu, he developed a keen interest in martial arts, though he lacked the ability, having only practiced some family techniques that were hardly noteworthy. "Listen well, I am Pei Bushi of the Dianzong sect, that I possess a set of Huifeng Wuliu swordplay, rarely encountering an opponent in this world. Had the young lad not been so young, I would have long since slain him with a sword." The thin man from the Dianzong sect belched and sneered. "My Wujiman boxing is not merely a name. My set of Boang Jindao has reached perfection. No one in the world can rival it. The crowd chimed in, each boasting in turn. Soon, Lu Shenlong approached Chen Yu, starting with the gallant youth on the far right who smiled and said, "My martial skills are not high. I only know a family sword technique." Wan Hong, grieving for his deceased disciples, had no desire to speak. And Lu Shenlong did not press further, sighing, "I am familiar with Fengye Zhuang and the Liuhe swordplay." When it came to Ding Dang and Chen Yu, Ding Dang was sulking due to Shizhonggu standing up for Madame Lu, entirely ignoring him. Chen Yu pondered briefly and replied with a smile, "I am similar to that brother who uses a family sword technique. My martial prowess is modest, only knowing a bit of Taizu Chongquan and Wei Tuo Palm." Ha ha ha! The hall was immediately filled with a jovial atmosphere. The thin man from the Dianzong sect mocked, "You little brat who doesn't know Taizu Chongquan." As for Wei Tuo Palm, you likely saw a young monk from Shaolin perform it and thought you could claim to know it just by observing. Truly laughable. Given that the two martial arts Chen Yu mentioned were exceedingly basic, it was unsurprising that he was ridiculed. It was akin to someone claiming to have read a classic simply by having read the three-character classic. Ding Dang blinked her watery eyes, perplexed. She knew of Chen Yu's abilities and understood that his seemingly foolish remarks must have a reason behind them. After feasting and drinking their fill, Chen Yu, like the 40 others, was arranged to rest within the estate. This benevolence estate was indeed wealthy, with numerous guest rooms. Many were so inebriated that they collapsed onto their beds to sleep. Chen Yu chatted briefly with Wan Hong and the gallant youth, exchanging names and discovering that the tall youth's surname was Hu, with a single character for his given name, after which he refrained from further conversation and returned to his own room. Ding Dang and Shizhonggu were in the adjacent room. As soon as Chen Yu sat down, he could hear their quarrel. It seemed Ding Dang was dissatisfied with Shizhonggu's earlier defense of another woman, now playfully tugging at his ear, inquiring who was more attractive, herself or Madame Lu. Shizhonggu, skilled in the art of persuasion, soon had Ding Dang giggling, yet when he sought to advance further, she deftly evaded him. After all, Shizhonggu was currently dressed as a beggar, reeking to high heaven. Although Ding Dang verbally expressed no disdain, she still wished to maintain some distance. After 2 hours had passed, and the night had completely enveloped the world, Shizhonggu coaxed Ding Dang to sleep before stealthily slipping out. Chen Yu, having practiced his cultivation upon returning, finally opened his eyes. There was a knock at the door. "Brother Yu, are you asleep?" Naturally, it is Ding Dang. As Chen Yu opened the door, he beheld the lovely young girl who was now sneaking about, lowering her voice to say, "I feel that something is amiss with this estate." "Something amiss?" "Indeed, it is quite so." Chen Yu scoffed inwardly. Unlike others, he had the ability to discern malevolent intentions. One could say that upon merely encountering Lu and Li, he was already aware of their ulterior motives. Thus, feigning ignorance, he inquired, "I feel it too. Where's your Tiangu? Why not summon him and leave at once?" Ding Dang let out a soft sigh, fully aware of where Shi Zhongyu had gone. He must be clandestinely meeting with Lu and Li. Her Tiangu was a gluttonous spirit of lust, having committed numerous misdeeds in the Chong Le gang, particularly coveting the wives and daughters of others, that in the presence of a beauty like Lu and Li. To maintain one's composure would indeed be remarkable. Looking up at Chen Yu, she ventured, "I suspect he has gone to meet the lady of the estate. Brother Yu, would you accompany me to seek him out? Then we can depart tonight." Malicious thought one. Am I truly less attractive than Lu and Li, Tiangu? Otengu, are your eyes deceived? Indeed, Chen Yu's previous conjectures regarding their relationship were not mistaken. Although Ding Dang was fond of Shi Zhongyu's cunning and relished his mischievous demeanor, a woman's inherent jealousy was difficult to suppress. That I believe Brother Shi has misjudged this time. That Lu and Li's beauty pales in comparison to yours. And she is indeed a decade your senior. If one were to play the role of a flower protector, surely a more comely choice should be made, Chen Yu remarked deliberately. Ding Dang's face flushed deeper, and she let out a soft laugh, huffing, "Brother Yu, it seems you too are a scoundrel." Yet, despite her words, Chen Yu's previous compliment that she was far more beautiful than Lu and Li filled her heart with delight. Malicious thought one. I hope someone proclaims that I am more beautiful than that woman. Completion of the initial reward. 150 taels of silver, currently totaling 850 taels that if mere flattery could yield rewards. How wonderful that would be. Chen Yu sighed inwardly as he listened to Ding Dang chatter about her plans. He then queried, You fear for Brother Shi's safety and wish for my company to ascertain the situation. Yet, what if Lu Shenlong has long been prepared, laying traps with skilled fighters, intending to ensnare us? The risks involved are considerable. Surely not, Ding Dang pondered. She could discern no remarkable martial prowess from Lu Shenlong, especially with Chen Yu, who had the ability to defeat the Nanhai crocodile god, by her side. Even if there were ambushes, they should pose little threat. Seeing Chen Yu's brow furrowed and his demeanor heavy with sighs, Ding Dang's eyes suddenly brightened with understanding. Brother Yu, are you seeking compensation? I have no need for money, Chen Yu replied nonchalantly. Neither do I, Ding Dang mused quietly, aware that she and Shi Zhongyu had fled for so long that they possessed not even a single copper coin. As for martial arts, she knew a bit of the Ding family's 18 grappling techniques, but against opponents of such high skill, they might not be taken seriously. After a lengthy contemplation, she realized that he was gazing intently at her, causing her cheeks to flush and prompting her to ask, Brother Yu, why do you look at me so? A sudden jolt of surprise coursed through her, and upon lifting her gaze again, she discerned a mixture of astonishment and inexplicable joy in his eyes. Could it be? Chen Yu smiled gently. If you implore me, I shall accompany you on this venture. Ding Dang bit her lip, her eyes reflecting shyness, confusion, and a hint of indignation. She spat softly and turned her head. I beg of you, Tiangu, O Tonggu, all this is for you. Chapter 41. The trap under the cloak of night. The two swiftly traversed the rooftops. Ding Dang's lightness of foot was admittedly average, struggling to keep pace with Chen Yu's strides. Though he did not employ the Ling Bo Weibu, his mastery of Jin Yin Gong rendered his agility remarkable. Upon reaching a spacious courtyard behind the estate, Chen Yu firmly restrained the hastily approaching Ding Dang, who sought to press onward. Covering her cherry lips, he gestured towards below. At that moment, the window beneath them was illuminated by candlelight, revealing two silhouettes, one male and one female. The woman being Lu Shenlong's wife, Lu Li, and the man, naturally, was Shi Zhongyu. Ding Dang's breathing quickened, her senses overwhelmed by Chen Yu's scent. Unlike the foul odor of Shi Zhongyu, who had disguised himself as a beggar, Chen Yu exuded a natural, subtle fragrance that intensified as he shielded her mouth in a manner reminiscent of an embrace that no, I cannot betray, Tiangu. Ding Dang struggled to break free, but lacked the strength to do so. After signaling for her silence, Chen Yu released her. From the other side of the window, Lu Li spoke. Thank you, young master, for your gallant rescue today. My husband is deeply grateful for the kindness of you heroes that I should heed his wishes, but I truly... Her voice trailed off as she began to weep softly. Wretched woman, Ding Dang muttered under her breath, her disdain evident in her cold laughter. Then, her Tiangu gently consoled, Dear sister, how could I not understand you? If it were not for my compassion for you, I would not oppose those men. Do not cry. I truly cannot bear to see you in distress. Chen Yu's expression turned peculiar as he mused on Shi Zhongyu's charming way with words, which undoubtedly captivated Ding Dang. However, Ding Dang's expression was a vivid tapestry of emotions. She was aware of her Tianji's proclivity for dalliance, yet overhearing him whisper sweet nothings to another woman, words he had once shared with her, was displeasing. Yet after each encounter, Shi Zhongyu would reassure her that it was merely a game, professing his singular affection for her, which would invariably leave her beaming with joy. But this time was different. Ding Dang's countenance darkened with increasing ire as she listened. Lu Li queried, Young master, is the woman accompanying you your wife? She is indeed lovely. Since you possess her, why must you flirt with me, a married woman? Shi Zhongyu chuckled. Ah, dear sister, you are mistaken. She is merely my maid, brought up by my side since childhood. How could I wed her? If I were to marry, it would truly be you, if only you were not already betrothed. Crack, Ding Dang crushed a piece of tile with her bare hands. What was that noise? Is my husband here? Lu Li's voice quivered with alarm, and she moved to peek out the window. Chen Yu swiftly covered Ding Dang's mouth again, who was poised to erupt, and then let out a few mews. What a wretched cat, Shi Zhongyu chuckled. Dear sister, fret not. Your husband is thoroughly inebriated that I'll go early. Chen Yu mused innocently, contemplating how to address Shi Zhongyu later. Ding Dang was immensely agitated, wishing to confront Shi Zhongyu at that very moment. She glanced up, suddenly conscious of her position in Chen Yu's embrace, her heart racing as she blushed and whispered, Brother Yu, Please release me. Do not make a sound. Chen Yu made a shushing gesture. Yet this time he did not let her go. Ding Dang's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she did not resist strongly. Rather, she found Chen Yu's embrace warm and comforting, gradually wishing for him to hold her tighter. Her attention was swiftly drawn back to the pair at the window. Shi Zhongyu had begun to act inappropriately, and Lu Li seemed to relent, giggling as their figures entwined within the window's frame, igniting Ding Dang's fury. Lu Li could not escape Shi Zhongyu's advances, and as he held her, she hesitated before exclaiming, "You possess such formidable martial skills. Why not simply take me away?" At that point, "I would willingly submit to your desires." Shi Zhongyu, merely playing, had no intention of marrying her. He assented, "Dear sister, I assure you, I will take you away. However, I have been holding back for far too long, and you are simply too beautiful. This night I truly cannot contain myself." Lu Li laughed. "You deceiver, with such a lovely maid, do you truly need to hold back?" Shi Zhongyu lamented, "You do not understand. My maid has a fierce temperament. Although she claims to love me, she allows only hand-holding and the occasional embrace. She is still a maiden, you know. What?" Chen Yu glanced down at Ding Dang, whose face was now entirely flushed, her eyes revealing a blend of shyness and indignation. Feeling Chen Yu's intense gaze upon her, she felt herself burning, regretting Shi Zhongyu's indiscretion. Truly a maiden? Chen Yu, experienced, could glean from Ding Dang's demeanor that Shi Zhongyu's words bore truth, that he was merely astonished. Then he heard Shi Zhongyu continue, "She has a fiery personality and is skilled in martial arts. Whenever I seek to advance further, she always finds an excuse to decline, claiming she is unprepared, or that she has yet to marry. It is quite tiresome. Yet I am ready, dear sister, please assist me." Ding Dang was taken aback by his words, and after a moment, tears began to stream down her cheeks. Choking back her sobs, she uttered, "Tiango, I thought the one to marry me that day would be you, that I long to be with you. Why do you speak of me this way?" A sense of melancholy enveloped her. Previously, she had regarded Shi Patian as Shi Zhongyu, and under Ding Busan's auspices, they had wed. However, post-marriage, Tiangu remained oblivious, treating her with utmost courtesy, which greatly displeased Ding Dang. She harbored affection for the cunning and mischievous Tiangu, not the dull-witted and simple-minded one, to the extent that she had once contemplated the unthinkable act of murdering her husband. Descending from Lingxiao City, she remained steadfast, tirelessly pursuing Xie Yang and Shi Zhongyu. And at long last, after Shi Zhongyu extricated himself, she devoted herself to his side, hoping to find her grandfather to orchestrate a second wedding for the couple. Little did she anticipate that the other party held such a perception of her. In truth, Shi Zhongyu's words were not entirely sincere. They were merely casual remarks intended to forge a closer bond with Lu Lixi, oblivious to the fact that at this very moment, Ding Dang and Chen Yu were eavesdropping outside. Speaking without any reservations, Lu Lixi giggled at his words, yet still declined, saying, "But I am still afraid that as you witnessed today, my husband is exceedingly domineering. Perhaps it would be best if you were to kill him, and we could divide the estate and its riches, then flee far away. How does that sound? I know where that old rogue hides his gold." Shi Zhongyu, notorious for his misdeeds, was not taken aback by the notion of murder. Rather, he readily concurred, asserting that Lu Shenlong truly deserved death and should indeed be executed for the lady's sake. Lu Lixi, elated, playfully traced circles on his chest with her finger, inquiring, "Pray tell, what martial arts do you possess? Young sir, was what you displayed in broad daylight all that you know?" With a hearty laugh, Shi Zhongyu replied, "My master is Fenghua Shenlong. My father is Shi Qing, the lord of Xuansu Manor, known in the martial world as the Black and White Twin Swords. Dear sister, I possess a plethora of skills." He then proceeded to plot mischief. Having gleaned all the information she desired, Lu Lixi smiled, lifted a cup of wine from the table, and offered it to Shi Zhongyu, saying, "Very well, since that is the case, I shall rest easy. Pray, drink this cup of wine, and I shall attend to your needs, starting with a bath." Shi Zhongyu, filled with joy, exclaimed, "It is only right." In truth, he was not as disheveled as he appeared. He had merely donned the guise of a beggar to evade a formidable pursuer. "Madam, were you to see my true visage, I am certain you would find it to your liking," that he downed the wine in one gulp. Yet, no sooner had the wine settled within him than he felt a wave of dizziness, and the enchanting figure before him began to blur, In a state of panic, he attempted to lift his head, only to find himself utterly drained of strength. Poison. A chill coursed through Ding Dang's heart as she realized the gravity of the situation. Though saddened, she immediately resolved to rescue him. However, she was once again thwarted by Chen Yu, who directed her gaze toward the door, where the ostensibly drunken lord, Lu Shenlong, accompanied by several burly manor guards, had entered. Upon seeing the incapacitated Shi Zhongyu, Lu Shenlong's face broke into a grin. "Ame, you are simply magnificent." Chen Yu's eyes flickered, having observed everything, and he remarked coolly, "This Lu Tianlong, the lord of the manor, is likely the infamous eight-armed black dragon." Ding Dang gasped in horror. "Are you implying that the disciples of various sects did not perish at the bandits' lair, but rather at this man's hands?" Chun Yu smirked. Chapter 42. A scheme within a scheme. As Chun Yu's words faded, a piercing scream echoed from within the room. The seemingly docile Lord Lu Shenlong had transformed into a different person altogether. With a cold smile, he stepped forward and viciously plunged a dagger into Shi Zhongyu's right thigh, demanding, "Pray, young hero, recite the techniques of the Snow Mountain sect's swordplay. Since you are the son of the black and white twin swords of Xuansu Manor, you might as well divulge the skills your parents imparted to you." His brutal assault elicited cries of pain from Shi Zhongyu, who, at that moment, finally grasped the deception he had fallen victim to. In a panic, he shouted, "Ding Ding Dang Dang, come rescue me." For the time being, he was safe, as the adversary was interested in his martial arts. He would not be killed just yet. Chen Yu presumed Ding Dang could not bear to witness her beloved's suffering and urged her to intervene. Yet, Ding Dang coldly chuckled. This suffering is precisely what he deserves. It is high time he realized that not all women in this world can be so easily deceived that as the granddaughter of Ding Busan, she naturally possessed an innate aura of wickedness. Aware that Shi Zhongyu would not die immediately, she relished the thought of him enduring some hardship, alleviating her own sense of grievance. Lu Shenlong, seeing Shi Zhongyu's unwillingness to comply, dealt him several resounding slaps, leaving him battered and bruised. Gripping Shi Zhongyu's hair, he sneered, "What? You refuse to write? Such commendable spirit, young hero. No wonder you have the audacity to steal another man's wife. Do you truly believe a May would take a liking to a filthy beggar like you? Let me enlighten you. If you comply, I may yet spare your life. If not, I shall carve you up piece by piece to feed to the dogs." Lu Lishir had also adopted a different demeanor. Now nestled in Lu Shenlong's embrace, giggling, he just claimed that his maidservant is a virgin. Quite the catch. I must say, it has been ages since we had a newcomer in the manor. I shall have her attend to you. Shi Zhongyu's eyes darted, and he promptly nodded. "Madam speaks truly. If you spare me, I will send her to serve the Lord. Rest assured, she will heed my words." Lu Lishir's delicate face hardened, and she swiftly approached Shi Zhongyu, delivering several punches to his face while mocking. "Oh dear brother, weren't you just eager to share a bed with me? Come now." Tears streamed down Shi Zhongyu's face, mingling with blood and mucus as he pleaded for mercy, professing his willingness to surrender the Snow Mountain sword techniques, but claiming he could not recall the skills of his parents, having been sent to the Snow Mountain sect at a tender age. Lu Shenlong, of course, did not believe him and unleashed another barrage of fists, sneering, "Do you comprehend why you lot have been so audacious? It is merely because of the martial skills you possess. If I cannot amalgamate the strengths of various sects, how could I ever achieve the name of the eight-armed black dragon?" The mention of the eight-armed black dragon caused Shi Zhongyu's complexion to shift dramatically, and he exclaimed, "You are the bandit king of Black Dragon Lair. Was it not said that the eight-armed black dragon was slain by a high monk from Shaolin?" Laughter erupted throughout the room. Lu Shenlong, unable to contain himself, proudly stroked his sparse beard, declaring, "That is precisely my brilliance. In recent years, I have gathered remnants of those who once escorted goods, establishing the Black Dragon Lair, that I monitor the comings and goings of martial artists, enticing or simply drugging and abducting them to the mountains. Once they lose their ability to resist, I compel them to divulge their martial arts, learning all their secret techniques. My mastery of various skills allows me to employ diverse tactics in combat, earning me the moniker of the eight-armed Black Dragon. Moreover, I am well aware of the principle of a clever rabbit has three burrows. The Black Dragon Lair attracts too much attention and will inevitably be discovered by revered sects like Wudong and Shaolin. So I have preemptively built this benevolent manor as a contingency. The monks from Shaolin slaughtered merely my decoy. Should anyone inquire afterward, I will recount the tale of the Black Dragon Lair's demise, shifting all blame onto them while portraying myself as a pitiful, weak lord, lamenting, "Oh, I am so sorry, noble heroes. As for you all," the eight-armed Black Dragon, Lu Shenlong paused, an air of cruelty glimmering in his eyes. "Each of you shall meet your end. Once I extract all the martial techniques you possess, I shall set this manor ablaze in a few days, claiming it was the remnants of the Black Dragon Lair seeking revenge. Exterminating the Lu family and all 40 of you, I will relocate and establish a new stronghold and manor. Kid, if you must lay blame, let it fall upon your ill fate. Today, you have outshone all others. I grant you one final opportunity. Recite all the secret techniques you know, or I shall ensure you meet a death without a burial." Ding Dang's previously icy demeanor finally shifted as she wrestled with the urge to intervene and save Shi Zhongyu. Just as she was about to implore Qinyu for assistance, Shi Zhongyu's voice rang out, "Stop! Do not kill me. I am not the one among these people with the highest martial arts skills. Qinyu, yes, the other pretty boy traveling with me. His skills far surpass mine. You should pursue him. He knows much more." As his words fell, Ding Dang's face turned ashen, thinking, "Oh Tiangu, you have spoken amiss this time." While she might not stand a chance against the eight-armed Black Dragon, Qin Xiaoxia certainly could. After all, he had effortlessly defeated the Nanhai crocodile god. Yet now, how could she possibly ask him to intervene after such reckless accusations? Raising her gaze, she indeed found Chun Yu's expression to be a peculiar blend of amusement and mockery, and she inwardly lamented her misfortune, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Meanwhile, Qin Yu himself took no heed of her turmoil. He understood Shi Zhongyu all too well. It was only natural for the latter to divert attention away from himself at a time like this. This man was accustomed to being despicable and shameless. Upon hearing Shi Zhongyu's words, Lu Shenlong paused momentarily before coldly retorting, "You think to intimidate me? I have already inquired of him today. Your companion claimed he only knows Taizu Chongquan and Wei Duopom. He is deceiving you." Shi Zhongyu, in a flurry, turned crimson with agitation. "Let me clarify. If you can deal with him, it matters not whether you kill the rest." Just before arriving in your town, he single-handedly battled the Nanhai crocodile god and his dozens of elite subordinates, emerging victorious with ease. The palm techniques he employs are incredibly profound, and he possesses an exceptional internal skill that can heal others. I initially sustained severe internal injuries, yet he effortlessly healed me. Shi Zhongyu swiftly recounted everything he had learned about Qin Yu with remarkable candor. On the rooftop, Ding Dang's expression grew increasingly grim. The sensation of being caught in the act of betraying the original owner was exceedingly awkward. Moreover, Shi Zhongyu's actions could be interpreted as a desperate bid for survival or, on a more severe note, as an act of treachery against the benefactor. Although Ding Dang was enamored with Shi Zhongyu's flaws, such flaws were predicated on successful mischief. Currently, her celestial brother's misconduct was not merely mischievous, it was foolish. Ding Dang cautiously observed Chun Yu's expression from the corner of her eye, meticulously searching for signs of fury, completely oblivious to the fact that she was still cradled in his arms. Inside the room, Lu Shenlong and his wife, Lu Lishir, also bore altered expressions. After hearing Shi Zhongyu's revelations, their breaths grew increasingly labored. Lu Shenlong, known as the eight-armed Black Dragon, had dabbled in various sex martial arts. So he was acutely aware that if Shi Zhongyu was not lying, the handsome youth must possess extraordinary skills that in an instant, tears welled in his eyes, that heaven's mercy. After years of pretense, he had finally encountered a substantial catch. The question lingered. In which room did that person, Qin Yu, reside? Lu Shenlong was on the verge of rushing out when his wife restrained him, advising that the matter required careful deliberation. Lu Lishir remarked, "If what is said is true, then Qin Yu must be exceptionally skilled. Engaging him directly poses significant risks. It would be wiser for me to—" Lu Shenlong paused, recognizing the validity of her words. Nodding, a fierce expression crossed his face. "In that case, let us act decisively. Those piglets need not be raised any longer, and we shall deal with them shortly." He turned to Shi Zhongyu, warning, "You had best be speaking the truth. Otherwise, I shall ensure your existence becomes a torment." That on the rooftop, Chen Yu and Ding Dang had overheard everything at that moment. Ding Dang was uncertain whether to speak, ultimately managing to squeeze out a few words. Brother Yu. What shall we do? What can we do? Chen Yu, unfazed, perceived her inner thoughts and chuckled. Let us turn the tables. Chapter 43. The eight-armed black dragon utilizing lightness skill. He returned to his own room. Ding Dang stood at the doorway, reluctant to leave, her radiant face now akin to a frostbitten eggplant. Internally conflicted, she harbored resentment toward Shi Zhongyu's earlier remarks, while simultaneously hoping that Chen Yu would overlook past grievances and rescue her celestial brother. The immediate goal. Ding Dang, malicious thought one. How can I persuade him to rescue my brother? He lacked for nothing and is highly skilled. Alas, it is all because of my celestial brother's foul mouth. Intermediate reward. Malicious thought two. Might brother Yu harbor a modicum of interest in me? If I were to plead with him as before, would he? Intermediate reward. Malicious thought 3. Upon reflection, if my brother were to perish here, perhaps it would be fitting. Basic reward. The so-called malicious thoughts represent the individual's most clandestine and unshareable notions. Even though Ding Dang was deeply infatuated with Shi Zhongyu, the idea of simply allowing him to perish lingered. Just as in the book where she wed dog brother, witnessing his decline in wit and becoming rather dull, she occasionally entertained the thought of delivering a fatal blow to him. Chen Yu observed all of this, weighing the implications. Shi Zhongyu's fate was of no consequence to him, nor was Ding Dang's perspective. The only thing of significance was the reward. Thus, he addressed the somewhat disoriented Ding Dang. Rest assured, I shall rescue him. Ding Dang's heart leaped with joy. Brother Yu, you truly embody the spirit of the beggar clan's chivalry. Yet, amidst her delight, she secretly sighed, feeling somewhat disillusioned. What chivalry? What nobility? She had never regarded such notions with seriousness. Living under the constraints of those chivalric codes, what joy could one find? Unexpectedly, the next moment, Chen Yu coldly snorted. However, given his ingratitude, speaking ill of you and exposing your secrets, it would be unreasonable for me to expend my efforts without recompense. Therefore, Ding Dang blinked, her voice soft and tinged with expectation. Brother Yu, what would you have me do? Chen Yu's countenance turned grave. That eight-armed black dragon has ensnared countless individuals over the years, employing coercion to master a plethora of peculiar skills. Even I am not assured of victory against him, which is why I propose we turn the tables. This battle entails considerable risk, and I must proceed with utmost caution. With every word, Ding Dang's heart sank further, finding Chen Yu's reasoning increasingly compelling. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she choked out. Brother Yu, please save him, that if you were willing to rescue him this once, I would do anything. Her words were half true, laden with ulterior motives. Chen Yu, unconcerned with their veracity, slowly approached Ding Dang, stating coolly, Plead with me once more. Ding Dang was taken aback, yet upon meeting Chen Yu's intense gaze, her cheeks flushed and she whispered, I beg you to save my brother. I implore you, brother Yu. What had begun as a simple request took on an air of flirtation due to her bashful demeanor. Malicious thought too. If I were to plead with him, completion. Intermediate reward granted. Pure internal energy for 1 year, currently totaling 16 years. Malicious thought too, refreshed is merely begging sufficient. If he seeks to advance further, I would likely acquiesce. Ding Dang, are you not betraying your brother for this? Intermediate reward. Was being held so comfortably just now enjoyable. Chen Yu squinted, his intentions far from innocent. Ding Dang's body stiffened, her face flushed as her heart raced. She turned her head away, saying, That was because you covered my mouth, preventing me from speaking. Come here. Chen Yu's voice was calm, deep, and undeniably commanding. Ding Dang clenched her small hands, feeling her palms slick with sweat. She had never encountered such an authoritarian Chen Yu, wishing to remain rooted in place. Yet her legs seemed to move of their own volition, gravitating toward him. The next moment, she stumbled and fell into Chen Yu's embrace. Shi Zhongyu betrayed me, and I shall vent my frustrations on his wife. Chen Yu scoffed. I am not his wife. Ding Dang's face flushed crimson, feeling the warmth of Chen Yu's chest, her heart racing, rendering her breathless. Is there no reward for this? Chen Yu pondered, questioning why his actions had not yet been deemed a progression. What then was Ding Dang truly thinking, with one hand firmly resting on her slender waist? He used the other to tilt her face upwards that a subtle fragrance enveloped him. The girl's face was flushed, truly striking in her beauty. "Brother you." Ding Dang's face was a portrait of embarrassment. Yearning to retreat, but finding herself unable to escape, her hands pressed against Chun Yu's chest, lacking the strength to push him away. Malicious thought too. Hoping for further advances. Completion. Intermediate reward granted. Mastery card for Zhou Gong's sword technique. Critical hit reward, and an additional year of pure internal energy, currently totaling 17 years. Swordsmanship, not too shabby. Releasing Ding Dang, Chun Yu stated coolly, "You may return now," as if nothing occurred tonight. His words bore multiple meanings. And Ding Dang, being astute, readily grasped Chun Yu's intent. Blushing, she nodded and returned to her room. Malicious thought one. Hoping this matter remains forever unknown to my brother, high-level reward. Malicious thought two. So he is truly such a person. I always knew he was not an ordinary beggar clan fool. If I were to be alone with him again, would he not play tricks? Intermediate reward. Malicious thought 3. If only I could experience this again. Intermediate reward. Chun Yu watched Ding Dang's retreating figure before averting his gaze. Closing the door, he awaited in silence. Shortly, a knock echoed that it was Lu Lisher's voice, her tone as gentle and mellifluous as it had been during the day, starkly contrasting her earlier treatment of Shi Zhongyu. "Young hero Chen, are you asleep?" Chun Yu opened the door to find the woman still resplendent, her eyes sparkling with mirth, holding a bowl of dark broth. "This is a concoction I had prepared for you. It can counteract the effects of alcohol. You all drank too much today. Have some to sober up." The lady truly was considerate. Chun Yu smiled. Then, before her eyes, downed the detoxifying broth in one gulp. Simultaneously, dozens of shadowy figures ascended the rooftop, prying open the tiles, and blew white smoke through bamboo tubes. Those immersed in slumber were easily subdued. Bound with thick ropes, this broth. Chun Yu's expression shifted, his hand clutching his forehead as he began to sway. "What is happening? Why can I not muster any strength in my limbs?" As he spoke, he collapsed to the ground. "Ha ha!" Lu Shenlong burst forth, enveloping Lu Lisher in his embrace, exclaiming, I owe you my gratitude." Turning to the incapacitated Chun Yu, he remarked, "Is this lad truly skilled? I can't see it. Yet he certainly possesses a handsome visage, far superior to that beggar." "You. What are you?" Chun Yu, looking exceedingly alarmed, stammered. Lu Shenlong, brimming with pride, laughed heartily. "You could never have imagined it. I am the 8-armed black dragon." "What? You are the 8-armed black dragon?" Chun Yu exclaimed incredulously. Why is this so unbelievable? This is simply astonishing. I truly did not foresee this. You are the 8-armed black dragon. My heavens, it is utterly incredible." Lu Shenlong exchanged a glance with his wife, feeling that the youth sprawled on the ground was rather verbose. Nevertheless, dismissing such thoughts with a cold smirk, he commanded, "Bring them all to the hall." "Yes." As his subordinate complied, a sudden crash echoed through the air, revealing that the doors of the 2 adjoining rooms had been forcefully flung open. Wan Hong from Maple Leaf Manor, along with the previously mentioned spirited youth named Hu Er, emerged, each dragging a black-clad figure behind them. Wan Hong's expression was fierce as he sneered, "Brother Hu, you were right. This manor indeed harbors secrets." Hu Er remained silent, his right hand gripping a long sword that glimmered ominously under the moonlight. Astonishingly, these 2 had evaded the effects of the hallucinogenic smoke. Wan Hong chuckled coldly. "Lu Manor Master, did you ever anticipate this? I truly did not foresee it. So, it is you, the 8-armed black dragon. How utterly unexpected," Chun Yu remarked, sounding like a broken record. Ding Tang, recently thrust out of the room, could not contain a chuckle before resuming his act of unconsciousness. Wan Hong and Hu Er exchanged bewildered glances before turning their attention back to Lu Shenlong. Hu Er declared, "The 8-armed black dragon, Lu Shenlong, you have committed countless atrocities, slaughtering many innocent souls of the Jianghu, and moreover, you have heinously harmed 17 innocent villagers living near Rinny Manor, that I have come from the north to slay you. Very well, then I, the 8-armed black dragon, shall meet you both." Lu Shenlong replied with a cold laugh, preparing to utter further threats when he heard Chun Yu, still on the ground, exclaim, "How despicable! So you are indeed the 8-armed black dragon. I truly did not expect this. Silence that brat." Lu Shenlong bellowed at Lu and Li. Following a long whistle, he unleashed the beggar's sex lotus palm, effortlessly sending Wan Hong flying that he then drew a long sword and engaged Hu Er in combat. The clash of their blades sparked brilliantly, and they exchanged blows for over 20 rounds without a clear victor. Lu Shenlong grew increasingly excited, grinning savagely. "Young man, your family's swordplay is quite remarkable. Did you not claim your martial arts were lacking? You scoundrel, what more is there to say?" Hu Er laughed heartily, his long sword slicing through the air with an amalgam of ferocity and grace. Despite Lu Shenlong unleashing a dozen different sword techniques, Hu Er countered them all. After another 10 rounds, Lu Shenlong's astonishment deepened. He felt that this youth's martial prowess was refined, and his swordplay was profound. Despite possessing numerous skills, he could not best his opponent. Suddenly, he heard Wan Hong roar, charging in with fists flying, causing Lu Shenlong's expression to darken. "Do you not understand the rules of the Jianghu? Is it permissible to gang up in a duel?" Hu Er, however, replied with a hearty laugh, "With a villain such as you, what need is there for Jianghu ethics?" "Well said." Wan Hong howled, abruptly striking Hu Er in the back. The force of his fists was tremendous, and even Hu Er, skilled as he was, coughed up blood from the sudden ambush. As he rolled on the ground, attempting to rise, he found Lu Shenlong's blade poised at his throat. Locking eyes with Wan Hong, they both burst into laughter. Jianghu rules must still be observed. The 8-armed black dragon mockingly patted Hu Er's reddened cheek with the back of his blade. "Did you not realize? He is one of my minions in the town. Otherwise, why would he have so eagerly approached you? Young man, your martial arts are commendable, but you are still too green." Chapter 44. I am immune to all poisons in the main hall of Rinny Manor. Over 40 individuals found themselves bound and restrained. The night flickered with lights, and dozens of black-clad guards stood with weapons at the hall's inner and outer peripheries that buckets of ice-cold water were splashed upon them. The formerly unconscious crowd awoke in panic to their horror. The once meek and submissive Lu Shenlong had transformed into a fearsome middle-aged bandit clad in black. "You may never have imagined this," Lu Shenlong declared, hands clasped behind his back, reveling in his triumph. "I am the 8-armed black dragon." A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Yet the shock and fear did not suffice to satisfy him. So he ordered the cloth muffling Chan Yu's mouth to be removed. "What? You are indeed the 8-armed black dragon. This is shocking, truly shocking," Chen Yu reiterated, sounding like a broken record once more. Lu Shenlong, now pleased, glared at the assembly with fierce intent. "Indeed, I am the 8-armed black dragon, and you are all my captives. If you wish to live, divulge every bit of martial arts knowledge you possess." "What? You are the 8. Silence him again," Lu Shenlong ordered with a darkened expression, dismissing Chen Yu as merely a youth overwhelmed by the revelation. Approaching Chen Yu, he sneered, "Did you not expect your traveling companion would betray you?" Shi Zhongyu was also brought forth, showing no sign of shame, whispering instead, "Hero, may I be released now?" "No rush. You claim he possessed unparalleled martial arts, that in light of that, I had Ame add the world's strongest 13 fragrance softening powder to his hangover remedy." "Heh, you should understand that this 13 fragrance is 3 times stronger than the 10 fragrance softening powder. I have invested heavily. If he cannot reveal his skills, you shall perish alongside him." Lu Shenlong chuckled coldly and turned to Hu Er. "You, boy, your sword techniques are equally mysterious. Repeat them to me, or face dire consequences." Hu Er's face turned ashen, his gaze filled with murderous intent directed at Wan Hong due to the betrayal. Wan Hong laughed sinisterly. "Indeed, I am also of the Black Dragon clan. My true name is Qian Hong, the second in command of this very clan. Young man, as my brother said, your martial arts are commendable, but you are naive. You mistook my honest appearance for straightforwardness. Today, let me teach you a lesson about not judging a book by its cover, scoundrel." Hu Er growled, his brows furrowing in anger. Thus, he was met with a barrage of fists from Qian Hong. The hall fell into a deathly silence. Those who had previously insulted Lu Shenlong and his wife during dinner, even daring to lay hands on Lady Lu, now did not dare to breathe. They exchanged glances, and finally, Pei Bushi from the Diansong sect spoke up. "You too, since Lu Hero has spoken, do not hesitate to divulge all the martial arts knowledge you possess. Quickly, lest you jeopardize us all." In light of their earlier arrogance, his words felt especially ironic. "Haha, my family's swordplay is not something these scoundrels could ever master." Huer laughed uproariously, blood streaming from his mouth, yet he showed no sign of weakness. Chinyu removed the cloth from his mouth, shaking his head vigorously. I only know the Taizu long fist and the way to a palm. If you wish to learn it, I can teach you. Upon hearing this, Huer's eyes lit up with a sense of camaraderie. Well said, Brother Chen. These scoundrels deserve nothing more than to learn the Taizu long fist. You little brats are courting death. Indeed, it is merely martial arts. Speak freely and spare the heroes from distress. They had long suspected these two were no good, especially the younger one, who clearly seemed like a lecherous rogue, often seducing married women. Pei Bushi, with righteous indignation, declared, If you two refuse to relinquish your martial arts, I shall personally teach you a lesson on behalf of Lu Hero. Come, Lu Manor Master, please untie me. I shall make them kneel and beg for mercy. Yes, we excel at such endeavors, several from the Taiji sect and Feiyun sect chimed in. Are you not being a bit excessive? Chinyu stood, pointing an accusatory finger at Pei Bushi. You were all so insulting to Lu Manor Master during the feast. Even laying hands on Lady Lu, and now you expect me and Brother Hu to take the blame for you. Are you even human? Come, Lu Manor Master, release me, so I may teach this lad a lesson. The members of the Jinsong sect and Wuji sect roared in fury, struggling against their bindings. However, they suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere of the hall. The once arrogant Lu Shenlong and Qian Hong now wore expressions of near stupor. In an instant, all gazes converged upon the strikingly handsome youth. Ding Tang could no longer contain herself, bursting into laughter, followed by a fit of uncontrollable giggles. Shi Zhongyu wore a perplexed expression, and Huer's gaze became fixed as he finally realized that Chun Yu had managed to stand. Did you not consume the 13 fragrance softening powder? Pei Bushi, slow to grasp the situation, finally recognized the anomaly. Indeed, I did. Chun Yu nodded with a smile, then turned to face the now pale Lu Shenlong and the others. With a smirk, he declared, Apologies, I forgot to mention, I am immune to all poisons. With a resounding crash, Qian Hong lunged forward, attempting to sneakily attack from the side once more. Yet, Chen Yu harnessed his palm strength, delivering a powerful Dasongyang palm that sent Qian Hong flying. With a scream, he spewed blood, colliding heavily against the thick Namu pillar, snapping it in half. The crowd was struck with horror, for what a terrifying display of power. Even the formidable Lu Shenlong, the 8-armed black dragon, widened his eyes in astonishment. How could he be unaware of Qian Hong's prowess? In the entirety of the Black Dragon village, only Qian Hong, the legitimate second-in-command, had managed to exchange more than 30 blows with him. Yet this young man had dealt Qian Hong a grievous blow, leaving him on the brink of death. That was utterly terrifying, truly too terrifying. This Chen Yu possessed martial skills that were unfathomable. The previously boastful members of the Jinsong sect, who had threatened to beat Chen Yu mercilessly, were now cowering in the corners of the hall. Fearing they would be swept up in the chaos, they no longer dared to shout, their faces pale with fear. Excellent technique. Only Huer's eyes sparkled with admiration, unable to suppress a loud cheer. Exclaiming, Brother Chun, your palm technique is truly remarkable. I wonder if this Lu village chief is worthy of learning it. Ding Dang's gaze shimmered, a joyful smile gracing her lips, having watched the spectacle unfold. Her heart was already ablaze with excitement. The transformation of these individuals from arrogance to panic delighted her, and witnessing Chen Yu overpower Qian Hong made her heart race uncontrollably. Ding, ding, dang, dang. Think of a way to save me. Even Shi Zhongyu's frantic pleas went unheard. That in his panic, he feared that if Chen Yu turned the tables, he would be repaid with malice for his previous kindness, leaving him with no prospects for a favorable outcome. Finally regaining his composure, Lu Shenlong bellowed to the dozens of Black Dragon village brothers around him. Charge together. The black-clad retainers were obedient, upon their leader's command. They drew their blades and rushed towards Chun Yu. Huer's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, Be careful. However, in the face of so many descending blades, Chen Yu appeared completely at ease that he merely stretched his limbs. Chuckling, I forgot to mention, the blow I struck Qian Hong earlier was only delivered with 10% of my strength. Stop spouting nonsense. Are you trying to intimidate us? A few retainers with fierce expressions exchanged glances and roared as they advanced, their blades aimed at Chen Yu's head. Yet, they struck nothing but air. Chen Yu's speed was akin to lightning, swift as the wind, and his movements were as elusive as a phantom. It was a pinnacle of agility that none had witnessed before. Lingbo Weibo. Chenyu swayed his body, effortlessly dodging each strike aimed at him, the blades coming perilously close, utilizing techniques such as Tiger Claw's fatal hand, Golden Goose skill, and Songhai finger. He dispatched the retainers beside him with ease, claiming their weapons. With his left hand, he fluidly switched between the Zhou Gong sword technique, falling petal sword technique, and jade flute sword technique. His right hand employed the left-right mutual combat technique, wielding the Golden Crow blade technique. The hall echoed with cries of despair as Chun Yu's blades whirled, and the black-clad figures fell like wheat severed by a scythe, collapsing in droves that in mere moments. The more than 40 attackers surrounding him lay in pools of blood. Lu Village Chief, I have heard you are known as the eight-armed Black Dragon, skilled in various martial arts and possessing a diverse array of techniques. Chun Yu relaxed his grip, casually discarding the bloodied blades on the ground, and turned to the dumbfounded Lu Shenlong, saying, "Come, teach me." Chapter 45, Protective True Qi in the hall, blood flowed like a river. Tables, chairs, lights, and carpets were all stained crimson. With each step Qin Yu took closer, Lu Shenlong's face grew increasingly ashen. Lu Lishur, hiding behind him, wore a mask of terror, gazing at this youthful harbinger of death. Her heart trembled in fear, and one understood the capabilities of these retainers better than she. They had been hardened warriors in the Black Dragon Village, following their master for years, all possessing martial skills. Yet, these dozens of men had not even managed to resist before being dispatched effortlessly by Chun Yu. Hu laughed heartily while Lu Shenlong turned pale. Ding Dang repeatedly cheered. Well done. The glow on the young girl's face was particularly radiant. She had never been one to appreciate restraint. Qin Yu's ruthless actions delighted her immensely. Shi Zhongyu, however, stared wide-eyed, unable to suppress a gulp that he knew while Qin Yu was formidable, but he had never anticipated such a level of power. A truly horrifying level. All he wanted now was to escape. This fellow was 1,000 times more terrifying than Xie Yank. Who exactly are you? Lu Shenlong's voice was hoarse, his grip on the blade trembling. Qin Yu replied nonchalantly, "Beggar Gang, Qin Yu." The crowd was taken aback, having never heard of this name, except for a middle-aged man from the north whose eyes lit up, exclaiming, "I have heard of this name. I passed through Shijing Prefecture before." He shouted, "This man is the newly appointed leader of the Beggar Gang. He once killed the second disciple of the Xingqiu sect, Shihuzi, with a single blow, and has slain 13 experts, including the great disciple Zhang Xingzi from the Xingqiu sect, as well as one of the 4 great villains, Yun Hong. It is truly him." The leader of the Beggar Gang, the crowd gasped in astonishment. That was the Beggar Gang of the North, with Xiao Bangzhu at the helm. It was a place teeming with talent. For someone of his age to be appointed as leader, his strength was unfathomable. Ding Dang's eyes widened. She had only known that Chun Yu was extraordinary, but never imagined he was the esteemed leader of the gang. Hu laughed even more heartily. "I knew you were no ordinary man. Turns out you are a hero of the Beggar Gang." On the other side, Shi Zhongyu's mind raced, and he felt a sense of relief. He thought that since he was part of a prestigious faction and held an important position, he would likely not demean himself by turning against him. And he chuckled, "Brother Chun, I owe you my gratitude. I always knew you would turn danger into safety. What I said earlier was merely to buy us time." You. Before he could finish, Pei Bushi from the Diansong sect shouted loudly, "Leader Chun, as a disciple of the Beggar Gang, you should stand against the powerful and support the weak. We are trapped by treacherous men. Please save us." The members from the Wujiman and Fai Yunman chimed in. Yes, Leader Chun. You cannot tarnish the reputation of the Beggar Gang." However, in the next instant, Chun Yu suddenly turned, unleashing a whirlwind of blade energy that swiftly severed Pei Bushi in two. Enough of this noise. I have tolerated you long enough. Chun Yu sneered. The crowd fell silent, too frightened to breathe. Only Ding Dang clapped her hands, grinning. "Well done. Absolutely right. This feeling is perfect. To hell with the so-called righteous factions. To hell with repaying kindness with kindness." She held disdain for such notions. The 2 members of Wujiman exchanged horrified glances, stammering, "Why you cannot kill indiscriminately? We offended you earlier, but does that mean you will unleash a massacre? This is also a matter of the Beggar Gang." Puff puff. Once again, 2 more bursts of blade energy flew forth, and the heads of these 2 fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. "So you knew you had offended me, did you?" Chen Yu teased at this point. No one dared to utter another word. They all realized that this young leader was exceptionally sinister, taking lives without a second thought, leaving no one willing to tempt his wrath. Shi Zhongyu was nearly paralyzed with fear, especially as Chen Yu approached step by step. The oppressive aura of a reaper made him feel nauseous that he trembled, shaking his head repeatedly. "Don't kill me, Brother Chen. Please don't kill me." Ding Dang, witnessing his demeanor, felt a sense of embarrassment and quickly reassured him. "Big brother, you has already told me that he won't harm you." Yet in her heart, she thought, "Heavenly brother, you have no idea how much I have sacrificed for you." She covertly raised her head, comparing Chen Yu's visage with Shi Zhongyu's, sighing inwardly, wondering if her actions were truly worth it. Seeing Chen Yu disregard her, seemingly uninterested in turning against her, Shi Zhongyu exhaled in relief, tears nearly spilling from his eyes as he shouted, "Ding ding dang dang. I knew you were the best of me in this world. Rest assured, I will definitely marry you." Yet Ding Dang remained silent, finding the sweet nothings that usually enchanted her now somewhat tiresome, that a sudden thought struck her. "If only Big Brother you would say such things to me. How wonderful it would be today." As she pondered this, a charming blush spread across her cheeks. Evil thought one. If Chen Yu were to propose to me, should I accept? What a beautiful fantasy. Chen Yu sneered inwardly, ignoring her as he strode towards the pale-faced Lu Shenlong and his wife. Lu Shenlong, quick to react, pushed his wife Lu Lixia forward, exclaiming, "Leader Chen, spare me. If you let me go, I am willing to offer all the assets of the Rennie Manor along with this woman." Yes, I still have my looks." Lu Lixia, initially trembling in fear, seized this last straw of hope, forcing a seductive smile as she clung to Chen Yu's leg, gazing up at him. "Leader Chen, I serve you wholeheartedly." Such a beauty was indeed hard to find. Even Ding Dang found herself intrigued by Chen Yu's decision, pondering that if it were her heavenly brother, he would undoubtedly accept her offer. Hu stood by, hesitant to speak. Yet in the next moment, Lu Lixia's smile vanished as her head was severed from her body, blood splattering everywhere. "Such a lowly existence is of no use to you," Chen Yu remarked cryptically. The crowd gasped once more, breath taken away. How brutal, truly too brutal. Now who would dare speak, fearing that this man might kill them all in a fit of rage? Lu Shenlong found himself cornered, gritting his teeth. "Chen, if you do not spare my life, I shall not let you off easily either. Damn it, I will fight you to the end." He unleashed all that he had learned throughout his life. Merging the various schools of martial arts he had painstakingly acquired over the years into a single, lethal strike. This was his hidden trump card. Hu's gaze turned icy as he exclaimed, "This move is perilous." Chen Yu glanced back at him, and the latter immediately grew frantic, shouting, "Don't look at me. Face the enemy." Lu Shenlong, filled with delight, believed victory was at hand, grinning as he lunged for Chen Yu's throat. Yet, just as he was about to succeed, it felt as though his hands were thwarted by a dense layer of true energy. Despite the throat being within reach, he could not penetrate. Subsequently, the full force of his attack rebounded upon him like a tremendous weight, and he let out a wretched scream as his hands were shattered. Protective true energy. This was protective true energy. Lu Shenlong, now crippled, shook his head in disbelief while shouting, "How can such formidable martial arts exist in this world? Who are you truly? Who are you?" Cold ice true energy. Chen Yu leisurely approached him, placing his right hand upon the man's forehead, unleashing a chilling inner force. The eight-armed black dragon could utter no more sounds before collapsing lifelessly to the ground, never to move again. Chen Yu turned to face the onlookers, and still astonished, shook his head and remarked, "Who exactly are you?" Having trained diligently in his family's martial arts manual since childhood, he recalled that his Uncle Ping had told him that mastering this sword technique would make him unmatched. Yet, even if he achieved great mastery, could he truly contend with this young brother before him? Little did he know that Chen Yu was equally intrigued by him. They were of similar ages, and this young man, despite his youth, could engage the eight-armed black dragon with such skill. His appearance and demeanor were equally remarkable. Yet this formidable figure bore the humble name Hu Er. Chen Yu found it hard to believe. He approached and untied the ropes binding his opponent. Hu Er expressed his gratitude, but then coughed up blood due to his internal injuries. Chen Yu instructed him not to move and began to channel his Jiang divine skill, slowly infusing his inner strength into Hu Er's body. The once pallid Huer soon regained some color, and his gaze towards Shan Yu became increasingly complex. What remarkable skills you possess. Your swordplay is quite impressive as well. Chen Yu replied courteously. Huer chuckled wryly and shook his head. Then candidly said, "There is no need to comfort me, Brother Chen. My martial arts are insignificant before you." That he ignored those who were unbinding one another and walked straight to the already deceased Qian Hong, saying, "I wander the world, vowing to become a great hero like my father. Hearing that there was wrongdoing in Bema Town, I came here that I encountered this man, who introduced himself as Wan Hong. That he mentioned he had 2 younger disciples and, upon seeing me, recalled the 2 missing individuals, treating me with kindness. That I was swayed by his earnest words and honest demeanor, and I trusted him too readily. Alas, Lu Shenlong was not wrong, as Uncle Ping said. I am too young and unaware of the perils of the martial world." He mused aloud for quite some time before turning back to find Chen Yu gazing at him with an odd expression. He scratched his head, feeling embarrassed, and asked, "What is it?" "So it is you, young man." At this moment, Chen Yu understood the man's true identity. Family martial arts, Uncle Ping, a country youth. "Actually, there is something I have concealed from you. Brother Chen, my real name is not Huer. That was merely a fabrication to I am called Hu Fei, having grown up in Liang." Huer smiled candidly. Chen Yu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled back. "In truth, there is something I have concealed from you as well. I had long suspected that Wan Hong was not a good person." The 2 exchanged knowing smiles, then, in unison, fetched some wine and began to drink heartily amidst the blood-stained hall. The others who had escaped danger looked on enviously, but did not dare to approach. Only Ding Dang stepped forward, grinning as she poured wine for the 2. That after several rounds of drinking, as they became increasingly spirited, Hu Fei, feeling somewhat inebriated, tugged at Chen Yu's sleeve, babbling, "Good brother, I must first head west in a few days, then south to rid the world of its pests." As dawn approached, Hu Fei, burping from the wine, began to lose coherence. "Brother Hu, I have a request." Chen Yu spoke softly. "Speak. Whether it be 1 matter or 100, I shall see it done. Just one thing. If one day you encounter a girl with the surname Chung, be sure to treat her well." "Huh? What do you mean?" Hu Fei looked at Chen Yu, who seemed somewhat enigmatic, scratching his head in confusion. Chapter 46. Aspiring to be the senior sister after bidding farewell to Hu Fei. The 2 parted ways, heading in opposite directions from Bema Town. This future Snow Mountain flying fox had been wandering the world for some time and was elated to have found a friend of similar age and noble heart. As they reluctantly separated, they promised to reunite upon Hu Fei's return from the northwest. Chen Yu, concerned about the girl with the surname Chung, informed Hu Fei that if he had the chance to travel south, he could accompany him. The Hu Fei laughed heartily, eager to agree. Meanwhile, Ding Dang and Shi Zhongyu continued eastward, en route to Sioux City. Compared to 2 days prior, the atmosphere among the 3 travelers had shifted subtly. Shi Zhongyu, fully aware that he had made a significant blunder, felt anxious after having offended Chen Yu during a life-and-death moment. Despite Ding Dang's repeated assurances that Chen Yu would not take action against him, he remained apprehensive, going out of his way to please that in the early days of their journey together, whenever Ding Dang spoke to Chen Yu, Shi Zhongyu would find an excuse to pull her away. Now he wished for Ding Dang to speak to Chen Yu constantly, so that he would not draw attention to himself. "Brother Yu, have some water." During a brief pause in their journey, Ding Dang offered a water pouch. Observing Chen Yu silently drinking, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Unknown to her, Chen Yu had spared Shi Zhongyu due to the price he had paid. That night, Chen Yu had stated, "Nothing happened tonight." And the other party had honored that promise, treating it as if nothing had occurred. Ding Dang naturally wished to forget the events of that night, but as long as Chen Yu was nearby, seeing his face and hearing his voice would inevitably bring those memories flooding back. Her thoughts were tumultuous, rendering Shi Zhongyu's usual sweet words tasteless. Current focus. Ding Dang, evil thought 1. Has he truly forgotten everything? Does he genuinely believe nothing happened? Why do I feel somewhat disappointed? Evil thought 2. I know it is wrong to think this way, but if it were to happen again. Evil thought 3. I hope that night's events never come to Brother Tian's attention. Ding Dang's troubling thoughts did not escape Chen Yu's notice. After noon, they traveled further, entering a mountainous forest. He turned to the fearful Shi Zhongyu and said, "Brother Shi, we are likely to camp in these mountains tonight. Please scout ahead for any caves or water sources where we can set up camp." "All right," Shi Zhongyu, eager to redeem himself, immediately accepted the task with a pat on his chest. After taking a few steps, he turned back to Ding Dang and asked, "Ding Dang, would you like to come with me?" Ding Dang glanced at Qinyu, whose gaze held a playful glint, and felt a tremor of nervousness. She shook her head and smiled. "You go ahead, Brother Tian, and I'll gather some firewood." With that, she turned away, refusing to look at him again. Shi Zhongyu, oblivious to the tension, continued on his way. Qinyu slowly approached Ding Dang. Smiling, "Your brother Tian is quite an intriguing character. He has too many tricks up his sleeve." Ding Dang rolled her eyes, her lovely face flushed. She was acutely aware that they were now alone together. Moreover, she had just had an opportunity to escape this awkward situation, yet she had chosen to stay. Feeling Qinyu come closer, she struggled to maintain her composure, lowering her head as she said, "Brother Yu, I need to gather firewood," as she tried to leave. Qinyu gently grasped her small hand. Ding Dang's heart raced as her face turned crimson, and she exclaimed, "What? What are you doing?" "Nothing much." Qinyu replied with a smile, "Just cannot forget what happened that night." Evil thought one. "I hope he has not forgotten about that night." Reward granted. Inner strength increase rate x 1.15. Ding Dang shuddered. Shaking her head in feigned disbelief, "That night, nothing happened. You, Brother Yu, said so yourself. But now I have reconsidered." Qinyu smirked. Ding Dang looked at him incredulously, struggling to reconcile this somewhat shameless individual with the heroic figure he had been the previous night. How could he go back on his words so easily? Is this what it means to be a hero of the beggar clan? Her expression was a mix of embarrassment and anger. Yet her heart raced uncontrollably. "What do you want from me?" She is the granddaughter of Ding Busan, possessing a fiery temperament that is both righteous and wicked. She dares to confront Shi Zhongyu directly, even going so far as to tug at his ear, and when angry, hurling a few choice words is quite ordinary for her. However, when faced with Qinyu, she finds herself utterly powerless, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. "Brother Tian, I am doing all of this for you. If you do not comply with him, your fate is sealed," Ding Dang thought, her eyes filled with guilt. When Shi Zhongyu returned, he found no trace of the two. As he pondered this mystery, he noticed Qinyu leisurely emerging from beneath a towering tree. While Ding Dang approached from the opposite side, her verdant attire tousled by the wind. Shi Zhongyu's expression shifted. As a seasoned veteran in the realm of romance, he instinctively sensed something amiss. Yet, seeing Ding Dang carrying firewood, her flushed face and glistening forehead, as she imperiously beckoned him to assist her, his doubts began to wane. He exhaled deeply, chiding himself for being overly cautious. Ding Dang was not one to favor the upright heroics of Qinyu. She preferred someone like him, crafty and mischievous. Thus he approached Qinyu with a sycophantic smile, saying, "There is a cave ahead, along with 2 small streams. If we are to camp, that location would be most suitable." Qinyu nodded in agreement. "Very well. I appreciate your help, sure." Naturally, Shi Zhongyu repeatedly insisted it was no trouble at all, then produced a wild chrysanthemum, having no idea where he had plucked it from, and presented it to Ding Dang with a flourish. "Ding Dang, this is for you. I found this wildflower blooming beautifully, and there is no one more deserving than you." Upon exiting Rini Manor, Shi Zhongyu had keenly observed that Ding Dang seemed somewhat aloof towards him. He, of course, was unaware that she had overheard every word exchanged between him and the Luli clan within the confines of the room, and was now contemplating how to win her favor. Ding Dang could not help but laugh at his words, though it lacked her usual delight. Her eyes were a complex tapestry of emotions, resentment, anger, and shame. Finally, she scoffed, "You are the one truly deserving of this wild chrysanthemum. I am not so lowly." Shi Zhongyu, a master at charming young women, even earned Qinyu's admiration. He had noted this brother Tian's admirable trait. He never lost his temper with women. Even when Ding Dang hit or scolded him, he greeted her with a smile, showering her with affectionate words and witty remarks as if they cost him nothing, each one unique. This was a cleverness that dog brother lacked. Qinyu mused. However, Shi Zhongyu remained oblivious to the fact that his usual antics were no longer as effective. As night fell, a faint flicker of firelight illuminated the cave, before darkness enveloped the land completely. Qinyu ventured out and successfully hunted a wild deer. The trio then feasted on dried provisions and roasted venison. Ding Dang wiped her shiny lips and could not help but ask, "Brother Yu, how are you so formidable?" The eight-armed black dragon mastered over 20 martial arts schools. Even with her and brother Tian joining forces, they would not stand a chance against such an opponent. Yet this formidable figure had been so violently shaken that both of his arms were rendered useless by Chun Yu's protective energy. Upon hearing her question, Shi Zhongyu, who had been feigning sleep, perked up his ears. He had never heard of such a powerful character within the Northern Beggars sect. When I was 5, I encountered an old man with a white beard named Yao Lao. He could also be referred to as the Emperor of the Wilderness or the King of Good Fortune. Chenyu had no intention of revealing the truth, and seeing his tone, Ding Dang likely understood, chuckling, "If you do not wish to speak, then don't. Concocting such strange names is truly mischievous." Speaking of mischief, recalling her clandestine escapades during the day, Ding Dang suddenly felt a flush spread across her body. Stealing a glance to see if Brother Tian was asleep, she noted that Shi Zhongyu had his back turned to them, prompting her eyes to glimmer. Just as she was about to speak, Chenyu stood up with a swift motion. "There is movement. Extinguish the fire that I shall return shortly." Ding Dang's face paled, thinking it might be Xie Yang pursuing them, and hurriedly complied. Chenyu then activated his lightness skill, weaving through the woods towards the source of the commotion. Before long, beneath a massive rock, he discovered a familiar silhouette that a group of torch-bearing, oddly dressed individuals surrounded a young woman in a purple robe. With a strikingly attractive face, petite frame, and bright, cunning eyes, who else could it be but a Z? She had truly followed them all the way. Even Chenyu could not help but admire the tenacity of this little vixen. A group of Xingqiu sect disciples encircled her, led by a stout, middle-aged man clad in the sect's distinctive garb, wielding a steel staff, his hair disheveled and dark circles under his eyes that a Z referred to him as Ba Shige, whose nickname seemed to be Outdash of Dash World, Ba Shige. "How did you end up here?" Z asked, her hands clasped behind her back, one foot raised, her expression coy and demure. "That I heard that Master sent you, and sees Shige to the north." "Why have you returned?" Out of World's face twisted into a cold smile. "Little AZ, is it enjoyable to feign ignorance? Have you not done something that warrants repetition?" AZ, being exceptionally clever, realized that her theft of the precious medicine from the Xingqiu old monster had been exposed. Nevertheless, her silver tongue could still offer some form of defense, and with a bit of flattery, she aimed to leave Out of World with no grounds for complaint. However, just as AZ believed she could navigate this perilous situation, Out of World coldly inquired, "Where does Xixiang and Air Xixiao? When I headed south, I heard rumors that both had perished. They had been pursuing you and suddenly met their demise. Do you dare claim this has nothing to do with you?" "That is truly not the case." AZ shook her head vigorously, her eyes revealing a rare glimmer of sincerity. Internally, she thought this matter had nothing to do with her. It was all Chenyu's doing. Yet, Out of World laughed, a sinister grin spreading across his face, still trying to deceive. "However, with your skills, you likely could not harm them. It is more probable you colluded with outside forces. Little AZ, while Master permits us to compete amongst ourselves, you should know the consequences of colluding with outsiders and harming our own kin." Chenyu was taken aback. It seemed the other party had struck quite close to the truth that AZ, witnessing the group preparing to attack, felt a surge of panic. She truly could not contend with Out of World. Awkwardly continuing her attempts at flattery, her hands stealthily produced several phosphorescent needles from behind her back. In the next instant, with a sharp cry, she hurled them at Out of World and attempted to flee to her surprise. Out of World smirked, clearly prepared, and deflected all the poison needles, employing his venomous technique as he advanced on AZ. Cornered, AZ could only lean against the large rock behind her, a forced smile adorning her face, unsure of how to proceed. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of a familiar scent. Her eyes brightened with excitement. Nearly calling out, "Good brother!" She blinked, her previously panicked expression now adorned with a hint of pride and cunning, and no longer retreating. She raised her hand to signal Out of World and his companions to halt, then said with a dramatic flair, "Wait, what mischief are you concocting now?" Out of World, having watched AZ grow up, was well aware of her mischievous nature. Seeing her suddenly cease her retreat, he instinctively felt a sense of caution. "Ba Shige, at this point, I must speak plainly that I in truth, both Shirhaozi and Jai Xingzi were killed by me." "Huh." A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the group of Xingqiu disciples, and the next moment, as Out of World let out a hearty laugh, The others followed suit, joining in uproarious laughter. Tears nearly streamed from out of World's eyes as he pointed at Aziz's solemn expression, unable to contain himself. "Just you?" He bent over with laughter, eyes narrowing as he said, "Come, since you claim to have killed them both, let us have a spar. That is no challenge, boss Shige. In truth, I rather like you. Hence I have never wished to harm you." Aziz boasted with bravado, yet her gaze darted left and right, searching for Chun Yu's silhouette. With her left hand concealed behind her back, she frantically gestured, "Brother Chun, save me." Current objectives. Aziz Evil Intent 1. To be recognized as the senior sister for a high reward. Evil Intent 2. To see Out-of-World kneel and beg for mercy for a medium reward. Evil Intent 3. To receive a hug. Woo. Little Aziz has worked hard to chase all this way for a medium reward. Rarely, it is truly rare. Behind the boulder, Chun Yu stroked his chin, finding the situation rather amusing that it was a rare moment when this little vixen had no thoughts of ambushing him. Chapter 47. A duet in the blink of an eye. Aziz seemed to transform into a different person. Before the Xingqiu sect members, she maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, exuding confidence. However, inside, she was a bundle of nerves. Her keen nose had picked up Chun Yu's scent. Yet she had no idea where he was. Even less certain was whether he would choose to assist her in the impending battle against Out-of-World. Yet, with matters reaching this point, she could only take a gamble. She proposed to face Out-of-World in 3 exchanges. Should she win, he would have to acknowledge her as the senior sister and kneel to her in respect. Out-of-World merely chuckled coldly, well aware of Aziz's abilities. Having watched her grow up, naturally, upon hearing her challenge, he accepted that in the next moment. His expression turned icy as he employed his bone-extracting palm, launching an attack towards Aziz. Terrified, Aziz shrieked, instinctively channeling her energy to defend herself. As their palms collided, within mere moments, Aziz felt her hands grow numb, her chest pressed down as if by a 1,000-pound stone, rendering her unable to breathe. Was she truly going to perish here? In the depths of her heart, Aziz was engulfed in trepidation, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks, overwhelmed by a profound sense of injustice. She lamented that the callous individual did not even recall the arduous journey she had endured by their side. Fixating solely on their own faults, loathing themselves, and thus, even standing merely a short distance away, they were unwilling to come to her aid. Yet, in the next moment, she felt a warm and solid hand resting against her lower back. Startled, she glanced back, and in the darkness, she spotted a familiar hand emerging from behind a massive rock that a torrent of inner power surged into her body, revitalizing her waning strength. The once faltering force of her palm suddenly swelled under this newfound energy. "Ha ha, little Aziz, with such meager skills, you dare claim to have defeated the senior brother and the second." Unable to restrain himself, Chu Chinzi mocked her, but before he could finish his taunt, he was met with an overwhelming wave of palm energy. His expression shifted dramatically as he hastily gathered his strength to defend himself. Yet it proved futile. Aziz's strike descended upon him like Mount Tai, rendering his arms weak and powerless, his body akin to a mere sheet of paper, blown away effortlessly. PFF. Chu Chinzi spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing heavily to the ground, the sycophantic disciples trailing behind him, who had been showering him with praise since the impending doom, and swiftly retreated to a safe distance, no longer daring to utter a word that Aziz, elated beyond measure, could not help but bounce with joy. Her left hand firmly clasping Chun Yu's, fearing he might abandon her. With a teasing tone, she quipped, "So, how was that, 8th junior brother? What do you think of this sister's soul-sucking palm?" Cough, cough. Chu Chinzi, once again spitting blood, trembled as he raised his hand. The area where they had clashed was now dark and bruised, the intense pain eliciting a cry of anguish from him. This was the sinister power of the Xingqiu sect. The soul-sucking palm required the user to concentrate toxins in the palm, causing the recipient to feel as if their very marrow were being extracted. Enduring the agony, Chu Chinzi retrieved a few pills from his robe with his feeble right hand and swallowed them. Only then did he scramble to his feet, shouting, "Brothers, aren't you going to reveal yourselves?" His cry echoed through the woods, and soon the rustling of leaves announced the arrival of several figures. 4th senior brother, 5th senior brother, 6th senior brother. How come you're all here? Although assistance had arrived, Aziz's voice trembled slightly in the presence of these formidable sect members. Then, Chu Chinzi bellowed, "She has colluded with outsiders, causing the deaths of the senior brother and the second senior brother. Now, she has somehow acquired this formidable inner strength. Today, we must eliminate her. Otherwise, given her nature, none of us will have a peaceful life in the future." Chun Yu couldn't help but sneer. It seemed that even in the nefarious realm of Xingxiu, Aziz's reputation was notoriously vile, that it was only due to her knack for flattery and the favoritism of the old Xingxiu that she had managed to survive until now. You are all bullying me." As she witnessed her senior brothers approaching with ominous expressions, Aziz burst into tears, sobbing, "Fourth senior brother, do you remember the poison pill I gifted you for your birthday last year? Fifth senior brother, you were once so fond of me in my childhood, even teaching me to sing. Do you remember? Sixth senior brother, who pleaded on your behalf when you lost Master S. precious medicine? And eighth senior brother, with that unsightly face of yours, who prepared nourishing mass for you to help you win a wife." With glistening, tear-filled eyes, she recounted her supposed kindness to them. Little did she know that her words would only darken their expressions further. Chu Chinzi snapped, "How dare you speak? The poison pill you gave to fourth senior brother was laced with the fangs of a purple blood python, improperly refined, and it killed both of his sons. Fifth senior brother certainly cared for you, but how did you repay him? You ambushed him while he was practicing the corpse corruption technique, nearly causing him to succumb to madness. And sixth senior brother, that medicine was stolen by you, yet you falsely accused him of losing it, resulting in him being punished by Master and losing an eye. As for me, what kind of nonsense was that mask? My admirer bled from all 7 orifices after just one kiss, and you claimed it was unrelated, blaming it on my looks." Chu Chinzi enumerated Aziz's misdeeds, and with each revelation, the faces of the Xingxiu disciples grew darker. Their fists clenching in rage, ready to enact vengeance, that Aziz, feeling embarrassed, attempted to defend herself. But it was in vain. Everyone knew her sharp tongue well, and they chose to disregard her words. What was even more alarming was that Chun Yu was beginning to withdraw his hand. This could not stand, and Aziz panicked, fearing that Chun Yu might abandon her due to her past misdeeds, and she clutched his hand tightly, refusing to let go. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed as she intentionally pushed his hand downwards, casting a pitiful gaze over her shoulder. Then, facing the group, she coldly declared, "Enough of your rambling. The strength of the Xingxiu sect is paramount. Whoever is not afraid of death, step forward." The others exchanged glances. And Chu Chinzi urged, "All together now. There is no need for chivalry against such a little demoness. Are you out of your mind, old eight? We are the Xingxiu sect. We never needed to adhere to any chivalric code." With a wicked grin, fourth senior brother launched an attack with his 3 centipede claws. The others quickly followed suit, employing either poison techniques or hidden weapons, all rushing forward in unison. Aziz, terrified, shut her eyes, only to hear a familiar voice behind her instructing, "Channel your energy and strike out." Instantly rejuvenated, she drew upon the earlier power of the soul-sucking palm. Chun Yu's inner strength surged into her again. Her palm energy magnified exponentially. Chu Chinzi, sensing the impending disaster, hastily shoved 2 of his underlings in front of him for protection. Having experienced defeat firsthand, he naturally remained cautious, but his fellow senior brothers were not so fortunate. With a thunderous crash, the dust settled, revealing the others rolling on the ground, bloodied and howling in agony, far worse off than Chu Chinzi had been, with 2 of his underlings slain before him. Chu Chinzi, despite having taken cover, suffered internal injuries himself, and with his previous wounds still unhealed, he knelt, unable to stop the blood from pouring forth. The forest fell into a deathly silence that Aziz stood unscathed amidst the chaos, her terrifying prowess leaving everyone in shock. That it was uncertain who first shouted, "The senior sister is unmatched in martial arts, invincible in the world." Following suit, the colorful-clad disciples of the Xingxiu sect echoed the sentiment. "Senior sister, I always knew you could do it. These lowly beings are no match for you." One must say, the old Xingxiu is indeed extraordinary. He must have recognized your talents to favor you so. Chu Chinzi, you and your lot should kneel down and apologize to the senior sister. Yes, kneel down quickly. The extreme shift in allegiance among the disciples was palpable, seeing Aziz gaining the upper hand. Those who had only known flattery quickly turned their loyalty towards her. That Z feigned profundity, her voice bright and clear. Very well, I shall not pursue total annihilation today. I offer you one last chance. Kneel and acknowledge me as your senior sister. And you shall remain my good junior brothers. Senior sister. Chu Chinzi, ever adaptable, immediately fell to his knees, feigning a smile as he said, Senior sister, I knew that Shahozi and Zhang Xingzi were no match for you. You are the foremost expert in the Xingqiu sect, second only to master. Witnessing his submission, the other disciples of Ding Chunxiu also knelt, calling her senior sister in unison. That Aziz's nose nearly reached the heavens. Giggling incessantly, thinking how teachable they were. She then pulled out several unfamiliar pills from her robe, ordering them to consume them, sneering, from this day forth, I am the senior sister of the Xingqiu sect. The pills you have ingested are my concocted 10 deaths, no life pills. Should anyone dare betray me, this shall be their fate. She attempted to play the part further, striking toward a nearby tree. However, unlike the fearsome power of her previous strikes, this time her palm was soft and feeble, barely stirring the air around it. That Z turned in alarm, only to discover that Chun Yu had withdrawn his hand without her noticing. Chu Chinzi and the other disciples of the Xingqiu sect looked at her with bewilderment. Azi? Inapanik. Cough cough. Fortunately, her acting skills had always been commendable. She quickly composed herself, stating with a stern face, Just now, there was a fly over there, and I struck it into a million pieces. The crowd, realizing the situation, erupted into another round of flattery. Chu Chinzi shook his head repeatedly, clapping in praise. Truly, the senior sister, such precise and profound palm techniques. Even Bei Qiaofeng and Nan Morong would be no match for you. Enough, as Z huffed, hands on her hips, commanding, All of you leave. Go back and inform Master that I am currently preparing his birthday gift for the next half of the year. Once I am ready, I will return. With that, she dashed away in a flash. There was no time to waste. If she lingered any longer, her facade would surely unravel. Evil thought one, to become a revered senior sister acknowledged by all. Evil thought two, to have this ethereal being kneel and plead for mercy. Intermediate reward granted. Martial Arts Advancement Card X1, that advanced reward granted. Martial Arts Replication Card X1. Usage restrictions apply. Must obtain consent from a specific individual to replicate their martial arts and instantly elevate it to perfection, with a critical reward, additionally receiving 2 years of pure internal energy, currently accumulated to 19 years. Having received the rewards, Chun Yu dismissed the notion of dealing with the domineering Azid that he turned and walked away. That Azid chased after him at a swift pace. But her lightness of foot paled in comparison to Chun Yu's Golden Goose technique and Lingbo Weibo. Before long, she found herself left behind. Seeing that Chun Yu was unwilling to acknowledge her, Aziz's eyes turned red, and she began to cry inconsolably. Her pitiful sobs startled a flock of birds from the trees. When she looked up, she saw Chun Yu standing beneath a tree directly ahead. That Aziz pouted, tears cascading down her cheeks, that if you are unwilling to see me, then let me perish in this desolate wilderness. Why return at all? No one cares for me. No one looks after me. She had chased him relentlessly, exhausting both body and spirit. Earlier, she had felt sorrow at Chun Yu's refusal to assist her, yet joy when he did. But the joy had been short-lived, as she was soon cast aside once more. The back-and-forth tug of emotions left her indescribably weary. Now, witnessing Chun Yu turn back, her heart fluttered with mixed feelings of happiness, sadness, grievance, and delight. Yet, she heard Chun Yu say, Come here. That Aziz blinked. Having grown accustomed to being treated coldly, she did not grasp the meaning behind his words, but upon seeing the hint of impatience in his eyes, she wiped her tears and approached him. When Chun Yu stood before her, without allowing her a moment to react, he enveloped her in his embrace. That Aziz's wide eyes sparkled with disbelief. Happiness had arrived so suddenly. She pinched her cheek to ascertain she was not dreaming. In the next moment, she clung to the man before her like a koala, tears streaming down her face. Well, a good brother. Her delicate face flushed a bright red, resembling a ripe apple. Evil thought 3. I wish to be held. Intermediate reward granted. Mastery card for minor grappling techniques. The Hunyuan Thunder Palm of Chun Kuin's martial arts? Mediocre at best. Enough. You are of no value now. Chun Yu expressionlessly lifted Aziz and tossed her aside, Ignoring her bewildered and dazed gaze, he turned and walked away. Tenderness arrives swiftly, but departs even faster. Aziz regained her senses, stamped her foot in frustration, and hurriedly followed after him. Upon reaching the cave, Ding Dang and Shi Zhongyu had already prepared for battle upon hearing the commotion. When they focused their eyes, they saw Chunyu returning unscathed, and behind him was a lively girl clad in purple. Ding Dang's right eye twitched twice, sensing an inexplicable sense of crisis. She raised her head and smiled. "Brother Yu." "Who is this? Not familiar." Chinyu replied indifferently that Aziz immediately protested, disregarding Ding Dang and Shi Zhongyu entirely, boldly sitting beside Chinyu. Resting her small head on his shoulder, she smiled mischievously. "What do you mean not familiar? Good brother. Have you forgotten? At the Xinqing Inn, food can be indiscriminately consumed, but words should not be spoken carelessly. That I in truth, nothing had occurred between them that night. Aziz had merely occupied his bed. Speaking nonsensical words that as a result, Chinyu had dragged her back to her own room, only to discover that this little vixen had taken a life, leading to yet another round of beating. In hindsight, that beating had been lenient, especially considering she had secretly poisoned Yu Tanji, which resulted in a confrontation with the Yu brothers from Jushin Villa. Chinyu's disdain for Aziz was palpable. For some reason, Ding Dang felt a sense of relief and then handed Aziz a roasted leg of deer, inquiring about her name. That Aziz, feeling no need for courtesy, accepted it eagerly. She had been hungry and eyed Ding Dang with a discerning gaze while eating the venison. Ding Dang was not a kind character, but compared to evil and maliciousness, she was hardly a match for even a finger of Aziz. Feeling uneasy under Aziz's gaze, Ding Dang awkwardly retreated to the other side. As soon as she left, Shi Zhongyu approached, tidying his disheveled and foul-smelling hair, introducing himself. "Hello, Miss Aziz. I am Shi Zhongyu that I in truth. From the moment he first laid eyes on Aziz, he was struck by her beauty, finding her far more enchanting than Ding Dang. Seeing Chinyu indifferent towards Aziz only deepened his heartache, believing Chinyu to be squandering such a stunning beauty. Such a lovely maiden should only be cherished. How could she be neglected? Reflecting on Chunyu's martial prowess, he mused that he was like that wretched dog, an inexperienced fool when it came to matters of the heart. Since you do not appreciate her, do not blame me. Shi Zhongyu wore a smile, ready to strike up a conversation, only to be interrupted by Aziz. Aziz is Aziz. Why must you call me Miss Aziz? She glanced at Chinyu. Sigh. Someone hasn't even called my name, yet I've called good brother countless times. How unfair. Her innate beauty shone through, her eyes sparkling with mischief, and her sighs added to her charm. Shi Zhongyu, entranced, smiled. Then I shall call you Aziz, and you shall call me brother Yu. How does that sound? You think you're worthy? Aziz scoffed, leaving no face for him at all. She had always been unruly, and in this cave, aside from Chinyu, she regarded everyone else as inconsequential. Naturally, she did not respond with the usual decorum of a lady. She spoke her mind freely. Ding Dang's face showed anger. She remained loyal to Tiange, believing that even if he was a scoundrel, only she could scold him. However, upon seeing Shi Zhongyu still smiling, nodding in agreement, she felt somewhat deflated. Not wanting to offend Chinyu, she ultimately said nothing. Unrolling the animal skin sleeping bag, she faced the stone wall, wishing to find another opportunity to privately reprimand Tiange later. Chinyu observed all of this with a cold smile. Ding Dang remained oblivious. She still harbored feelings for Shi Zhongyu. Even now, Chinyu, on the other hand, saw clearly that Shi Zhongyu was merely a spoiled fool, that he might indeed be clever and resourceful. But he was just a clever fool. This man had been coddled by his mother, Minro, and had committed various misdeeds relying on the support of Xian Suzhuang. Later, he joined the Changlu gang, where Bei Haishur and others treated him as a scapegoat. Following most of his orders, one could say that every time he succeeded in wrongdoing, it was due to the backing he had. Now, with all those supports stripped away, he appeared utterly ridiculous. That Aziz took a few bites of the venison, finding it unpalatable, and looked at Chinyu with a sigh. Look at you, without me by your side. You eat such things. This is the deer I caught. If you don't like it, you need not eat it. Chinyu retorted coldly. That Aziz's eyes twinkled as she replied. The deer is quite fresh. It's just poorly prepared. Good brother, next time little Az will stew deer meat for you, adding some spices from the west. It will be delicious. That it was also my roasting. Suddenly, little Az felt the taste was actually not bad. With a playful demeanor, she leaned half her body against Chun Yu's shoulder, then exclaimed angrily, "Why is it that you do everything? What use are you to?" She looked up, pouting. "See, you still need to keep little Aziz by your side. Sigh, someone has to take care of you. Let you take care of me? Convenient for you to poison me, is it?" Chun Yu shot her a sidelong glance, then ignored her, lying down on his animal skin to sleep. Aziz grinned, tossing the venison aside, and wriggled over to snuggle in a Chun Yu's embrace like a slippery little eel. Shi Zhongyu felt his blood pressure rise, wishing he could be in Chun Yu's position. Yet he dared not say anything, glancing at Ding Dang, who had her back to him, feeling a surge of warmth, wishing to hold her as well. However, before he could touch her, Ding Dang caught a whiff of his foul odor and turned back with a cold smile. "Tian Ge. I am not cold. You sleep by yourself." Shi Zhongyu knew very well that Ding Dang was angry again, crouching down to sweet-talk her with many flattering words. Yet Ding Dang did not pay him any mind. Falling asleep on her own, when dawn broke, the group heading to Sioux City had gained another member. That Aziz had slept soundly the previous night and was brimming with energy today. She rose early, washing her face by the stream, removing the dust of travel, her appearance becoming even more refined and charming, leaving Shi Zhongyu utterly captivated. They were not far from Sioux City. The four of them emerged from the mountains, walking along the official road for over 20 miles before soon spotting a small town. Having resupplied adequately in Bama Town, Ding Dang did not wish to enter the town again. Chun Yu shared the same sentiment. But Aziz clamored, "I want to go. I'm hungry and need a bath. You can go if you want, I'm not going." Chun Yu replied coldly, making Ding Dang's gaze towards him soften a little. She knew that within the group, only Chun Yu could manage Aziz. Aziz's noisy protests did not achieve her goal, and sulking, she trailed at the back of the group. Shi Zhongyu sought every opportunity to speak more with Aziz along the way, finally seizing a chance to lower his voice. "Aziz, don't be anxious. I'll accompany you during lunch. We'll go and return quickly. It'll all be fine." Aziz does not wish to visit the town. Rather, she seeks an opportunity to be alone with Chun Yu, hoping to rid herself of these two burdens. However, upon hearing Shi Zhongyu's words, her cunning eyes darted about, and suddenly a brilliant idea struck her. She exclaimed loudly, "I don't care. I am going to the town. If none of you will accompany me, then I shall go alone." With that, she dashed away in a flurry. Ding Dang let out a soft huff, a hint of delight flickering across her radiant face. She harbored no fondness for Aziz. The latter throwing a tantrum and leaving was, in fact, a stroke of good fortune for her. Yet, to her surprise, when lunchtime arrived, Shi Zhongyu was also nowhere to be found. He had made an excuse to use the restroom, only to vanish entirely. Ding Dang stood there, her heart shaped like a crescent moon, pale with anger. She was well aware of what her elder brother Tian was up to. Glancing back at Chun Yu, she saw him still calm, seemingly unfazed. She was left uncertain whether to feel joy or to sigh. "Brother Yu, do you truly have no connection with that Miss Aziz?" Ding Dang pondered, deciding it necessary to issue a warning for the sake of peace on their final stretch. The Tian fellow is quite the lecher. He is surely pursuing that Miss Aziz. If you, current objective, Ding Dang malicious thought one. What is happening? Why do I wish to hear Brother Yu distance himself from that Miss Aziz? Their relationship is of no concern to me. Beginner reward malicious thought two. Darn that Tian fellow. Once we safely reach Sioux City, I shall confine you in a dog cage until you are too starved to pursue any romantic entanglements. Intermediate reward malicious thought 3. It seems I am alone again. Intermediate reward well, here we go. Chun Yu set down his provisions and began. I have no ties to her. She has attempted to poison me on multiple occasions. Therefore, I controlled her with poison. Her actions towards me are merely an attempt to regain the antidote. Nothing more. Ding Dang's lovely face brightened slightly, yet she shook her head and laughed playfully. Brother Yu, I believe you have no feelings for Miss Aziz, but to claim she harbors no feelings for you is not entirely accurate. Malicious thought 1. I want to clarify their relationship. Beginner reward issued. Internal energy increase speed x1. 15. The rewards are in hand. Say what you will. You could even claim that Miss Aziz is infatuated with me to the bone, and I would not refute it, Chun Yu remarked dispassionately, raising his gaze to meet Ding Dang's. Their eyes locked, and an odd atmosphere enveloped them. Yet, to be fair, Shi Zhongyu's actions were indeed somewhat excessive. Chun Yu sneered. I have saved him time and again. Yet he shows no gratitude. The incident at Rennie Manor can be overlooked, but in truth, he had no real concern that Azzy might fall into Shi Zhongyu's clutches, that 100 of Shi Zhongyu would not suffice to match the havoc Azzy could wreak in 3 days. Shi Zhongyu still believed Azzy to be merely a temperamental young girl. For that alone, his demise would be just. The reason for voicing these thoughts was to justify his forthcoming actions, allowing Ding Dang a moment of self-deception. This had been the pattern in previous encounters. His heart was for Brother Tian, yet his body was quite honest. Sure enough, when Qinyu beckoned, Ding Dang shyly approached his side, lowering her head as she said, "I understand, Brother Yu. Please forgive Tian for this once." Seeing Chen Yu's expression, which was a mix of amusement and mockery, she hurriedly pressed down her green garment's hem. Her cheeks flushed, adding, "But I cannot betray Tian." This time, Qinyu needed not say much. Ding Dang did not refuse. Malicious thought 3. Alone. So I hope you will do something to me. Intermediate reward issued. 1 year of pure internal energy. Current total. 20 years. Malicious thought 3. Just refreshed but quickly dissipated. I wish to advance further. Advanced reward malicious thought 3. Refreshed again, it's alright. This does not count as betrayal to Tian. It is all for him. Indeed, for him, that I wish to continue. Beginner reward, however, Qinyu did not grant her wish. He suddenly released her grasp, leaving Ding Dang feeling hollow. Someone approached from behind. It was Azzy, who, having taken a roundabout route, now stood beneath the tree, chewing on a blade of dogtail grass, tilting her head as she observed the pair. Though she did not witness the specifics, the alluring blush on Ding Dang's face indicated that something had transpired. After all, she was no stranger to such scenes, for instance, when Qinyu sent off the 2 women, or when he departed from the Beggars' Guild that fateful night, and Madame Ma exited his quarters. To Azzy's expression shifted from this to this. She hurried to Qinyu's side, tiptoeing and lowering her voice. She teased, well, Brother Qinyu, you are stealing someone else's wife." When Qinyu shot her a cold glance, Azzy felt a shiver run through her, then clench her fists, rallying with conviction. "Steal away. That sure fellow is no good. Besides, I find him utterly detestable. Upon hearing I planned to go to the town, he rushed after me, but I had no intention of going. I merely hunted a few rabbits nearby to play a trick on him. Good brother, who do you think is more beautiful, me or that Ding who knows what?" As she spoke, her cheeks flushed and a hint of shyness danced in her eyes. Qinyu paused, yet before he could respond, she giggled. "All right, you needn't say anything. Little Azzy already knows." Azzy was the most cunning. Though her thoughts were often wicked, she was exceptionally clever and had come to understand Shan Yu's temperament through their interactions. If she truly believed Ding Dang to be more attractive, she would have said so without a second thought. The absence of such a declaration suggested that she genuinely felt herself to be more appealing. This realization filled Azzy with joy, causing her to twirl in place, humming a little tune. After a considerable time, Shi Zhongyu finally returned, panting and catching his breath. Upon seeing the 3 of them regarding him with bemusement, he felt quite embarrassed. Rubbing the back of his head, he explained, "After using the restroom, I scouted ahead." "Azzy, did you not go to the town?" "I did not. I merely stated that if no one would accompany me, I would go alone, that if someone came with me, I would rather not go at all." Azzy replied, clasping her hands behind her back, skipping and leaping as she spoke. She cast a furtive glance at Qinyu, then looked back at Shi Zhongyu, who was currently sweet-talking Ding Dang with a distressed expression that a mischievous smile gradually formed on her lips. Naturally, whatever nefarious scheme she contemplated would not escape Qinyu's keen perception. As Qinyu focused his gaze, Azzy's malicious thoughts became apparent. Current objective. Azzy malicious thought 1. I hope Qinyu becomes my slave. Special reward malicious thought 2. I want Qinyu to play with me, and then I will ambush him. Intermediate reward malicious thought 3. I must devise a way to deal with that sure fellow. Intermediate reward chapter 49. Shi Zhongyu. That fool Qinyu Su City. After several days of travel, the 4 finally arrived at this grand city in Jiangnan. Situated on the edge of the Song territory, a little further east lies the Qing state. Zhao Song's incompetence has led to continuous defeats and territorial losses, reducing the nation's size to less than half of its original expanse. However, this has not dampened the prosperity of Sioux City. Unlike the capital Luoyang, the people, scenery, and ambience here exude the charm of Jiangnan. Tea stalls, painted boats, elderly gentlemen playing chess, and young ladies enjoying the lakeside. All of it belies the existence of a nation plagued by ceaseless warfare. Ding Dang had made arrangements with her grandfather Ding Busan to meet at the canal dock by Sioux City's gate the following afternoon. They found a nearby inn, and at last, Chinyu had the chance to wash up and change into clean clothes that as he opened his bundle on the bed, he was taken aback to discover a peach-colored inner garment inside. He paused, recalling the previous night before departing from the guild, when Kong Min had smiled and spoken to him about gifts and long journeys. That poisonous woman. If anyone were to discover he carried such an item, his reputation would surely rival that of the likes of Yun Zhonghe and Tian Boguang. With a dark expression, Chinyu tossed it aside. Pushing open the door, he glanced downstairs, where Azzy had also changed into clean attire and was now leisurely perched on the table. Swinging her legs, one hand supported her chin, while the other played with her hair, a sly smile gracing her handsome face, unmistakably plotting something. Upon seeing Chinyu dressed anew, she immediately leaped down from her chair, circling around him, and then tiptoed to sniff him, cheerfully exclaiming, "You smell wonderful." She too had bathed, and compared to her previous dusty appearance, she now looked even more beautiful, drawing the attention of those around them. "I have something I wish to ask you," Chinyu said, taking the rare initiative to speak with her, that as soon as he began, as he pressed her lips together in a smile, and said, "Ask away." Chinyu was curious as to how she always managed to find him, and how, on that night when she faced danger in the forest, she had known he had arrived without him revealing himself. Azzy, brimming with pride, pointed to her nose and declared, "Little Azzy has a keen nose. I can smell you from hundreds of miles away." Such boasting, Chinyu remarked, a twitch at the corner of his mouth suggesting he suspected this little vixen had sprinkled some toxic powder on his clothes to track him. Indeed, after noticing he had changed attire, she had been hovering nearby, touching this and that. Azzy blinked her large, watery eyes, her cheeks flushed as she said, "Good brother, you truly are handsome." The little vixen has always spoken with 2 parts truth and 8 parts deception. But Chinyu paid her no mind. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed Ding Dang and Shi Zhongyu emerging from their respective rooms, both having changed into fresh attire. Ding Dang donned a pristine, light green dress that accentuated her delicate, radiant beauty. Shi Zhongyu, no longer clad in the rags of a beggar, appeared in a white outfit, his once filthy hair now neatly tied back, presenting himself as a dapper gentleman. Had it been in the past, upon seeing Shi Zhongyu in such a guise, Ding Dang would have undoubtedly felt her heart flutter. However, a mere glance at the now resplendent Chinyu compelled her to involuntarily compare her Tiangu with him, leading to a sigh from within. The disparity in their appearances was as stark as clouds to mud. If Tiangu was merely an ordinary handsome fellow, then Chinyu was a paragon of elegance. A celestial being descended to earth that in terms of martial prowess, looks, and status. He could not hold a candle to Chinyu, not even in the cleverness and wit that Tiangu prided himself on, which paled in comparison. "Tiangu, you must refrain from wandering about before meeting grandfather. It would be unwise to be discovered." Ding Dang was fundamentally opposed to Shi Zhongyu shedding his beggar attire, for they were not yet free from peril. Xie Yank was in pursuit of Shi Zhongyu, a formidable opponent against whom they stood no chance. Although Chinyu had yet to depart, should he be troubled to intervene, she would have to. Ding Dang cast a glance at Chinyu, who was conversing with a Z below, and recalled the enchanting moments they had shared on the road, feeling her cheeks flush. Especially now, seeing him so refreshed and handsome, she could not help but feel her heart stir. Suddenly, a smile crept upon her lips, realizing that perhaps she was not the one at a disadvantage. I understand. Shi Zhongyu, not taking Ding Dang's words to heart, was now fixated on the enchanting Azzi, his eyes wide with desired in a flurry. He descended the stairs, eager to showcase his true handsome self to her. He hastily approached Chinyu and Azzi, greeting them with a smile. "Brother Chen Azzi, I must apologize for my appearance on the journey. It was a necessity to dress as a beggar. But this is my true self. Indeed, Shurgu truly is as refined as jade," Chinyu remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips that Azzi cast a sidelong glance at Shi Zhongyu, narrowing her eyes and laughing. "Oh yes, I never expected Brother Shi to be so dashing." Shi Zhongyu's heart soared with joy, ready to speak further, when Azzi playfully declared, "Chinyu Gij, I wish to stroll through the streets. I have yet to visit Sioux City. Will you accompany me?" Chinyu was already somewhat aware of Aziz's mischievous intentions, likely planning something for Shi Zhongyu. He was too disinterested to engage and simply shook his head. I will not go. If you want to go, then I shall go alone, Aziz huffed, stamping her foot before dashing away. Shi Zhongyu watched her exquisite figure retreat. Feeling parched with desire, he longed to pursue her immediately. Yet under Chinyu's teasing gaze and Ding Dang's piercing stare, he had no choice but to retreat momentarily. Dejected, he took a seat diagonally across from Chinyu, and Ding Dang approached, cheerfully calling out to Chinyu. Brother Chin, what is your relationship with this Miss Az? Shi Zhongyu could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, filled with envy. This beautiful, spirited girl exhibited a sharp tongue towards everyone. Yet before Chinyu, she donned a demeanor of a little girl. Ding Dang's expression darkened. Having endured enough, and on the verge of eruption, she retorted, What business is it of yours? Upon witnessing her agitation, Shi Zhongyu instinctively reached for her hand, resorting to his usual sweet talk. However, this time, Ding Dang did not grant him the chance, turning away in a huff, unwilling to listen. Chinyu, with an indifferent tone, remarked, I have no relationship with her. She harbors malice and is capricious. Shirgu, you ought to tread carefully. Good words are wasted on a dead ghost. Chinyu understood that even if he spoke the truth, the infatuated Shi Zhongyu would not believe him. Sure enough, Shi Zhongyu shook his head with a laugh. Brother Chin, you are mistaken. Is there truly a wicked woman in this world? There are only men who fail to appease. Internally, he chuckled, thinking, Since you say so, I have no blame but myself. After all, tomorrow, once Ding Busan arrives, they would part ways. His fear of Chinyu was no longer as profound as it had been on the road. Then go pursue Az. Leave me be. Ding Dang's eyes reddened, and she buried her face on the table, weeping. Shi Zhongyu was taken aback, bewildered by Ding Dang's sudden sensitivity. Previously, when he shared tales of his romantic exploits, although she would scold him, her face would reveal a mix of shyness and joy. Why had it changed so drastically? He rushed to console her, but Ding Dang was unyielding, delivering a slap to his face before storming upstairs. Shi Zhongyu, rubbing his cheek, shrugged in resignation, then turned to Chinyu with a grin. Brother Chun, shall we visit a brothel? You truly are heartless, Chinyu replied, nearly laughing at this fellow. To go ahead. I wish to rest for a while. Surrounded by beauties like Mu Wanqing and Zhong Ling, how could he be interested in the common courtesans of a brothel? He turned and returned to his room, soon hearing the sounds of an argument from the adjacent chamber, revealing that Shi Zhongyu was out of money and concocted an excuse to borrow from Ding Dang. When they departed from Ren Zhuang, they had taken a portion of Lu Shenlong's gold, but most had been generously given to Hu Fei by Chinyu, along with some left for Ding Dang. Shi Zhongyu, empty-handed, needed funds to enjoy himself. Ding Dang, fully aware of her Tiangu's nature, eventually tossed him some loose change in exasperation, declaring, You can perish outside. I shall no longer concern myself with you. You are the best to me. Ding Ding Dang Dang. I shall bring you some meat pies when I return. Shi Zhongyu, covering his face, left in high spirits, convinced that she was merely momentarily upset and that once he returned with gifts and sweet words, all would be well. Upon leaving the inn, he searched for Aziz but found her nowhere. Sighing, he entered a brothel named Chun Lai Lu, casually tossing out a dozen taels of silver. He boisterously declared, Bring forth all your most beautiful ladies. The voluptuous matron laughed heartily, recognizing a big spender had arrived, and promptly summoned the girls. After a few cups of wine, Shi Zhongyu vented his frustrations from the road, feeling elated. Just as he was about to indulge in mischief, a whistling sound pierced the air as a dart flew through the window, embedding itself in the table, startling the girls into pale expressions. Shi Zhongyu was also taken aback, but upon seeing the elegant script on the dart, his heart raced with joy, shouting Aziz. It was a message from Aziz, inviting him to meet at the city god temple in the northern part of Sioux City that afternoon. Shi Zhongyu assumed that she had seen his true appearance and developed a fondness for him. Yet due to her shy nature, she hesitated to express it directly. Moreover, with so many eyes in the inn, especially wary of the foolish Chinyu, she must have chosen this place to meet. Yet even so, she had called him handsome, hadn't she? Shi Zhongyu was beside himself with joy. Kicking aside the surrounding girls, he could hardly wait and rushed towards the city god temple situated north of Sioux City. It didn't take long for him to arrive, panting, only to find the temple in a state of disrepair, with shattered tiles and cobwebs everywhere. Pushing open the temple door, he discovered nothing but a dilapidated idol and overgrown weeds. Glancing at the script on the dart, he scratched his head in confusion that Aziz had clearly asked him to meet here. Could she still be en route? He called out Aziz. Yet he pondered whether she was merely toying with him. Much like that day by the town, Shi Zhongyu was aware that this lovely little beauty was quite the prankster, delighting in playful antics, which he found endearing. Only a fool like Chun Yu would perceive such charm as wickedness. However, it was evident that he had been played for a fool once again, and Shi Zhongyu sighed in resignation. Just as he intended to leave, he heard a tinkling laugh from behind the temple. His expression shifted, filled with immense joy, thinking that this must be Aziz playing a game of hide and seek with him. He changed his demeanor and smiled. "All right, Aziz, brother, you will find you soon." He jogged towards the sound of laughter, but as he pushed open the back door, he felt a sharp pain in his thigh. Surprised, he looked down to see 2 silver needles embedded in his right thigh. A wave of weakness washed over him, and he stumbled, collapsing onto the ground. He and Aziz skipped out, holding a slender stick she had picked up from somewhere. Squatting before him, she poked his nose and mouth with the stick. Giggling, "Brother Shi, why are you lying here?" Shi Zhongyu was no fool. He realized he had been ensnared by this adorable girl. Unfortunately, he found himself unable to move, forcing a smile as he said, "Aziz. Dear Aziz, I know you're just playing a prank on me. Could you let me up now?" Aziz shook her head, continuing to poke his face with increasing force, and as Shi Zhongyu pleaded for mercy, she clapped her hands in delight. "So fun, so fun." He eyes a tea of fun? "I know an even more entertaining method. You let Brother Shi go, and he will teach you." Shi Zhongyu finally discerned that something was amiss with the young girl, sending a shiver down his spine. However, he was ever the quick-witted one, immediately playing along with her words while artfully concealing his true intentions. Aziz, intrigued, placed her hands on her hips and inquired with a puzzled expression, "What could possibly be more amusing than poking your eyes?" Despite the pain that had him cursing her ancestors in his heart, Shi Zhongyu managed to maintain a forced smile. "You are still young and do not understand many things. Your brother Yu knows much more. Release me, and I shall teach you slowly." All right. Aziz obediently tossed aside the stick in her hand and produced a pill from her pocket, presenting it to Shi Zhongyu. "Brother Shi, this is the antidote. You should take it." "Thank you," he replied, feeling a glimmer of hope as he saw it might work. Yet he was filled with an unusual indignation that he contemplated that once he was free, he would strike down this little vixen. No, he thought, she shouldn't die so easily. First, he would seal her acupoints. He swallowed the pill, attempting to mobilize his body, but found himself still powerless. Moreover, he felt a wave of unholy fire surging within him, growing fiercer by the moment, until it spread throughout his entire being. In his moment of terror, he looked up only to find Aziz gazing down at him with a playful, mocking glint in her eyes. She smiled mischievously. "Brother Shi, you've been tricked again." Her laughter rang like silver bells, and she continued to mock him, calling him a foolish puppet. Shi Zhongyu was nearly driven to madness, feeling as though countless ants were gnawing at him. He let out a cry of despair, utterly helpless and unable to move. Suddenly, Aziz's tinkling laughter echoed in his ears. "Brother Shi, I heard that a horde of filthy beggars will be arriving here soon." "Oh, not like my good brother from the beggar clan. These are a bunch of diseased ruffians covered in sores and pus. They haven't touched a woman in years. Just imagine, if they see a delicate young gentleman like you, powerless and lying here." Shi Zhongyu's eyes widened in horror, his face contorted with fear as he trembled. "Help me." Chapter 50. Unseen, Shi Zhongyu had yet to return. As evening fell, Ding Dang could no longer suppress her anxiety and resolved to search for him. At the hour of the dog, the already slumbering Chun Yu was roused by a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Ding Dang, her face streaked with tears in her state of distress. She pointed towards the inn's entrance, where a foul-smelling figure was being carried in, weeping. "Brother Yu, please save Tiango." Shi Zhongyu. Even Qin Yu was taken aback that he hurried downstairs, pushing through the onlookers at the inn. The sight of Shi Zhongyu sprawled on the ground like a dead dog was utterly pitiful, almost unbearable to behold. It was needless to say who was responsible. Qin Yu knew that Aziz had intentions to harm Shi Zhongyu, but the reality proved he had underestimated the maliciousness and cruelty of this little vixen. Tio leave Shi Zhongyu vulnerable before a group of beggars afflicted with venereal diseases, who hadn't been near a woman in years. It was indeed ruthless. Let us get him cleaned up first. Chunyu pinched his nose, nearly retching from the stench emanating from Shi Zhongyu. Ding Dang offered a hefty 20 taels of silver to persuade someone to help clean him. Once the filth was washed away, it became apparent that the indescribable stench paled in comparison to the injuries Shi Zhongyu had sustained. That in summary, the once charming and roguish Shi Zhongyu, who had ensnared the hearts of countless women, was now utterly unrecognizable. Furthermore, he was suffering from severe internal injuries, teetering on the brink of death. That I believe it may be best to abandon treatment, Chinyu sincerely suggested to Ding Dang outside the door. Ding Dang, in a daze, wept profusely, unable to reconcile the wretched state of Shi Zhongyu with the charismatic figure she once knew. She was all too aware of the harsh truth that Chunyu had spoken. In such a condition, even if he could be saved, what would it matter? Moreover, condemning someone like him, who had a penchant for women, to a life of impotence was a punishment more cruel than death. After a lengthy silence, Ding Dang finally shook her head. Brother Yu, I know Tiangu has wronged you, but I implore you to save him. The internal injuries could undoubtedly be remedied by the 9 Yang divine skill. But as for the others, upon returning to his room, Chinyu was immediately met with the anguished cries of Shi Zhongyu, who, now awake, was calling out Az's name and begging her not to come closer. The ruckus persisted until the dead of night, finally subdued when Ding Dang knocked him unconscious with a single palm strike, allowing him to fall into a reluctant slumber. Subsequently, Ding Dang armed herself and ventured out. Returning at the hour of the pig, bloodied and expressionless, she washed herself before knocking on Chinyu's door. I've killed those beggars who harmed Tiangu. You probably don't wish to kill those beggars anymore. Do? Chinyu replied with a chuckle. I am unaware of Az's whereabouts. Ding Dang was a ruthless character, the granddaughter of Dingbu San, and her hands were stained with blood that if she had slain those beggars, she would not spare the true instigator. Az, current goals. Ding Dang malicious thought 1. Kill Tiangu. He no longer holds any value in living. Intermediate reward malicious thought 2. Kill Az, regardless of Tianji's faults. It is my right to exact revenge for him. No one else has the right. Intermediate reward malicious thought 3. Could this all be instigated by Chinyu? If so, then I beginner reward. It was evident that she was beginning to doubt him. Chinyu, having had enough sleep, rose and sat before the table, speaking in a calm tone. The incident that led to Brother Shi's injury at the city god temple had nothing to do with me. He had made it clear that whether it was Shi Zhongyu or Ding Dang herself, he had been honest about his relationship with Az. He had frequently warned about Az's wicked nature. Yet it was unfortunate that Shi Zhongyu had never taken him seriously. One could say that this outcome was a result of Chunyu's negligence, but it was not solely of his making. The fact remained that as long as Shi Zhongyu regarded Az merely as a spoiled and capricious girl, such a conclusion was unavoidable. Malicious thought 3. I hope to receive a direct answer from Chinyu. Beginner reward issued. Compassionate Blade minor completion card. Indeed, one of the 72 skills of Shaolin. Though only a minor completion, he could use a realm enhancement card to improve it. After receiving the reward, Chinyu ignored Ding Dang, who still fixed her gaze upon him, and after a while, he remarked, if I truly wished to kill Shi Zhongyu, you wouldn't have had the chance to suspect me. Chinyu looked up, his expression warm and inviting. Ding Dang paused, recalling Chunyu's cunning methods throughout their journey, and her beautiful face gradually softened. She approached and sat across from him at the table, sighing gently before laughing. You do have a point. Sadness is fleeting, but having personally eliminated those who harmed Tiangu, she found herself less angry and sorrowful. Perhaps it was due to her diminishing regard for Shi Zhongyu. Feeling that he no longer possessed the wit and cleverness he had the first time the disappointment accumulated. Upon seeing Shi Zhongyu in such a state, Ding Dang felt more indignation than sadness. Such a person, even if brought back, her grandfather would never consent to their marriage, as he hasn't come to me. She likely fled. That if you intend to kill her, I will probably stop you, Chinyu stated indifferently. She is useful to me. Ding Dang's expression darkened, and she retorted sarcastically, if that is the case, I suppose I cannot kill her. Yet she has harmed Tiangu to this extent. I must exact my revenge. My possessions, if they are to be destroyed, can only be by my own hand. No one else has that right. Chinyu scoffed. Even if I do not hinder you, you cannot kill her. She is a disciple of the infamous Ding Chuanxiu, skilled in sinister poison techniques. While her martial prowess may not surpass yours, in a life-and-death struggle, your chances of survival are slimmer. To be honest, I do not wish for your demise. Why? Ding Dang's eyes sparkled, suddenly feeling her face flush. Because you are also of use to me, Chen Yu replied coolly. Both AZ and Ding Dang could provide him with stable, high-reward malicious thoughts, until he ensured his strength to dominate this world. He would strive to keep both women alive. However, it was clear that Ding Dang had misconstrued his words that as soon as Chen Yu mentioned usefulness, she recalled the intimate moments they had shared during their journey. Her face flushed crimson, and she laughed. Brother Yu, be honest, when did you begin to take a liking to me? From the very first glance. Chen Yu replied with a light tone. From the first glance. I recognized your malicious intent, knowing you were the girl destined for me. Just like Madame Ma and Li Qiushui. Listening to this unexpected confession of affection, Ding Dang's heart surged with emotions. She was undeniably elated. Yet she also recognized the inappropriateness of it. Shaking her head, she said, but I already have Tiangu. Is that so? I sense you were quite pleased with it before. Chen Yu teased mercilessly. Ding Dang blushed deeply. Feeling embarrassed, that was because you were coercing me, threatening not to save Tiangu. Malicious thought 3. Just refreshed if you were to ask me to repay the favor for saving Tiangu. What should I do? Intermediate reward. Then she noticed Chen Yu's cryptic smile. I just saved Brother Shi, expending at least 80% of my inner strength, which is why I preserved his life. I did not coerce you this time. That he shifted the topic. However, if he encounters any further issues and requires my assistance again, then it may be a different story. Delighted by this little game, Chen Yu couldn't help but smirk coldly within. Ding Dang was indeed fond of concocting excuses for herself. Ultimately, she would lay the blame entirely at the feet of Tiangu. Ding Dang's small face turned pale. Yet soon it was suffused with a rosy hue. She was well aware of Chen Yu's intentions. However, Chen Yu swiftly covered her cherry lips with his hand, saying, not here. Ding Dang cast him a puzzled glance, but quickly grasped his meaning. It was all for Tiangu. Indeed, all for him. From next door, the anguished cries of Shi Zhongyu intermittently pierced the air. Ding, ding, dang, dang. Where have you gone? Why aren't you by my side? After a while, he even dragged his painfully battered body outside in search of her. He knocked on Chen Yu's door, crying out, Brother Chen, have you seen where my ding, ding, dang, dang has gone? At this moment, he finally remembered Ding Dang, one of the few people in the world who genuinely loved him. Chen Yu glanced down and smiled, replying, I haven't seen her. Chapter 51. Ding Busan and Xie Yank the following noon. Ding Dang supported the injured and bruised Shi Zhongyu to the canal ferry. According to their arrangement, her grandfather, Ding Busan, was to meet her there. Chen Yu maintained a respectful distance from the two. While Ding Dang feigned nonchalance, she watched as vessel after vessel passed on the canal. But as the appointed time slipped by, Ding Busan's boat still failed to appear. Something must have gone awry. Ding Dang's expression darkened. Shi Zhongyu's visage was even more grim. He had been so tormented that he felt half dead. If Ding Busan did not arrive to take them away, and they fell back into Xie Yang's clutches, his life would be utterly ruined. No, that was incorrect. Shi Zhongyu glanced down at his unresponsive Nyo and felt that his life was already over. The latter half of his life held no allure. He then looked at the woman in the green dress beside him with eyes filled with an unprecedented gratitude, wishing to embrace her immediately. Yet, Ding Dang seemed to sense something and deliberately avoided his gaze. She turned a blind eye to his outstretched hand. Without anyone to support him, Shi Zhongyu's weakened body collapsed to the ground, crying out, Ding Ding Dang Dang. You have knocked me down. Ding Dang's face betrayed her displeasure. She was about to extend her hand to help him up when she noticed two figures approaching along the canal. Point one was a man in a blue robe with a short beard. In his 50s, looking wan with a faint greenish hue to his face. The other was considerably older, with white hair and a kindly appearance, though his eyes were as cold as ice. The two occasionally leapt onto boats, utilizing their lightness of foot to navigate back and forth, engaging in combat. Ding Dang recognized the elderly man with white hair as her grandfather, Ding Busan, and exclaimed joyfully, Grandfather, upon seeing the man in the blue robe. Shi Zhongyu was filled with trepidation, exclaiming, It's over! It's over! I've been pursued by that cursed Xie Yank. Both men were masters of martial arts. Xie Yank employed the finger-flicking technique, his fingers carrying the winds with profound and mysterious movements. while Ding Busan countered with a series of adaptable grappling techniques, specifically the 18 grappling techniques of the Ding family, of which Ding Dang had also learned a bit. Their movements intertwined, exchanging blows for over a dozen exchanges. Unable to subdue Ding Busan, Xie Yang suddenly let out a cold laugh, condensing his palm's wind. Seizing the moment when Ding Busan executed the Jade Maiden Needle technique within his grappling, he struck a palm directly at the old man's chest. Ding Busan could not evade in time and was struck squarely, his face turning ashen as he spat blood, angrily demanding, "What kind of palm technique is that?" Xie Yang laughed heartily. "This is the Bai Jinqing palm. A technique of my own creation." Ding Busan's expression changed. He realized the martial prowess of this Motion resident was indeed unfathomable. Casting a glance at Ding Dang and Shi Zhongyu on the bank, he scolded, "What are you standing there for, you fools? Run." His defeat was evident. He knew he was no match for Xie Yang. Although he often treated Ding Dang sternly and occasionally threatened her, she was nonetheless his granddaughter, whom he cherished. It was only then that he noticed Shi Zhongyu, wondering how this fellow had been so thoroughly beaten. Hurry. Ding Dang understood that remaining here was futile. She would only be a hindrance. Yet, her heart was tethered to her grandfather, fearing for Ding Busan's life at the hands of Xie Yang. Unfortunately, Shi Zhongyu was rendered useless, unable to assist in any way. "Help!" She halted, suddenly glancing at Chenyu, who was watching the spectacle with keen interest, her breath quickening. Chenyu clapped his hands to his chest, marveling at the duel between Ding and Xie, exclaiming, "What excellent skills, truly impressive." The grappling techniques of Ding Busan and Xie Yang's Bai Jinqing palm were indeed of the highest caliber. Both Xie Yang and Ding Busan noticed him, though they did not recognize him and thus paid him little mind. Xie Yang sneered, "The Ding family's grappling is nothing remarkable. How dare you obstruct my path? I only seek that fellow surnamed Shi. What concern is it of yours?" Inwardly, he cursed that dog of a bastard, Shi Qing, for placing him in this undesirable predicament. Years ago, he had left 3 Xian Tai orders, allowing the bearer to request one task from him. That dog had insisted he take in Shi Qing's son and educate him well, only for the lad to slip away right under his nose. If word got out, he would be a laughingstock, a once great master reduced to nothing. Ding Busan retorted, "If I were 10 years younger, you would already be a corpse." That he had no desire to obstruct Xie Yang. The man was unreasonable, relentlessly pursuing Shi Zhongyu after Ding Dang had taken him away, demanding the boy's surrender. However, he had not even had the chance to meet with his granddaughter, so how could he hand him over? Whether that fellow surnamed Shi lived or died was of no concern to him. But now, with Xie Yang mocking the Ding family's grappling, it was a matter of pride that he could not let this go unchallenged. The confrontation between the two grew increasingly fierce, each strike targeting the other's vital points, instilling fear in the onlookers that in the heat of the struggle, they exchanged 3 more blows, both elders seething with pent-up fury. From the shore, the handsome young man applauded. "Well fought, well fought." Xie Yang cast a glance at Chenyu, feeling an inexplicable similarity between him and that dog of a bastard. Yet he could not quite place it. He turned back to mock Ding Busan. "Your granddaughter is quite affectionate. She was supporting one, and now she clings to another." Ding Busan glanced at Ding Dang, who was now holding on to Chenyu's arm, thinking the latter was much more pleasing to the eye. However, he coldly remarked, "I have a son and a granddaughter. What about you? Do you have any? You seek death, do you?" Xie Yang was enraged, realizing Ding Busan was mocking him for having no heirs. What was wrong with dedicating himself to martial training? He raised his hand for another 2 strikes. Ding Busan managed to deflect some of the force, but was still struck, spitting blood as he continued to sneer. "Mediocre technique. Yet your palm strength is acceptable." On the shore, Ding Dang saw her grandfather in peril, and in her urgency, forgot about Shi Zhongyu entirely. Clinging to Chenyu's arm, she implored, "You go, please save my grandfather. Help him." Although she often acted mischievously and had stolen precious liquor from Ding Busan more than once, she still held feelings for him. The only one who could rescue Ding Busan now was Chenyu. No ill intentions. Chenyu glanced at the tearful Ding Dang, thinking that wanting to save her grandfather could hardly be deemed malicious, that it was only natural to act. After watching the commotion long enough, he decided it was time to intervene. Just as Xie Yang raised his hand for a strike aimed at Ding Busan's head, Chenyu finally moved that he stepped forth, his right hand forming a finger. swiftly executing the finger-flicking technique, and pointed twice into the air. Xie Yank, who had been certain of his victory, suddenly felt weakness in his wrist, the force of his palm dissipating. Shocked, he immediately somersaulted, distancing himself from Ding Busan. Ding Busan had braced himself for death, only to find that the blow had not landed. But he then noticed that the youth who had once been embraced by his granddaughter was now standing between them on the boat. Clearing his throat heavily, he weakly inquired, "Who are you?" Xie Yang's astonishment far surpassed Ding Busan's. Being a top-tier master, he recognized that the source of his momentary weakness had been this young man before him. Yet, he could not fathom how it had been accomplished. Remembering the previous humiliations he had endured at the hands of that dog of a bastard, he dared not act recklessly, that a mere small fry of the Jianghu. "You wouldn't recognize me, but I hope you both will cease your fighting today." Chinyu spoke slowly, the wind from the river billowing his clothes, his long hair dancing in the breeze. Unfortunately, he was clad in black today. Had he been in white, he would have truly resembled a celestial being. This scene, akin to a divine visitation, caused Ding Dang's cheeks to flush with excitement as she clapped joyfully. "This cannot stand. He has dared to insult my Ding family's grappling techniques. I shall certainly kill him." Ding Busan, coughing blood, still spoke fiercely. Xie Yank maintained a cold smile, snorting softly, his gaze fixed intently on Chinyu, saying nothing. Regardless, he had to take the one surnamed Sure with him, even if it meant clashing with this enigmatic young man. "Very well, I shall first take this esteemed Ding elder to tend to his injuries. Tomorrow at noon, here again, we shall battle once more."